the Hollywood Billionaire. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201, Moths to Flame. You're right. I'm scared too. Zhao Yaozhen was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. At lunch today, I heard him say that when you kissed. What did he say? Forget it, I don't want to know. Zhu Yiru shook her head and waved her hands. Oh, why does he tell everything? Xiaoru, who felt as sweet as honey in her heart and wished that the whole world knew that they kissed, had to maintain a shy and timid appearance on the surface and even looked a little depressed because the secret was exposed. After all, she was the one who took advantage and took the initiative. So don't act too much in front of Sister Yaozhen. Sister Yaozhen, please continue. Zhao Yaozhen's eyes lingered on the corners of Zhu Yiru's mouth that were deliberately drooping for a while. How could she not see through the other party's little thoughts at the moment? So angry. The chest was stuffy, but she still had to maintain her composure. What I was thinking at that time was, no one knows me in this restaurant. Why don't you grab his collar and kiss him? Let him taste me. Will he really be worse than you? You can kiss him, and so can I. I never think that girls need to wait for charity in this regard. We can take the initiative to start or end an interaction or a relationship according to our own wishes, without waiting for the man's signal. Just do what you want. Zhao Yaozhen's calm and confident tone was as if she was telling someone else's story. Only she knew how much courage she needed to accumulate in her heart so that she would not be embarrassed to say such words in front of outsiders. At that time, 99% of my brain was repeating this idea, and only 1% of my rationality was sending out signals of fear. What are you afraid of? Zhu Yiru held her chin, listened attentively, and asked in a low voice. Fear. Because of this incident, my entire career may be linked to his wealth and power, and only to his wealth and power. Your worry is. Zhao Yaozhen's words were a bit confusing, but Zhu Yiru was very clear about the hidden meaning in her words. Every bit. From the perspective of how to fight for the independent status of women, Zhao Yaozhen and Zhu Yiru have very similar values. If you want to pursue true equality, don't dream of letting your career depend on anyone's growth. If you cross that line and really get together with him, everyone in the company will no longer think of Zhao Yaozhen as Zhao Yaozhen, but Han Yi's girlfriend who happens to work at Han Music, or worse, the gold digger who makes money by clinging to him. That's right. I agree with what you said. The gap between us and him is gradually widening. At this point, Zhao Yaozhen paused and considered the wording in his mind. So, maybe working with him is indeed an advantage for me. As long as I don't leave, I can have him forever, in some way. But this is also my biggest weakness. I can't accept that all my efforts for so long are branded as useless, just because I'm with him. Society is very unfair to us. Xiaoru, what defines a man is his career, and his partner is just the icing on the cake, but for us, it's the other way around. I can't let myself live in such a stereotype. I know that every penny spent by Han Music, the company, from the beginning to now, was given by Han Yi. At least so far, the company is still in a loss-making state, and because of the huge investment, it seems to be losing a lot for the time being. If it weren't for Han Yi's financial support, any startup company would have gone bankrupt 100 times. But I have also given all I can to this company, these artists, and these works. Maybe it's not enough, maybe it's so little that it's insignificant, maybe compared to Han Yi, my contribution can only account for 1%, or even 0.01%. But I hope that when Han Music truly becomes great, and becomes known to the world, this 1% of contribution will be completely mine, and not given to me, because I'm the boss's partner, or anyone else. Besides, if every penny in my pocket is earned by myself, even if there is no way to compare with his wealth, in terms of personality, we are equal. Before I get him, I need to gain my own respect and recognition. If I become a person that even I look down on just to be with him, then what's the point of all this? Being with him should make me better, happier, and more satisfied, not the opposite. So, I didn't choose to do that. Although I wanted to, but I held back. This is the battle you need to face yourself, Sister Yuzin. Zuiru cast an encouraging look at the other party and said softly. His appearance, maybe it has positive significance for all of us. It's like a lighthouse. You can see it shining, and you work hard for it, and try your best to get closer to it. Maybe in the end you will miss it, but even if you pass by it, it means that the other side is not far from you. Zioru, have you heard of the term moth to a flame? This. Why do I feel that you are more Chinese than me? Zuiru pointed at her nose and laughed in surprise. My mother tongue is Chinese. What I mean is that the two of us are now two moths circling around the torch. Zhao Yaozhen pulled Zuiru's cup a little to the middle of the island counter, then pushed his own glass and slowly circled around it. As long as the torch is still burning, there will be no shortage of moths, right? The two people who should not have been so tacitly in sync were able to help each other finish their unfinished words. Zuiru pondered for a moment and smiled. Even if you drive me away, and I drive you away, there will be more moths flying over immediately. Those moths will be more powerful than us. Zhao Yaozhen sighed with a helpless smile. Compared to the upcoming competitors, we have no advantage at all. Think about what you just said. If Angelina Jolie and Jennifer Aniston were 20 years younger, they might also have thoughts about Han Yi. We will face opponents of this level in the future. Girls who are prettier, richer, and more famous than us are everywhere in Hollywood. Fucking Hollywood. Zuiru picked up the cup again and took a big sip and rarely blurted out a swear word. Hearing the swear words from Zuiru, Zhao Yaozhen first widened his eyes slightly in surprise and then laughed with the other party. I'd drink to that. The two clinked their glasses again, drinking barley tea as if it were tequila. Since there are so many little guys flying around, Zuiru raised her right hand in the air and waved it as if she was really trying to drive away moths. Then what do you think we should do? We clinked glasses. Zhao Yaozhen pointed at the cup in Zuiru's hand. Shouldn't I be the one asking you the question? Okay, it's your turn to ask me. Same question. Zhao Yaozhen tilted his head. I'm curious about your answer. My answer is, if you're only satisfied with being a moth, there's absolutely no way out. So, the only solution is to work hard and turn yourself into a torch. If we end up together, we can use our energy to burn all those extra guys to ashes. Even if we don't end up together, we can still attract our own moths. If you want to maintain a relationship, the best way is not to stay up all night to guard it, but to let him stay up all night to guard you. Zhao Yaozhen added, he will only stay with you if you have something he can't give up. Any other means are only temporary. You and I should know this best. If entanglement works, we may have been with someone else a long time ago. So, I came here today to tell you two things. First, I want to know why you suddenly changed your mind and are so anxious to promote the relationship between you and him. Second, no matter what answer you give, I want to tell you that I have never regarded you as an enemy. Me too. Zuiru nodded slightly and responded generously, we should never be enemies. Girls should have passed the era of catfighting long ago. Two men can pursue the same woman, and vice versa. This does not make us hostile, nor does it diminish our value. Everyone has the right to fight for their own happiness. Our enemy is ourselves. Zhao Yaozhen poked his index finger on the counter and said word by word, it's the value we embody. Zuiru's expression also became serious. Of course, there is also his nature. Zhao Yaozhen changed his tone and teased. Yes, if he is too greedy, I won't want him. Zuiru shrugged, her tone equally humorous. It's unfortunate that we happen to like the same boy, but Zioru, I really think you are a very good girl. Zhao Yaozhen gently placed her hand on the back of Zuiru's hand. No matter how our story with him will develop in the future, I hope you can become better and better, more and more dazzling. You deserve the best of yourself. You too, Sister Yaozhen. Zuiru responded sincerely, I also hope you can become better and better, not for others, but for yourself. But let's make it clear first. Although we are not enemies, we will not be friends either. Very fickle, Sister Yaozhen. Zuiru scratched her head pretending to be distressed and smiled. I mean, we will be friends, but not friends, you know. Zhao Yaozhen drew two vertical lines in the air with the index and middle fingers of both hands. We each have our own battles to fight. I wish you the best, but I won't help you. I don't need help either, Sister Yaozhen. That's great. The two smiled at each other and clinked glasses again. The bland and sugar-free barley tea was drunk with a different flavor and ritual. This may be the last time we talk alone like this for a long time in the future. Zhao Yaozhen refilled some tea for herself and Zhu Yiru. Is there anything else you want to say? What I want to say is, Yi Yi is the most beautiful thing that has ever happened to me in my life. After 2 years of knowing each other, I'm also sure that he can be my perfect partner. I don't believe in the saying of destiny or the maid in heaven. Is there someone else in this world who is just as suitable for me? I think there must be. As long as you are willing to spend time looking, you can find an equally perfect match. But why should I give up the person who is right next to me and chase after an illusory possibility? I'm a person with strong determination and a strong desire to win. I will accomplish the goals I have promised to achieve no matter what. I will not let go until the last possibility is lost. He is very good. Although sometimes I really hate his indecisive character, at least, he has never lied to me or you. He tells us directly what he thinks. I appreciate this point. Zhao Yaozhen agreed. We all know the nature of men. Wanting everything. Yes, I want everything. Every man is like this, without exception. It's just that some people have the ability to ask for it, and some people don't. Zhao Yaozhen pursed her lips. This kind of thing engraved in the genes cannot be changed by human power. When the desire is constant, how to deal with his desire, in my opinion, is the standard for judging whether a man is trustworthy. Yi Yi is not a bad person, nor does he pretend to be a saint. Zhu Yiru thought carefully for a moment and gave a more accurate definition of Han Yi's behavior in the past few days. Don't lie. Say what you have. This is really great. I think this is the most reassuring thing a man can do. Zhao Yaozhen said, as long as he is willing to tell me the truth, even if it is bad things, it can make me feel at ease. Every couple has difficulties, whether external or internal. But as long as you dare to face the reality and are willing to communicate actively, no matter what the problem is, it can be solved. From this point of view, Yi is better than 99.9% of boys. More honest, more respectful, and treats us as human beings, not as trophies that he must do everything he can to get. So, Sister Yaozhen. Zhu Yiru stood up, making her skinny and short self look as level as possible with Zhao Yaozhen. For such a good boy, I will continue to do what I think is right. He is mine. You can't take him away. I'm also a person who will not back down once I make up my mind. Seeing the stubborn flames in Zhu Yiru's eyes, Zhao Yaozhen's eyes gradually became hot. In this life, I, Zhao Yaozhen, have never lost. You do what you should do, and I do what I should do. I know that he is the most suitable person for me, and the one I need the most. I will get what I need. Then I wish you unsuccessful. Zhu Yiru rolled her eyes and clinked glasses with Zhao Yaozhen for the last time. I also wish you unsuccessful. The gunpowder smell was gone in an instant. For two excellent women with high knowledge and intelligence, competition is allowed, but competition will never become a negative factor that dominates their emotions and lives. Have you finished saying those harsh words? You said them first. Yes, it feels good. Zhu Yiru chuckled. Tell me, if Yi Yi knew that we were fighting for him, would he be very proud? He won't know. Zhao Yaozhen zipped up his mouth. No one will know that I came to see you today. I won't tell you either. Besides, we are fighting for him, not for him, but for ourselves. I like this sentence. Zhu Yiru, who also sewed up her mouth, hesitated for a while, but still said another sentence that had been in her heart for a long time. By the way, Sister Yaozhen, you are in the office every day and spend more time with Yi Yi. You can pay attention to any new movements around him. I feel that there should be other moths appearing. I think so too. Well, just pay attention to it. No need to tell me specifically. Of course, we can't do anything, but if we can know the other party's situation in advance, we will feel more confident. I understand. If I find anything unusual, I will communicate with you. We have the same interests in this matter. Zhao Yaozhen drank the barley tea in the glass, stood up, and grabbed the briefcase on the table. It's almost time to sleep. I should go back. Do you want to go with me? Dinner is in the office. Wait for the invoice at 10 o'clock. I'll go later. Zhu Yiru slowly walked back to the sofa, sat on the edge of the armrest, and stared at the downtown Los Angeles skyline outside the window in a trance. Don't forget, Sister Yaozhen, we have never met before today. We need to do enough superficial work. Understood. Zhao Yaozhen looked at Zhu Yiru calmly, then turned and left. See you in the office. See you in the office. Chapter 202, Ticket Opening, Part 1. Yay! Do you miss me? A few hours later, Zhu Yiru, wearing a manicure pink translucent lace midi dress, sat across from Han Yi's desk, holding a plate of sugarfish sushi, her voice sweeter than the tamagoyaki on the plate. Zioru, who always keeps her word, said that she would continue to do what she thought was right, so she would not hesitate for a moment. At present, what is the right thing to do? Of course, it is to let Han Yi get used to her gentle place. I miss you. Han Yi, who had just sent an email to Kara Lewis, rubbed his eyes, kicked his feet on the ground, and slid the chair back a few inches. Without the obstruction of the computer screen, Han Yi stared at Zhu Yiru, who came into his sight again, nodded slightly, and answered with a very serious expression. There are 5 stages of grief, and the same is true for dealing with girls you like. Now Han Yi has skipped the first 4 stages, including denial, compensation, and depression, and directly entered the final state, acceptance. Han Yi has completely accepted the reality and realized that he can't eliminate or divert his feelings for Zhu Yiru and Zhao Yaozhen, and their attitudes don't seem to change in a short time. After his emotions gradually stabilized, Han Yi realized that the only thing he could do was to be honest. Be honest with your emotions, express your feelings frankly, and actively move forward in life. Leave the rest to fate. So, instead of hesitating in the past, Han Yi answered Zhu Yiru's questions without embellishment. Did you think about it? He did. You haven't kissed enough yet. I thought Han Yi would be shy and restrained by the question, but in the end, it was Zioru herself who blushed and had to drink water to calm her nerves. She even turned her head and glanced at the closed glass door of the president's office to make sure no one heard this. A little too bold, right? No, isn't this what I want? Why didn't Han Yi back off? But I did. You didn't eat much tonight. Rolling her eyes and gritting her teeth, Zioru stood up, holding the plate, and walked towards Han Yi. This sugarfish catering tastes better than the store. I'll feed you. Open your mouth. Ah. Yi. Murphy's Law has become the most effective buff on Han Yi. Just when a bad premonition sprouted in his mind, Zhao Yaozhen pushed open the door. Yaozhen would never make the low-level mistake of leaving Zhu Yiru and Han Yi alone in a room. He didn't eat much. Zhu Yiru's chopsticks holding sushi froze in midair for a few seconds, and then relaxed along with the user's expression. While Han Yi was still opening his mouth, Zioru quickly stuffed the food in, breathed a sigh of relief, straightened up, and waved to Zhao Yaozhen with a smile. Sister Yaozhen, have you finished eating? I'm a little tired. I don't feel like eating. Putting the plate of Korean barbecue from Genwa in front of Han Yi, along with the silver fork, Zhao Yaozhen's voice was delicate and gentle, which was completely inconsistent with her usual personality. Don't just eat cold food. It's not good for your stomach. Han Yi didn't feel whether the sushi from sugarfish was cold or not, but his back was quite cold. The chill that spread from the coccyx to the back of the head had not dissipated tonight. The 2 girls who arrived at the office one after another had been fighting openly and secretly for the whole night. However, what made Han Yi a little relieved was that when other people were present, Zhu Yiru and Zhao Yaozhen paid great attention to the sense of proportion. They didn't do anything they shouldn't do, and didn't say anything they shouldn't say, maintaining a perfect relationship between friends and colleagues. More importantly, although there would always be a little spark between their words when they were alone, overall, their relationship did not deteriorate to the point of being incompatible as Han Yi imagined. But this superficial calm and harmony only made Han Yi feel more uneasy. What are they trying to do? Han Yi thought silently while stuffing the barbecue into his mouth. He thought that honesty and straightforwardness would quickly intensify the conflict. Just like treating a boil, it must be thoroughly bricked before it can recover. But now it seems that the conflict has not only not intensified, but has been buried deeper. What went wrong? It's time to issue the invoice. Yi. Zhao Yaozhen looked at his watch while quietly waiting for Han Yi to clear the plate. There are still 5 minutes. Do you want to go out with everyone? Okay, let's go. Han Yi nodded, stood up, and turned back to get the suit jacket hanging on the back of the chair. When he turned his head again, he unexpectedly found that Zhao Yaozhen, who was originally at the other end of the desk, had come to him. There's oil all over your mouth. Wipe it off. Yaozhen held the tissue and wiped the corners of Han Yi's mouth very carefully and very slowly, without paying any attention to Zioru, who was caught off guard and was choked with anger. Don't move. Let me see. Zhao Yaozhen held Han Yi's shoulders, narrowed her eyes slightly, observed carefully for a moment, and then nodded with satisfaction. Okay, it's clean. No, there's still a little here. Zioru, who had kissed Han Yi all night, was of course much more intimate with Han Yi than Zhao Yaozhen. She quite naturally put her thumb on the other's cheek to wipe off some of the sauce that accidentally splashed up. Fortunately, she didn't put it in her mouth. Oh my god. Han Yi, a patient in the late stage of Murphy's Law, stared in astonishment as Zuyuru calmly licked the juice off her thumb. Let's go, Sister Yaozhen. It's clean now. Zuyuru wiped her hands. A warm smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, but her eyes did not move at all. Her specialty. Yaozhen, who was caught off guard again, could not find any way to turn the tables, except to hook her neck and kiss her. She could only push open the glass door sullenly and walk in front of the 3 people, trying not to look at the increasingly cunning and terrifying competitor behind her. I was joking with Sister Yaozhen. Zuyuru, who was following behind Zhao Yaozhen, pinched Han Yi's arm and blinked. Don't worry, we have a good relationship. Okay, I believe whatever you say. Han Yi raised his eyebrows and dared not breathe. Although he was born to like quietness, at this moment, he would rather count down the time for ticket opening with dozens of Han Music employees in the open office area of room 1000 than stay in his president's office for even a second. Floor is lava? The whole office is lava. Ah, boss, the time is just right. Seeing Han Yi appear in the open office area, Karen Guo, who was already a little tipsy after a few glasses of gin, raised the red ping pong cup in her hand and shouted loudly. They just fixed the system. We didn't just fixed the system, Karen. Every company has a back-end technical department to help the core business line solve technical problems, and Han Music is no exception. Wearing a pair of heavy beer bottle glasses, Cristalli, who looks out of tune with his colleagues, is the it guy in the phrase, call the it guy that everyone in room 1000 of Xinghu building says in unison when a computer breaks down, the printer runs out of ink, or an email is automatically bounced. Chris dusted off his body, put one hand on his waist, and sighed helplessly. Then why didn't the display light up just now? Because I just plugged it in. Swallowing the dumbus at the end of this sentence, Cristalli ignored Karen, who was drunk and slurred, and turned his attention to the gentle boss he liked. Boss, good evening. Good evening, Chris. Walking to the technical director, Han Yi carefully looked at the 4 display screens that were temporarily taken out of the conference room and placed against the wall of the open office area. It looks very professional. Is the data on the left side of the middle from Ticketmaster's backend? Yes, the technical department has written a very simple program to put all the data from Ticketmaster's ticketing backend, Ticketmaster 1, and Eventbrite's performance portal, including the total number of tickets, the amount of each ticket type, the number of tickets sold, the number of remaining tickets, and their respective proportions, on the 2 middle screens. The left side is Ticketmaster's data, the right side is Eventbrite's data, and there is a pie chart to provide everyone with a more intuitive analysis of the ticket sales situation, which is refreshed and synchronized every 1.5 seconds. Great. Han Yi nodded slightly with satisfaction. The left and right sides are real-time monitored social media data, right? Yes. On the left we are monitoring Twitter, and on the right is Instagram. The official announcement posts of the 24 groups of guests and our own posts are all monitored. At the top, The real-time popularity of the Twitter topic list, #MADC80 2016 is now the #1 on the global trend list, and there are some other small tags below that are related to our guests, all of which are highlighted. Go down. We have captured all the official announcement posts and updated their data in real time. Then, what keeps scrolling below is the content of all the posts and tag topics that users have posted. Our idea is that, if we can see the opinions of potential consumers in real time, it will also be beneficial for us to adjust our ticketing and publicity strategies in the future. You are right, Chris. User opinions and user consumption tendencies are the only points we need to pay attention to, at least in the music festival ticket sales. Everything else is just the cherry on the cake. Let me see. Hanyi took 2 steps back, his eyes jumping back and forth between the display screens on both ends, silently reading the text that kept scrolling on the screen. At HALSEY, hey, family. Hey, family. Exciting news. This Halloween, I will paint this music town with my colors in Crazy City. Let's get lost in the lights of Vegas together. Tickets will be on sale at 10 p.m. Pacific Standard Time on July 5th. Can't wait to see you all. #MADCITY 2016 #HALSEYVIBES 13,100 likes, 473 retweets, 531 comments. Under each tweet, Chris Daly captured the latest user comments in real time. At YOUENTERROOM93, come to Brazil please. Followed by an emoticon of a man kneeling at his doorstep, offering a dollar bill. At WHOISTYLR, Mom, look at me. Under each star's comment area, there are not only emoticons, but also this kind of conspicuous package. At KARDIIGO, Sinivayathram, what country's language is this? At SPOOKSLILBOOM, Las Vegas, or Halloween, ! I'm so there. Well, this is the first effective conversion I saw. If we are interested in what fans post, can we click on their homepage? Of course, we can't touch the screen directly, boss, but the control computer is over here. Want to see the spooks lil boom? Yes. Just tap on this tweet, there you go. Username, Kens, followed by a star emoji. At HALSEY''S fangirl, screaming nightmare and Sagittarius Moon a Concert fan. Hey guys, I think I found the first early bad ticket buyer tonight. Kens. Mackenzie Jones, a native of Citrus Heights, California, is also a junior student of the Department of Social Sciences at the University of California, Sacramento. As her profile says, as a fangirl of Halsey, she will not miss any performance of the female singer on the west coast of the United States. Of course, this also includes Mad City in Las Vegas. At 9:56 p.m. on July 5th, 2016, Mackenzie Jones sat on the living room sofa of her rented 3-bedroom apartment in the Crossings, staring at the laptop on her lap and uttering a series of exclamations. Oh, got, what's wrong, Kenzie? Her roommate, who was mixing milk cereal in the kitchen, looked back at her in a strange way. Who died? No one died. No, I'm dying. Look at this. Mackenzie Jones lifted the laptop and turned the screen over. Mad City 2016. I can't see clearly. The roommate squinted and tried to identify. Is it a music festival? I don't know. Maybe the largest music festival in the world. Mackenzie exhaled a breath of hot air from his chest. Do you know who will participate? Horsey. I think she must be one of them. The roommate scooped a large spoonful of cereal into his mouth. Otherwise you wouldn't be so excited. That's for sure. But besides her, there are also Justin Bieber, Kanye West, Snoop Dogg, Eminem, Ariana Grande. What the? Really? The roommate put down the ceramic bowl in his hand and rushed to her side into steps. How did they invite so many superstars? I don't know. Mackenzie spread his hands and raised his voice, but I checked. Every artist who attended has tweeted, you see, Bieber, it shouldn't be fake, right? It's indeed his account. Wow. And the show is in Las Vegas? The roommate smiled with shock and surprise. Yes, not only in Las Vegas, but also on Halloween. Mackenzie Jones' fingertips slid across the bottom of the screen. October 28th, 29, 30, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I remember you didn't have classes on Friday, right? The rumored size suddenly lit up. What are your plans, Bianca? Of course. Girls trip. To see Holch and Las Vegas. It's settled. Where can I buy tickets? Are they on sale? Not yet. Here's a link to Ticketmaster. Tickets will go on sale in 5 minutes. 5 minutes? Okay, wait a minute. I'll get my credit card. At DIPLO, we've been brewing something big. I'm proud to announce that I'm not only the man behind Mad City, but I'll also be a guest on stage. Vegas, let's make this Halloween legendary. On sale July 5th at 10 p.m. PST. Get ready for the madness. #MADCITY 2016 #DIPLOINTHEDESERT. While Hanyi was browsing McKinsey's homepage, Zuyuru also walked to the far right, reading with interest the content on the display screen that specializes in tracking artists' Instagram posts. Instead of posting a poster, Diplo chose a black and white photo of him standing in the middle of the Las Vegas festival venue, grinning and tilting his head, with his arms open, greeting his fans. In the image, the Las Vegas landmark Stratosphere Tower is clearly visible behind him as the background. 141,756 users liked it, 1,245 comments in total. At KURADJ, Yas, at THAISBARJA, Q Bomber Groove III, at ZUFFOMUSIC, Esquisse. The first few accounts are all DJ friends from all over the world, who follow each other with Diplo's blue logo. At CAMILACRIBEIROO, God, this photo is so flying. At UAIANTHONY, I'm ready. At POLO.booze. At DOUGUERA_Tavaran Ciazo Piesa. Spanish. No, Portuguese. Zioru's Spanish is not fluent, but he still took an elective course in high school and USC. And many words in Portuguese and Spanish are so similar. In fact, Portuguese people can even understand most of the daily conversations of Spanish people, and vice versa. She could figure out the general meaning of this sentence from the only word she knew. And Ciazo, anxious. What this Polo.booze wanted to express to his friend was that he couldn't wait to see the show. Driven by curiosity, Zuyuru moved the mouse lightly, operated the computer next to her, and clicked on the user's avatar. Typical Latino appearance, 469 posts, 650 fans, 1082 following. The personal profile is just one sentence, Ananuba vision, followed by a strong arm, explosion, sun, and sun smiley face in order. New vision. It seems that greasy men all over the world use the same rhetoric. Looking at the photo below, he seems to be in Las Vegas. Douglas. Pedro dos Santos da Silva, a young man from Fortaleza, Brazil, just arrived in the United States last year and works as a parking attendant at the Hard Rock Hotel in Las Vegas. Looking at the unresponsive phone, Pedro cursed under his breath, trotted over to Douglas Perez, and slapped him hard on the back. Hijodi Puta. Douglas, who was chatting with the doorman, turned around and cursed. What's wrong, Pedro? What's wrong with you? Pindijo, you don't check your phone. Who can you blame? Who would check their phone during working hours? You played Candy Crush yesterday. Forget it. Look at this. What's this? Douglas pushed away the phone that Pedro put in front of him and frowned. Diplo. Who the fuck is Diplo? Fuck, the resident DJ at the Wine Hotel. Have you forgotten? The one with the big poster on the wall. Oh. Douglas Perez nodded. What the fuck does that have to do with me? Click on this link and check out the Linupan ticket prices. Mad City, $AP Rocky. Blink 182. Oh, fuck, Kanai and Kendrick. Take a look at the ticket prices. Early bad tickets, 1 day for $188, 3 days for $450. Very cheap for this Linup. How many tickets are there? I don't know. Pedro rubbed his hands, his tone quite excited. One person is limited to 4 tickets. If you can grab them, how many times do you think you can sell them for? Chinga tu madre. Douglas snatched Pedro's phone and looked at it carefully again. I only have a credit card with $1,000, but if we stop talking, Pedro, call the others over. Douglas took out his phone and told Pedro, "We still have 4 minutes. Try to make as much money as you can and make a fortune together." This conversation, which had nothing to do with music, but was only about the money transactions behind the music festival, took place at 9:57 p.m. on July 5, 2016, in Las Vegas. "Are there any posts by artists with higher traffic?" Zhao Yaozhen asked softly, standing in the middle of the 4 screens with her arms folded. "It should be the one by Justin." Celine Joshua walked over to her, thought for a moment, and answered. "How many likes did it get?" "I can't remember, it seems." "Hey, over there, it's out." Celine pointed to the screen on the left and raised her voice slightly. 124,000 likes, 22,800 retweets, 1,932 comments. Zhao Yaozhen silently read the data of Justin Bieber's music festival announcement. For a pure performance announcement tweet, such data is already amazing enough. Only a traffic star of Justin's level can reach this level. Thinking of this, Yaozhen's eyes quickly moved down. How would the believers, who are always known for their craziness, react to Justin Bieber's few music festival performance announcements? At ARYANRV4, not in India, but love you forever. Good man, Indian fans are as stable as ever. At ODYSSEYPRINT, make some good music. I almost forgot that this is Justin Bieber's comment section, and the number of anti-fans will definitely not be small. At ALLINITFORJ, flying over for you from Glasgow. Sue getting the VVIP. This is the first fan who clearly wants the $1,558 VVIP ticket. Zhao Yaozhen was refreshed and quickly gestured to Hanyi in front of the computer. The latter also noticed this tweet worth $1,500 and £1,180 almost instantly. Clicking on the avatar, this fan named Sophie, the signature is also quite simple. Boy, you wasn't budding fan ACC. It couldn't be more obvious that she is a diehard fan of Justin Bieber. Sophie Campbell. In an inconspicuous earth brown 3-story townhouse in Hillhead, Louis Finley stood at the bottom of the stairs helplessly, looking up and calling out repeatedly. "What?" The Scottish girl with ginger hair stuck her head out from the wooden railings, her tone a little anxious. "What are you doing up there? Watching a music festival?" "I'm going to London this afternoon, and you're watching a music festival now? Where?" "YouTube." Louis raised his hand and dropped it again, leaving 2 obvious marks on his jeans and a crisp sound. They got up so early, not to waste time like this. The 2 people who found jobs in London are about to start a magnificent new life. Come on, don't look, we still have a lot of things to pack. It's not the online music festival, it's the tickets for the music festival. Sophie ran down barefoot on the carpet. "Look." Louis suddenly realized, after taking a look at the laptop, that Sophie stuffed into his arms. "There's Bieber, no wonder." "Yes, there's Bieber. And VVIP tickets can get a chance to take a photo with Bieber." At 5:58 am on July 6, 2016, Glasgow time, which is 9:58 pm on July 5 Pacific Standard Time, Glasgow girl Sophie Campbell announced loudly to the world, "This will be the best honeymoon. The best honeymoon anyone has ever had. Because of Justin Bieber? Then thank him." Louis rolled his eyes in his heart. "Is it in the city we are going to?" Louis Finley and Sophie Campbell's honeymoon trip is scheduled in North America. At the end of October this year, the weather is pleasant and the airfare of red-eye flights is low, which is just right for them to experience Halloween in the United States. Well, Las Vegas. The time is just right. So, Louis hesitated. "How much is a VVIP ticket?" $1,558. Holy mother of fuck. Louis spit out a series of swear words that he didn't even know what they meant. Are they crazy? $1,558? How many pounds is that? About £1,250. That's equivalent to our monthly rent in London. Louis Finley calculated in his mind and took a breath. "Sophie, don't tell me you really want to buy this VVIP ticket." "Louis, even for Justin's solo concert, you can't buy this kind of ticket that allows you to go backstage and take a photo with him. I've been a believer for, I don't know, 7 or 8 years. If I can meet him in person, then I will have no regrets. I promise. After this music festival, I will never. 3 years. 2 years. Not going to Justin Bieber's concert. Sophie. Okay. I'll use my own credit card. Okay. The balance is just enough. Sophie Campbell stared at her partner with a pitiful look that she knew her partner couldn't bear. I'll pay it myself. The monthly salary in London is enough for me to be extravagant. Don't look at me like that. Louis sighed to the sky. We are going to be husband and wife soon. Don't say that. Okay, you know where my card is. Go get it. You're the best husband in the world. Beep. The second hand passed the 12 o'clock direction. It is now 5:59 AM on July 6th, 2016, Glasgow time, and 9:59 PM on July 5th, Los Angeles time. Please help me fill out the information first. I'll be down right away. 1 minute left. In the noisy office of the Xinhu Building headquarters of Han Music Group in Century City, Los Angeles. In the breathless living room of the Crossings 3-bedroom apartment in Sacramento, Central California. In front of the crowded valet parking sign of the Hard Rock Hotel in Las Vegas, Nevada. At the staircase of the Hillhead Townhouse in Glasgow, Scotland. There are also thousands of ticket buyers in different time zones, different countries, different cities, different cultures, different languages, and different mentalities, but for the same goal. They are magically connected. In these short tens of seconds, they are guarding their computers or holding their mobile phones, nervously watching the second hand on the screen moving slowly but firmly. 30, 20, 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hurry up and get in. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203, Ticket Opening, Part 2. You are in the queue now. 13,432. Pedro scratched his hair anxiously, looking at the black number popping up on the Ticketmaster mobile app in the progress bar, moving to the right at a snail's pace. Why the hell, so many people? Pedro asked, patting Douglas' upper arm with the back of his hand. What's your number over there, Doug? A little ahead, 7754. I'm 15,601. 6693. Let me see. Oh, damn, good luck. 2260. The parking attendants surrounding the two of them reported the queue numbers on their mobile phones one after another. How many early bad tickets are there in total? 2,000 per day, 6,000 for 3 days, and 3,000 3-day early bad passes, 9,000. Then how can I buy them here? Pedro said in a very frustrated tone. Not everyone who queues up will buy it, and some people will be kicked out due to system failures. You're now ranked over 13,000. Maybe you can buy it. Douglas came over and glanced at Pedro's phone, then turned his attention to the unlucky guy, who was ranked 15,601. Santiago, just exit now and queue up for the pre-sale tickets. Oh, no, VVIP, queue up for VVIP tickets, the kind that's good for 3 days. $3,000 US? Santiago was shocked when he exited the queue page and saw the price list. Can this make money? We make money from fools. Money and fools are divided into two types, poor and rich. The purchase channel of VIP tickets. Hey, I don't need to line up here. I go in. Take my card. First swipe it out. San Diego buried his head to enter the rich country's credit card information and personal information. How about you, Valio Verga? Lucky in number 2260 was so irritable at this time. Click to show no ticket. Try to exit this submission page. Go back to the first screen where you queued up and successfully entered and try again. I'll try. Fuck. Queue up again. Fuxing Ticketmaster. In the Versailles apartment next to the art gallery in Long Beach, California, a young man sitting in front of a computer and smoking an e-cigarette yelled the same swear words as his half-colleague in Las Vegas. What's wrong, Alan? The middle-aged man who paced back and forth behind him and looked quite kind and elegant stopped and looked at him with his hands behind his back. Is there any problem? Ticketmaster, they always change the capture system. One every 2 days, one every 2 days, and every time I have to crack it again and rewrite the robot program. Alan scratched the swollen muscle between his eyebrows with the bottom of the e-cigarette. Can't get around it? The middle-aged man put his hands on Alan's shoulders and massaged him twice. That's not the case, Ken. Alan turned around and smiled at Ken. I wasted 10 minutes of my life, but I got it done. Great. Ken curled his lips, showing no surprise. How many tickets have we got now? 2,200 early bird tickets, 11,045 pre-sale tickets, 807 VIP tickets, and 112 VVIP tickets. Don't exceed 1/3. Leave some for other teams, so that they don't go to the FBI again. I don't want them to kick the door a second time. Ken rubbed his face hard to keep himself awake. Also, check the user address you filled in. Last time, Beyonce's tickets, 3,000 tickets were all from the same address, which was a bit too eye-catching. Don't worry, boss, the number is set, and the addresses are completely randomly assigned this time. One address for every 4 tickets. From the United States to the United Kingdom to Italy, more than 8,000 addresses have been captured, and there will be no duplication. Alan took a sip of coffee and grinned. We Wisseguys will never make the same mistake twice. Just don't let Kenneth Rosen's name appear on CNN again. Kenneth Rosen would only make such a joke in an absolutely safe environment. Seeing that all kinds of tickets for Mad City were gradually being collected, he walked towards the door of the apartment and waved to the team that was crowded on 3 long tables and used nearly 20 computers to grab tickets non-stop. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. After you're done, Alan will take you out for a bite to eat. Pick any club, I'll pay for it. Amid the sudden cheers, Kenneth Rosen's eyes flashed with a smile. He locked all the suspicious noises that would attract the LAPD in the apartment, adjusted the collar of his old navy jacket, put his hands in his pockets, and walked into the still steep night of Los Angeles. This city of lights built on the desert has such a climate. Even in early July, as long as there is no direct sunlight, the temperature will only hover around 65 degrees Fahrenheit. Wearing a coat can still feel the coolness. It's done. You're ready to ship. Kenneth, sitting in the Porsche 911 GT3 RS, opened his phone, called up Telegram, and sent a picture of the African savannah to a group consisting of only numbers. Only by zooming in on the hills on the left side of the picture can you see such a sentence with mixed capitalization and even some letters in a different order. Kenneth Rosen, 46, is a college dropout from St. Marcus High School in Santa Barbara and the founder of Wisseguys Tickets. What is Wisseguys Tickets? The world's largest scalper organization. It was raided by the FBI in 2010 and sent directly to the dock of the New Jersey Federal District Court by the US government. Kenneth Rosen, who is charged with 43 counts, earned a net profit of $25 million from ticket sales from 2002 to 2009 alone. Miley Cyrus, Barbra Streisand, Bon Jovi, Bruce Springsteen, any performance that can make money, he would get involved. At the craziest time, Wisseguys alone grabbed 882 of the 1,000 Rose Bowl tickets. However, before the US Congress passed the Bots Act in December 2016, prohibiting individuals or organizations from using robots to grab tickets, reselling tickets and using automatic ticket grabbing programs were legal in most states in the United States, including at the federal level. The 43 charges against Kenneth Rosen were only related to network security. In the end, he signed a plea agreement and only needed to spend $1.2 million to walk out of the court and continue his glorious career as the world's #1 scalper. However, after being arrested by the FBI once, Kenneth became less ostentatious. There is one team for grabbing tickets, one team for selling tickets, and another team for monitoring funds. They try to trade offline or communicate using encrypted chat software. Under Kenneth Rosen's high salary incentive policy of giving each employee a bonus equal to the annual salary, as long as the expected sales are achieved, his team of dozens of people has been running in an orderly and safe manner. The ticket grabbing process of Mad City this time perfectly reflects the new model that Wisseguys has adhered to from 2010 to 2016. No matter how popular the show is, How many people are paying attention to it, and how many people are waiting to buy tickets? Guys will only grab 1/3 at most, and the rest will be left to other scalper teams and normal ticket buyers to avoid attracting attention. After receiving the PDF file of the ticket, it will be handed over to a dedicated distribution team and listed on StubHub and other secondary ticket trading platforms in a step-by-step manner. First, mark the highest price to raise the psychological expectations of the secondary market and set the tone for other ticketing teams, and then gradually increase or decrease the average price based on market response. 2200, 11,045. Before starting the car, Kenneth Rosen opened the photo album, took another look at the main poster of Mad City's music festival, and carefully browsed the long list of star-studded names in the artist lineup. This time, it shouldn't be difficult to make a difference of 2 or 3 million. Connect Bluetooth, click Spotify, play Kanye West's Gold Digger. The Porsche 911 emits a dull roar, quickly merges into the traffic on the I-710 highway, and drives towards Beverly Hills. She take my money when I'm in need. Yeah, she's a trifling friend indeed. Oh, she's a gold digger way over town that digs on me. No, 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 why did you play this random song? Ori Briston, who was providing background music for his colleagues in room 1000 of the Zinghu building using his mobile phone to connect to a Bluetooth speaker, quickly cut off the song Gold Digger, which was somewhat disrespectful to women, and randomly pressed 2 or 3 times to skip it, and switched to Kendrick Lamar's Money Tree. Me and my niggas trinna get it. Yabish, yabish, yabish. Hit the house like tell me is you with it. Yabish, yabish, yabish. Home invasion was persuasive, was persuasive, was persuasive. From 9 to 5 I know it's vacant. Yabish, yabish, yabish. Much better. Ori breathed a sigh of relief and turned his attention back to the 4 screens. Just as Kendrick Lamar sang the golden line at Go Hallberry or Hallelujah in the song, the crowd gathered in front of the screens gave a deafening cheer. A few seconds later, thunderous applause also joined the symphony in the office of Han Music Group. In front of the 2 screens in the middle, the originally grayish-white 3-day early bad area on the pie chart has been completely filled with bright purple. 3-day early bad tickets, sold out. The 2,500 3-day early bad tickets that Han put on Ticketmaster and another 500 on Eventbrite became the first tickets to be cleared out by fans for the first Mad City Music Festival. Guys alone bought 1,600 3-day early bad tickets, and the remaining 600 were evenly distributed to the single-day early bad tickets for each day. The reason why the 3-day early bad tickets were sold out first is very simple. Whether it is scalpers or fans, they can see the huge appreciation space behind this ticket type. 3 days, $450. The average daily viewing cost is $150. For $150, you can only sit in the top area at the popular Los Angeles Lakers game. But at Mad City, you can watch the wonderful performances of 24 groups of top guests in the European and American music scene. Whether you keep it for yourself or sell it to make money, the 3-day early bad ticket is naturally the best choice. 10:06. Ori looked at the time on his watch and smacked his lips, not surprised at all. With this lineup of Mad City and this intensive T+0-day promotion, if the cheapest tickets cannot be sold out within 10 minutes, then there will be a big problem. Moreover, the speed of ticket clearance is actually slower than that of Coachella, EDC and Lollapalooza. The early bad tickets of the 3 major music festivals in North America are basically sold out within 30 seconds to 1 minute after opening the link. Of course, this year is only the first Mad City hosted by Han Live. With a short promotion time and insufficient customer accumulation time, it is still worthy of recognition and encouragement. To sell 3,000 early bad tickets in 6 minutes, 3,000 tickets, each at $450, a total of $1.35 million in sales. After deducting the service fees, handling fees and sales tax of the ticketing platform, it barely offsets all the performance expenses of Han Music Group's own artists. There are 2,369 of the 6,000 single-day early bad tickets left. The sales rate of single tickets is 61.62%. Seeing the statistics that had just been refreshed on the screen, one of the big rocks that had been hanging in Han Yi's heart today fell quietly. Selling all the early bird tickets within half an hour was one of the main goals he set after negotiating with the team at Han Live. Now it seems that completing this first task should be a sure thing. I just don't know at what minute will the final early bird ticket sell-out record stop. I got it. Mackenzie Jones refreshed the school mailbox and saw the Ticketmaster order confirmation number email. He clenched his fist happily and drew 2 circles in the air. Las Vegas, here I come. Bianca, how are you? I haven't got a queue yet. Bianca, who obviously didn't have the experience of her roommate in grabbing tickets, actually found out that she had never registered as a Ticketmaster member half a minute before the ticket was opened. By the time she completed the registration process, the ticket sales channel had been open for 2 or 3 minutes. Bianca sat cross-legged on the sofa, biting her nails nervously, watching the numbers on the screen jump continuously from 1184, 1172, 1098. You bought it, right? Open the ticket purchase page again and help me see if the 3-day early bird ticket is sold out. Okay, let me. Oh, but it seems to be sold out. Mackenzie repeatedly exited and entered the ticket purchase page 2 or 3 times, and after confirming that the gray sold out prompt of the 3-day early bird ticket was not his own hallucination, he showed it to Bianca. No. Bianca hugged her head, dragged out her voice, and sighed. What should I do? What should I do? I want to go too. Don't be nervous, let me calculate. Mackenzie took out his mobile phone and quickly entered a few numbers in the calculator app. A single day early bird ticket is 188 times 3. Okay, now, Bianca, buy 3 single day early bird tickets right away, 1 for each day, which is $16 cheaper than the 3-day advance ticket. Okay, can I buy all 3 tickets at once? Sure. I just clicked in and saw that the 3-day tickets are all on the same page. Just add them to the shopping cart separately. Hurry up, hurry up. Don't wait until even the single day tickets are gone. Billy, can you come and help me check? Is it because I didn't operate it properly? Or are all the early bird tickets sold out? Lying on the king bed in the Sky Tower single suite of the Mohegan Tribal Reservation Mohegan Sun Casino Hotel, Madison Beer unconsciously swayed her feet in the air and asked Billie Eilish, who was already in her room, drinking with her secretly all night, and was now half lying on the sofa and idling. Tomorrow, they will usher in the future now, the tour concert in Uncasville, Connecticut. The reason why Live Nation's planning team chose to perform in this New England town with a total population of no more than 20,000 was not because they were crazy, but because there is one of the largest casinos in Connecticut here, the Mohegan Tribe's Mohegan Sun Casino. There are currently 326 Indian reservations in the United States, most of which rely on operating casinos for their livelihoods. This is the most effective compensation given by the federal government to these poor natives, who were massacred and exterminated. The Mohegan Sun Casino is located in a very advantageous geographical location, at the intersection of 4 cities, New York, Boston, Springfield, and Providence. New York State still has Atlantic City in the south to go to, but for residents of Connecticut, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island, if they don't want to go too far, the Mohegan Sun Casino is almost their only choice. Such excellent natural conditions have allowed the annual revenue of the Mohegan Sun Casino to rise steadily. By 2016, this entertainment complex standing on the Thames River, yes, there is also a Thames River in New England, can generate $1.07 billion in revenue each year. When the whole family goes on a trip to the reservation for vacation, adults can hang out in casinos and bars, but at the same time, they have to find some entertainment for children and teenagers. In addition to the large-scale attached shopping mall, the Mohegan Sun Arena, which can accommodate 10,000 people, has become the best place for adults to get rid of their burdens and baggage. Buying a concert ticket can buy yourself a night of peace, so why not? Therefore, holding a concert here is actually a very wise business choice. When almost all the stops on the east coast of Future Now, the tour still had tickets left, this Uncasville show was sold out 2 months ago. There were still 24 hours before the concert, and Billy and Madison had nothing to do. Moreover, although the two are not long-established main stars like Demi Lovato and Nick Jonas, Billie Eilish, who has 2 songs on the Billboard charts, and Madison Beer, whose social media fans continue to rise and have now exceeded the 5 million mark, are not the kind of pure newcomers who can walk around the streets at all without worrying about being discovered by fans. Just arrived in Uncasville yesterday, Billy and Madison tried it once. They agreed to go shopping at Sephora in the hotel together. Before entering the store, they were blocked by several little fans at the door to take photos. In the end, it took them half an hour to escape from the shopping mall with the help of the hotel security. Billy, when will you release a new song? Madison, I love you so much. When did people recognize me? In the elevator back to the hotel room, Billie Eilish patted her chest. While she was still frightened, it was difficult to hide her pride. Madison Beal has long been accustomed to this kind of life, but for Billie, this is her first time to experience the grand occasion of being blocked in the shopping mall. The hotel is full of fans who come to watch the performance, and the possibility of going out for entertainment is marked with a big red cross. Under such circumstances, the two who finished rehearsing early, ate dinner and then sneaked back to the room, opened a few bottles of wine from the minibar, and tasted the forbidden fruit with a few bags of potato chips. Yes, when checking in, the hotel had deliberately cleared the minibar in the suite of the two underage girls, leaving only non-alcoholic soft drinks. But this is Finney's room. Poor brother, he was staring at the full refrigerator of Diet Coke in a daze. Let me see. It seems to be right. It is indeed sold out. Billie lay on the bed, hugged Madison, and put her face on her bestie's shoulder. When did the ticket go on sale? Let me see. 1 o'clock in the morning. Wow, 12 minutes ago. Madison covered her mouth and exclaimed. 12 minutes, all the early bad tickets were sold out. How many early bad tickets are there in total? 10,000. I don't know, but it must be a lot. There are 10,000 early bad tickets, so if all the tickets are sold out, it must be 100,000. Billie rubbed her eyes, trying to resist the invasion of alcohol on her brain. There should be about this many people. Madison's eyes suddenly widened, full of drunken joy. Billie, we are going to perform at a music festival for 100,000 people. 100,000 people. The two young girls, who were not even 35 years old in total, hugged each other tightly and screamed, celebrating another milestone in their careers as musicians. Whether it was Billie Eilish or Madison Beer, most of the milestones in their careers were achieved in the past few months. The first chart, the first round of the national tour, the first music festival for 100,000 people, all were achieved one by one, after signing the 360-degree contract with Kanye. Look. Madison Beer, an internet-addicted girl, skillfully switched to her Instagram account and showed Billie Eilish the comments from fans under the official announcement post. Slowly don't be so sweet, or I will always love you. Lana Del Rey's daughter 14. Why didn't you go to this year's Met? The theme is tailor-made for you. Mila Himmel, our baby girl has grown up. She's going to perform with her idol. Performing with her idol? Billie blinked in confusion. Who is your idol? Lana Del Rey. Madison giggled shyly. I love her so much, I can recite the lyrics of every song backwards. Isn't she our artist? Billie raised her eyes and thought about it. It seems that our big brother bought her and Ellie Goulding. Well, Ye now owns the artist management company they signed. Exhaling a breath of hot air with the aroma of wine, Madison Beal felt as if there were tens of thousands of ants crawling on the tip of her heart. How can the person you like be so powerful? Whatever you want, he has it. I really want to finish the tour as soon as possible, fly back to Los Angeles, and be with him. Madison bit her lower lip, squeezed her legs together, and forced herself to wear a mask in front of Billie. Billie, have you looked carefully at the artist lineup? Of course, there are your idols and my idols. Justin Bieber? Don't say that name, I'm going to cry. Justin Bieber. Really don't say it, I'm so excited now. Sophie Campbell was lying on the sofa, to be precise. She was lying on the sofa in the arms of her fiancé, holding her phone high, repeatedly looking at the VVIP ticket confirmation code on the screen, and laughing uncontrollably. Justin Bieber. Louis Finley deliberately blew in his fiancé's ear. If you say it again, we may not be able to go to London today. Sophie kissed Louis deeply, and her other hand wandered dishonestly on his abdomen. So you have to say his name for it to work, right? Louis was angry and amused. That's not what I meant. Hey, by the way, where's your ticket? Sophie poked Louis' chest with her index finger. Don't worry, I'm not buying a VVIP ticket. I can just buy a pre-sale ticket anywhere, when the time comes. Don't worry. Louis gently stroked Sophie's hair and smiled. This festival is different. With so many superstars, even ordinary tickets will definitely. No, ordinary tickets should be sold out the fastest. Sophie urged, don't buy expensive second-hand tickets on StubHub when the time comes. Decide on it first if you can. Sophie, listen to me. I'm sure I know better than you. Okay, let me tell you, this venue is very large. I just checked. There are 80,000 people. That's 240,000 tickets in 3 days. Do you think so many tickets can? Murphy's Law is not only entangled with Han Yi, it is the best friend of every self-righteous man. Louis Finley stared at the 3-day early bird tickets, 3-day pre-sale tickets, 3-day VIP tickets, and 3-day VVIP tickets, which were all sold out, as well as a small line of reminders next to them. Please remind me when the remaining tickets are released this. Louis glanced at the system time in the upper right corner of his MacBook. Glasgow, Scotland, July 6th local time, 6:47. 47 minutes. All the tickets are sold out. Chapter 204, Strength Defeats Skills. All tickets were sold out in 47 minutes. Peter Benedek adjusted his heavy old black framed glasses and smiled at Jeremy Zimmer and Jim Berkus. Sometimes, I really wonder, why are we old guys still sitting in the conference room? Gyoshi and Scooter Braun are still children in our eyes, but it turns out that even these so-called new generations are outdated. The future, wow, I can't believe I'm saying this, but the future is already in the hands of Gen Z. The time is July 14th, 2016, and the location is the boardroom of the headquarters of United Artists Agency at 9336 Civic Center Road. The people, of course, the same old ones. Utah's board chairman Jim Berkus, CEO Jeremy Zimmer, COO Andrew Tu and vice chairman Jay Suss, 9 internal directors, plus Han Yi, Karen Guo and Vincent D, 3 institutional directors representing Han Capital and Bohu Capital. All 12 board members were present. There was also Philip Voss, the board secretary who presided over the meeting, and Jeff, the chief financial officer. Oh, Jeff Dalabita had just finished the financial report for Q2 2016 and had already left the meeting. The operating income of United Artists Agency in the second quarter of 2016 was slightly higher than that of Q1, with operating income of $182.2 million, direct operating costs of $57.802 million, sales, general expenses and administrative expenses of $76.586 million, adjusted earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization of $47.806 million, and EBITDA margin of 26.23%. Whether in the fields of music, sports, esports, comedy tours or live theater, Utah can hardly claim to have made any progress from April to June this year, especially in the comedy tours, music, and sports sectors, where operating income even declined compared to the first quarter. One reason for this is that the 3 months of the second quarter are not the golden period for live entertainment, especially in areas such as the Great Lakes and New England, which are slightly higher in latitude. Even in April and May, the temperature is still low, and residents are not willing to consume live entertainment. Another reason is obvious, because Utah does not have a strong enough customer list in these fields to go against the schedule and increase. This is also the second time Han Yi has attended the Utah board meeting, and he must concentrate on solving the problem quickly. He remained silent throughout the first meeting, patiently collecting and analyzing company information. After 3 months of careful preparation, he was ready to take the initiative. Congratulations, Yi. Jeremy Zimmer still looked kind and smiling. It sold out as fast as EDC. Where is the venue? Next to Circus, right? Jim Berkus asked. Yes. Han Yi nodded in response. I went there a few years ago during Rock in Rio. The venue was incredibly large. Jesus joined the topic to ensure that the communication between the white-haired old man sitting in the chairman's seat and the fresh blue blood of the investment institution could be as smooth as possible. The venue for 85,000 people occupies an entire block. After the construction is completed, it can accommodate 73,000 people. Han Yi corrected with a smile. Not that many. It's still amazing. Jim Berkus was generous with his praise. Last time he attended the meeting, Han Yi's attitude towards him was the most subtle. Although Jim Berkus was nominally the chairman of the Utah board of directors, Han Yi's communication with him only remained at the most superficial level. In addition to the routine greetings, they had never talked alone even about work. It was the same today. Anyone with eyes could see the politeness and distance Han Yi showed to Berkus. To be fair, Jim Berkus didn't care about how someone treated him. After decades of struggling in Hollywood, if he couldn't bear a little bit of cold shoulder, he wouldn't have been able to defeat so many strong players inside and outside the company and hold the high position of chairman of the board of directors of the world's third largest performing arts agency. A young Asian boy doesn't like him? How strange. When he was young, Asians couldn't enter this conference room. Of course, Jim Berkus would never say such words publicly, which would force him to retire. The situation is stronger than people, and no matter how unwilling he is, he must cheer up in front of Han Yi and be friendly and enthusiastic. Because in Jim Berkus's view, this institutional director, whose eyes are almost growing to the sky, is the major shareholder of Utah with 41% of shares. More than his and Peter Benedict's shares combined. It may not affect his transcendent status as the founder of the company, but if Utah wants to continue to develop in the direction envisioned by Jim Berkus, and if he wants Utah to still be the one in charge, rather than Jeremy Zimmer who is too powerful to be removed, or Peter Benedict who has retreated to the second line, then Jim Berkus must rely on Han Yi's help. In other words, at least he must ensure that he does not become an obstacle to himself. In a sense, the $190 million investment from Han Capital and Bohu Capital is a poison that Jim Berkus has to take. If he does not accept the investment, Utah will be suppressed by CAA to the point of being unable to breathe. Johnny Depp has already confirmed that he will join the rival company, and Kanye West has also terminated his full-service acting agency contract with Utah and returned to 2000 Avenue of Stars. If Utah does not spend some money to stabilize its position, CAA, which was angered by the midnight raid, will soon eat Utah alive. However, accepting the $190 million means that, as long as Han Capital does not sell its shares to a third party, Han Yi will continue to have a huge influence on the board of directors of United Artists Management Company, becoming a balancing force that any party in the three-headed alliance is extremely wary of and tries to win over. Since you have chosen to drive the tiger to devour the wolf, you must be prepared for the tiger to settle down at home. How to maintain your posture and influence, not be too humble, and avoid the various forces under your command from questioning your control, while sending a signal of cooperation to Han Yi, trying to change his attitude and bring him into your own camp. This is the problem that Jim Berkus has been thinking about every day for the past 6 months. At his position and age, Utah's external expansion is no longer Jim Berkus' top priority. How to ensure a smooth generational change of power within the company is the key. This is really amazing, but considering that you are at the helm, I shouldn't be too surprised. Thinking of this, Jim Berkus carefully considered his words, making his tone sound like a loving and concerned elder. If I remember correctly, Jay told me that nearly half of the artists on Mad City are represented by Utah. Yes. Han Yi glanced at Jim Berkus. All the artists signed by Han Music have their performance contracts with Utah. This sentence has two meanings. The first is to express the close cooperation between Han Music and Utah. As long as they are artists under Han Yi, the United Artists Agency will get a share of the pie. The second is that the reason they can be on Mad City is because they are Han Music's signed artists, which has little to do with Utah. Utah is lucky to have a shareholder and partner like you. I look forward to seeing where your next plan will take us. I don't think you will lead us, Jim. Peter Benedict, who was standing aside, pulled the suspenders of his suit pants with his left hand and patted his belly with his right hand. He looked naive, like an old grandfather who had just finished a Thanksgiving dinner 5 minutes ago. We followed him. A music festival can sell $50 million in 47 minutes, which is much more efficient than Utah. Not that much, Peter. Hearing Benedict's comments that were obviously not directed at him, Kanye did not expose them, nor did he immediately take advantage of the topic. Instead, he shook his head modestly and helplessly and laughed. 6,000 one-day early bad tickets, 3,000 three-day early bad tickets, 39,000 one-day pre-sale tickets, 50,000 three-day pre-sale tickets, 7,500 one-day VIP tickets, 2,000 three-day VIP tickets, plus 600 one-day VVIP tickets and 300 three-day VVIP passes, a total of 108,400 tickets. If all are really sold out, the revenue should be $49.9152 million. After roughly deducting various expenses, the actual revenue that can fall into Han's hands is also close to $43 million. Calculated based on the maximum cost of $29 million. The gross profit of the first Mad City is also $14 million. Compared with the 9-digit operating income of EDC and Tomorrowland, there is still a long way to go to achieve a stable annual gross profit of tens of millions. However, for Mad City, which is limited in venue, has only 1 week of performances, and is held for the first time, it is already a remarkable achievement. You know, the live performance industry, especially the field of large-scale music festivals, is extremely risky. A natural disaster, a man-made disaster, or even a rainstorm that seems to have no impact on normal life can make the organizers' hard work of several months or even a whole year go to zero overnight. This is just the impact that weather can have on the revenue of music festivals. In order to successfully hold a music festival, there are dozens of factors, big and small, waiting for the organizer to consider and balance. What if the budget is not enough and the artist lineup is not attractive? Should we cut off the cheap bands that independent music fans want to see and add some top guests who can stimulate the mainstream market? Or simply give up the so-called star musicians and directly use small artists with appeal in the subgenres? What if the artist lineup is finally put together, but it is found that there is not much budget left for publicity and promotion? The performance schedule is packed, but no fans are discussing your festival on Instagram or Twitter, and ticket sales are as slow as a turtle. Cancel 2 artists and invest the budget in social media promotion, or change the promotion idea and do offline promotion in the host city? The venues are all stingy and greedy capitalists. They don't provide any facilities and services that should be provided. When it comes to holding performances, they add fees here and there. All kinds of fees that have never been heard of before pop up all at once, which directly turn the profit of the music festival into a loss. What should I do? Of course, you can find a professional team of lawyers to confront the venue head on and ensure that the performance will go smoothly within the framework of the agreement. But in this way, the consulting fees spent may be more than pinching your nose to admit the debt. These are the problems that plague most organizers around the world and are also the fundamental reason why 95% of music festival projects are not profitable or even lose money. Many people always think that music festivals are quite beautiful. Find a group of well-known musicians, come to perform for 2 or 3 days, and you can put 8 figures of cash in your pocket and go home happily. The crowded scene and the exciting melody made the organizers overlook the most important point. The music festival can create an extremely beautiful fantasy for music fans, but the reality is definitely not a utopia where you can do whatever you want. Operating a large market with tens of millions of dollars in revenue in a few days is nothing but a pipe dream without strong financial strength, solid industry relations, and an experienced operation team. Some organizers lack 2 of the 3 conditions, and the projects that could have made money can only break even. Some organizers only have 1 of the 3 conditions, and the music festival that looks promising can only record a deficit in the end. And more organizers have none of the 3 conditions, and they go into the sea with enthusiasm, and finally they are cut by the stacker holders in the supply chain. Investing $10 million and finally getting back $1 million is worth celebrating with champagne. Fortunately, the above situation is not what Kanye needs to face. For him, he has all 3. In terms of financial strength, even if Insomniac, the company behind Tomorrowland and EDC, were combined, they couldn't take out the cash in Hanyi's bank account and investment fund account. In terms of industry connections, Dr. Dre can't even be considered the protagonist in the network of more than $300 million. In terms of the operation team, Han Live has not done a single project, but it has been able to recruit several executives who have been trained by Live Nation and Eagle for more than a decade. In addition, Las Vegas has a superior geographical location and an active performance market. Halloween is a prime time, and there are no large-scale music festivals in Nevada for 2 or 3 months before and after, as well as Hanyi's full and comprehensive understanding of the music industry. It would be a strange thing if Mad City could lose money. The 24 groups of guests invited to this music festival can almost be said to be one of the strongest lineups that the European and American music scene can put together in 2016. This alone is enough to guarantee most of the box office of Mad City. This is the reality of the performance market. In terms of profitability and profit probability, the entire industry is distributed in an hourglass shape according to the level and popularity of the artists. What does it mean? Independent musicians with less fame or mainstream artists who have just debuted can only perform in live houses with 200 to 300 tickets for each performance, but most of them do not have a guaranteed fee. In other words, how much money they can make is completely linked to the box office performance. According to the 60% share that newcomers can get, if they sell $1,000, they will make $600, and if they sell $100, they will make $60. For the organizer, this profit sharing model is the safest. Although the profit is small, at least they do not need to pay the performance fee in advance, and they can basically guarantee no loss for each performance. Even if some newcomers can get the so-called guarantee, it is basically a one-time fee, which means that they have no way to share the box office revenue later. Only artists with local fame generally quote $250 to $1,500 per performance. Even if they can sell 1,000 tickets every night, the most remuneration for a regional artist with a little fame is only $5,000 to $10,000. Most small and medium-sized organizers rely on performances with less than 1,000 people as their main source of income, not because their financial resources can only support performances with 1,000 people. The Hollywood Palladium in Los Angeles can accommodate 3,000 people, and the total cost of renting the venue is no more than $50,000. Any organizer can afford it, but selling 1,000 tickets for 1,000 people is not the same as selling 3,000 tickets for 3,000 people. If you do 2 to 3 performances a month, sell 1,000 tickets each time, and calculate based on the average ticket price of $50 per ticket, plus alcohol sales and other income, you can probably make $160,000 to $70,000 in revenue. Pay the artist $30,000 in performance fees, and then pay the venue fees and labor costs. The net profit that can finally fall into your pocket is about $40,000 to $50,000. For smaller performance companies, this is already a very ideal state. And what about going a little higher? A venue with 3,000 to 10,000 people means you need an artist who is well known enough, but not well known enough to perform in a stadium, to be the guest performer. In other words, what you need is an artist who is hovering around the 3rd or 4th tier. If this single enters the Billboard chart, he can make more money. If the next single does not enter, his commercial value may drop. Just listening to this description, you can know how unstable the status of these artists is. For example, you booked DCiner for a performance in 6 months. If he continues to work hard in the next 6 months, his popularity and fame are rising, then selling a few thousand tickets will definitely not be a problem. But what if he sinks? The new single he releases is badly reviewed, and his private life is full of scandals. If a performance of this scale fails, it will not be stopped by a loss of tens of thousands of dollars. Because an artist who can sell 3,000 tickets generally charges about $20,000 to $50,000 for the performance. If it is a stadium with a scale of about 10,000 people, it will be in the range of about $100,000. In addition, the stage design team and construction team have much higher requirements and more people than live house and nightclub performances. If you are not careful, you can lose tens or even millions of dollars. The future now, the tour that Madison Beer and Billie Eilish are currently following is just like this. There are 10,000 people in the stadium, 2 headliners, and each of them is paid about $100,000 for the performance. If all the tickets are sold out, the organizer can make tens of thousands of dollars. If the ticket sales are not as expected, then the loss will be hundreds of thousands of dollars. Few people will do such a thankless task. Only Live Nation and Eglive, 2 wealthy giants, will do such a large-scale special performance in order to make the flow of money look good and to raise the stock price in the secondary market. Otherwise, these mid-level artists can only wait for offers from music festivals as a member of the platter and contribute to the box office of these events composed of dozens or hundreds of artists of the same level. We all know that the road to becoming a music superstar is as difficult as ascending to heaven. In fact, it is often not in the starting stage, but in the climbing stage after the initial momentum. Most people's performing careers can only be stuck in the range of 3,000 to 10,000 people for a lifetime, while a small number of artists can rely on their extraordinary talent, excellent production or pure luck to become phenomenal musicians who can complete world tours alone and fill tens of thousands of seats every night. At this level, the artist's asking price can reach hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars, and the split between the artist and the organizer is usually 90% of the gross profit, and the organizer can only take 10% after recovering the cost. In more extreme cases, there is even a 95%, 5% distribution plan. The reason why the split ratio is so exaggerated is that these artists have been tested and successfully transformed. Their fan base, even if each person only pays $1, can instantly create a multi-millionaire or even a billionaire. Every performance with their name on it will not have the chance of losing money. Once the tickets are available on Ticketmaster, it will take a few days or even hours before you can only buy second-hand tickets from scalpers. Who has reached this status? Justin Bieber, Madonna, Adele, Beyoncé, Ariana Grande, Coldplay, Bruce Springsteen, Eminem, Kanye West, Taylor Swift, Drake. How many similar artists are there in the 24 groups of artists in Mad City? In addition to Madison, Billie Eilish and Lil Yachty, who were stuffed in by Kanye as opening guests to get posters and popularity, 70% of the Mad City lineup are stars who can perform in medium and large venues with 3,000 to 10,000 people, and 30% are superstars who can fill stadiums with tens of thousands of people at will. How can such a powerful lineup not sell tickets? This is the reason why Kanye dared to sell tickets online on a large scale, even though he did not have enough time for pre-production promotion. It is enough to buy the draft symbolically and to set up the account ceremonially on the day of ticket opening. As long as these 24 groups of guests send out the tweet, it is more than enough to sell out half of the tickets within one day, not to mention all of them are sold out. This logic of one force defeating 10 skills exists in any industry. No matter how sophisticated the business ideas are, or how effective the operation model is, it cannot beat 2 words: money. With money, you can make the top lineup. With money, you can sell out all the tickets without any pressure. With money, you can avoid losing money. With money, you can make more money. Kanye, a pragmatist, knows very well where his biggest advantage is. In the field of live performances, which are very time sensitive, and where forward-looking vision and future information are almost useless, his biggest advantage is the eye-watering balance in his bank account. Precisely because of his clear judgment of the situation, Kanye has never worried about ticket sales from the beginning. Whether it takes an hour, a day, a week or a month, Mad City tickets can always be sold out. He is more interested in exploring the possibility of the organizer directly intervening in the secondary ticket market through this performance. If a music festival is successful, it can only make 8 figures at most. If this experiment is successful, Kanye will open up a huge market with a potential commercial value of 10 or even 11 figures. If the organizer can adopt 100% dynamic ticket prices, if the organizer can replace scalpers, if the organizer can integrate the power and channels of scalpers into ticket sales, publicity and even artist promotion, the paper box office of music festival in Han Live with $50 million can leverage a big cake for 5 or even 10 times that. So, on the night of July 5th, Kanye temporarily changed his strategy. It was not to wait until the sales volume in the primary market reached 60% of the total ticket volume, and then gradually release the 15,000 3-day passes and 14,000 single-day pre-sale tickets in the secondary market. Instead, after 60% of the primary market tickets were sold out, all ticket types were directly removed from the shelves and a sold-out sign was hung. The remaining 40%, 43,360 tickets, regardless of how many tickets of each type are left, all flow into the secondary market and are sold at a premium through StubHub, SeatGeek and Viagogo. This is the real reason why Mad City sold out in 47 minutes. Because 40% of the tickets were taken back by Han Yi. The early bad tickets, which were very discounted, have indeed been sold out. A total of 9,000 tickets have generated a box office revenue of $2.478 million for Han Yi. The proportion is not large, but the early bad tickets are originally a marketing method for the organizer to stimulate consumers to buy in advance. Seeing that the early bad tickets are sold out quickly, most ticket buyers will not consider the marketing thinking behind them, but will only marvel at the popularity of this event and join the rush to buy. Next, there are only 900 rich exclusive VVIP tickets, which are expensive, but have very generous rights and benefits. It is the second ticket type to be cleared, and most of the buyers are scalper teams such as Wisegai's tickets. Because the rich rarely have the time, energy, or interest to grab tickets, they are not sensitive to the face value premium. As long as the product is attractive enough and can bring them sufficient emotional value and social value, even if the price of $3,000 per ticket doubles, countless people are willing to pay. In the United States, how many rich people can afford $3,000 per music festival ticket and want to take a photo with Justin Bieber, Eminem and Kanye West? No one knows the exact number, but it is definitely several orders of magnitude higher than 900 people. After all, on February 3rd this year, the 50th Super Bowl was held at the Levy Stadium in Santa Clara, California. The Denver Broncos played against the Carolina Panthers. Neither team is considered a giant in the NFL, and the population and economic scale of the cities they are located in are also small. But even so, the average price of a ticket to the 2016 Super Bowl reached $4,841. That is a football stadium with a capacity of 72,000 people. The better the product provided, the more it reflects a person's social status and wealth level, and the more high-income consumers are willing to pay a premium. Therefore, the sales rate of 3-day VIP tickets and 1-day VIP tickets has reached more than 85%. The slowest sales are the pre-sale tickets with the largest number. By the time they were listed on Ticketmaster and Eventbrite, only 48.7% had been sold. The remaining tickets are the main products of Han Live in the secondary ticketing market. There are currently 1,228 second-hand tickets for the 3-day pre-sale tickets of Mad City at $580 on the 3 platforms of StubHub, SeatGeek and Viagogo, with an average price of around $755. Even if calculated according to this premium, the remaining tickets in Han Yi's hands are enough for him to generate more than $7 million in revenue. This is equivalent to selling 12,600 more tickets. This is the charm of the secondary ticketing market. What's more, clearing the primary tickets early and creating the gimmick of sold out in 47 minutes is also good for the popularity of Han Live and Mad City itself. Not only local newspapers in Nevada, but also mainstream media on the West Coast and the East Coast have paid attention to this rising new brand. The reason why Peter Benedek knows so much about the data is that he read it in the news report of Deadline yesterday. Don't be too modest, Yi. Even Deadline said, the rapid sellout of Mad City tickets highlights the unparalleled commercial potential of this music festival. Word for word, I'm not exaggerating at all. Peter Benedek smiled and sipped a sip of coffee. According to the way he and Han Yi had rehearsed, he brought the topic to the point they wanted to introduce. I think the brand effect and cluster effect in the field of music are also very important for Utah. If Utah wants to win the battle with CAA, the expansion of weak areas needs to be paid more attention. I agree with you very much, Peter. In fact, Karen and I attended the meeting today to make such an initiative. Han Yi's eyes slowly scanned the conference room and spoke in a deep voice. As a committed shareholder who believes in Utah's potential, I want to highlight an important area where we need to strengthen our efforts: our roster of music clients. The entertainment landscape is vast and diverse. While Utah has always been proud of its all-star roster in film and television, we need to recognize the growing importance and profitability of the modern music industry. We do excel in some areas, but if we are to be honest with ourselves and our vision for Utah, we must acknowledge that simply being in film and television is not enough. Conglomerates like CAA and WME have always been our most important competitors, and our shortcomings in many areas of weakness give them an advantage over us. Without addressing these shortcomings, it will always be a fairy tale to achieve parity with them, let alone surpass them. Therefore, it is precisely because of the simultaneous recognition of Utah's potential and the urgency of this issue that we have to face the challenge of the current situation. I chose to invest $190 million in our company because of my commitment to the company. But this is more than just a simple cash infusion. You should view the investment by Han Capital and Bohu Capital as a call to action, a call to innovate, adapt, and expand. With the support of these funds, I propose that we strategically acquire a number of other music agencies, those with strong music clients and a good track record in the industry. I believe that these acquisitions will not only diversify our portfolio, but also position Utah as a giant in the music field. I invested in Utah, both financially and emotionally, hoping to see Utah reach new heights. I believe that with collective efforts and strategic decisions, we will redefine our tradition. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that our new tradition as a top music agency will begin with the acquisition of Circle Talent Agency. Chapter 205: Expansion and Advancement. The first strategic idea that Han Yee proposed at the board meeting did not surprise anyone in the room. Most of the junior partners and assistant agents downstairs may not have heard of Han Capital's bold and sophisticated layout in the music field, but the directors sitting in this conference room are well aware of it. To give a simple example, 63% of the music clients signed by Utah last quarter came from the newly established Han Music Group. Inside and outside the United Artists Agency, Han Yee has established a very clear public image for himself, a Chinese billionaire who is keen on investing in the music industry. Therefore, everyone on the Utah board of directors had long expected Han Yee to propose at the quarterly meeting to use the $190 million investment he injected into the company to expand in the music field. The question is how much to spend, when to spend, and on whom to spend. Before Han Yee spoke, the members of the board of directors each had an answer in their hearts. Should they spend money to attract a music superstar and raise the ceiling of Utah's music field, or acquire a talent agency specializing in music to broaden and deepen Utah's customer pool, or directly guide Utah into a new field, acquire a record company or an offline performance company, and develop ancillary music businesses other than agency to achieve diversified development? Today, Han Yee revealed the answer. He chose the safest way. Acquire Circle Talent Agency, which has been working closely with United Artists Agency and has been getting closer and closer in the past 1 or 2 years. This boutique-style performing arts agency was founded by Kevin Kimball and Steve Gordon in 1998. In the late 1990s, the two rookies in the music industry were still pocket organizers of drum and bass parties in Philadelphia, until a DJ, Diesel Boy, asked him to help plan a tour, and then he accidentally entered the music agency business. Soon, the two accumulated an exclusive list of 75 artists, and made the name of CTA famous on the East Coast. Circle Talent Agency, which started out as an electronic music company, has electronic music in its blood. Today, almost 100% of their client list is made up of electronic music producers and famous DJs. Cascade, Connage, Excision, and of course, the two rising stars that Han Yee is most optimistic about, Marshmello and Illenium. With 40 employees and 200 artists, Circle Talent Agency took on an astonishing 12,000 performance contracts last year. This year's EDC had a total of 78 artists from CTA participating, accounting for 35% of the total number of guests at the music festival, which is much more than any other agency. In short, CTA is now at least in the first echelon of the North American electronic music industry. However, due to personnel and scale limitations, Circle can only operate independently in the business of nightclubs, warehouse parties and electronic music festivals. As for music business, live performance marketing or digital marketing, it still has to rely on the deep and broad connections of the 4 major performing arts agencies. And coincidentally, the big tree with the best relationship with CTA is Utah. Over the past few years, Utah and CTA have launched a full range of cooperation, especially after the agency group was acquired by Utah and Neil Warnock became the head of Utah's music department. The relationship between the two sides has become closer. In fact, former executives of the agency group, JJ Castle and Troy Rask, are currently serving as vice presidents of the live performance department at CTA. The middle and senior management of the music departments of both sides are the same team, which naturally makes communication easier. I have participated in such a board meeting once, which gave me a lot of inspiration and surprises. One of the surprises was that I found that at United Artists Agency, every board member can speak freely and offer suggestions for the future development of this great agency. So, I would like to thank you all here, especially Chairman Burkus and President Zimmer, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you for giving me time today to discuss a key strategic decision. This decision may shape Utah's development trajectory in the next few years. Hanley was well prepared, and his opening remarks could be described as flawless. Regardless of the attitudes of the two, he first thanked Jim Burkus and Jeremy Zimmer for providing the so-called free speech platform to shut their mouths and at least allow himself to complete the next statement. I believe this acquisition will reposition our position in the talent agency space and give us a unique advantage over two powerful competitors, WME and CAA. As we all know, the entertainment industry is changing rapidly. Streaming platforms, global connectivity, and the digital age have irreversibly changed the face of live entertainment. Today, traditional channels and mainstream markets are no longer the only options. A variety of vibrant subcategories have emerged in the performance market, which are full of fast-growing opportunities. That's why I'm optimistic about Circle Talent Agency. Although Circle Talent Agency is smaller than Utah in size, but it has established a strong and significant presence in one of the fastest growing and most influential fields, electronic music. Let's consider a few key points. First, the untapped sector in the music agency field. Although mainstream music, or pop music, has always been the core of our business, the global rise of electronic and hip-hop music cannot be ignored. Both styles have shown impressive resilience and adaptability. Their digital marketing and promotion methods are perfectly aligned with modern consumer habits. The appeal across borders can bring us to more emerging markets, while significantly reducing the barriers to artistic exchange. Because, don't forget, electronic music is a global art that does not require language to understand. Anyone who has the desire to dance is our potential consumer. Second, through the acquisition of Circle Talent. Third, it gives us a whole new way to challenge WME and CAA's hegemony in the music industry. If we were to go head to head in the pop music market, how much would we have to pay to sign Adele or Taylor Swift? Why would these superstars, who already make hundreds of millions of dollars a year, want to change? Since we can't quickly close the gap in the traditional field, we can change our thinking. By investing in niche markets, we can carve out our own unique territory and become fourth. The acquisition of CTA is, in my opinion, also economically viable. The return on investment in this acquisition is not just about immediate profits in the short term, but a long-term game. The synergies between our two companies may drive the development of relationships with some music festivals, brand events and various platforms closely related to these styles. In other words, we will be able to attract a large number of partners that Utah could not reach before. I believe that Utah can provide them with more complete management services, not only on the artist side, but also on the digital marketing side and business side. Finally, the acquisition of CTA is also beneficial to the brand value of Utah. When we enter these fast-moving music fields, we are sending a clear message to the industry. Utah is an enterprising, adaptive and always one step ahead creative enterprise. We are not just competing in the performing arts agency industry. What we want to do is to lead the development of the entire industry. In short, ladies and gentlemen, this acquisition is not just a transaction. It is a strong statement of Utah's strategic intentions for the future. By bringing Circle Talent Agency into our fold, we will not only strengthen our position in the industry, but also set a precedent that others will want to follow. Thank you for the in-depth introduction, Yi. Jim Berkus rubbed the back of his right hand with the fingertips of his left hand, pondered for a moment, and spoke first. I believe that leveraging these niche markets, and an agency like Circle Talent Agency that focuses on niche markets, should be an effective strategic move to help you to grow and diversify. I fully support us further exploring this opportunity to ensure that Utah remains at the forefront of the entertainment industry. In theory, Jim Berkus, as the chairman of the board, should not be the first to voice his support for Han Yi's proposal, but should have reached a consensus after discussion with other members of the board. But Berkus needs to seek Han Yi's change of attitude and final support. After all, the $190 million has been received. How to use this money for investment, and in which areas to invest, are all matters that require the approval of institutional shareholders to proceed smoothly. Han Yi wants Utah to allocate some of the $190 million to directly acquire Circle, which is not an excessive request. First, Circle Talent valuation of the agency is not high. Even if we calculate it, based on 12,000 performance agreements a year and an average performance fee of $20,000 per artist, the total revenue from performances is only $24 million. Performance income already accounts for more than 90% of CTA's total revenue. Even if we calculate it based on Utah's EBITDA profit margin, with an annual profit of $6 million, even if the overall acquisition is overpriced, $40 million is enough to take 100% of the equity from Kevin Kimball and Steve Gordon. Spending $40 million can indeed enhance Utah's agency power in the music sector, and there will still be $150 million left. Using a clear-cut attitude in exchange for Han Yi's other expansion proposals to Jim Berkus and his direct line is a win-win in any case. I completely agree with Jim's point of view. Jesus, Jim Berkus' most loyal and capable assistant, quickly set the stage for the boss. Mr. Han, your proposal is indeed very insightful. We need to explore this opportunity in detail to ensure that it brings the best benefits to Utah, and to ensure that the teams in each business segment are on the same front and work together to advance Utah's direction. Yes, we have no time to waste. Before Mr. Warnick took office, the performance of Utah's music business line was obvious to all. David Kramer, the chess piece that Peter Benedek placed in the company, took over Jesus' words, without mentioning the latter, but refuting the latter with every word. This is an opportunity we can't miss. I think the team responsible for M&A should act immediately. Ladies and gentlemen, we need more decision-making power and action, not just agreement. The lengthy procedures are the root cause of our gradual lag behind in many emerging fields, even behind boutiques like CTA. As Mr. Han said, we must be aggressive and adaptable, always one step ahead of others. In many things, we must first speed up. After saying this, David Kramer raised his glass to drink water, buried his face completely in the mug, and deliberately ignored Jesus' somewhat stiff and unhappy expression. I understand David and Jay's concerns, but I also see the great potential of this cooperation. After the key players finished speaking, Jeremy Zimmer, who did not seize the initiative, finally expressed his position. Since you can't be the first person to make your position clear, then keep calm until all stacker holders are positioned on the spectrum, and then find a middle point that best suits your own interests to mediate. This is a tried and tested tactic that Jeremy Zimmer has used since he became the CEO of Utah. Everyone here wants the best for Utah, so let's delve into this opportunity together and make sure the company has taken the most appropriate procedures. Neil, can you contact Circle on behalf of Utah to find out what they think? Jeremy Zimmer turned to Neil Warnock, who was sitting in the third seat on the right of Han Yi, and kept his arms folded across his chest, as if he was in a trance. He said that he would conduct in-depth research and adopt appropriate procedures, but in action he directly arranged for Neil Warnock to make contact. The middle position, where Jeremy Zimmer stood, was obviously biased towards Han Yi. As a result, a strange situation was formed in the entire conference room. Jim Berkus, Peter Benedek and Jeremy Zimmer all supported Han Ye's proposal to acquire Circle Talent Agency, but because of their different levels of support, they were divided into two opposing groups. After a few words of confrontation, the person who seemed to be the least supportive of Han Ye's idea turned out to be Jim Berkus, who was the first to speak in support. This was undoubtedly a very depressing result for Berkus and says, no problem, Jeremy. I will contact CTA personally and start a dialogue on potential M&A opportunities. Once there is substantial progress, the company's M&A team and legal team can intervene directly and take action quickly and strategically. Great, Jim and Jeremy, I'm glad you agree with my proposal. Han Ye clapped his hands and applauded twice, his smile looking quite high-spirited. This will be a good start for the expansion of our music business line. Now, I would like to propose an even bolder idea. No, in my opinion, it is actually a very business logical and correct approach. In addition to CTA, why can't we consider also acquiring Paradigm Talent Agency? Paradigm? When Han Ye made his second proposal, the conference room fell into a brief silence. Even Matt Rice, the head of the TV department who had nothing to do with the music section, Blair Cohen, the representative of the film and television agent, and Chris Day, the director of corporate communications, all used different ways, such as rubbing their cheeks, raising their eyebrows, or taking a long breath, to implicitly and euphemistically express their strong suspicion. Paradigm, also an emerging force independent of the four major performing arts agencies, is much larger than Circle. Sam Gore, the founder of Paradigm, has been active in the Hollywood performing arts agency industry since the late 1970s. In 1986, after 7 years of hard work in the company of the previous generation of legendary agent Martin Gage, Sam Gore founded his own performing arts agency SGA and passed it on to the Hollywood Entertainment Agency. He rose to prominence by successfully running Philip Seymour Hoffman's film and television career. In 1993, he gradually acquired several small talent agencies and renamed SGA to Paradigm, embarking on a path of rapid development almost at the same time as Utah. Today, Paradigm not only has Oscar-winning actor Adrien Brody, one of the protagonists of Modern Family Julia Bowen, Latin lover Antonio Banderas and other Hollywood film and television stars, but has also expanded its business to the music field. In other words, a more appropriate statement is that Paradigm's current main source of profit is actually the music section. In 2005, Paradigm entered the music industry for the first time and acquired the Monterey Peninsula Artist Agency, bringing in the Black Eyed Peas, Aerosmith, Dave Banderas and more. Matthews Band and Toby Keith were brought under its wing. Later, it acquired the New York agency Little Big Man, making the Fray and Coldplay, whose commercial value would soar in the future, its flagship clients. In 2012, Sam Gore, who had a unique vision, established a joint venture with the radio company AM, only to develop a presence in the booming electronic music field, signing legendary producers such as David Guetta, Skrillex and Tiesto. In 2014, after acquiring a 50% stake in the London-based agency Coda, Paradigm's client list added several new names, including Bon Jovi and the rest. Iva, Jason Mraz, Ed Sheeran. Apart from anything else, the two British names of Coldplay and Ed Sheeran alone can pull a long way from Utah's client list. Last year, PTA's annual revenue was $260 million. It is incomparable to CTA, which is worth tens of millions of dollars, and its size is more than 1/3 of Utah. How much does it cost to swallow up this level of agency? In this conference room, only Han Ye knows. In 2019, Paradigm had contacted Utah to negotiate the sale of the company's music agency sector as a whole, with a price tag of $300 million or more. In 2021, Paradigm, whose live performance sector was hit hard, sold its music business at a low price to Wasserman Music, owned by the entertainment family Wasserman family. Even during the Black Swan period, the cash received by Paradigm was in the range of $200 million. There is no doubt that this is far beyond what Utah can currently afford. With $150 million, can the entire PTA be acquired in 2016? Dream on. Can we acquire their music business line? Maybe, but this $190 million is obtained by Utah giving up 41% of its equity, and a considerable part of it is dividend incentives for employees and bonuses for board members. What will they eat after spending all the money? Yee. I really appreciate the boldness and vision behind your proposal. It is this forward-looking thinking that is driving our industry forward. Jeremy Zimmer exchanged glances with Jim Berkus. He knew that, although they were in different camps, Jim Berkus had thrown himself under the bus once, and this time he should come out to take control of the situation. However, I must express some reservations about the proposal to acquire Paradigm Talent Agency. From a financial perspective, such a major acquisition may overconsume our resources. However, I notice the aggressiveness in this proposal, and I think we should always consider the big picture. This is a very critical point. Make sure the decisions we make can best serve Utah's long-term stability and growth, rather than short-term revenue stimulation. I have to agree with our CEO as well. Vice Chairman Jay Suss this time stood up before Jim Berkus and expressed his superior's attitude with his mouth. Although Mr. Hahn, your proposal is indeed ambitious, and I believe it has great prospects, we must ensure that our financial foundation is solid. In such an unstable industry environment, large-scale acquisitions may bring unnecessary risks. I mean, we have to balance the 2 points of foresight and practicality. Compared with Jeremy Zimmer, Jay Suss's negative tone is stronger. As the head of a specific business segment, he and Hani are separated by a top decision-making level. Some words expressed by him are less hurtful, and there is a possibility of less negative impact. I don't think so. Peter Benedek rolled his throat twice and muttered in a low voice. Running a business is not just about maintaining the status quo or acting cautiously. Real success often comes from companies that are willing to take huge risks. If we always choose to take the safe path, we may miss the biggest opportunity in the industry. Jim, if we had not chosen the merger at that time, would we still have the golden signboard of United Artists Agency now? Yee. I fully support your proposal. I think we should seriously consider this aggressive expansion strategy. This old guy has gone crazy in order to kiss the ass of the new shareholders. Jim Berkus, who was directly picked out by Peter Benedek and put on the stage, cursed in his heart. This silver-haired old fox has retreated to the second line and does not hold any real power position in the company. Whether the company has money or how much money it has little to do with him. The 1 or 2 million, 2 or 3 million acquisition bonuses allocated to him will not make any difference to Benedek at this age. Maybe Peter deliberately supports Hani's radical expansion, disrupts the normal operation of the company, muddies the water, and then waits for an opportunity to take back the throne. Although taking risks is part of business, we must also be deeply aware of the possible consequences. Jim Berkus sorted out his thoughts and spoke. At this moment, I think we should focus on consolidating our advantages while expanding cautiously to ensure that we can withstand unforeseen challenges. I admire your enthusiasm and innovative thinking, Yee, but I have reservations about pursuing this particular huge adventure at this time. HMM. Hearing Jim Berkus' words, Hani's social temperature obviously dropped a few points. He folded his hands on his chin and stared at the other party. After a while, he saw that the whispers in the conference room had completely disappeared. Seeing Jim Berkus somewhat unnaturally straightening his cuffs, he suddenly smiled and changed his eyes from not understanding to agreement. Jim, thank you for your reminder. It is true that we need to be extra careful on the way forward. I fully understand and respect your position. I was a little aggressive. Considering the stability and healthy growth of the company, I have an alternative. Why don't we consider acquiring a smaller, but equally influential performing arts agency? Such a merger may reduce risks, while bringing more opportunities and benefits to Utah. For example, which one? For example, Cara Lewis Group. Chapter 206, Two-Sided Game. Everyone can guess why Hani first proposed to acquire Paradigm and then revealed his true intention to take over Cara Lewis' personal agency Cara Lewis Group. The mentality of meet me halfway is not only a unique way of negotiation for Chinese people, especially in the entertainment agency industry. Generally speaking, when an entertainment agent receives an inquiry letter from a certain organizer, they will never take the initiative to disclose the specific performance fee of the artist. At most, they will set a roughly acceptable price range for the organizer's reference. Because, in a commercial transaction, where the goods have no fixed value and the price is floating, the buyer and seller who quotes first will lose. Whether it is in the most rundown and dirty street market in Dhaka, Bangladesh, or in a skyscraper with all glass curtain walls in New York, the United States, this is the case. After all, if the negotiating opponent knows a quotation first, they can quickly calculate the budget range you are actually willing to bear, and use this as a basis to adjust the pricing strategy in a targeted manner. If the price quoted is too low, they will tell you that the price you offer is not enough, and at least a few tens of thousands more will be required before the artist agrees. If the price you offer is higher than the expected price of the agency, or the highest price ever paid by the artist in the performance market, then I'm sorry. The agency will directly accept your offer, and will anchor your offer as the baseline for the artist's next acceptable performance fee. From debut to fame, musicians gradually raise their performance fees from $1,000 or $2,000 to $100,000 or $200,000, which is achieved through a repeated bargaining between the agency and various purchasers. In actual operation, the organizer will try to keep the initial offer as low as possible, and the performing arts agency will offer the highest price possible. After several or even dozens of rounds of bargaining, the two sides finally take a step back and sign a performance contract at a price that is barely acceptable to both parties. As for who gives up more, who is more reluctant, and who is more acceptable, each transaction is different. Bags, cars, and even private jets, no matter how shocking the price is, the seller must at least clearly mark the price, and there are similar and same level products on the market as benchmarks for reference. If the Mercedes-Benz S-Class you like is too expensive, you can bargain with the dealer. If you can't make it, you can go to the next door to buy a BMW. In short, the space for both buyers and sellers to operate is limited, restrained, and traceable. But it's not the same for performances. There are no two people in this world who are exactly the same, and of course there are no two artists who are exactly the same. Justin Bieber's streaming data is much higher than Eminem's. Even if the former has more concert tours, Eminem can charge 3 times more than Justin. What rules can be followed in this phenomenon, and what reason can be said? You have worked hard for half a lifetime, and scraped together $5 million to establish your own music festival brand. You save here and there, and are only willing to give Diplo, the head guest you want to invite, $100,000. And another person in this world was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He didn't know what it meant to be short of money since he was a child. He never even took a commercial flight and traveled by private plane. For him, giving Diplo $500,000 to play a disc for an hour at a birthday party with only 30 people is a small matter that can be done with some pocket money. Both are potential customers. Which one will the entertainment agency give priority to? Does Diplo need a clear market offer? Many industry rules that seem incredible to outsiders actually have a rather rough but strong reality basis. From this perspective, the old hands on the board of directors of United Artists Agency, who have been immersed in the entertainment agency industry for many years, are the most familiar group of people on this planet with the words such as game, compromise, concession, and taking the middle value. That's why Han Yi was confident and bold to adopt this negotiation strategy. He knew very well that both Jim Berkus and Jeremy Zimmer could receive the signal he wanted to send. An acquisition of Circle Talent Agency cannot satisfy me. I don't ask you to accept the proposal of merging Paradigm, which seems unrealistic at the moment, but buying another music agency is my psychological bottom line. If you don't accept Cara Lewis Group, find a substitute that can satisfy me. And in this industry, how many companies can perfectly replace Cara Lewis Group? At least Han Yi can't think of it. First, the ownership of CLG's company is very clear, because this limited liability company established in New York has only one shareholder, Carla Lewis. Secondly, unlike Utah, which has hundreds of agents, each of whom has clients who have followed him for many years, and has a complex network of power, every artist on CLG's client list is a direct client of Carla Lewis. As long as Carla Lewis is satisfied with the transaction conditions, subsequent economic treatment, and company positions, CLG's artist resources will be used by Utah very stably, satisfying the requirements of an agent, even if that person is the female devil. Carla Lewis is much easier than coordinating the interests of dozens of people at the same time. When the agency group was acquired last year, 2,000 musicians were managed by 95 agent teams. 95 teams. When Jeremy Zimmer and Andrew Tate thought of this number, and the related transfers, promotions, layoffs, and countless lengthy negotiations behind it, their scalps tingled. They didn't want to experience the same nightmare twice within a year. Moreover, the board of directors has reached a preliminary consensus to acquire Circle Talent Agency. Although the exact number of employees is still unclear, judging from the scale, there are at least 20 to 30 or even 30 to 40 agents to deal with. If Han Lee's request must be met, and the acquisition of 2 music performing arts agencies must be promoted at the same time this quarter, then Carla Lewis and her Carla Lewis Group are indeed the best choice in terms of the complexity of the transaction and the actual value that can be brought to Utah after the transaction. The second choice. Although the artist scale and annual revenue are not very eye-catching, so far, Carla Lewis Group has only represented 46 artists and only signed 800 performance contracts in the first year of its establishment. Not to mention Utah, it is less than 1/10 of CTA. But don't forget that CLG is full of hip-hop artists that United Artists Agency urgently needs. And a considerable number of them are top hip-hop artists in the circle. Eminem, Pitbull, Chance the Rapper, Travis Scott, Ludacris, Pusha T, Bryson Tiller. Chance the Rapper's magnificent Coloring World Tour, which has more than 30 dates, Travis Scott's 70 annual performances in 2015, plus the 4 South American Lollapalooza festival tours that Eminem has arranged. The profitability of Carla Lewis Group is quite terrifying. Apart from other things, the 4 music festivals in Santiago, Chile, Sao Paulo, Brazil, Buenos Aires, Argentina, and San Isidro, Argentina alone brought CLG $12 million in turnover and $1.2 million in revenue. In the first year of its establishment, the company's internal revenue was close to $3.5 million. More importantly, because of the simple internal structure, low management expenses and operating costs, CLG's EBITDA profit margin can reach an astonishing 64.3%. In other words, a small company with only 1 agent and several assistants can generate $2.2505 million in gross profit each year. This kind of acquisition, with a healthy cash flow and a strong customer list, can effectively boost the profit margin, popularity, and industry status of Utah's music sector. Even if it is acquired at a premium of 100% and a high price of more than $25 million, it is worth it. Because, for United Artists Management Company, what they value is not only the 800 performance contracts and the turnover of $30 to $40 million, but also the story that this series of superstars can help them tell in the capital market after being placed on the artist list of Utah's official website. Every internal director in the conference room, even Peter Benedek, who now seems to be in solidarity with Han Lee, has a secret goal in his heart, that is, to introduce 1 or more new investors in the next round of financing to become a force to check and balance Han Lee and Bohu Capital. Now, Han Capital and Bohu Capital are the barbarians that the management team has to bow their heads and obey, because at this moment, only these 2 closely connected institutional shareholders have enough capital and shares to influence the company's development plan. And what is the best way to deal with the barbarians? Lead another tribe that eats raw meat and drinks blood to their side. It is still the same wisdom and strategy. If you want to devour the wolf, you must drive the tiger away. In a company, a single large investor fights with the management. In most cases, the investor has the last laugh. The reason is simple. The management is usually not a monolithic entity. More often, they are like the current Utah, with several major factions fighting each other, cooperating in competition, and competing in cooperation. In the face of team integration, it is difficult for capital with the same goals to form a joint force. It is obviously unrealistic to want to break this dilemma and let the management form a united front. After all, a company is an organization that seeks business opportunities and seizes profits from market fluctuations and conflicts. And such fluctuations and conflicts will naturally spread within the organization, especially between core business departments. The scarcity of resources and the profit-seeking nature lead to group conflicts. This is the underlying logic of human society that cannot be changed in a short period of time. Therefore, the most rational and pragmatic approach is to let the investors also fall into the struggle. One investor cannot fight. Only when two investors are equally matched in financial and material resources, have very different strategic goals, and are both interested in controlling the company, will they fight over the way the pie is distributed, thus giving the management team room to mediate. In other words, Han Yi is now watching the internal fighting between Jim Berkus, Jeremy Zimmer, and Peter Benedek. No matter who he favors, whoever wins in the end, he will get the benefits. And the idea of the three giants is that you, Han Yi, can't have an easy time. You just invested in it and became the largest institutional shareholder. Do you want to strongly influence the direction of the company's development? No problem. Insist on acquiring a music agency? Okay. Cultivate your own confidence and power in the music sector in this way. Feel free to do so. As long as they don't force the merger of Paradigm, which will have to use more funds, and even eventually lead to the Utah board of directors accepting more investment from Han Yi, making his influence so huge that it loses control. The three giants are willing to agree to other small goals that can be achieved with the $190 million investment. You know, taking over Circle Talent Agency and Cara Lewis Group will help more than just Han Yi, the initiator of the proposal. A stronger music business line means a higher valuation. A higher valuation means more interested investors. More interested investors mean a big fight. When Han Capital and Bohu Capital have to fight against the larger Wall Street consortium, Han Yi will have to cede a large part of his interests to the existing management team in exchange for their support. There is no doubt that Han Yi's opponents will do the same. The spoils you get when you are proud will have to be spit out piece by piece when you are in trouble. Spend the money you invested to increase the value of the investment target, and then introduce new investors through board resolutions to weaken your power. So far, Han Yi's investment in Utah has been all overt. Correspondingly, the strategies of the three giants of Utah to follow the trend and check and balance Han Yi are all overt. Two sides of the same coin, inseparable. Therefore, it is not too difficult to get the 12 board members to agree to take action against CTA and CLG at the same time. Because everyone thinks that they will be the big winner of this acquisition. I think your suggestion to acquire Cara Lewis Group is more pragmatic. Although this agency is small in scale, its influence and strength in the music industry cannot be underestimated. By merging with Cara Lewis and her team, we can further consolidate Utah's position in the music field and become a powerful force in the music field. This is a promising and currently very feasible direction, and I agree with it. After drawing out the general strategic framework for himself and the stakeholders who need to be contacted next, Jim Berkus smiled with a sincerity and enthusiasm that he had not seen for a long time. Jim, I must say that I agree with you without reservation this time. Cara Lewis has indeed provided us with a valuable development opportunity, and the amount of funds required is also within the company's affordability. This is undoubtedly an investment goal we should pursue. Thank you for bringing us such inspiration, and Jim, I also want to thank you for your firm and passionate support. After saying this, Jeremy Zimmer looked at Peter Benedek with a smile, waiting for the latter's response. You know me, Jeremy, I trust Yi's investment vision very much. From the investment in Utah, we can see that he is a genius investor. Peter Benedek still talked nonsense and looked like an old naughty boy. I will fully support any suggestions he makes. Thank you, Peter. It is a wonderful thing to be recognized by the most senior industry insiders. Han Yi leaned over slightly exaggeratedly, patted the shoulder of Peter Benedek, who was sitting on his left, and shook hands cordially. I'm deeply humbled and grateful for the full support you have shown for both the acquisition of Cara Lewis Group and the Circle Talent Agency. It is truly inspiring to see that when united, we are able to envision an even brighter future for Utah. I have always believed in the collective wisdom of this team, and today's situation has once again confirmed that. Han Yi, with his hands spread out and an open attitude, seemed to be quite excited and satisfied that the three giants all agreed with his ideas. Now, with the same spirit of teamwork, I would like to open the topic and hand this conference table back to our diligent management team. I'm eager to hear your strategic proposals and ideas on how to further drive Utah forward. Let us continue this journey together and chart the best course for the future of Utah. Chapter 207 Resonant Love. So, which proposals did you agree to in the end? Zhao Yaozhen, who was sitting in the back seat of the Bentley Bentayga, kneaded her neck, which was a little sore after 10 hours of high-intensity work, and made her body fit as closely as possible with the seat to relieve the pressure. Her half-open and half-closed eyes cast a rare lazy gaze, passing by the single-family villas outside the window that were gradually hidden in the night. She and Han Yi were busy all day in room 1000 of Xinghu building preparing for the release of a new song tomorrow. After work, she took his car to Little Osaka and waited for a seat for half an hour. Before her chest was really pressed against her back, she finally sat on the sofa and finished 2 bowls of dipping noodles with spicy vegetables with great satisfaction. Afterwards, they were so full that they could hardly walk, so they discussed walking across the street to the small Japanese supermarket called Najiya Market across the street to go shopping and digest their food. 2 foodies went to the supermarket, so it made sense not to do a lot of shopping. This time, they bought a lot of snacks that Yaozhen liked, Han Yi liked, or both of them liked. Now, they are avoiding the congestion of I-405 and driving leisurely on the residential lanes of Brentwood along the winding mountain road, heading towards 864 Stradella Road. Han Yi and Zhao Yaozhen will wait there to watch a talk show to promote Mad Decent's nuclear level new single tomorrow. No matter how you look at it, today's itinerary and experience are almost perfect for Yaozhen. Zhu Yiru, sitting next to her, is the one who is almost. I really committed a sin. Zhao Yaozhen used this Chinese word she learned from Han Yi very aptly to describe her current situation. Since the 2 frank conversations at Shancheng restaurant and the Vermont apartments that day, this delicate and fragile balance has been achieved between 3 smart and sincere young people who do not want their lives to be dominated by conflicts and contradictions, because there are too many other important things to be accomplished. In the most direct, cruel, but also unexpectedly reassuring way, Zhu Yiru and Zhao Yaozhen learned about their status in Han Yi's heart and their determination to win this boy. Zhao and Yaozhen acknowledged each other's existence, understood the nature of this triangle relationship, and understood that it was not the fault of either of them to like Han Yi at the same time. The pursuit of beauty and happiness is the commonality of all human beings, but the most dazzling morning star they can see in their lives happens to be the same. Whether it is appearance, family background, education, or the quality, character and will tempered by it, Zhu Yiru and Zhao Yaozhen are both 1 in a million. Outstanding women who can proudly accept their own identity, correctly understand their own value, and independently achieve their life goals through positive efforts. For them, it is impossible to let themselves fall into the so-called sure field, becoming an accessory who resents, suspects, and fights for the wind all day long, needs the recognition and favor of men, and only needs the recognition and favor of men. If liking Han Yi means they have to become this kind of person, it means they have to find ways to distort themselves and defeat another good girl, then this deformed and self-loving feeling should be abandoned, no matter how strong it is. This is the consensus reached by the 2 girls in room 1902. No matter what, don't compete with each other. But, not competing with each other doesn't mean you have to give up your favorite object. So, after July 8, 2016, Zhao Yaozhen never got the opportunity to be alone with Han Yi and take the relationship to the next step. 2 weeks. Every dinner she made with Han Yi was accompanied by Zhu Yiru. Moreover, Zhao didn't get the news from Han Yi. What did the girl from Taiwan do? Every day, she came to play with Yaozhen at mealtime. After class, she came to Century City and brought things to Zhao Yaozhen in various ways. Whether it was milk tea or snacks, there were 2 days when she really couldn't think of anything new, so she just grabbed 2 big books on the reading list that she couldn't get into from the bookshelf. After entering room 1000, she went straight to Zhao Yaozen's office without making a sound or a fuss, and never disturbed her work, and even helped her a little as much as she could. After the whole process, Zhu Yiru, who was full of interpersonal skills, made Zhao Yaozen unable to find any faults at all, and she couldn't say a word of refusal. She even felt that having such a soft and sticky girl by her side could help her relieve fatigue and relax her body and mind to a great extent. Opponents can't be underestimated. After taking a sip of Ceylon milk tea that Zioru brought specially, Yaozen felt grateful and stressed. As long as there were other people in the company, Zhu Yiru would not step into Han Yi's office, and she would not even glance at his door. She perfectly and fully established the persona of Manager Zhao's close friend. In this way, without affecting Han Yi's company operations and personal image, Zioru successfully found an excuse for herself to appear in Xinghu building every day. This is hard for Yaozen. The Korean girl, who was already one step behind Zioru, tried her best to catch up. But 14 days passed, and she didn't get any chance. If you make a dinner appointment with Han Yi, there will definitely be a follower following you. No appointment? If not, the follower will turn around and stick to Han Yi's arm after work. So, Yaozen ate more than 10 very strange dinners for 3 people with tears in her eyes, but it didn't affect her appetite. There are very few things in this world that can affect Zhao Yaozen's appetite. However, Zhu Yiru's close defense tactics are really annoying. If you can't beat them, join them. The humble and studious Zhao Yaozen soon learned to give them a taste of their own medicine. You come to stare at me during work hours? Then I'll stare at you on the weekends. On Saturdays and Sundays, the Koreans, who don't need much sleep, visit the Vermont earlier and more punctually than when they go to work. I got up at 7 o'clock, finished my workout at 8:15, took a shower at 8:45, put on some light makeup and went out. If I-10 was given to a German on a non-working day, he would have to drive at least 200 miles per hour. Zhao Yaozen, who could reach Koreatown in less than 20 minutes, bought a cup of iced American coffee leisurely on the first floor, took the elevator to the 7th floor, and found a receptionist at random. No matter if they were Korean or Mexican, as long as they smiled, they would rush to help her swipe the card to go to the 19th floor. At 9:15, when the radiant Zhao Yaozen knocked on Zhu Yiru's door, the latter was still holding a toothbrush in her mouth, sleepily searching for the little skirt she was going to wear to Costco with Han Yi today. Imagine snuggling up to each other to go shopping in the supermarket like a couple. Dream on. On weekends, I, Zhao Yaozen, am your best friend in the world. The kind that can't be driven away. This kind of active defense method, which is not very harmful but extremely effective, is actually good for both girls. Zhu Yiru, who eats on time every night, no longer has to take frozen foods without nutrition at home because of busy homework. Her skin, complexion and even sleep are much better. And Yaozen, who changed the habit of staying up late in order to get up early on weekends, has reduced her dependence on iced coffee, and her occasional migraines have been alleviated. She is much healthier. The only one who has been negatively affected in the past 2 weeks is Han Yi. He has gained 3.5 pounds by eating a lot outside every day. Let me think about it. I just finished my meal and my brain is a little confused. Han Yi touched his still swollen upper abdomen and thought for a long time before organizing his words. Jim Burkus wants Peter Goldberg, a senior agent of Bainstock, to be the head of Utah's News and Broadcasting Division, with Richard Liebner and Carol Cooper as his assistants. Bainstock. Zhao Yaozen pondered. NS Bainstock that was acquired in 2014. Anderson Cooper's agency. Yes. If I remember correctly, Jesus is now in charge of the News and Broadcasting Department? Yes. Jim Burkus wants to. Zhao Yaozen opened her mouth, wanting to say something but stopped. She already had the answer in her mind, but thinking of the professional relationship between her and Han Yi, Yaozen felt that this inference might not come out of her mouth. It was Han Yi's right to take the initiative, to bring up the topic of the board meeting. There was nothing wrong with asking a question out of concern. But it was a bit over the line to make a rash judgment on the situation, he stated. After all, Han Yi was not only the object of her admiration, but also the founder of the artist management company where she worked. As a manager of a business unit, it is not appropriate to casually comment on the affairs of other companies of the employer. Zhao Yaozhen learned from his father to maintain a prudent attitude and appropriate distance in interpersonal communication. No matter how close the relationship is, or how deep the feelings are, everyone should pay attention to the scale and rules. No one can fully understand the red line of the other party, so draw a line in your heart first. Never say what you shouldn't say, and keep half of what you should say in your heart and only say the other half. This kind of respect for the rainy day will make the relationship between each other last forever. Most of the survival theories of Zhao Yang, the head of the International Cooperation Group of the Supreme Prosecutor's Office of South Korea, are not recognized by his daughter, but she accepts these viewpoints about all. What are you thinking about? Keep talking, Yaozhen. Han Yi, who spends every day with Zhao Yaozhen and discusses countless topics every week, naturally knows that Zhao Yaozhen pays special attention to this aspect. He turned his head at a stop sign and gave a gentle smile to the backseat of the car to show encouragement. Since I'm willing to say these things in front of you, I just want to hear your thoughts. Let Jesus go one step further, Zhu Yiru suddenly said. She had similar ideas to Zhao Yaozhen. Han Yi's career was something she should not touch or influence without permission. Everyone has their own business logic, management model and methodology for dealing with interpersonal relationships. Blindly under the banner of being good to others and arrogantly asking the other party to look at the problem according to their own ideas will only cause more troubles to those who care. But under the premise that Han Yi took the initiative to seek help, Zhu Yiru was not reluctant to share her perspective as a bystander, which might be clearer. Do you think so too? Zhu Yiru helped her finish the second half of the sentence. Zhao Yaozhen was not annoyed, but discussed it with the girl from Taiwan quite seriously. Jesus is Jimburkas's confidant and his most important chess piece on the board of directors. Why would Jim want to cut off some of Jay's power for no reason when there is no conflict? Zhu Yiru nodded and analyzed. So, in my opinion, the only reason that makes sense is that Jim wants to take some of the burden off Jay's shoulders so that he will have enough energy to take on more important positions. What positions? Han Yi asked. This time, Zhu Yiru did not rush to answer, but instead cast her eyes on Zhao Yaozhen, motioning the latter to take over the topic. Leaving 3 points of leeway for everything is not only to leave some room for Yaozhen to perform, but also to prevent herself from being too ostentatious. Everything will turn into the opposite when it reaches the extreme. Zhu Yiru herself does not like people who show off with a little superficial insights. Most of her suitors are such people. There is no other position above him. Zhao Yaozhen sorted out his thoughts in his mind and gave his own analysis. There is nothing wrong with the position of CEO. It is definitely impossible to drive Jeremy out and replace him with someone else. Jim Burkus is a chairman of the board of directors. Now no one is challenging his position. Why should he let someone else take the position? Even if he is a confidant, he is still an outsider. So, I personally feel Jim wants to create another layer between the CEO and the specific business department to further marginalize Jeremy. Don't forget, there is no president position in Utah now. Chairman, CEO and president are often confused in Chinese translation, but in fact, in the structure of large European and American groups, the division of labor between the three is quite clear. Chairman refers specifically to the chairman of the board of directors. He leads the board of directors and holds regular meetings every year to discuss the company's achievements, shortcomings, and business growth opportunities at a certain stage. Monitor the company's profits and stability, set the agenda for the board's meetings, and vote on strategic ideas proposed by the business units and board members. Of course, there is also the power granted by the board to hire or fire the CEO and other senior executives after the vote. The CEO, the Chief Executive Officer, is the highest position in the company's internal structure and has decisive obligations and responsibilities for the company's ultimate success or failure. They need to design the company's long-term vision and goals, monitor the performance of each business line, establish positive relationships with other companies in the industry, shareholders, and investors, and set periodic strategic goals for the board to review and vote. The last person, the president of the company, is responsible for achieving the vision and goals set by the CEO. The specific responsibilities of the president vary depending on the size of the company and the industry it is in, but in general, they need to lead and organize senior management to ensure that the company maintains the established budget and growth goals, and report regularly to the CEO or the board of directors. It is not uncommon for one person to hold multiple positions in actual operations. For example, when Bill Gates wanted to step back and only serve as chairman of the board, he appointed his president as the new CEO. Before that, Bill Gates was both chairman of the board and CEO. Within United Artists Agency, Jeremy Zimmer now serves as both CEO and president. From a business perspective, this is not a bad thing. One person does two jobs, reducing costs and increasing efficiency. But unfortunately, when a company reaches a level of utter, cost and efficiency are no longer the top priority for the board members. Let Jesus be promoted to president, from only managing a part of the business to managing all the business. Conversely, let Jeremy Zimmer go from managing all the business to only listening to Jesus's report. Zhao Yaozhen raised his hand in front of his eyes. Put a piece of wood, and if you want to look down, you can only look through the small hole specially drilled by Jim Berkus. I agree with your analysis. I have another piece of news for you. Han Yi waved to the pickup truck that was coming in the opposite direction, signaling the other party to step on the accelerator first and drive away from the increasingly narrow mountain road. After the road conditions were safe, he continued. David Kramer has formally submitted an application to the board of directors to hire Milo Terrell, the artist director of Comedy Central, as the head of the comedy tour department. He also wants to be the president. Zioru hit the nail on the head. That's for sure. Zhao Yaozhen echoed. Jim is already the chairman of the board. If he lets him put a president in, he will dominate the entire company. Peter will have to find someone to compete with him. This is very distressing. Han Yi scratched the back of his head, and the appreciative smile on his face became more and more intense. This is actually the problem I want to find you to brainstorm together. The intentions of both parties are very clear. Who should I help? Do I have to help one person? If I don't help people, how can I get benefits? Han Yi raised his left hand in the air and rubbed his index finger, middle finger and thumb together. Since you want to get benefits, then take the benefits of all three people together. Zhu Yiru answered without hesitation. All three of them? How? If I remember correctly, the previous Utah board of directors had two co-presidents, right? Zhao Yaozhen took over the conversation. Yes, Jim Berkus and Marty Bauer. If there can be two chairmen of the board, why can't there be two presidents? You mean, support Jim Berkus and Peter Benedek at the same time? It seems so, but the actual effect is different. Zhao Yaozhen shook his head. Think about it, Yi. Among the three big men in Utah now, Peter Benedek looks like an idler, but in fact, his disciples are everywhere. Not only David Kramer, but also a considerable number of people in the department, managed by Jesus, belong to his faction. Jim, not to mention Berkus, the chairman of the board, a mascot with real power and an army, is more than just a mascot. The weakest one is actually CEO Jeremy Zimmer. If another president is appointed to restrict him, he will be completely out of the game. Yes, I agree. Zhu Yiru stretched out her two index fingers and put them together. No matter whether Peter's people or Jim's people are chosen as president, Jeremy Zimmer's influence will inevitably decline significantly. The only way to avoid this is, let both of them be presidents. Zhao Yaozhen said, if two people are presidents, then neither of them is president. Well, now there are only two vice presidents in charge of the two most important lines of Utah. If they are promoted to president at the same time, it means that the salary and position will only look a little higher, and there will be no change in essence. Moreover, which president will be able to manage the music department, where you have a greater influence, and which president will be able to manage core back-end departments such as personnel, finance, and legal affairs, all of which will require you, Karen, and the manager of Parkview, I forgot his name, but it will take your 3 votes to pass the resolution. At that time, if they want to recut the pie, they will have to give you enough benefits first. Moreover, Jeremy's power will not be weakened. If he operates properly, it can even be strengthened, but that is not a problem we need to consider for him. Since they now have the idea of changing the situation, let's go along with them. After a round of this, they will naturally realize your importance. Didn't you say at dinner just now that you suspected they wanted to introduce new investors to check and balance you? So, there is no need to be polite to them. Let Jim and Peter know that even if they find new investors, your influence will be reduced, but the shares and votes in your hands are real. Even if they sell another 40% of the shares to others, what will happen? If you don't nod, they can't do anything. The worst case scenario for you is that you will lose the possibility of completely controlling Utah. But what is the worst case scenario for them? As long as you don't give up your shares, they will be uncomfortable for a day, as long as you are on the board of directors. At that time, I believe someone will take the initiative to find you to join forces. It is likely to be Jeremy. His needs are the most urgent. Yeah, I think so too. You talk and I talk. Zuyiro and Zhao Yaozhen weave the inspiration thread that has not yet taken shape in Han Yi's heart into a network of thoughts as delicately and meticulously as embroidery. What is a true soulmate? Just knowing how to eat, drink, and make love, being physically attracted to each other, and being accustomed to each other's existence mentally. That belongs to booty call. Most of the love affairs start and end here. On a deeper level, both parties have matching values, the same behavior patterns, and the same views on love, marriage, and childbirth. This can be called a good partner for living together. Newlyweds entering the marriage hall can basically meet this requirement, but only this requirement. Why is the divorce rate in every country in modern society high? Because the three views and behaviors will change with changes in income, class, and age. Affirmed Dink in his youth discovered his desire for offspring when silver hair appeared on his temples. Some people are destined to accompany you only for a part of the way. In Han Yi's opinion, true as the saying goes, long-lasting love, or stripping away this empty concept and just saying lifelong companionship, is built on, and is only built on one premise, that is, when the person in front of you removes all identity recognition. After appearance, wealth, power, age, family, and even gender, is a human being who only retains the brain and soul still valuable to you. Can he still make you admire him? Can he still resonate with you? Zuyiro and Zhao Yaozhen can undoubtedly do this. The two of them do not need to be described as female. Measured by the standards of any of the 98 genders, they can be called top-notch. Every time he shares his work or life, in order to understand the details of his life, Zuyiro and Zhao Yaozhen did more than just listen carefully. They traveled through the maze of his thoughts, gracefully rotating between his expressed or unexpressed thoughts, helping him pick out the one that best reflects his true feelings. Their insights into him and everything in the world cannot be called feedback, but should be called revelation, enlightenment. Han Yi is a layman who is not ashamed of his layman identity. He is happy to admit that the starting point of his attraction to Zhao Yaozhen and Zuyiro was indeed those two faces. If it weren't for this otherworldly appearance, he wouldn't want to understand their inner selves. But at the same time in this way, Han Yi can also see the fact that the longer he stays with the two, the less attracted he is to their appearance. Humans are like this. No matter how good looking a face is, if you look at it 24 hours a day for a month, you will find it commonplace. What's more, in Hollywood, a gathering place for beautiful human bodies, not to mention Barbara Palvin, any frustrated pretty actress outside the casting office has her own unique charm. The reason why Han Yi still can't let go of Zuyiro and Yaozhen after his wealth skyrocketed is because of the resonance of the same frequency. They can not only keep up with his thinking, but also challenge and improve his thinking. This gives Han Yi an indescribable wonderful feeling. When he is with them, his thoughts will not be just a self-portrait in a dark corner that no one cares about, but the Mona Lisa waiting to be shown to the world in the Louvre's council chamber before dawn. Curators, Zuyiro and Zhao Yaozhen. How lucky is it to meet such a perfect object who is impeccable both as a person and a woman. What a painful nightmare it is to meet two at the same time. Thinking of this, Han Yi sighed again in his heart. The carbon dioxide he exhaled in his heart in the past half month was enough to make the earth a few degrees warmer. How could he not know why the three of them had been doing everything together during this period of time? But he really couldn't take that decisive step. If only this matter was as simple as Utah. Zuyiro only heard Han Yi's vague murmur. What are you talking about? I say, the Utah matter is difficult to say, but it's also simple to say. Han Yi took a deep breath and pressed the remote control hanging on the left side of the steering wheel. The metal door of number 864 Stradella Road in front of him made a dull sound and opened. Plan before you act, write all the endings in your mind, and then just wait for them to make their move. Believe that no matter what happens in the future, it is the best arrangement. Well, no, even if it is not the best arrangement, it is the arrangement that God is most willing to give you. It doesn't matter if you completely control Utah, or lose Utah, or only get half. It doesn't matter. Adjust your mindset first. Adjust your mindset. Before the two stunned girls could carefully appreciate his words, that were obviously not about Utah, Han Yi turned the steering wheel to the right, stepped on the accelerator, and drove towards the underground garage. Things that have not yet come, let your future self face them. Now, who's ready for some Seth Meyers? Chapter 208 Madison's late night debut. How did you think of choosing Seth Meyers? Zhu Yiru pulled her feet back into the thin blanket, glanced at Zhao Yaozhen beside her, and asked softly. At 0:37 am on July 22nd, there was silence around 864 Stradella Road. The 4 or 5 miles on both sides were single-family residential areas. The foothills and reservoirs in the north blocked the noise from the valley. To the south was the Bel-Air Country Club and the entire UCLA campus, which had fallen into a deep sleep as a buffer zone between the villas and the bustling metropolitan area. At this time, Academy LA on Hollywood Boulevard was crowded, and the smell of alcohol and drugs could be smelled from the First Presbyterian Church of Hollywood a block away. Around Pershing Park in the city center, homeless people wrapped in 3 or 4 layers of cotton clothes watched coldly as police cars whizzed by with sirens on, chasing those drunk or drug drivers who were almost unconscious. Going another 15 minutes south, after seeing the road sign of Martin Luther King Boulevard, you will arrive at the amusement park of the real version of the Purge, where, once night falls, the LAPD becomes a corpse collection team. The indigo Chevrolet drove past the low earth wall, leaving behind a string of bullet holes in the members of the blood gang who really turned into blood men. Half an hour later, the black and white police car arrived late, took a look at the scene, pulled up the bright yellow cordon, and rushed to the next murder scene. There are 1,000 faces in Los Angeles at night, and the spectrum of rich and poor from left to right is the difference between hell and the world. Han Yi, who is at the far right end of the spectrum, is very lucky and can only see the city of angels floating in the clouds. Let the glass curtain wall hidden in the wall extend, separating the lawn, swimming pool and the sea breeze from the Pacific Ocean from the outside. The constant temperature system is kept at 72 degrees Fahrenheit all year round, which is much higher than the temperature Americans are used to, but it is the most suitable for rations. Plus the midnight snacks that Felix and Harold prepared for the 3 of them before they got off work. There is no place more suitable for the 3 of them to watch late night talk shows than the current leisure area. Well, that's not entirely correct. The best place to watch movies is actually the private theater in the villa. But Han Yi and Zhu Yiru, who have something to hide, will never let Zhao Yaozhen step into their crime scene. Watching TV has to be in the living room. This is Han Yi's righteous excuse. Because according to Madison Beale's current status, among the 3 major TV networks, she can only be on Seth's show. And Mad Decent has been cooperating with Definition Jam before, and generally speaking, it has a better relationship with Universal companies. Zhao Yaozhen couldn't say the truth, but Han Yi, as the boss, could of course speak frankly. There are currently 6 major wireless TV networks in the United States: CBS, ABC, NBC, Fox, CW and PBS. PBS is a semi-official non-profit organization. It is usually not watched by many people, and the ratings are calculated on a monthly or weekly basis. The CW network was only established in 2006, through the merger of 2 previously underperforming TV networks under Warner Bros. And CBS, the WB and UP. There are some small hits in the TV field, but the average age of the audience is 58, which makes their advertising revenue and profitability unable to increase. Fox was founded by Murdoch in 1986. The ultimate goal of the enterprise is to challenge the 3 major TV networks, CBS, ABC and NBC, which dominated the TV field from the 1950s to the 1980s. As of 2016, Fox TV network is the one that is closest to winning among all the players who want to become the fourth TV network. From 2004 to 2012, it has been the free TV network with the highest ratings among the audience, aged 18 to 49 for 8 consecutive years, and won the honor of the first place in the average ratings in the United States in the 2007-08 quarter. But compared with movies and music, the TV industry is an industry that attaches great importance to qualifications and traditions, and the audience's viewing habits have changed the least. Although they occasionally surpass the three major TV networks, in general, the status of CBS, ABC and NBC remains unshakable. Late night talk shows, the most iconic traditional program in the American television industry for 60 years, are the best proof of the influence of the three major networks. Johnny Carson, Jay Leno, Conan O'Brien, David Letterman. People have become accustomed to falling asleep to the voices of the famous hosts of Peacock, Alphabet and Big I, as well as the canned laughter recorded live. No matter how Fox changes its tricks and spends its time, it cannot change the viewing mode of Americans at 23:35 Central Time and 00:35 on the East and West Coasts. If baseball and football are the American pastime of the alternation of the old and the new, then the late night talk show with a fixed program format is the American bedtime that is always new. Many people call the period from 1999 to the present the second golden age of American television, which is even more brilliant than the first golden age from 1947 to 1960. A large number of excellent TV programs, whether dramas, reality shows or competition programs, have sprung up like mushrooms after a rain, and this prosperity is also reflected in the small circle of late night talk shows, which are like a secret fraternity. In terms of cable TV, HBO has performed best in the talk show field. The political satire show Bill Maher's talk show at 10 p.m. and Last Week Tonight with John Oliver at 11 p.m. are both popular online shows that are deeply loved by young people. Add to that Trevor Noah's Today Show on Comedy Central and Watch What Happens Live with Andy Cohen on Bravo TV, and there are 4 high-quality talk shows above the baseline in the paid channels alone. The competition among public television networks is even more intense. Conan O'Brien, who parted ways with NBC, is now a permanent host on PBS. ABC's flagship talk show The Jimmy Kimmel Show has been on the air for 13 consecutive years. Last year, CBS hired Stephen Colbert to take over David Letterman's The Late Show. Meanwhile, James Corden from the UK replaced Craig Ferguson to host The Late Late Show. On NBC's side, 2 former Saturday Night Live cast members, Jimmy Fallon and Seth Meyers, who were NBC's own people, took over after the big reshuffle in 2014. Oh, I almost forgot, at 1:45 a.m., there was also a sickly The Voice host, Carson Daly, who was doing Last Call on NBC, which few people watched. Among the 7 late-night talk shows, the one with the highest average ratings in the past 2 years is The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon, which attracts 3.173 million viewers every night. But Stephen Colbert, who started broadcasting in September 2015, is coming on strong. According to the data from last month, his Late Show has attracted 3.195 million viewers every night, surpassing Jimmy Fallon. If this momentum continues, he will surely become the nighttime ratings champion in 2016 to 2017. The talk show is watched by 3 million people every night. The main audience excludes young children and the elderly, who are the backbone of society with strong consumption power. Jimmy Fallon and Stephen Colbert's programs have naturally become the best regular publicity positions for Hollywood stars. Just look at Jimmy Fallon's guest list this week to know. Blake Lively, Rachel Maddow, Chris Pine, Idris Elba, Heidi Klum, Mila Kunis, and Golden Globe winners Alicia Vikander and Celine Dion, who will be on stage tonight, are all big names who have already achieved success. Even the musical guests are terrifyingly strong. Troye Sivan will be on July 18th, Lucas Graham on July 19th, $AP Mob on July 20th, and Celine Dion will be on stage on July 21st. If you haven't been in the top 5 of the Billboard, you really don't dare to pick up the microphone of Jimmy Fallon's show. The same is true for Stephen Colbert, and the guests selected by his team are more political and business. Even those from Hollywood are veterans with strong personalities. This week alone, there are Mark Cuban, Senator Elizabeth Warren and Bill Maher. Colbert prefers to discuss some in-depth social issues with guests, and occasionally bring in some humorous and entertaining topics. This is his consistent interview style on Comedy Central. Letting teenage star and Instagram influencer Madison Beer on his show not only has no effect, but will also be backfired, and a lot of bad reviews will be inexplicably generated. As for Jimmy Kimmel, the perennial third place winner, although the number of viewers has never been able to break through 3 million, always hovering around 2.6 million, it is the oldest talk show among the 3 major television networks because of its stable program and long broadcast cycle. Over the past 13 years, Jimmy Kimmel's artist booking team has accumulated extremely rich resources. For them, there are only guests that cannot be scheduled, but no big names that cannot be invited. Selma Hayek, Hugh Grant, Morgan Freeman, these people lined up for 3 consecutive days to be interviewed at the Hollywood Freemasonry. Madison Beer wants to be on Jimmy Kimmel? Even the musical guests are scheduled until the beginning of next year. Billie Eilish's performance was also arranged because of the cooperation project between Apple Music and ABC. The penultimate choice, The Late Late Show with James Corden, was not as good as Seth Meyers in the first year of its launch. However, with the rapid fermentation and widespread of a series of clips such as Carpool Karaoke on YouTube, the ratings of James Corden's show are now comparable to Seth Meyers. It is only a matter of time before he surpasses him. More importantly, Stephen Colbert, who is on the same stage, likes serious topics, while James Corden does the opposite and specializes in entertainment stars. He has put a lot of effort in booking guests. It doesn't matter if other links are cut out. James Corden can be the musical guest himself, but the guests of the conversation must be of high caliber. Therefore, after much selection, apart from PBS's Conan O'Brien and NBC's Carson Daly, the only one that truly meets Madison Beer's current level is The Late Late Show with Seth Meyers. Seth Meyers became famous as the funny news anchor on Saturday Night Live after taking over the late night show. Considering the preferences of loyal viewers, he put a lot of effort into political news, social news and current affairs commentary, especially after Jon Stewart temporarily left the TV circle in 2015. Seth Meyers made the style of long-form political comedy the basis for his foothold in the late-night talk show market. For him, the guests interviewed every night are not that important, because the most watched segment of the late-night show is not the interview segment. While watching the show, Kanye proudly explained to Zooyeru the selection of the publicity and promotion personnel of Han Music and Mad Decent. You know that all American talk shows basically have 2 interview guests a night. The first is more famous, and the second is slightly less famous. In Seth Meyers' monthly program schedule, most of the first guests can only sit second in other shows, and the second guests may not be able to appear on the 3 major talk shows. That's why Madison Beer can be the second guest tonight. But she's also a music guest. Zooyeru made up for Madison, second plus a music guest. That's also amazing, right? That's because their program team didn't think of arranging a music guest tonight. It just came up with it. Kanye smiled and tilted his head. Of course, I'm very satisfied with this arrangement. After all, McGrady has never been on any talk show before. At most, he did some radio interviews. His first TV interview was on the 3 major TV shows. It's a good start. I just said that there is still a lot of room for improvement. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. I believe in you. Zooyeru wrinkled her nose and gave Kanye a sweet smile of encouragement. Justin Bieber will be on Jimmy Fallon and James Corden in late July, and Diplo will be on Jimmy Fallon and The Ellen Show in August. This song will not only be promoted by Madison, but the other 2 artists will also be interviewed separately. Zhao Yaozhen glanced at Zooyeru and repeated the TV interview schedules of the 2 much more famous co-stars expressionlessly. At least in terms of TV exposure, the promotion standards for Cold Water are very high. This unhealthy trend of cheering for seniors, Yaozhen must suppress it today. Pulling Zooyeru to share a blanket on the long sofa and letting Kanye sit a distance away on the single sofa is the same reason. It was agreed that we should defend one-on-one, so we should defend in place. She reached first base when no one was paying attention. Zhao Yaozhen would never let her steal second base. Free speech? I know a lot of people accuse me of not respecting free speech. But, hey, free speech and hate speech are two completely different things. They are indeed two different things. Thank you for coming here today to share these with us. Ladies and gentlemen, beautiful Leslie Jones. We will have more exciting sessions after the break. Don't leave, we will be back soon. Hi, I'm Paul. When I used Verizon, I used to ask, can you hear me? Not anymore. Now I use Sprint because, guess what? It's 2016, and every communication service provider is doing a great job. Sprint's service network coverage is only 1% less than Verizon, but its rates are 50% cheaper than Verizon, AT&T and T-Mobile. So, I switched to Sprint, and millions of people made the same choice as me. Children's superhero t-shirt, $6.97 each. Better prices, better life. Walmart. Dreamers, looking for a home, owning a home. Realtor.com. Zuyiro and Zhao Yaozhen, who come from a baseball-rich area, are having a very intense baseball game. Han Yi, who was at the center of the storm, was completely unaware. He was concentrating on watching TV from 2016. Since his rebirth, Han Yi could count the number of times he had turned on the TV on one hand. Today, Han Yi tuned into NBC specifically for Madison Beal's interview, and was instantly surrounded by the breath of the times. Whether it was the new film Ghostbusters being promoted by guest Leslie Jones, or the commercials that he used to disdain, he watched them with great interest. After all, the so-called youth, apart from the few important moments worth remembering for a lifetime, most of them quietly passed away in these ordinary and trivial daily lives. Every sound of music, every line of dialogue, will become a thing of the past that can never be returned to, just like Seth Meyers' short hair in 2016, which had no trace of gray. When you concentrate on one thing, time always flies by quickly. The 10-minute interview with Leslie Jones and the 5-minute commercial time passed quickly. When Seth Meyers appeared on the screen again, the second interview of the night was about to begin. Welcome back, everyone. Our next guest is a rising star who became a sensation after being discovered on YouTube. She has a voice loved by millions of fans and the talent to produce champion singles. Tonight she will share her new plans with us and bring us some surprises. She is young, sweet, and talented. The most famous musicians in the industry are lining up to work with her. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to the talented Madison Beal. Under the direction of the on-site director, the 285 audience members in the NBC 8G studio in the Comcast building screamed, cheered, and applauded so loudly that the roof was almost blown off, not because they liked Madison Beal so much, but because the lucky ones who participated in the recording for free needed to cooperate with the enthusiasm shown by the program team. The camera slowly moves to the right, and Seth Meyers, wearing a dark blue suit and shirt, stands up and applauds with the audience to welcome Madison Beer. Behind the backdrop of the Chrysler building, the radiant Madison Beer appears. For tonight's show, Madison Beer, Zhao Yaozhen and the Han Music team spent a lot of effort on matching outfits. As the hottest fashion celebrity on Instagram, countless girls are vying to imitate her every makeup and every outfit. For the first time on the 3 major TV networks, the company and she naturally hope to consolidate her trendy personality on a larger scale. Today, she wore a smooth black silk top from Givenchy with delicate lace embroidery on the cuffs and neckline. This choice strikes a clever balance between the complex maturity that the late night show needs to show and Madison's youthful edge. The tailor-made black high-waisted trousers on the lower part are from St. Laurent. The slightly tightened fit at the ankle is very suitable for Madison Beal, showing a retro classic style while maintaining a modern sense of fashion to a large extent. In terms of shoes, Zhao Yaozhen helped Madison choose a pair of Christian Louboutin in black pointed patent leather high heels with the brand's iconic red soles. The height of the heels is not too exaggerated, so that Madison will feel comfortable when sitting and chatting with Seth. Madison Beal's rejection of high heels is well known. She always carries a pair of flat shoes in her bag for any formal occasion and changes into them immediately after taking photos. This time, she needs to sit in front of the camera for at least 15 minutes on the late night show with Seth Meyers. Solo heels have become the only option to save Madison. As for accessories, Madison kept it simple on stage, retaining only the simplest 3-piece set of necklace, earrings, and rings. The necklace is a delicate silver collar from Tiffany, the earrings are a pair of simple diamond earrings from Cartier, and paired with a Bulgari Serpenti Series snake ring, the low-key luxury, giving Madison a layer of just the right dazzling brilliance. Next is a classic Macupe that made Madison Beer break through 5 million fans. Glossier's tinted cream as a light base, and NARS's radiant concealer cream applied to layers. Charlotte Tilbury's light cream contour formula outlines the angular cheeks, and the Beauty Light Wonders dotted on various high points. Then, Fenty, the beauty brand of her favorite singer Rihanna, is used to create a sun-kissed wheat color. A nude Charlotte Tilbury lipstick makes Madison Beer's plump lips look particularly three-dimensional and attractive under the studio spotlight, and complements her fluffy wavy brown hair hanging on her shoulders. Without looking at Twitter, hardly can guess that there should be hundreds of tweets praising Madison's angelic appearance refreshing in real time. Welcome to the show. Seth Meyers hugged Madison Beer with a gentleman's hand and led the latter to the sofa. After Madison Beer smiled brightly and waved to the audience in all directions in the studio, he sat back in his seat with today's second guest. Thank you for the invitation. I'm glad to be here. Yesterday, she sang for 10,357 fans at Boston's TD Garden. This morning, she rushed to Rockefeller Center to put on Macupe and participate in the show. Madison Beer's voice was inevitably a little hoarse and tired, but this did not affect her overall impression. If anything, this lazy voice made her look sexier. Madison, I'm so glad you're with us tonight. I heard this is your first time on a late night talk show. Yes, any late night talk show. Anyone. You're here now. Seth Meyers raised his arm, pointed to the audience, and asked, what does it feel like? It's like a dream. Madison raised her right hand and twirled her index finger around her temple. I've been thinking about this while putting on Macupe today. Oh my god, I'm actually going to be on the Seth Meyers show. Me. Seth Meyers held his chin with one hand, looking very interested. Why? I like watching comedy shows the most. I've watched a lot of Comedy Central since I was a child, and of course Saturday Night Live. Weekend Report is my favorite segment, and you and Stefan. Madison was interrupted by another round of enthusiastic cheers from the audience before she finished her words. The Stefan she mentioned is the Weekend Report hosted by Seth Meyers, played by another SNL regular actor Bill Hader, a gay player who knows all the weird places in New York and has a TV romance with Seth Meyers that has lasted for several years and has driven countless SNL fans crazy. I also hope to see Stefan today. Stefan is at home, you know, it's always the husband who's out there making money. Seth Meyers laughed a few times and responded humorously. That skit was so successful that Seth Meyers had to face the question, where is Stefan? Wherever he went, and his brain was always ready with a dozen different answers. McGrady looks very natural. Zooyeru sighed. It doesn't look like his first talk show at all. Some people may be born to stand in front of the camera. At this point, Hanyi couldn't help but retract his gaze from the screen and projected it to Zooyeru. Zooyeru in this time and space didn't know that in her previous life, she was also this kind of lady who was born to stand in front of the camera and was not afraid of the stage. The first time she appeared as a reporter outside, she didn't even say a word, just holding the microphone behind a spokesperson, and it caused a heated discussion throughout Taiwan. PTT had dozens of new posts a day, all looking for who this glowing white female reporter was. To be honest, I was quite surprised to hear that you liked my performance on Saturday Night Live, because you are so young that I thought you would not be interested in, the previous generation of SNL. No, I actually always like retro things, Bee Gees, the Zombies. Oh, sorry, I'm not talking about you being retro, Seth. I mean, I like classic tasteful things. Like me and Stefan, you and Stefan, yes. The topic of cyberbullying discussed by Leslie Jones and Seth Meyers today was somewhat heavy. The second guest Madison Beer made several laughs in a clumsy way right from the start, which instantly relaxed the atmosphere in the studio. Then I have to take you home and let Stefan make you some stew. Now, Madison, back to the topic. Why do I say you are incredibly young? Because our producer told me today that you are. This is true, everyone. The youngest guest on the late night show in the past year. Me. Madison raised her eyebrows and asked in surprise, really? Absolutely. 17 years old, right? Yes, I just turned 17. Amid the applause deliberately directed by the on-site director, Seth Meyers shook his head with admiration. But your first single was released in 2013, 3 years ago, right? That means you debuted at the age of 14. You can say that. Well, in fact, I signed my first contract in 2012. I released a theme song for Monster High first. Oh, it seems there are a lot of fans of Monster High. Madison Beer spread her hands and nodded with a smile to the fans who screamed when they heard the name in the audience. Then it took a few months before the first single was released. You make the whole process sound a bit understated, but people who know you know that your overpass fame is not much different from Justin Bieber. In fact, the person who discovered you was Justin Bieber. Yes, that's a story I will never forget. I heard that you were a fan of Justin before that. Yes, his biggest fan. So being able to sign with him is a dream come true. How did it happen? I posted a video of Etta James. At last was originally just for my local friends. But one day, when I was in school, a friend suddenly sent me a link and said, Madison, you have to click on it now. I opened it and found that Justin had shared this video on his Twitter. I couldn't believe it. In a few hours, my life has changed drastically. He made you and your video public. You can say that. For this, I believe many of your fans are grateful to Justin. What about you? What do you think of Justin's tweet at the time? Too early? Or just right? What do you want? I'm very grateful to Justin for that move. It not only gave my career a start, but also allowed me to see the capital. I've always been a very good artist, and I've always been very grateful to him for his support of new artists. I have nothing to say to him except gratitude. In many ways, he has been a guiding light for me, reminding me to stay true to myself in an industry that often demands to be different. My friendship with him is one that I cherish very much. It's rare to hear people call Justin a senior artist. Seth Meyers' ridicule caused laughter in the audience. I mean, he is really great, but the word senior. I think this shows you how young I am. Madison shrank her neck. You are also a senior host in my eyes. If Justin is all, then I must be, or it would be more appropriate to call him a fossil host. Seth Meyers opened his eyes wide, and his hands kept drawing circles in the air, which was his usual move when he entered an important topic. In this way, he attracted the attention of the guests and the audience, and also used this way to ease the sensitivity of the topic. I can see your respect for Justin and the team he provides for you. Does this kind of respect make you feel a little at a loss when you are working? It's one thing to meet your favorite idol, and it's another to work for him and reach the standards he recognizes. Like I said, Seth, I will always be grateful for the support of Justin and his team. Madison Beale raised his eyes to the upper right, as if he was brewing words or searching for memories, but I must admit that they always have the highest expectations and standards for me. Sometimes, it does make me nervous and panic. You know, when someone like Justin Bieber has confidence in you, you can't help but feel a huge pressure to meet or even exceed the expectations he has given you. It's both a motivation and a deterrent. It pushes me to work harder, but in the process, it also taught me how to believe in myself and find my own voice amidst these high expectations. Is this why you chose to say goodbye to Justin temporarily and pursue your own path? Seth Meyers is a host who is very friendly to the guests. No matter how sharp the questions are, he will use the most tactful way possible to send them to the other party's ears. Seth, I think there's a misconception out there that Justin and I may have reached a fork in the road. But the truth is, we never really parted ways. He has always been, and continues to be, a loyal friend, a friend who has supported me every step of the way. He often reminds me that as a musician, I should not be defined by which record company I'm signed to, or which manager I'm represented by, but rather that I should create my own unique sound and image through hard work and unremitting efforts. I consciously chose to develop independently, and I was actually inspired by Justin in large part. He showed me the importance of independence and how important it is to have my own journey in this vast world of music. Especially in this era, it is crucial for musicians to maintain their independence. Our careers are a journey, to carve our own path. On this journey, we must maintain the freedom to make choices, and ensure that we are not just a product, but an artist with a soul and a story to tell. Madison Beer, who once deliberately imitated the accent of a valley girl, has now fully returned to her own standard and proud East Coast accent. The pronunciation was clear and mellow, and the content was full of pearls. The audience spontaneously applauded this precocious 17-year-old girl without waiting for the director's prompt. It was hard to imagine that this was her impromptu answer. The audience in the studio, and in front of the TV, who didn't know the inside story might have such feelings, but the three people at 864 Stradella Road, Seth Meyers sitting opposite her, and herself, all knew what the actual situation was. Before the show, Seth Meyers' editing and directing team had communicated with Zao Yazan, who was managed by Renayu, and revised several versions of the script. Most of the overly sharp questions were deleted by Yazan, but the team of the late night show insisted on keeping this question, otherwise they would reconsider whether Madison Beer is suitable for the overall style of this show. It is not difficult to understand that Madison Beer herself is not well known to the public. If she wants to appear on the shows of the three major TV networks, she must bring Justin Bieber to get some popularity. This was something that was difficult for Scooter Braun's SB projects to agree to, but after all, Justin, Diplo and Madison had a new song to release, and bringing up the old topic appropriately would help increase the topicality and exposure of the song. Moreover, Han had just paid a deposit of more than $1 million to Scooter's artist on the spot, so this small problem could naturally be solved smoothly. Madison Beer's fluent and smooth answer came from the publicity team of Han Music, but she made some minor changes according to her language habits. 17-year-old Madison is not yet a mature artist who can control herself in front of the camera and answer any questions fluently. It is understandable that there is a public relations team to assist her. Moreover, she was able to memorize the script completely in such a short time, and behaved sincerely, generously, sweetly, and elegantly, which was already over-fulfilling the task. I like what you said. Artists with souls and stories to tell are the kind of people that America needs in any industry today. At this point, Seth Meyers made another classic move of his, spreading his 5 fingers, bending them into an exaggerated arch, and placing them on the table. Now with that in mind, I'm excited to announce to the audience. Is this the first time we've announced this news? No, we've posted some posts, but it must be special for you to announce it. Madison hugged her knees, and replied with a smile. I feel honored too. I'm excited to announce to everyone that Madison's latest single Cold Water with Justin and Diplo will be available in the US tomorrow. Seth Meyers pulled out the vinyl record of Cold Water from the table, and placed it on the table. Can you tell us more about this song and the inspiration behind it? Of course, Seth. Cold Water holds a special place in the hearts of all three of us. It's a song that perfectly combines my voice, Justin's signature vocals, and Diplo's amazing production skills. It's about standing by someone's side and guiding them through it all, no matter how hard it gets. I think you heard it, and it really means something to me. It's a reflection of my life over the past year, and so many people have helped me so selflessly to be able to sit here today and share my work and my art with you. From the beginning, when I heard the demo, I felt an unparalleled attraction. The atmosphere during the actual recording was amazing, and we really believed that we were creating music that would not only resonate with us, but also with a wider audience to find their own life stories in the song. Not only that, but it's one of those songs that you can't help but sway to once you hear the first few notes. It's catchy and uplifting, and I feel like it has the potential to be the sound of summer in 2016. Cold Water is not only a piece of music, it's an emotion, an attitude, and I hope everyone can fall in love with this song as much as I do. Madison, just from the way you talk about it, I can clearly see the emotional connection you have to this song. I think everyone here, including me, can't wait to hear this song that you call the sound of summer 2016. So, will you give us the honor of performing it live for us tonight? Of course. Madison's smile is as bright as the sun. I'm ready. Perfect. Seth Meyers looks at the camera and loudly announces. And now, performing Live For Us in New York is Madison Beer, Cold Water, Chapter 209 Theme Song of the Year. If you start me up, I'll never. Before the first 4 bars of the Rolling Stones' Start Me Up were finished, Seo Yalzhen opened her eyes and stopped the alarm on her phone. For our Korean girls, delicious food can give lively and vibrant color to the dull daily life, but sleep is just an additional clause in life that is annoying, but has to be fulfilled. Unlike Zhu Yeru, who attaches great importance to sleep and calculates the rest time every day, if she has a choice, Seo Yalzhen would rather never close her eyes and rely on iced American coffee to prolong her life. This is not only a habit that Yalzhen has developed in the high-pressure society of Seoul, but also closely related to her personal values. Life is so precious. Why waste limited time in the nothingness of rest? In fact, when she thought that after falling asleep, she would fall into a state of unconsciousness and near death, Seo Yalzhen would feel a little scared. She knew that this was a psychological problem that needed to be overcome, but hey, Seo Yalzhen knew very well that she was originally a twisted individual composed of psychological defects. The problems were tangled together like a rope. Where should I start? The mind was very active in the morning. Within a minute or two after waking up, Seo Yalzhen had already done a lot of strange self-analysis in her mind. She yawned physiologically, wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, sat cross-legged on the bed, and clicked on the push notification on her phone that attracted her the most. Major Lazer collaborated with Justin Bieber and Madison Beer on Cold Water, How to Create a Hit Single in the Way of Lean On, written by Larry Bartlett, July 25, 2016. NME. This manuscript is out. Seo Yalzhen was refreshed, grabbed the water prepared on the bedside table the night before, and gulped it all down, while swiping her phone to read the music review of Cold Water just released on the website of the most prestigious and authoritative music magazine in the UK. Do you recall? Not long ago. Well, specifically, it was the early summer of 2015 when you first heard Major Lazer's smash hit collaboration with M and DJ Snake, Lean On. Do you remember the song that became the #1 song on Spotify last November? Yes, if you still remember it, you might compare your first intimate encounter with that song with your first experience with Cold Water, Major Lazer's latest collaboration with Justin Bieber and Madison Beer. There are similarities, but also subtle but significant differences. Here are 5 reasons why you should be equally excited about the new single. 1. It has Bieber. After the genre shift in 2015, the new Justin Bieber has become more respectable. And the beginning of all this change is the single Where Are You Now, produced by Skrillex and Major Lazer, mainstay Diplo for Justin Bieber. 1. It has Beal. Madison Beal has always impressed people in the music field with her unique sound and artistic style, and of course, her fashion style that has taken over Instagram. Although Beal's participation in this song is not very high, she only joins the song about 2/3 of the way through. Her voice is full of charm and depth, and her performance is quite perfect too. It has a charming synth track. The synth track of this song is similar to that of Lean On, but it has more life and power than the Lazy Island style of Lean On 3. It is very suitable for a mix. You can imagine how many different versions of this song will be remixed, which only makes it more popular. We have no doubt that in the next year, electronic music festivals around the world and the producers who perform at these electronic music festivals will try their best to put Cold Water in their performance sets in some form. 5. The perfect fusion of Bill and Bieber. To be honest, the biggest highlight of Cold Water is the partnership of 2 musical geniuses, Bill and Bieber. The former is a grand, classic, and shocking New York singer with rich emotional expression and a smooth and sweet voice like chocolate milk. The latter is a world-class pop star with a deeper interpretation of the song and a hoarse but soft voice. Why didn't anyone think of pairing them together before? Did I let them write too many good things about Madison? Seo Yalzhen pursed her lips and thought seriously. I didn't feel it when I watched it in the office, but now it feels a bit deliberate. Will it have a counterproductive effect? But Mad's singing segments in Cold Water are not many. If you don't deliberately bring it in, it will easily be ignored and become a runner-up. Forget it. Get up and wash up first, and ask Ye's opinion later. With a firm mind, Zhao Yaozhen rolled out of bed easily, lowered her head to adjust the somewhat tight light blue Olivia von Hall on her body, and then walked towards the bathroom attached to the guest bedroom. Just by looking at the brand of pajamas, it can be known that Zhao Yaozhen stayed at 864 Stradella Road for one night. To be precise, this is the fourth night. Seth Meyers' late night show, including commercials, lasts about an hour every night. It starts at 0:37 West Coast time, and it is already 1:20 when Madison Beal's segment ends. At this time, the two girls certainly can't go home by themselves, and it's a bit too much to ask Han Yi to send them to two places. Besides, there are 7 bedrooms at 864 Stradella Road. Not to mention 2 guests. Even if the number doubles, they can take them all, and they won't even feel any difference. So Zhu Yiru and Zhao Yaozhen stayed there. Lying on 2 king-size beds, the girls tossed and turned, and almost at the same time thought of a crucial problem. During the day, they could do everything they could to closely monitor their opponents. But what to do at night? It was impossible for Yaozhen to go to the Vermont with a quilt and share a bed with Zioru. And Zioru had no reason to run to the side of Ukla in the middle of the night just to keep an eye on her rival. In the long night, it was so easy for the cunning little villain to do something. So, the two girls who regarded each other as little villains did not need to communicate in words, but reached a consensus with a few rounds of tentative glances at breakfast the next day. The best way to prevent such a phenomenon from happening is to live together with Han Yi. Zioru is a light sleeper and will wake up with the slightest noise. At the absolutely safe 864 Stradella Road, she would deliberately open the door of the guest bedroom a little to ensure that she would not miss any important signals due to the good sound insulation. Yaozhen went to bed late, and she was still lying in bed looking at her phone in the middle of the night, with her ears pointed and long, afraid of missing any suspicious sounds. What's more exaggerated is that in order to let the other party wander around under their noses for a longer time, after a few days, although Zhu Yiru and Zhao Yaozhen went to bed at different times, they woke up at the same rhythm. Zhao Yaozhen, who took a long time to wash, got up at 8 o'clock, and Zhu Yiru, who had a relatively simple morning skincare routine, got up at 8:15. When the two of them were ready and opened the door, they usually found another person in the adjacent bedroom was doing the same action at the same time. "Good morning, Sister Yaozhen." "Good morning." Standing at the door of each room and looking at each other, similar scenes were repeated every 24 hours during the 4 days they lived together at 864 Stradella Road. "If we can be more in sync, we might as well be together. My hair looks so nice today after being blown up. It looks so thick." Yaozhen only complained in her heart. She pointed at Zioru's hair, which was particularly fluffy, and gradually turned from golden to light brown due to adequate nutrition and rest, and smiled friendly. "Really? I'm using a massage comb that activates blood circulation to comb my hair. It may be effective." Zioru, who was particularly concerned about the volume of her hair, patted her head happily, and took Yaozhen's arm. "Wow, sister, why do you feel a little firmer? Really?" "Yes, this line is too exaggerated." They snuggled together and talked like a pair of truly close and intimate best friends. When Zioru and Yaozhen walked to the kitchen slowly, there were about 3 bites of pancakes left in front of Han Yi. "Morning, Yi." Zhu Yiru, who was holding Zhao Yaozhen's arm, hid in a blind spot where the former could not see, and winked at Han Yi playfully and sweetly. Even with the presence of a light bulb, it couldn't stop her from secretly showing off her affection. "Good morning. Felix has prepared breakfast for you and put it there. Your pancake, Yaozhen's fried egg." Han Yi raised his fork, pointed behind him, and then moved his eyes back to the iPad in front of him. "You got up early to play on the computer." Letting go of Yaozhen, Zioru put her hands behind her back and walked briskly behind Han Yi. "What are you looking at?" The Mad City sponsor status update from Jackie. Han Yi drank a sip of milk, swallowed the pancake stuck in his throat, and then slowly answered. "Have you sorted it out?" Zhao Yaozhen walked to Zhu Yiru calmly, holding Zioru's shoulders in an intimate manner to prevent the Taiwanese girl from sneaking forward. "What brands are there? Look." Han Yi turned sideways and pushed the iPad a little towards the two girls. "Let me see the candidate list for title sponsorship." Coca-Cola, American Express, Toyota, Uber, Budweiser, Verizon. Are these the brands that want to title sponsor the music festival? Zuyuru glanced at the logos in the first row of the PDF and was quite surprised. The brands are all quite big. Some other companies are also interested in title sponsorship, such as BMW USA, Corona, Absolut Vodka, Red Bull, iHeartRadio, Heineken, Monster, Pepsi, and what's the name of the other one? Oh, yes, Brown-Forman. But these brands haven't given a formal offer yet. So many? Yes, because our music festival has a top-notch lineup, and this is the first time it is held. We haven't received sponsorship before. Brands like our events with a relatively clean record, which makes it easier for them to do publicity and storytelling. Han Yi nodded and responded, of course, we have to thank our strong business team first. If it weren't for the support from Live Nation and eGlive, has recruited so many people, and it is really hard to find the heads of the marketing departments of these brands. Which brand offered the most? Zhao Yaozhen narrowed his eyes slightly. I remember that the title sponsorship, the offer from the business department of Han Live was $2.5 million. Well, $2.5 million, and it is open for bids. How should I put it? Every brand has its own understanding of this price. Han Yi exited the PDF interface and clicked on the email sent by Jacqueline Line, CEO of Han Live. Jackie provided a simple offer comparison. Coca-Cola is willing to give $2.7 million, but the requirement is that all catering in the venue must be provided by them. We can sell alcoholic beverages ourselves, but we cannot enter in the form of brand stores. In other words, as long as they come to sponsor, Abinbev or Heineken will not be able to enter the venue directly. It's just an extra $200,000, and the food and beverage supply on the scene is taken away directly. It's a bit uneconomical. Zhao Yaozhen shook his head, not approving of Coca-Cola, which has the most well-known brand, the most abundant financial resources, and the highest tone. No one in the world should question the abundance of Coca-Cola's accounts. In 2015, although total revenue fell by 4 percentage points to $44.3 billion, profits increased from $7.1 billion to $7.4 billion. This irreplaceable carbonated beverage giant, one of the most core manifestations of American culture, has maintained a profit cycle longer than most listed companies on the New York Stock Exchange. Long-term stable positive cash flow allows Coca-Cola to have sufficient funds to invest in marketing and advertising. In fact, 10% minus 12% of Coca-Cola's total revenue each year will be converted into marketing expenses for the next year. In 2016, Coca-Cola's marketing budget exceeded $4 billion. In addition to the overwhelming newspapers, magazines, websites, billboards, cinemas, and TV ads, music festival sponsorship is Coca-Cola's most important offline event promotion position. Last year, the total amount of brand sponsorship in the North American music festival market exceeded $1.4 billion, and Coca-Cola alone accounted for 14%. Therefore, $2.5 million or $2.7 million is the difference between $0.25 and $0.27 for Coca-Cola. Anyway, the annual marketing budget has not been approved yet. In order to complete the task quickly, Coca-Cola's marketing department even hopes that Han Live can reject the offer of $2.7 million and ask for more money. For ordinary organizers, an extra $200,000 can already complete many things that they were originally unable to do. Not to mention outsourcing the entire catering sector to Coca-Cola, even if the additional terms are that they only drink Coke and not water for the rest of their lives. The organizers should seriously consider it. But Han Live, founded by Han Yi, obviously does not have such an urgent need. It's definitely not cost effective. No, it's not really about money. So far, even without counting the tickets we put on the secondary market, the sales of Ticketmaster and Eventbrite alone have basically recovered the cost of Mad City. The specific amount of money given by the sponsor is not important, as long as it is not much lower than the price we require. The main goal of the first Mad City is to reach cooperation with as many brands as possible. Then how many sponsorship positions have been prepared? The highest level is the Diamond exclusive title, which costs $2.5 million per seat. exclusive naming rights, stage appearance rights, full material and full platform exposure, exclusive customer area, on-site pop-up store area, we call it on-site activation space, and additional media exposure, cooperative peripherals, exclusive sponsor review videos, etc. There are probably more than 30 kinds of rights and interests. Then, there is only one stage this year, so there is no separate stage title sponsor. Going down is the Platinum Area sponsorship. There are 3 title sponsors for the VIP seats, food court and parking area. There are also 2 gold media partners, 3 silver experience sponsors, 1 jade transportation sponsor, and 2 crystal ecological partners, adding up to a total of 12 brands. Don't pursue the average price of sponsors, as long as we can introduce one in each category and have a story to tell in the second year. If this is the goal, then we must pass Coca-Cola first. Their requirements are too strict. Zuyiru tapped the screen and asked, what about other brands? American Express is also hanging. We started talking to them about 2 months ago. They can accept $2.5 million, but the benefit they want most is that American Express customers can buy pre-sale tickets first. But Ticketmaster is more resistant because it is not Live Nation is involved in this kind of channel, and we are also anxious to sell tickets, so now they think the cooperation is meaningless. The core appeal of American Express or Discovery credit cards to sponsor concert tours or large-scale music festivals is actually this: to improve customer satisfaction and loyalty through ticket pre-sales, and to a certain extent, to promote the conversion of potential consumer groups into actual cardholders. In the case that the first level tickets have been sold out, the possibility of American Express intervening in the sponsorship later is very low. Although the offer has not been formally withdrawn, the email communication chain on the American Express side has changed from several messages a day to one message every few days, and the attitude is obvious enough. The other 4, Toyota, Uber, Budweiser and Verizon, are the main candidates. I personally prefer Uber, Budweiser and Verizon. Although they are all willing to pay only $2.5 million, Uber can provide 70,000 free taxi tickets within 3 kilometers of the music festival. Verizon has temporary mobile base stations and technical support for live broadcasts. As for Budweiser, we don't need to purchase alcoholic beverages. They can bring them directly into the venue, and we will set up a sales platform and split the profits with them 50-50. After taking the last piece of pancake, Hanyi put down his fork, turned around, and looked at the two with a smile. What do you think? I'm not an insider, so I don't know much, but it sounds like they are all very impressive. When she shouldn't show off, Zioru never forces herself to show off and put herself in an embarrassing situation. She picked up her salmon omelette, sat next to Hanyi, and fiddled with the fresh tomato embedded in the egg. I think it mainly depends on the degree of involvement of these brands in the music industry. The deeper the involvement, the better the resources, and the more benefits they can provide besides cash sponsorship. That's right. Hanyi nodded approvingly, looking at Zhao Yaozhen, who was also sitting next to him, and adding pepper and salt to the fried eggs. What do you think, Yaozhen? Budweiser. Zhao Yaozhen was concise, and didn't even raise his eyelids. Although Zioru is not an industry insider, there is nothing wrong with the direction of analysis. Sponsoring brands should not only look at the amount they can give, but also the tone of the brand itself, and their familiarity with the industry. Anheuser-Busch InBev accounted for 51% of the total sponsorship of the global music performance industry last year, not only sponsoring large-scale music festivals. They also dabbled in warehouse parties and nightclub tours. In the field of trendy music, there is no sponsor more willing to understand and help the organizers than them. In addition, Budweiser itself is a liquor brand, and with their mature alcoholic beverage supply chain in Nevada, Mad City can save a lot of effort in this regard. Although music festivals seem to serve beer to consumers in paper cups, the procurement, transportation, storage, and quality control behind them, if one link is not done well, the experience of fans will be particularly bad. In addition, Budweiser has accumulated a lot of experience in sponsoring electronic music festivals and hip-hop music festivals in recent years. I have participated in 2 performance guest representatives of the human resources management side of the meeting with them. Their North American warehouse has a series of well-made brand installation art, which is not only very consistent with the theme of Mad City, but also does not require time and manpower to build them specifically for them. Their own construction team is in California, and it takes at most 3 hours to pull things from the warehouse, and the accessories can be assembled. So, at least for me, as long as Budweiser is willing to be the title sponsor, even if it is only $2 million, I will not give this position to other brands. Yeah, right. Chewing the slightly burnt egg whites, Zhao Yaozin seemed to remember something. He suddenly raised the fork in his hand and raised his voice a few degrees higher. In recent years, Budweiser has collaborated with many electronic musicians. If I remember correctly, Diplo's Set Me Free last year is the theme song of the Budweiser Light Beer series, right? I don't remember it very clearly, but it seems that I mentioned this in the meeting with Budweiser. Han Yi raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. I have had too many meetings recently, and I really can't remember what we talked about. My brain is not enough. Zhao Yaozin knocked on his head in distress, but if the remaining memory is correct, then it should be. There is nothing wrong with your memory, Yaozin. You did mention Diplo and Set Me Free to Budweiser. And Han Yi took a deep breath and told the good news he received early in the morning. Jacqueline told me that you told Budweiser's marketing department an idea at the meeting. Madison Beer, Justin Bieber and Diplo are all going to be on the stage of Cold Water. So, you hope to use this single as an extended cooperation between Mad City, Han Music and Budweiser. Cold Water can be promoted as the theme song of Mad City this year, as well as the advertising song for Budweiser's project. When singing this song live, Budweiser can record a live version of the MV as a marketing event and ferment it online. Guess what? Jackie told me today that Budweiser particularly likes Cold Water and appreciates your promotion proposal. The strong performance of this song on streaming media in the past few days has also given the brand sufficient confidence. They proposed today that they hope to add another $2 million in song sponsorship in addition to the $2.5 million title sponsorship of Mad City. They hope to gather Justin, Madison and Diplo, find a suitable time, and choose a landmark with unique scenery in any city in the world to shoot a top-notch music video with a super high budget, which will be the successor to Set Me Free, and promoted worldwide as the 2016 theme song of Bud Light. Eugene. At this point, Han Yi pointed the handle of his fork at Zhao Eugene, who stopped eating and opened his eyes wider and deliberately made a rather dramatic pause. You hit the jackpot. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210 The Menacing Han Music. $2 million? Madison Beale exclaimed from the Ferrari 250 GTS-WB Alpine speakers that had not been used for a long time. At this time, Han Yi was driving this retro sports car that was considered a rare item even in Bel-Air and took Zhao Yaozin to the Xinghu building office in Century City. July 26, 2016. An annoying Tuesday with no end of the weekend in sight. Zhu Yeru, who had a heavy academic workload, had a full schedule of classes from morning to night, and Han Yi happened to have a very important work arrangement today. In addition, Xiaoru herself felt that if Yi and sister Yaozin were to send her to USC together, the embarrassment might be off the charts. So, after a quick breakfast, Han Yi asked Fei Yamu to send Zhu Yeru, who insisted on taking an Uber herself, to the Bentley Bentayga and headed towards the city center. 10 minutes ago, the two girls reached an agreement quietly through WeChat and called it a day. They would stay at 864 Stradella Road for one night and go back to their own homes tomorrow. After all, although Han Yi's house was really super comfortable, and no normal person would not want to live in this $40 million mansion for a long time, girls always have to be reserved. The most important thing is that they didn't bring enough clothes. If they stayed any longer, Zuyuru and Zhao Yaozin might have to go out in Olivia von Hall's pajamas. As for the fact that Han Yi drove Zhao Yaozin to work, Zuyuru didn't have much to worry about. Xiaoru knew that twisted and timid Korean girl, and her degree of passivity was even worse than her previous self. It took 15 minutes to drive from Stradella Road to Xinghu Avenue, including the traffic lights, and the probability of Xiao Yaozhen taking the initiative to launch an offensive was almost zero. And what could she do with the space in that Ferrari? Yujin was so confused that she had no idea that Xiaoru had figured out her behavior patterns. As soon as she got in the car, she enthusiastically shared with Hanyi the demo of the new single that Cardi B and Offset were working on. Then she called Madison and told her the good news that Budweiser had sponsored the Cold Water MV. Why is it so much? Where are we going to shoot it? The moon. On July 20th, she performed in Boston, and on the 21st, she took a car to New York to participate in the Seth Meyers late night show. After the recording, she rushed to JFK International Airport and took the last flight of the day to Montreal to start a 2-day high-intensity tour in Eastern Canada. The first day was on July 22nd at the Bell Center in Montreal, opening for 6,124 spectators. After leaving the stage, during the interval between Demi Lovato and Nick Jonas performances, Madison Beer and Billie Eilish cuddled together and took a nap on the sofa in the dressing room. Then they were woken up by tour manager Dylan Buckman. They got on the business car in a daze and headed to Toronto. The 5.5-hour drive, 1 hour of rehearsal, and 30 minutes of formal performance were fun, but also very tiring. Originally, they wanted to fly back to Los Angeles the next day to give Hanyi a surprise, but after leaving the stage, Madison Beer didn't even have the energy to go back to the hotel. After sleeping soundly for 13 hours in the hotel, Madison Beer and Billie Eilish communicated with Live Nation through Xiao Yaozhen and decided to choose the most relaxing way, which was to arrive at the next performance location, Washington, D.C., the capital of the United States, 2 days in advance to rest first. In less than a month, the two girls who lacked tour experience performed a full 13 shows. With irregular sleep and diet, weight fluctuations and acne on the face are minor issues. The most serious thing is that both of them have overloaded their throats to some extent. Billie's set is not very challenging to the vocal range, so it is still better, but Madison has reached the point where she feels a little pain even when drinking water in the past 2 days. In order to prepare for the devilish schedule of 18 concerts in the next month, Madison and Billie have been crazy about healthcare these 2 days. They don't touch any stimulating food and sleep soundly when they get a chance. Even when they are awake, they can only speak in a breathy voice. At this moment, Madison Beer is breathing into Hanyi's speakers. Even if the volume is turned up to the maximum, it is difficult to hear what she is saying from the noise of the airflow. But language does not affect emotions. Even in this case, Hanyi and Xiao Yaozhen can distinguish the surprise in her tone. A budget of $2 million for the MV. What does it mean? It has been mentioned before that the contract cooperation between record companies and artists is based on projects. An album is a project. Record companies pay artists advances to support their livelihood and to complete all the production work for the album. After the album is released, the artists need to repay the advances provided by the record companies through their own share of the profits before they can get their share of royalties. In other words, after getting the advance, the artists who choose how to spend, where to spend, and how much to spend are the ones who are carrying hundreds of millions of dollars in interest-free loans. Although music videos, or MVs, did not become popular in the United States until MTV premiered in 1981, many artists in Europe were making music videos in the 1960s. At that time, music videos were purely used to promote artists' new songs, because recording a video was much cheaper than doing a promotional tour throughout Europe. Of course, in the United States, music videos did exist before the 1980s. In the late 1950s and early 1960s, there was something called Scopitone, a jukebox that played 16mm film videos. Bobby Darin, Nat King Cole and Bing Crosby, these old generation pop stars, have shot retro music videos for Scopitone. In the 21st century, with the rise of YouTube and the gradual popularization of the advertising revenue sharing model, artists and record companies can make money through the number of MV broadcasts. But in general, record companies are not willing to pay more than the advance payment. to shoot music videos for unknown newcomers. Therefore, unless they have some fame, artists can only use part of their advance payment to cover the cost of shooting music videos. These artists who have just received the advance payment and have used half of it for rent, and the remaining money has to be used to find producers, do mixing, and mastering. How much money will be left for MVs? Therefore, you don't need to be an insider to roughly guess the average production cost of MVs. The production budget of most music videos is between $15,000 and $50,000, and very few music videos cost more than $250,000. Even for wealthy superstars like Justin Bieber and Lady Gaga, music videos usually cost only $400,000, and the most promising blockbuster promotional singles will only cost 7 figures. For example, Michael Jackson and Janet Jackson's Scream music video, which cost $7 million in 1995 and is now worth $13.5 million, and Taylor Swift's Look What You Made Me Do, which has a total budget of $12 million, are already large-scale productions that can be recorded in the history books. You know, Ariana Grande boasted in her single 7 Rings released in 2019 that there is no upper limit to the budget on the set, but the MV of the same name is mostly indoor scenes, and the outdoor scenes are borrowed from a small villa in Universal Studios, and the total production cost does not exceed $500,000. It can be seen that the $2 million check that Budweiser wrote to Diplo, Justin Bieber and Madison Beer can indeed be regarded as the top level. The reason why they gave so much is that Budweiser wants Bud Light products to appear in the MV at least. How many seconds? Kanye turned his head and asked Zhao Yaozhen. If it is not continuous, it should appear for no less than 30 seconds, and it must be in a prominent position. For example, in the hands of the artists, or in front of them, etc. In addition, they also want to edit some scenes from the MV and release them globally as the new season of Bud Light commercials. Kanye added, "We are still negotiating with Budweiser on this point." Zhao Yaozhen took over the conversation. "They want all 3 artists to appear in the commercial as much as possible. You and Diplo will definitely have no problem. We need this kind of global publicity now. But Justin is a bit troublesome. If he wants to appear in this way, Budweiser may have to increase the budget a little. It is unlikely that Budweiser will increase the budget. What is more likely to happen is that Han Music will cut the budget for the MV shooting and then give a part of it to Justin as an appearance fee in exchange for his sporadic 2 or 3 seconds of appearance in the Bud Light global commercial. This kind of world-class superstar with extremely fierce traffic will strictly control any form of exposure. Because even a few tenths of a second of exposure, or even a spoken word, can bring hundreds of millions of dollars of benefits to the brand and the artist himself. That's huge. Madison Beer lifted the hotel's veil and looked out at the low-rise classical building complex in Washington, D.C., and the dazzling array of Chinese signs. Less than 5 or 6 blocks from the White House is the Verizon Center, the venue for Future Now, the tour's Washington stop, which is also the location of Chinatown in the US Capitol. Between the White House and Capitol Hill, there are all Shaanxi Raoji Ammo, Guangdong rice noodle rolls and bubble tea shops. Have you decided where to shoot? Not yet. Zhao Yaozhen replied. After you finish performing these 2 days, we will have a meeting on the 28th. We must fully respect the artist's ideas. I think this song should go to a slightly colder place, such as Northern Europe or Iceland. It's not that I want to go there. I just think those places are very suitable. Iceland sounds very cold. We said respect the artist's ideas, but not respect a certain artist's ideas. Kanye laughed dumbly. Diplo and Justin's schedules should also be taken into consideration. See where it is more convenient. I guess it's Canada. At present, Justin has only rented a house in the northern foothills of Los Angeles and is temporarily living there. When he is not working, he will travel between California and Ontario. After the last stop of the Purpose World Tour in North America ended at Madison Square Garden in New York on July 19th, Justin flew directly back to his hometown in Canada and will leave for Makuhari Mess in Chiba City, Japan on August 11th to start the Asian tour. The MV of cold water must be shot during this period, so if you want to find a cold environment that fits the mood of the song, the most suitable location may be several places in Canada near the Arctic Circle. Hey, okay, it's okay. Canada is also very good. Madison Beale looked back at Billie Eilish, who was sleeping in a mess on her bed. I'll hang up first, so as not to wake Billie Eilish up. I also need to take a nap to recover my voice. Take a nap? Han Yi glanced at the mobile phone hanging on the left side of the steering wheel, which was being used as a navigator, and silently converted the time on the East Coast in his mind. Didn't you just wake up? Yes, take a nap after waking up, and your voice will recover quickly. This is the method Beyonce used. Okay, let's talk later. Bye. Love you. Mwah. Yazan, my dear manager. Mwah. Madison Beale, who had just blown a kiss in the air, suddenly realized that manager Zao was next to Han Yi, turned a 180-degree abrupt turn, patted his chest, and quickly hung up the phone. Good save. McGrady is a little enthusiastic today. Zao Yazan frowned, looking at the suddenly darkened mobile phone screen, with some doubts in his heart. However, her doubt soon shifted to another matter. Why are we going this way? Which road? Wilshire Boulevard. Zao Yazan, who seldom drives and is not familiar with street names, opened the map on her phone and took a look at where they were at the moment. Isn't this a long detour? Although she didn't know the street name, it was not the first time that Zao Yazan had set out from 864 Stradella to the Xinhu building. According to the usual route, you only need to go down the mountain, go around the north side of the UCLA campus via Sunset Boulevard, turn right onto Beverly Glen Boulevard, and drive south, and you can reach the office in a few minutes. The route Han Yi chose today was to take a long detour in a triangle at the intersection of Wilshire Boulevard and Santa Monica Boulevard. Are we going somewhere else? Yes, and no. Han Yi slightly released the accelerator, pointed to Zao Yazan's right, and smiled. We are still going to Xinhu building, but I want you to see this. Following the direction of Han Yi's finger, Zao Yazan cast his eyes out of the car window. The main construction of the building had been completed, but some areas were still covered with scaffolding, and a circle of dark green fences were placed around it. In the area of Beverly Hills, it was a new 12-story skyscraper. Where is this? Waldorf. Why did you take me to see the hotel? Zao Yazan had more question marks on his forehead. It's not open yet. Turn around and you'll know. Han Yi, who was patiently waiting for the red light, whetted Zao Yazan's appetite. 2 minutes later, the Ferrari slowly turned right into Santa Monica Boulevard with the heavy traffic, and the mystery was finally revealed in front of Zao Yazan. Wow, this? No way. Zao Yazan looked up and couldn't help but sigh. Although the hotel will not officially open until this time next year, the Waldorf Astoria sign has been hung on the marble wall, announcing to the passing vehicles that West Hollywood will soon welcome another top luxury hotel brand. But today, the golden sign of Waldorf is not the most eye-catching thing on this building. Because, on the left side of the sign, the stone is hung to the top, and on the giant wall of 118 feet, there is a poster that almost covers the entire stone wall. On the poster, Justin Bieber is in the center, the Major Lazer trio is on the right, and Madison Beer is on the left. Hanging above their heads is the logo of Han Music, and down the row, there are 4 lines of large characters. Cold Water, Major Lazer feat. Justin Bieber and Madison Beer 2016.07.22. Stream now. The larger the poster, the simpler the color and design should be, so that the text and image information that can be identified at a glance will appear more shocking. Can we still advertise here? Originally, it wasn't possible, but Todd was doing the financial preparations for the opening of the Beverly branch of the Waldorf Astoria. He made a few phone calls for me, and it was done. How much will it cost? 72 hours, $112,000, including tax. Han Yi smiled and glanced at Zao Yazan, who rolled down the window to take pictures, and explained, I know it's expensive, but as long as it can help build momentum for Cold Water and sprint towards the Billboard Championship, it doesn't matter how much money it spends. HMG is in urgent need of a representative work to make a name for itself and increase our voice in the streaming media market and copyright trading market. Also, there is a very interesting point. I only discovered it when I was looking at the map last night. Do you know what it is? What? Across the way from the Waldorf Astoria Hotel is Sony Music's West Coast headquarters. Having said that, Hanyi turned his head and looked at the huge poster that was getting farther and farther away from them. What do you think the Sony people will feel when they walk out of the office and see our poster? Hey, Miguel. The curly-haired white boy who pushed open the door of Starbucks with his shoulder, holding 2 paper trays in his hands and 8 cups of coffee, looked up at the huge poster that suddenly appeared in front of him like a magic trick and muttered to himself, "What is that? What is what?" Miguel, who was also struggling behind him, looked across the street and curled his lips helplessly. "This is the thing I have been talking to you about just now. Why don't you ever listen to me carefully, Percy?" "Sorry, I was just trying to remember each of their coffee requirements." "Why don't you write it down on your phone?" "Because they speak too fast." "If they speak too fast, how can you?" Miguel was choked with anger for a moment. "Forget it, let's go back." Miguel and Percy, interns in Sony Music's R&R department in the fall of 2016. This is the official name. Unofficial nickname: the guy who helps regular employees with coffee every day. There is a Starbucks between Sony Music's West Coast headquarters and the Waldorf Astoria Hotel. Which company is that? Percy followed Miguel closely and asked curiously. Han Music. Haven't you heard of it? What have you heard of? With your acumen, how are you going to survive here? This company has been discussed in the office these days. A new record company? Record company, copyright distribution company, performance company. It seems like they do everything. Mad City, Las Vegas. Any impression? Oh. Percy wanted to pat his head, but both his hands were full of coffee that was about to spill out of the cup. The music festival we wanted to go to, but didn't have the money to go. You don't have to say it so loudly. Miguel looked around at the tourists, who were waiting for the red light with them, leaned close to Percy, and whispered, "Yes, that music festival was organized by Han Music. They're coming in full force." Percy nodded. "What do those people in the office think?" "Most of them are making fun of them, saying that they are a retirement home for the big three, and that the head of their R&R department used to work at Definition. Jam took refuge in this company after breaking an intern's arm. Oh, yeah, and a few jokes. We've been in this business so long, we remember when records were still records." "What about Han Music?" "They may not even know what an iPod is. When Han Music has as many platinum records as we have, maybe they can be our opening guest." "That's pretty harsh." Percy gave his opinion honestly. "Don't say that when you go back." Miguel reminded him and sighed softly. "I think they should be a little jealous, or even afraid. I don't know. But there hasn't been a new company of this size in the music industry for a long time." "Really? Look at the poster. Madison Beer, their person. Diplo is also their person. Diplo has been signed by them. They bought the entire Mad Decent label." The closer Miguel got to the door of Sony Music's West Coast headquarters, the lower his voice became, but the more exaggerated his tone became. People are like this. They always like to exaggerate things they don't understand in a mythical way. Remember our weekly meeting yesterday? Columbia's new single, Closer, which is being promoted this year, and the singer Halsey who collaborated with it has also signed a contract with Han Music. To be precise, they set up a company with them. It is said that Han Music invested more than 20 million. So rich. More than 20 million for one artist? Not only that, even Snoop Dogg is working with them on a hip hop label. Jennifer asked her friends in the industry and found out that Han Music directly bought out the management companies of Lana Del Rey and Ellie Goulding. For several artists we are talking to, their advance payments doubled, or even several times, and they just threw the money at them. Really? Are there any we have contacted? Marshmallow. Realizing that he could not move his hands, Miguel paused and reluctantly made a gesture of putting on a hat, the one with the white hood. "I like his." Hello, can you help me brush it?" "Okay." Looking at the formal employee who glanced at him and walked away quickly with his phone between his legs, Percy showed a familiar wry smile, squatted down, pushed 2 paper plates from the ground to the other end of the entrance gate, then stood up and swiped himself in. Besides, I heard that their treatment is particularly good, and the basic salary of employees is 20% higher than. Miguel stepped on the floor with his foot, without saying the name of the employer. Also, 401k is 100% matched. You make me want to go directly. Today I will help you hand in your resignation to Jennifer, so don't refuse to go. Miguel teased. He walked quickly into the elevator with only the two of them, pressed twice, and waited until the door of the car was completely closed to confirm that no third person would hear their conversation. Then Miguel stood in the corner of the elevator, his mouth moving. Anyway, I've already sent my resume there. Sony won't give me. No, even if I'm converted to a regular employee, as long as they want me, I'll go there. You can make money wherever you are, so you must go to a place with a lot of money. Aren't you worried that they will go bankrupt? Percy stood in another corner and followed suit. This kind of new company is not very stable. I have a hunch this time that they should have big capital behind them. The kind of Wall Street, otherwise they wouldn't spend so much money. The cost of making Mad City was 30 or 40 million. Not everyone can afford it. Miguel stared at the surveillance camera flashing red on the ceiling. The poster you just saw can't be put up with money alone. Justin Bieber, a guest of cooperation. How can you invite him just by inviting him? Last week, the song was just released, and it topped the Spotify Global 50. There is no problem with the route they have chosen. As long as they keep developing like this, in the future, let alone replacing this place, Warner will always be able to compete. Isn't the list released today, the new week of Billboard? Percy asked, what do you think they can rank? I haven't studied the specific data, so I don't know. But I feel they can land in the top 10. Miguel smacked his lips and shook his head. If we can win the championship, then Han Music will be the most successful after Macklemore and the Lumineers. Wait, Macklemore and the Lumineers are also distributed by the Big Three. So, if Cold Water tops the list, it will be the first Billboard champion single outside of the Big Three music groups in history, right? Is it the first in history, Percy? How should I know? Percy shrugged. Sometimes I feel like I shouldn't be here. I didn't study this major at all. I know, you studied coffee delivery service at Pepperdine. Miguel kicked Percy's butt mischievously. Okay, whether we win the championship or not has nothing to do with us interns. Let's put the coffee. Fuck, I spilled a cup. Chapter 211 Remarkable Achievement. Since the establishment of Han Music, its popularity in the music industry has been rising as its business scope expands. The daily conversations between Miguel and Percy, two interns, are just one of the proofs that Han Music's popularity has reached the end of the chain. Industry insiders, especially those who work in the record industry, copyright distribution industry, artist management industry, performing arts agency industry, and live performance industry in West Hollywood, have been flooded with industry news related to Han Music almost every week in the past few months. The first to feel the shock of Han's financial strength were WME, located at 9560 Wilshire Boulevard, and CAA, located at 2000 Avenue of Stars. In recent years, the two giants in the performing arts agency industry have continued to attract investment from Wall Street capital on the East Coast. TPG and CAA are deeply bound, and Silver Lake Capital has gradually controlled WME, so the ammunition depots of the two companies have become extremely full. Especially WME, they even set up a separate investment and financing subsidiary. WME Ventures uses the cash in hand to invest in startups in the fields of technology, clothing, personal care and even virtual reality, using the Wall Street method to expand another growth dimension for this performing arts agency. After WME acquired IMG, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the game in the entertainment agency industry had entered the second half, with WME IMG far ahead, CAA doing its best to catch up, and Utah and ICM having already acquiesced to falling behind. In addition, Utah's midnight raid last year caused CAA to suffer heavy losses, and then regarded it as its mortal enemy. In addition to suing Utah for unfair competition, CAA has also been persistent in poaching people from Utah. They poach artists, poach agents, and even wield shovels in front of agent assistants. Johnny Depp and Kanye West announced that they would join CAA, which was a powerful display of the anger and energy of Creative Artists Agency. The agents at the lunch table were all speculating on how this long-lasting dispute would end. To be more specific, how Utah would choose to surrender. However, the sudden appearance of the investment partners, Han Capital and Bohu Capital, dropped an unexpected bombshell in the industry. Before Utah released its official press release, few people had heard of Parkview Capital, because although this investment institution is also located on the West Coast, it has little interest in the entertainment industry. The golden behemoth led by Douglas LePen, with a capital management quota of nearly $100 billion, prefers the physical industry represented by infrastructure, biomedicine and traditional industries, and has little intersection with Hollywood. The asset management giants in Irvine don't know it, and for ordinary agents in the performing arts agency industry, the name of Han Capital is even more unfamiliar. Therefore, when employees of WME and CAA learned that Utah had received a cash injection of $190 million, they could not help but feel a little unbelievable. 2 years ago, TPG Capital's second investment in CAA was only $225 million. Although CAA only sold 18%, that transaction increased TPG Capital's equity ratio in CAA from 35% to 53%, becoming the majority shareholder, so the price per share of this transaction was actually a lot of premium. On the other hand, Utah sold 41% of its shares in one go, which is indeed a very astonishing proportion. It also highlights the obvious gap between Utah and CAA in terms of valuation. However, after the completion of this transaction, Han Capital and Bohu Capital are still minority shareholders. In other words, Utah at least maintains its superficial independence. Even if the $190 million in cash obtained in exchange cannot help them turn the tables, it can also give the agency led by Jeremy Zimmer a big breath under the full siege of CAA. Utah, which has stabilized its position, has recruited talents inside and outside the industry in the past 2 months, and new talents have joined on both sides of the Atlantic. In the core circle of performing arts agents, there are at most 300 or 400 people. Agents jump back and forth between several major agencies. A major event happened a quarter of an hour ago, and a quarter of an hour later, the closed world will be known by peers around the world. The decision of Utah's second board meeting of the year and the subsequent movement soon reached the ears of external agents. You're the Nazoa Trust Me meal, and your cucumber roll, edamame and a serving of salmon sashimi, please enjoy. Thank you. After the Asian waiter from Sugarfish turned and left with a smile, Melissa Haight glanced at the 14 dishes on her plate, then turned her gaze to the bland food on the other side of the wooden table that even the Syrian refugees shook their heads at. You've waited in line for 20 minutes, and you're going to eat these, Caroline? I'm in shape recently, and I have to control my calorie intake. Caroline Yan shook the ponytail behind her head, and explained with a smile, I don't want to look too bloated at the MTV Awards in a month. Get me an invitation. What invitation do you want? Dipping a hand roll in soy sauce, Caroline quickly put it into her mouth, as if the calories couldn't catch up with her, as long as she moved fast enough. Just come with me. I envy you musicians. Melissa sighed softly and said self-deprecatingly, the people I deal with every day are all old men who weigh more than 300 pounds, and may never sit up from their office chairs in their lives. What's the use of having a good figure? Your side is the big money making business. Caroline pouted, well, where were we just now? Utah is going to acquire CLG. Melissa looked at Caroline strangely. It was you who started this topic. Oh, yes. Utah, CLG. Caroline took a sip of water and swallowed the scroll before continuing, and I heard that after the acquisition is completed, they plan to let Cara Lewis be responsible for music brokerage in the entire United States. Cara Lewis? Melissa's voice rose half a degree, and after noticing that the diners at the next table had shifted their attention, she quickly lowered her voice. That devil bitch? That devil bitch. Caroline Yan smiled and nodded. Neil Warnock of TAG is still in charge of the global music market, but Utah will have more than 200 music clients coming in recently, and the entire list will be expanded. Wait, more than 200? Melissa frowned. Cara Lewis doesn't have that many people, right? Yes, she doesn't have that many, but Utah is also going to acquire Circle. Holy. Melissa widened her eyes and suddenly realized something. How do you know so clearly? Anyone with some connections in the entertainment agency industry could get the news that Utah was in contact with CTA and CLG, but the specific position that Carla Lewis would take after the acquisition was not a secret that ordinary outsiders could obtain. You also received their offer? What do you mean by you also? Caroline Yan's reaction was more sensitive than Melissa Heights. Utah came to you? Yes, they want me to manage Utah's sports department. Utah has a sports department? Now, basically there is none, which is why they want to recruit people. Melissa raised her chopsticks and answered, after getting the money, Utah is now expanding in all sectors. Didn't you receive the offer? Tell me quickly, what do they want you to be responsible for? What else can I be responsible for? Music. Caroline shrugged, vice president of the music agency department, in charge of the Asian market, and then in charge of some of the client's business in North and Central America. Asia reports to Warnock, and North and Central America reports to Lewis. Yeesh. Melissa grinned. How can you survive if Lewis is in charge of you? I'm mainly doing the expansion in Asia. No matter how difficult she is, as long as I stay calm, can she force a vice president away? Caroline responded disapprovingly. Besides, personality and other things aside, Cara Lewis does have a lot of hip hop artists I want to work with. I started my career with R&B and hip hop. Caroline Yan's career began at MCA Records, and then she joined ICM, and then was poached by CAA to manage the company's R&B and hip hop artists. In 2015, she was selected by Billboard magazine for the first time in the 3 industry lists of female music power figures, 40 elite practitioners under 40 and powerful figures in hip hop. She has been in the limelight in the past 2 years. Eminem, Travis Scott. Yes. Then what do they pay you? Melissa hesitated. You don't have to tell me the specific numbers. In fact, don't talk, just use your hands to show it. Melissa raised her right hand flat on her chest, and then slowly raised it. The baseline is your current salary. When they offer you an offer, stop. Caroline spoke slowly after 3 or 4 seconds. Shit. Melissa shook her head and laughed. Even if my boss is Hitler, I will accept it. Don't play with me, Mel. Caroline put her hands on the table, pulled her body closer to Melissa, and asked in a low voice, aren't you also? This increase? Almost. Not to the level I want, but enough. Melissa said modestly, with a proud smile. It's just that I don't know what Utah wants to do in the sports sector. I mean, Icon has done more than $40 billion in consulting projects for the NFL, NBA, MLB and NHL. How are they going to compete with CAA from scratch? I haven't counted WME and Wasserman. Didn't WME just buy UFC 2 weeks ago? $4 billion. No matter how rich Utah is, can it raise $4 billion? I think they are at least 7 or 8 years away from clutch. You can't think like that, Mel. First of all, we are here to work, and only a company that is in urgent need of development will offer you the highest salary. For us, isn't salary the most important? Moreover, it is easier to achieve results starting from scratch. Staying in CAA is indeed #1 in sports agency, but what kind of honor can this bring to you? Caroline comforted her friend. Besides, the current performing arts agencies are different from the past. It doesn't take more than 10 or 20 years to rebuild a department. Sometimes, all it takes is 1 or 2 precise acquisitions, and an unknown junior can immediately leap into the top 5 in the industry. I have a hunch, Mel. Just wait and see. In the future, Utah will definitely be able to raise hundreds of millions of funds and complete more large-scale acquisitions. It's definitely not that easy for Parkview Capital and Hahn Capital to rush into our circle. The remaining liquid funds in their hands should be an astronomical figure that you and I can't guess. I'm serious. In the narrow workstation cubicle, Nick Grove stretched his body and sighed. I swear to God, this is the 13th demo I've received from Hahn Release in the past 2 months. How much money do they have? How come they suddenly signed so many creators? Are you talking to me? A dark head with dreadlocks popped up above the cubicle. Yes, Brandon. Otherwise I'd be a pathetic person talking to myself. Nick replied unhappily. Aren't you? Fuck you. Okay. Fuck you too, man. Brandon Brown smiled indifferently. Why are you sighing? It's just a dozen demos. How many do we receive every day? Hundreds, right? Universal Music Release, which is in the same family as Interscope, and Sony/ATV, BMG Music Release, and Warner/Chappell from friendly companies. Each large music copyright release group manages at least millions of song and lyrics copyrights. Every day, MLs with dozens of demos attached to them are passed between various labels, waiting for the right person to take the bait. No, to pay for it. But it's different on Han Publishing's side. Nick rubbed his face, feeling irritated. I can't just read it and not reply, or put these demos aside. Even if I don't want them, I have to deal with them carefully. What's the situation? You know the song I was busy confirming the rights to the other day, Bad Things? Machine Gun Kellers, I know. Isn't 3% of the copyright of that song going to Madison Beal? Nick Grove pointed at himself. Karen Guo talked to me personally. The Karen Guo from my DJ. Yes. Ahaha, no way. Brandon put his fist to his lips, looking gloating. What did she do to you? She didn't do anything to me. She just ate me alive. Nick breathed a sigh of relief helplessly. I gave her a lot of rights. Han Music has creative control over the length of time Madison Beal appeared in the MV and the subsequent scope of use. The key is, I talked to the higher ups, and they told me that, if it's not a matter of principle, they should give in a little. What it says above. Brandon was a little surprised. Will we let others? Yeah, I'm curious too. Nick quickly glanced around, stood up, held Brandon's shoulders, and whispered in his ear. Someone told me that it was because our previous boss had a good relationship with them. Which boss? Who else could it be? Nick touched his still thick hair. Jovan, Brandon said, didn't he go to Apple a long time ago? He's gone, but his influence is still there, Nick responded. It is said that Han Music is very close to Apple Music, and Jimmy intends to help them. So many of our big projects and big artists have given them the green light. Guess who sent the demo I received 5 minutes ago? Who? Guess. Guess the big one. Apart from the big ones, do we have other artists? The one with the most fans. Selena? If we talk about the most successful singer under Interscope, Selena Gomez is definitely not in the discussion, but if we only consider the number of online fans, no one in the entire Interscope Jethana and M group can reach half of Selena's. So far this year, Selena's Instagram account has added 40 million followers, just one step away from 100 million followers. Although the popularity of her songs is not as high as that of Taylor Swift, Ariana Grande and Beyoncé, the online popularity alone is enough to make her the jewel in the crown of Interscope. Yes, Arlene emailed me personally. The Arlene that Nick mentioned is Arlene Kashishian, Selena Gomez's manager, since April 2014, and the biggest behind-the-scenes driving force behind the second spring in her career. They really like a song by Marshmello. Wait a minute, Marshmello? Brandon Brown stretched out his hand and interrupted Nick's narration. Aren't we talking to him about signing a contract? Well, technically it's not us, it's Jeffan, but it's almost the same. Marshmello and Han Music formed a joint venture, Joytime Collective. Didn't you see the deadline I sent you? Nick spread his arms and smiled mischievously. He's gone. He belongs to Han Music now. Okay, that's too bad. I like his song Alone very much. Brandon didn't really care. After all, it was not an artist project led by him, and whether or not the contract was signed had little to do with him. But you said he's going to work with Selena? Well, wolves. It is said that Selena will go into the studio to record in August and prepare to release it next year, but Arlene asked us to finalize the licensing agreement with Han's distribution department first. Nick glanced at the content of the email on the computer in front of him. Christopher Comstock, Brian Lee, Louis Bell, Electric Feel. I have never seen so many creators who are not from the three major ones. Are they all from Hans? They are authors. Nick slapped his thigh, his eyes widened, with an I told you expression on his face. And, the song is really fucking good, and the production is excellent, and there is no difference from ours. Han's distribution department also told me that, if we are willing to do a joint release with Han Music, that is, their label part, they will also find Serban Garner to do the post-production, and they will bear the expenses. Damn it. Brandon laughed dryly. They have learned all our tricks. That is to say, they are so different from the independent labels we cooperated with before. They have money, resources, well-known artists, and connections, everything. Let's not talk about the big things. As long as you are willing to spend money and attract more stars, there is still hope to catch up with Interscope. It's not that simple. Antoine. Hearing Antoine Gadget's bold words, Han Yi, who was sitting in the president's office and concentrating on studying the updated content of the mobile phone memo, raised his eyes and smiled at his investment manager. You are good at asset management, and I'm good at the music industry. If you want to make a name for yourself in this industry, it is not enough to have funds. The main thing is to have the right direction and the right strategy. Otherwise, no matter how hard you work, you will find that you have made a Walkman in the streaming media era, which will be embarrassing. However, I still have to congratulate Han Music. I may not be the most experienced music business expert in the world, but I know the value of the Billboard charts and the meaning of the playback data behind them. Antoine Gadget crossed his legs and elegantly covered his knees with his hands. Whether in New York or Los Angeles, no matter what the temperament of the city itself is, Antoine always maintains his old money style. Billboard Hot 100, number 2. That's a pretty impressive accomplishment for any label, right? Chapter 212, Landing from Heaven. Although they are confident in the quality of the song, the lineup of partners in the publicity and promotion matrix of Cold Water, Han Music and its subsidiary Mad Decent did not set too high a goal for the first week. It is enough to top the trend charts of Spotify and Apple Music, and then see if it can enter the top 10 of the Hot 100 singles chart on Tuesday. This is an issue that Han Yi repeatedly emphasized in the singles publicity and promotion meeting. He does not want the team to be too obsessed with the so-called chart results and ignore the healthy development of the song itself. Music publicity is like a long-distance race. Some people are far ahead in the first week and become the champion, while others have to run for 2 or 3 years before they can finally make it to the charts. Each song has its own growth curve. You can use rich publicity and promotion resources to activate the commercial potential of a song to the greatest extent, but blindly piling up exposure at inappropriate times and playing all the cards in hand will make the classics that could have been timeless and new arouse public dislike due to excessive publicity and eventually become obscure. Humans are naturally like this. They like new things, but they don't like others to force new things directly down their throats. The failed joint promotion of iTunes and U2 is a clear example. In 2014, U2's new album The Songs of Innocence was officially released. Apple used this album as a means to promote iTunes and Beats Music, a streaming platform that had not yet been replaced by Apple Music. After negotiating with Guy Oshie and Universal Music Group, Apple paid Universal $52 million for the album download fee, and then put the album into the purchased library of all iTunes users for free. It sounds like a wonderful fairy tale of Santa Claus giving gifts to children, right? But the user reaction was not as enthusiastic as U2, Universal and Apple imagined. A considerable number of people were extremely disgusted with Apple's behavior of putting albums into their private libraries without permission, believing that this was an invasion of privacy. If Apple can add or delete things from their libraries at will, it means that the company can always look through their purchased tracks, even private images and recordings stored on iTunes. This massive music promotion event eventually turned into a trigger for iTunes, which is lingering on in the streaming era. A large number of users began to abandon the music they had accumulated on iTunes for more than a decade and switched to Spotify. After all, if the files in a private library can be browsed at will and do not belong to you completely, it is better to listen to the music online directly. And the U2 band, which was originally a Hall of Fame band with no black spots, suddenly became the weird old man who broke into your house and forced you to listen to music. The negative impact on his career continued even until 2023. Lead singer Bono's several public apologies could not save U2's huge loss in commercial reputation. Bono, who is about to be canonized in music, is treated like this when he makes a wrong move. Major Lazer, Justin Bieber and Madison Beer should be more cautious. Justin Bieber, needless to say, seems to have been criticized yesterday. The extremely arrogant message he left at the Anne Frank Memorial and the various behaviors that made him a public enemy in the past few years still deeply affect his reputation and any art related to him. After turning to pop electronic music, Where Are You Now? What Do You Mean? And Sorry brought him back to the top, and Love Yourself made him a commercial success that surpassed Baby. Justin Bieber, who made a beautiful comeback with the album Purpose, glimpsed a glimpse of his former glory. But it is when he is only half a step away from the top that he needs to tread on thin ice and be extremely cautious. In recent months, Justin Bieber has frequently appeared on daytime and late night talk shows on various TV networks to maintain his good image of reform. Therefore, his public exposure in the past 6 months has been high, and his unprecedented 162-show tour in 5 continents has made him even more popular online and offline. On the eve of the Asian tour, what Justin Bieber needs is cold water to help him add more firewood, rather than pouring gasoline into the stove and burning the whole house down. Play it safe. Do the most traditional and stable promotion is the strong requirement of Scooter Braun's SB Project's team. Just promote it on commercial radio stations, streaming platforms, and offline advertising spots in certain target cities. Don't do too novel or too grand marketing. On the other hand, although the situation is different from Justin Bieber, Major Lazer and Madison Beer's requirements for the promotion of cold water can be said to be the same to some extent. Major Lazer topped the Spotify historical playlist with Lean On in November last year, and now it still maintains a clear advantage. The group now needs to do only one thing, that is, to tell the fans of the streaming platform that they have released a new single that is different in style from Lean On but of equally outstanding quality, and then smoothly transfer the traffic of Lean On to cold water through 2 channels, Spotify and Apple Music. Any overly fancy promotion is superfluous. As for Madison Beer, the management of Renew has positioned her very accurately, a newcomer who is popular on social media and almost a blank sheet of paper in the music field. Not a newcomer. She has very few singing segments in the studio version of Cold Water, and overly exaggerated marketing will damage her first impression that has not yet been fully established. In addition to a few press releases focusing on her, Madison should stand behind Justin Bieber and deploy obediently and let the spotlight sprinkle a little on her face, which is considered a victory. This has nothing to do with the so-called gender equality, but is purely the gap in commercial value and industry status between her and her 2 male collaborators. The personal factors and development demands of the 3 artists, coupled with Han Music's clear understanding of itself, ultimately led Cold Water to choose the most stable promotion and marketing routine. Send a few tweets on social media to attract attention. Use the popularity of Justin Bieber and Major Lazer to open up channels in commercial radio, and cooperate with various playlists on Spotify and Apple Music to win word of mouth through the excellent quality of the songs. There is no need to talk about the inspirational meaning of the song, nor to use the so-called life story of any artist to sell misery for attention. Inform fans that there is a new pop electronic single called Cold Water released, and the next work is to leave it to the melody, song, and arrangement. Of course, not engaging in novel marketing, not taking a weird route, and purely letting the music speak, does not mean that the first week promotion and marketing matrix arranged by Han Music for Cold Water will be weaker than other singles. In fact, compared with the new singles released at the same time, the promotion resources that Cold Water can enjoy can be called the strongest. No commercial radio manager would say no to Justin Bieber's new single, especially when the producer of the single is Major Lazer. Many radio stations, including 102.7 KISS FM in Los Angeles, even announced it in advance and premiered the new single at midnight on July 22nd. Until July 26th, the day when the Billboard released the charts, Cold Water was repeatedly played 13,925 times on commercial radio stations in 140 cities monitored by Luminate, a radio data provider for the charts, and was expected to reach 43.122 million listeners. Ranking 3rd on the radio playlist this week. It was only released on Friday, but it ranked 3rd on the radio chart on Tuesday. No wonder those singers who want to enter the American market always try their best to get Justin Bieber to feature. This name is the golden pass for American radio. Radio channels have been laid out to the limit of Han Music's ability, and the online sales and streaming performance of Cold Water have not disappointed. With 169,000 paid downloads, it broke the 9-week monopoly of Justin Timberlake's new single Can't Stop the Feeling. and topped the Billboard digital music chart. In terms of streaming charts, Cold Water took over from DCINA, a hip-hop artist from Utah, with his phenomenal single Panda. On the first day, the total number of online plays exceeded 7 million and reached 22 million in 5 days. With a slight advantage of 100,000 plays, Cold Water pushed Panda to second place and won the first place on the Billboard streaming play chart. In addition, on the other 3 subcharts of Billboard with large traffic, which are based on online play volume and converted sales, the US Club Dance Chart, the US Hot Electronic Dance Music Chart and the US Mainstream Top 40 Chart, Cold Water landed on the championship with a kingly attitude. Obviously, Han Music and Matt Decent underestimated the momentum of Justin Bieber and Major Lazer, the brainwashing degree of the single Cold Water, and the market expectations paved for it by champion singles such as Lean On, Sorry, and Love Yourself. When Cold Water rushed to the first place on Apple Music's global chart and the first place on the US chart, as well as the first place on Spotify's global chart and the second place on the US chart in the first week, even people with a calm mentality could not help but imagine a dream of landing the championship on the singles chart. After get off work on Monday, and when I went to work on Tuesday, the entire Zinghu Building 1000 quietly spread a restless mood that was suppressed with great effort. Everyone, from the intern sitting in the most remote corner of the open office area, to Hani in the president's office, would open Spotify, Apple Music and Billboard's official website on their computers at the same time, refresh from time to time, appreciate the unshakable dominance of Cold Water on the streaming platform, and look forward to the release of the new week's singles chart. Therefore, although the first week performance of Cold Water was not high, and Hani also deliberately lowered everyone's expectations for the ranking in various meetings, after the Billboard chart was announced this week, Room 1000 was still instantly filled with 2 extremely contradictory voices. Cheers for winning the runner-up in the first week, and sighs for not winning the championship in the first week. Some people cheered first and then sighed, some sighed first and then cheered, and there were also crazy critics like Karen Guo who punched the screen and cursed the distorted calculation formula of the Billboard singles chart. Cold Water ranked first in digital sales and streaming volume this week, but it lost the championship seat that was within reach, just because the radio volume ranked third, and the MV was not filmed. Who is the champion? It is a single that is polarized from Cold Water. Cheap Thrills by Sire and Sean Paul. Cold Water is a powerful combination between 2 groups of champion artists. Sire, the main creator of Cheap Thrills, is over 40 years old and has never tasted the taste of topping the Billboard chart. The golden period of the career of the rapper Sean Paul, who collaborated with Sire, has long gone. Cold Water won the first week of download and streaming, while Cheap Thrills did not enter the global chart or the US chart in the first week, and only ranked 175th in the UK chart. In view of the poor commercial performance of Alive, the first promotional single of Sire's new album This Is Acting, the extremely slow-burning Cheap Thrills was once on the point of being directly abandoned by RCA. With no one optimistic about it, Cheap Thrills has taken a tenacious upward curve. After entering the Billboard singles chart for the first time at number 81, Cheap Thrills climbed for 6 months before finally reaching the top in the last weekend of July. Cheap Thrills was played 16,526 times in 140 markets in 7 days, reaching 49.904 million listeners, nearly 6 million more than Cold Water. For the Hot 100 singles chart, which places great emphasis on radio broadcasts, this 6 million difference is enough to offset the disadvantage of Cheap Thrills in streaming and digital downloads. In addition, since 2013, the number of YouTube video plays in the United States has also been included in the statistics, which undoubtedly makes Cheap Thrills, which released the official version of the MV on February 11th and the dance version of the MV on March 21st, take advantage of both versions of the MV. Therefore, in the new weekly chart released on July 26, 2016, Cheap Thrills ranked first, Cold Water landed at second, and One Dance, which had been at the top for 10 consecutive weeks, finally retreated to third. Calvin Harris and Rihanna's This Is What You Came For. Justin Timberlake's Can't Stop the Feeling, and the Chainsmokers and Aya's Futuribus single Don't Let Me Down, respectively, dropped 2 places. Inside Han Music, the emotional catharsis lasted less than 15 minutes. Soon, amid mutual encouragement and applause, Room 1000 returned to their intense work. Since it has already reached the 2nd place, there is no reason not to go one step further and strive to kick Cheap Thrills off the top of the mountain next week. Han Yi is very aware of the time urgency of this task. If he does not rush to the top of the chart as soon as possible, but lets Cheap Thrills continue to be on top of Cold Water, then when Closer, the pinnacle of pop electronic commercialization, is released, it will be difficult for Cold Water to touch the championship throne again. More importantly, Porch, Major Lazer and Madison Beer are all flesh and blood. Instead of fighting each other for the top spot on the singles chart, it is better to make good use of this time difference and make RCA laugh next week. Although Cold Water, which was released simultaneously around the world, failed to complete the feat of airborne championship in the United States, its terrifying streaming data allows it to directly dominate the charts without separate promotion in other countries. Australia, Austria, Belgium, Brazil, Canada, Czech Republic, Finland, Ireland, Italy, Netherlands, New Zealand, Norway, Portugal, Slovakia, Sweden, Switzerland, and the most influential British singles chart outside the United States, 17 countries, won the 1st place at the same time. As a commercial pop electronic song, Cold Water has high quality, recognition, and audience. Inspired by the 17 crowns in the overseas market, with the unanimous agreement of the 3 management teams, Han Music began to expand the scale of publicity from July 26. In terms of radio stations, Victoria White Mason negotiated with the radio stations with the 2nd place in the chart, requiring them to give the number of plays that matches the ranking. Whoever can put Cold Water at the top of the playlist will get Diplo or Justin Bieber's radio promotion schedule next month. Needless to say, the streaming platform is already ranked 1st in the global chart, so it is natural to get the homepage banner and celebrity playlist. In the offline promotion section, the 72-hour Waldorf Astoria giant poster is a temporary spectacle as a social media gimmick. In the physical promotion matrix, the largest part is still the billboards erected on the main traffic arteries of each metropolitan area. 4 billboards in Manhattan, $200,000. 10 billboards in West Hollywood, Los Angeles, $300,000. 14 billboards along the Chicago River, $210,000. In addition to other major cities such as San Francisco, Miami, Las Vegas, Dallas, Houston, Washington D.C., Seattle, as well as 2nd-tier cities such as Phoenix, Orlando, Indianapolis, and small towns with a population of around 100,000 such as Davenport, Eugene, and Jackson. The offline promotion of Cold Water this time has cost more than $2.3 million on various paper and digital billboards alone. Regardless of the gains and losses of the moment, what Han Yi values is whether Han Music can break the monopoly of the 3 majors within a week and get the first champion single since its establishment. The popularity, fame and commercial value that comes with topping the billboard will also allow Major Lazer and Madison Beer to help the group earn back the money invested in other ways. Madison Beer, who didn't get up until noon on Tuesday, opened the curtains of her suite at the Renaissance Hotel in downtown Washington, stared blankly at the dark blue Cold Water poster hanging at the intersection of 13th Street and L Street not far away, and herself on the left side of the poster, and was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth for a long time. Then, she turned off the airplane mode of her phone, and the flood of new messages made Madison at a loss. She had to gray out all the push notifications and check them one by one. In addition to the congratulatory messages sent by the team, family, friends, and even ordinary classmates who she added at Jericho High School who she didn't know how long ago on WhatsApp, most of the push notifications came from Twitter and Instagram. This was when she turned off the stranger message notifications. Meghan Trainor started following you, following It's Been a Blanco started following you, following Kyga Music started following you, following Martin Garrix started following you, following Honeymoon started following you, following. These are all people I used to follow unilaterally. Wait a minute. Honeymoon is Lana Del Rey. Madison, who has always regarded Lana as her idol, stopped breathing for a few seconds. Then, she bit her lower lip tightly, trying her best to suppress the scream that was about to blurt out, and clicked on the private message interface. OMG, Lana, I love you so much. No. Madison shook her head and deleted half of the sentence in the dialog box. This is too unreserved. Lana will look down on me. Hello, Miss Del Rey. I'm Madison. I'm glad you followed me. I just want to tell you that I have. Too formal, too old-fashioned. How can an artist introduce themselves like this? Hi, Lana. I noticed that you followed me. It's really an honor. Your music has been an inspiration to me for many years. I hope we can talk and even collaborate someday. I wish you all the best. This should be fine. It's the first chat, not so official, but also very polite. It shows my respect for her without being too cheap. Should it be okay? After tossing and turning in bed for 10 minutes, Madison finally sent the message, then immediately hugged the pillow tightly, buried her face in the fluffy cotton, and left only a pair of eyes staring at the phone screen without blinking. Hey, girl. To Madison's surprise, Lana sent her a greeting in less than half a minute. Congratulations, the new single is doing very well. Before the silly smiling Madison typed the 2 words thank you, Lana sent 2 more paragraphs of text. I heard that you are interested in working together. I have a cool demo for you to listen to. I asked Ben to send it to your manager. If you like it, when I get back from Quebec, we can book a recording studio and find the feeling. Lana Del Rey's text content and the smiley face emoticon that followed it melted the Long Island girl's heart. Absolutely. Can't wait to listen to your demo. See you in Los Angeles. Exiting the private message interface, her fingers kept rubbing around the mutual attention sign, repeatedly confirming it several times. Lana loves me. Madison sat on her knees on the bed, holding her phone tightly, and cheered like a Mexican wrestler who had just knocked out his enemy. As if this was not enough to vent her excitement, she simply stood up, as if she was back to the warm home of Jericho, when she was 5 years old, jumping in the crib with her brother Red who could not speak clearly. It was not until she twisted her right ankle and fell on the bed exhausted and panting that Madison Bill calmed down, or not completely. She wrapped herself in the quilt like a caterpillar and rolled around on the king bed, staring blankly at the ceiling for a while, and then burying her face in the quilt and twisting around. No matter what she did, the bright smile on her mouth never faded. After about a quarter of an hour, Madison, who felt her cheeks were stiff and painful, finally returned to normal. Unable to wait for Zhao Yaozhen to reply to her WhatsApp, she called her manager directly and listened to the entire demo of Beautiful People Beautiful Problems on the other end of the phone. After discussing with Yaozhen for half an hour with the greatest enthusiasm, Madison Beer hung up the phone and threw the phone aside, breathing heavily. Let the fine beads of sweat on her forehead slowly dry up, let her overrapid heartbeat gradually slow down, and let herself who had ascended to heaven slowly descend to the earth. Ignoring the vibration that continued to reach her ears, Madison turned the pages of the calendar in her mind, counting them day by day, savoring them moment by moment, reviewing the ups and downs of the past year from the time she received the polite but cold termination letter from Island Records and SB Projects to today, when she received a private message from her idol Lana Del Rey. How did I get here? When the answer to this question became clear, Madison turned over and sat up, eagerly searching for her phone on the bed. When her eyes fell on the dimly lit screen again, Madison no longer paid attention to the crazy growth of followers on Instagram and Twitter. She opened WhatsApp, clicked on the avatar that was always in the first row, and sent 2 simple words. Thank you. Chapter 213 Rewards received. Why did I accidentally buy something for you on Amazon? Hanyi sent out his self-proclaimed humorous reply within 3 seconds, and the 2 ticks on the far right of the dialog box flashed one after another, and then quickly turned blue. This means that Madison has read his message. This girl can't live without Wi-Fi for a moment. I sent you a message at 11 o'clock, and you're replying now? This aggressive question was followed by an emoticon package as expected. In the middle of the screen was Will Pulton the Millers with an embarrassed look on his face. Above it was written, people say, we hate people who reply late. Below it was, me, do you still get replies? Han-Yi covered his nose, and before he could laugh out loud, a FaceTime request popped up on the screen of his mobile phone. From Madison Bill. Why do these Americans like to video call people when they have nothing to do? Han-Yi sighed softly, raised his index finger to Antoine Gatchet across the desk, indicating that he had an incoming call, and then pressed the call button. Hey, man, what are you doing? Madison's face almost filled the entire screen. She is worthy of being regarded as a fashion icon by Instagram girls, as a textbook of beauty and skincare. So close to the camera, Han-Yi couldn't see any flaws on her face, not even slightly larger pores. Although he knew that this was the effect of makeup, it was still considered a gifted talent among Caucasians. In a meeting, Han-Yi turned the screen of his mobile phone around and pointed it at Antoine Gatchet. With Antoine, Han-Yi emphasized the name Antoine. It was not because the French name was difficult to pronounce, but because he wanted to use this method to implicitly remind Madison that there were other people in the office and not to say anything out of line. However, listening to the way Madison greeted him after connecting to FaceTime, there should be someone around her. Hi, Antoine. Good afternoon, Maddie. In Los Angeles, Madison and Antoine met twice, both in the office of Xinghu Building. This kind of elegant, humorous, and well-dressed European uncle is very popular with Madison and Billy. It was only recently that they found out that Han-Yi's investment manager was not gay, which surprised them a little. It was incredible that a man who insisted on wearing a French beret every day on the West Coast, where big shorts were everywhere, had a normal sexual orientation. Billy and Phineas are here with me too. The camera tilted slightly, and the O'Connor siblings, who were lying on the same sofa with her, waved to Han-Yi. Where are you? In the locker room of the Verizon Center. Just finished rehearsal and are having dinner. Raising the phone higher with her left hand, Madison picked up the plastic salad box on her lap and showed it to Han-Yi. A simple Caesar salad, dotted with a few pieces of white chicken that seemed to be there. It's not Madison's favorite food, but it is a must-have ritual for her before every concert. It has enough calories, but it won't make her feel too lazy. We too. Billie Eilish came close to the camera and put her salad box together with Madison's. They were both Caesar salads, the only difference being that there was no mincemeat in her bowl. Are those red ones in yours breadsticks? Cheetos. Billie Eilish picked up a piece of Cheetos covered with salad dressing with her fingers, and Takis potato chips, both spicy. I know you're eating a vegetarian salad. Han-Yi moved the screen a few inches away, with an expression like an old man on the subway looking at his phone. But this is the most unhealthy vegetarian salad I've ever seen. Who says veganism is necessarily healthy? Billie Eilish shook her head and put the Cheetos into her mouth. I exist to tell the world that vegetarianism can also be very harmful to the body. This is one of the most unnecessary inspirational stories in the world. Han-Yi didn't intend to continue chatting with Billie Eilish. He seized the precious time to care about the career development of his artists. I heard that the tickets for Washington are selling pretty well. It's okay, at least better than they sold in Ohio. When answering this question, Madison couldn't hear any emotional fluctuations. After all, she and Billie Eilish are only the opening guests of Future Now, the tour. If the tickets sell well, the atmosphere of the warm-up performance will naturally be good. But even if there are many empty seats, it doesn't matter, because the performance fee they get for each show is fixed. No one will buy tickets for the entire concert just to watch the warm-up performance of two newcomers. On the other hand, even if the box office sales are not as expected, it has nothing to do with them. That is something Demi Lovato and Nick Jonas have to worry about. So far in the tour, none of the 10,000 person venues booked by Live Nation have been sold out. The highest attendance rate is about 90%, and the worst performances can only hover between 65-70%. The worst was on July 19th in Hershey, Pennsylvania. The Hershey Park Stadium, which can accommodate 19,611 people, only came to 11,756 people in the end, with an attendance rate of only 59.94%. The performance, to be held in Columbus, Ohio tomorrow, now seems to be able to break the record in Hershey. So far, the Value City Arena, with a capacity of 12,761 people, has recorded the sales of 7,203 tickets, with an attendance rate of 56.44%. Demi and Nick's team are even discussing whether to seal off all the seats on the left and right sides so that all the audience can sit in one area, which will make it look more crowded. I heard that many people bought tickets on the spur of the moment today, about 200 or 300 people. I don't know why. Maybe it's to see you and Billy. Han Yi joked, although I don't want to say this. Judging from the current Billboard rankings, it's obvious that we are more popular. Nick Jonas, who went solo, didn't dare to think about the performance of Cold Water in the first week. Chains ranked at number 13, Jealous ranked at number 7, and Close, which is still on the Hot 100 singles chart, ranked at number 14. Each album has 2 hits, and they can only linger around the top 10 at best, and fall to the middle if they are not careful. This is the limit that Island Records and its subsidiary label Safe House, which was jointly established with Demi Lovato and Nick Jonas, can reach. Demi Lovato is in a similar situation, or even worse. During the period of Heart Attack, the highest ranking could reach 10th, but by the time of Cool for the Summer, the peak performance dropped 1 place. Confident turned downward at 21st, and as for the new single Stone Cold released on March 21st this year, it did not even make the main chart. For 2 or 3 consecutive years, such chart performance has undoubtedly clearly outlined the stable decline of Demi Lovato and Nick Jonas' popularity, and there is no hope of a comeback in the short term. Live Nation is willing to give them a 10,000 person venue, largely because of their past glory. Moreover, even if the remaining popularity of Camp Rock and the Jonas Brothers is taken into consideration, the two must perform together to convince Live Nation, which is full of concerns, to launch the project. What's even more embarrassing is that the two have been doing everything together in the past few months, appearing on various talk shows with no other tasks but to promote the tour, and they are just short of announcing their marriage. In the end, no matter whether the venue has 6,000 or 20,000 people, there is no sold out sign. On the latest Billboard singles chart on July 26, 2016, Demi Lovato is not seen, only Close by Nick Jonas and Tovlo, ranked 45th. On the other hand, their 2 guests, Madison Beer's Cold Water landed at the 2nd place. Needless to say, since the release of the single on Friday, Madison Beer's fans on various platforms have soared by 1.2 million, breaking the 6.1 million mark, taking the first step in the transformation from an internet celebrity to a pop star. Billie Eilish's Ocean Eyes has been on the singles chart for almost 2 months. Even with a new single, her debut single is still ranked 72nd, above Blake Shelton and below One Republic. As for the second promotional song Bellic, the light rhythm is more suitable for radio and streaming, and coupled with the gradually established partnership between Han Music and Billboard magazine, the overall performance is much better than Ocean Eyes of the same period. This week it ranks 42nd, squeezed between Justin Bieber's Sorry and Coldplay's In for the Weekend. In addition, Han Music's artists have 3 singles on the chart. Dram's Divine song Broccoli in collaboration with Lil Yachty has rushed to the 29th place on the singles chart due to its super high online popularity. Although the single itself is not released by the company, Han Music, which holds Lil Yachty's 360 full contract, can still get a share of it. The traffic of Broccoli also boosted the data of Lil Yachty's other songs, especially the single One Night released on Quality Control on August 19, 2015. After signing with the Temple label under Han Music and the artist management company Renayu, Snoop Dogg and Zao Yaozin did not let Lil Yachty cut off from his previous works, but reached a cooperation agreement with Quality Control on MV. The MV of One Night was funded by the Temple label, and the two parties split the revenue of video playback on the YouTube platform 50-50. The finished MV of One Night was uploaded to YouTube through Lil Yachty's personal account in early June. Coincidentally, the traffic of the MV Broccoli exploded. With the algorithm recommendation of the YouTube platform, almost every fan who clicked on Broccoli could see One Night in the relevant content column on the right. As a result, this single, which has been released for almost a year, has regained its vitality and entered the Hot 100 singles chart for the first time on July 26, 2016, ranking 88th. The last single to enter the chart by HMG is from Khaled. Location has been steady and steady. It has never been the top of the radio play count, but it has always been stable in the top 20. With the release of the MV and the continuous increase in streaming plays, it has reached 52nd place, just one place higher than Kill 'Em With Kindness by Selena Gomez. The trend of the replacement of the old and the new in the music industry is quietly revealed in the mainstream charts week after week. Unknowingly, HMG has gone from having only Ocean Eyes as a single seedling to having 6 singles on the chart at the same time. Although it cannot be claimed that HMG has a 6% market share in the US music industry, it is indeed an exciting good news. This means that HMG, which has just been established for a quarter, is galloping on the fast track of development. So, it's no wonder that Kanye made such arrogant remarks that sounded a bit harsh to outsiders during the FaceTime call with the artists. According to the current achievements of Madison and Billie Eilish, and the foreseeable career trajectory of the two in the future, in 2 or 3 years at most, it will be Nick Jonas and Demi Lovato who will open for them. In her previous life, Billie Eilish only performed in top venues such as the O2 in London. How can these second-tier musicians make a net profit of $10 million in 3 days? Kanye is very confident about the answers, copied from the textbook for this kind of open book exam. I feel the same way. Billie Eilish chewed the Cheetos with a crunching sound, put her nose in front of the camera, and said mysteriously, "You know, when we left the hotel to rehearse at the stadium today, there were fans waiting for McGrady downstairs. Fans know where you live? This hotel is right next to the stadium, and there are many business cars parked at the door. If I were a fan, I could tell it at a glance." That's not true. Madison waved her hands to deny. Didn't they ask you for autographs? What they said was, "Oh, Billie Eilish is here too. Can you sign for us too?" Billie bit the tutus very hard. Don't forget whose photos those girls are holding. You know, boss, my signature was directly signed on the red carpet photo of McGrady attending the VMA last year. Well, someone woke up and became a rock star. Don't make fun of me, you. Hey, everyone. Madison shrank her neck and was about to refute Kanye's joke, but was attracted by the door of the dressing room that suddenly opened. Standing at the door was Demi Lovato, who had just finished rehearsal. What is she doing here? She never goes into the dressing room for the warm-up guests. Demi is here. I'll call you back later. Madison said goodbye to the microphone in a low voice and hung up FaceTime. The last thing Kanye could see was Madison's jawline, which was so tight that even from a dead angle, she couldn't see her double chin. The last thing he could hear was Demi Lovato's enthusiastic congrats on the new single. What a bunch of energetic little guys. After Kanye put his phone back on the table, Antoine Gatchet smiled and exclaimed, "I also want to be like them, always on the road." Believe me, you don't want to be like them. Even at their age, Superman would be exhausted after performing for 3 consecutive days. Kanye shook the mouse lightly to wake up the computer that had entered sleep mode. Several companies in room 1000 purchased a batch of 27-inch iMacs for new employees last week, and one of them was given to Kanye. Although I really can't get used to the operating system that has just been renamed macOS in this country of computer idiots who can't even figure out group emails, it's safer to follow the trend and use Apple with everyone else. Kanye opened the Word on the desktop. Using Office software on an iMac is the last stubbornness of PC users, and looked at Antoine Gatchet. Where were we just talking about the progress in Europe, right? Go on, I'll take notes. For the villa in Alfama, all the documents related to the transaction were reviewed yesterday afternoon Lisbon time. It shouldn't take that long, mainly because you are also applying for a golden visa, so the government needs to send a separate auditor to assess the value of the property. Each transaction document must be approved by them before it can be used as an investment share for the golden visa. The Portuguese government has no restrictions on foreigners purchasing real estate in Portugal, but if you want to get a golden visa with 10 years of tax exemption, if the applicant applies for investment in real estate, then in the urban renewal area designated by the government, that is, an area where the house age is more than 30 years and is recorded in the local city hall, you need to purchase a property worth at least €350,000. If you invest in a suburban or rural area with a less dense population, this figure will rise to €400,000. If you invest in a prime location like the Alfama district in Lisbon, you must invest €500,000. to pass the standard review of the golden visa. The amount is not high, but the procedures are cumbersome, and the efficiency of the 5 European pigs is notoriously low. Therefore, the real estate transaction process was completed for almost a month before the Lisbon city government and the Portuguese government completed the last document. Now, this mountaintop sea view mansion, only 2 streets away from the Grace observation deck, belongs to you. Great. Han Yi nodded, and there was no sign of joy. He just wrote a sentence in Word that Lisbon real estate purchase completed and added the number 0.8 at the end. Only Han Yi knew what it meant. The real estate transaction of 2.425 million euros including tax brought Han Yi a reward of 1.94 million euros. 80% of the total transaction amount was exactly the minimum cashback ratio that Han Yi expected psychologically. Purchasing a property in Europe for the first time certainly gave me a great sense of accomplishment, but with a cheap price of more than 2 million euros, I couldn't even buy a decent house in the first-tier cities of my home country. In addition, Han Yi himself had no feelings for Lisbon and Portugal, and the reason he chose to set up a European branch in this country was simply because of the tax benefits. After spending the money, if it weren't for the continuous tracking of investment manager Antoine Gatchet, I might have forgotten about it. Under the influence of multiple mentalities, Han Yi, who was used to eating and seeing, tried his best to mobilize his emotions, but he still couldn't get too strong positive feedback from this property in Lisbon. The 80% return ratio was not satisfactory, but it was reasonable. Don't invest in real estate blindly, choose the city, region, and style you like. After writing down his feelings in Chinese in the document, Han Yi raised his hand and signaled Antoine to continue. 2 private equity companies, Han Capital Europe and Han Music Europe, were registered 2 weeks ago, but have not officially started operations. They have to wait for CGD to open the company accounts this week, before they can perform their functions normally. However, our lovely colleagues at Han Distribution have already begun contacting pros such as Sassam and Jima, registering under the name of Han Music Europe, and enjoying membership services. Sassam, the French Association of Music Authors, Composers, and Publishers, and Jima, the German Association for Musical Performance and Mechanical Reproduction Rights, are the 2 largest music royalty collection organizations in Europe, responsible for the supervision and collection of mechanical royalties and performance royalties in Germany, France and French colonies respectively. What about the UK? I received an email before saying that it seems that the innovator visa needs to provide additional materials. Oh, that's a stupid requirement. Because your nationality is Chinese, you need hospital examination materials for tuberculosis. We have asked JEP to exempt us from this requirement. Antoine Gatchet curled his lips disapprovingly. Sometimes, I really don't know what these arrogant British guys are thinking. It delayed us for 2 weeks, so the innovator visa in the UK will not be issued until another 2 weeks, and the company registration will not be completed until the end of next month. Will it delay our record company's income? No, this is not the reason for registering a company in the UK. Our performance income in the UK will go through Utah's London account, and online music income will go through the settlement channels of Apple Music and Spotify. For other platforms in Europe and the UK, we will temporarily use Believe Music's services. It is settled monthly, which is very convenient. Han Yi shook his head and said, it's just that we will definitely expand the London office in the future, and I also want to integrate TAPI directly into the ecosystem. We need to recruit British employees and participate in the British social welfare system without British companies. I see, that's no problem. We will complete the preliminary work by the end of next month, and we can rent an office and open recruitment channels in September. Very good. Before that, there is nothing for us to worry about in Europe, right? If there are no other investments, then there is nothing for the time being. Next is the matter in New York, 157-79, reminding you that Mr. Aluko has received the full payment and is about to hand over the house. Yes, I know that. Without looking at the bank account, Han Yi can also grasp the transaction trends of the penthouse in 157 in real time. Why? Because yesterday, on the afternoon of Monday, July 25th, he received the New York real estate transaction reward he had been looking forward to. What is the ratio? The number he wrote in this document is exactly the same, 1.8. After several rounds of negotiations, Luco finally agreed to sell the panoramic luxury apartment on the 79th floor for $34.5 million including tax. This transaction brought Hanyi a cash return of $62.1 million. It was not a joint investment fund that suddenly popped up under a capital management group, but real cash that appeared in the memorandum and could be withdrawn and used freely. The corresponding reward for the purchase of 864 Stradella Road for $39.5 million was a special investment fund of $140 million from Parkway Capital. The multiple was 3.5, but it could only be used for business development, with many restrictions. Although the multiple of $79 in 157 in New York was only 1.8, it could be 100% owned by Hanyi, and he could dispose of it at will. Considering that when Hanyi bought the 157 apartment, he already had a Bel-Air mansion of the same level. After having already eaten one piece of bread, the second piece of bread could still give such a rich reward, which shows how strong the positive emotions that 157-79 brought to Hanyi were. Comparing the Seaview Villa in Lisbon with the panoramic apartment in Manhattan, it is not difficult to see that if Hanyi wants to accumulate wealth quickly through consumption, there is only one trick: buy the things he likes most in his favorite city. Among the cities he has come into contact with so far, the areas that can most stimulate his desire to buy and give him positive feedback are Beverly Hills in Los Angeles and Manhattan in New York. More specifically, they are Billionaires Row in Manhattan, or the Upper West Side and the Upper East Side. Next, what assets should I buy in these areas? If I just buy real estate, there shouldn't be such a high reward ratio, right? In addition to these two areas, are there any places that I haven't discovered yet, but I like enough to make my wealth increase rapidly? What I mean is, Mr. Han. Number 864 Stradella Road is a new house listed for sale. It has been regularly maintained by an institution and there is no sign of living. But Mr. Luco has renovated 157 number 79 after all, and he has lived there for a while. Hanyi looked at the memo on his mobile phone and fell into deep thought while Antoine Gatchet offered his asset management advice. What I mean is, before we officially take possession of the apartment, should we hire a professional housing inspection team to conduct a comprehensive inspection of the apartment before the final transaction to ensure that the status of #79 has not changed during this period of time? Because the last inspection, before taking possession of the apartment, Hanyi slowly raised his head and stroked his chin. Antoine, do you think I need to take possession of the apartment in person? If you are busy, this is of course the safest way. After all, seeing is believing. Interesting. Hanyi pursed his lips and muttered to himself. Indeed, it's time to go to New York to change my mood. Please give me a monthly ticket. Thank you everyone. Thank you. Chapter 214. Are you in New York too? Madison. 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 We love you, Madison. Maddie B, you the queen. A drop of crystal sweat slid down her forehead and landed right in Madison Beer's eyes. The heavy makeup on her eyes, the false eyelashes that seemed to be loose at any time, and the contact lenses embedded in the surface of her pupils made it impossible for her to raise her hands to wipe them. Madison could only blink hard, and in the blur of sparkling water, she tried to smile brightly, keep the ending movements of melodies, and face the thunderous cheers from the audience. If her eyesight was not a problem, the small area from the third to the fifth rows of the left stand seemed to be full of her fans. Love Madison's fourth year. Brewing the love of beer. Madison Beer, always on tap. These are some of the words written on the support cardboard. What happened today? Since embarking on the tour, Madison Beer has experienced all kinds of scenes. More enthusiastic cities will show the greatest kindness to the opening guests, dancing to the powerful electronic rhythm and not sparing their applause. Some slightly deserted venues, when she took the stage, even half of the seats were not full. The audience was either looking for seats or chatting with each other. Some people were focused on solving the expensive hot dogs they just bought outside and had no time to pay attention to the girl who was singing and dancing hard on the stage. Brooklyn, good. Hershey, bad. Boston, good. Montreal, bad. Maddie made a small list in her mind. Every time she performed in a city, she would put a green check or a red cross. If she won a full house that night, she would encourage herself to keep going. If the response was not as expected, think about what she could do better as a performer. Madison Beer can be a lazy, naughty, and even fragile 17-year-old girl in life, but she will never allow her adolescence to have anything to do with the stage. As long as she picks up the microphone, she will demand herself with the highest standards. If it was Lana Del Rey, what would she do? If it was Rihanna, what would she do? After 13 shows, although there were very few fans who came to see her, and only a few could sing along with her, and the songs they sang were limited to the previously released melodies, and although Madison knew very well that no matter how enthusiastic the audience was, these audiences were not there to see her after all. After her set, she couldn't wait until the end of the show. As soon as Demi Lovato and Nick Jonas came on stage, all her performances, whether they were brilliant or bad, whether her high notes were soaring that people applauded, or her low notes were not able to sink down and were a little out of tune, would be completely forgotten in an instant. This is not surprising. After all, who would miss an opening guest? Madison Beer comforted herself in her heart. This is a process that an artist must go through, from the appetizer bread, to the side dishes, to the dessert, and finally it will become the main course that everyone is eagerly looking forward to. Think of yourself as a small croissant. Absorb as much nutrients as possible from the live performance, and make yourself more attractive and delicious. Every afternoon of the performance day, when she pressed the microphone switch at the rehearsal site, Madison would let herself sink into an imaginary fantasy. It was as if this was her national tour, a stadium with hundreds of thousands of people that would turn on hundreds of spotlights for her, and the audience in the audience would shout her name and come for her alone. This is the source of power that has supported her to persist until now without falling down, even though her cold has not completely healed and her throat has repeatedly festered. She loves this stage, and she believes that this stage will belong to her alone one day. I didn't expect that this day would come so soon. Her chest rose and fell violently, and her heavy breathing in her skull merged with the uniform slogans outside her ears. The sense of illusion and attachment, like the Truman Show, made her a little unsure of how to react. Are they really shouting my name? Since my debut, there has never been a performance where so many people specifically shouted my name. Is Ashton Kutcher in the audience? Am I being punked? My good friend Billy, the cheers and the number of people singing along are increasing every night. That's what she deserves. She has 2 singles on the Billboard charts. What about me? What do I have? Great perfect performance, Madison. In the headphones, Eric Lopez, who is always serious and rigid, sounded unusually soft tonight, bringing her back to reality. Give yourself a few seconds and listen to the voices in the audience. They are all here for you. Now, I will give you 30 seconds to introduce a hot single. That's it. Cold Water. I also have a hot single. Billboard ranked second. 3, 2, 1. Washington. How are you feeling tonight? Raising the microphone to his lips again, a simple question suddenly raised the decibel level of the scene by another level. I asked, how do you feel tonight? Madison Beer drew out her voice and raised her volume. She received the most enthusiastic and restless applause in her career. Maybe it was her illusion, but the floor under her feet seemed to be shaking with her heartbeat. I'm very happy to be here tonight to open for the talented Demi and Nick. I hope everyone can spend a wonderful night with us. My next song, I believe you should have heard it on your car radio or your friend's mobile phone these days. Without saying the name, hysterical shouts once again burst out from the depths of the audience, exploding like fireworks over the Verizon Center. Madison had to narrow her fox eyes slightly, stop narrating, wait for the noise to subside, and then continue her opening remarks. It's okay. Give her time. Give her time. Eric Lopez, who has always been strict with the timetable and would urge her, even if she exceeded the time limit by a millisecond, pressed his right hand down, signaling the assistant who was about to remind him to remain silent. This is a good thing. It will arouse the audience's emotions a little more. This song is a collaboration single between me, Major Lazer, and Justin Bieber. After every sentence, Madison had to pause for a few seconds to to prevent her voice from being drowned out by the deafening shouts that even the loudspeakers could not stop. If music is the food of love, then applause is the fuel of music. It felt like there was at least 120 decibels of boiling sound, which wiped away all the fatigue and pain for Madison. The migraine faded from the back of her head, the swollen vocal cords gradually recovered, and even her eyes, which looked tired because of a month of upside-down day and night life, were re-energized and excited. This song can be heard everywhere now. If you can't find it, click on any chart, it's in the top 3. Madison Beer couldn't have imagined that such a domineering and arrogant introduction could come out of her mouth. But in the atmosphere of worshipful fanaticism, it seemed so natural. Cold water, let's go. Metronome, 4 bars. Cue Justin, 2, 2, 3, 4. It's still the call sheet, the same way of entering the song, and it's still opened by Justin Bieber's vocals, but every detail of tonight's performance seems so different. Everybody gets high sometimes, you know. What else can we do when we feeling low? In the European and American world, there are many classics that can trigger a chorus as soon as the prelude starts. At any high school dance, when Jim is played, no matter you are a teacher born in 1970 or a student born in 2000, you will point your hands to the sky, lift your feet off the ground, and recite the ABBA classic like reciting the Bible. Walk into a small bar on the corner of a community street. If they still have a retro record player on the wall, put a few dozen cents in it and choose Neil Diamond's Sweet Caroline. A minute later, you can see the most united moment of Americans. Regardless of race, age, region and cultural background, as long as you have lived in this country for more than half a year, you will never be unfamiliar with the above scenes. Every civilized society has indelible musical memories shared by all the people. Tonight, when Cold, the first bar of the vocal melody of Cold Water sounded, this new song, which was released less than a week ago, seemed to have become a common memory for everyone in the Verizon Center. Standing in the spotlight and looking outside the spotlight, Madison Beer could hardly see everyone's movements and expressions, but she was very sure that at least half of the people in the entire venue would sing together, so that every delicate vocal cord would vibrate and converge into a magnificent torrent of human voices. Thousands of people singing in unison gave Cold Water another kind of charm. The story of this song seems to no longer be about a person who resolutely plunges into the freezing water and overcomes the difficulties with the person he loves deeply. The lonely brave has become a whole kind town. They hold hands and come to the seaside, where the clouds are thick and the storm is coming. In the form of chanting, they search for and call the painful, struggling, and lost soul in the deep sea. Take a deep breath and learn to let go. You shouldn't sink alone. Maybe it was Madison's illusion, but with her eyes closed and her head raised, she could feel the choir praising the holiness of God. This is a hymn that has nothing to do with any religion. It praises the brilliance of humanity and the power of music. Cue Maddie, 2, 2, 3, 4. If you feel it, you have to sink to the bottom. Without hesitation, I will jump into the icy water for you. After drinking the afternoon of death, Madison Beer presented her pineapple colada to the Verizon Center. The addition of the soft female voice aroused waves of celebration in the audience, and then the chorus on the scene became even louder and more uniform than before. Let time pass, and things and people change. I will still wait patiently by your side. Oh my God. They will do every word. For singers, there is no greater recognition than this. When the music that musicians have repeatedly pondered and carefully crafted in the recording studio appears in the mouths of fans, when this melody transcends the limitations of the physical level and exists forever in the hearts of music fans, when the notes on the staff become precious memories shared by lovers, family, and friends, they have completed their mission. Compared with the Grammy Golden Recorder, this is the ultimate glory of a singer. Many out-of-date stars who have fallen into silence after the glory and noise have tried to find such moments throughout their lives, bathed in admiration, unity and love that cannot be described in words. Anyone will feel that they have become indestructible and unmatched. With this group of lovely people in the audience, who are willing to spend their precious time to write down all the lyrics word by word, there will be no more difficulties in the world. At this moment, you become a Superman, raising a finger to heal the world with music. I can do anything. Then can I? A bold idea emerged in her mind. Madison turned the microphone and pointed the silver-plated microphone grill at the audience. I hope you know, I won't let go. She was not disappointed. The audience sang in unison with great enthusiasm, sending the song to its climax. Fireworks, gas columns, colored films, and the lights of the entire Verizon Center were turned on, exploding a gorgeous and infinite galaxy spectacle for Madison Beal. There is a fixed 3-second special effect in every concert, but it lasted particularly long tonight. It was as if the main guest who appeared later did not need special effects. It was as if she was the main guest who was the focus of everyone's attention. If only Ye was here. Madison raised the microphone high, enjoyed the cheers of the audience, and jumped with tens of thousands of audiences. Suddenly, such an idea came to her mind. In this way, he can see the paradise he built for himself. Can you see it? I see it. Sitting in 157, number 79 on a long sofa by the window, Hanyi replied. There are videos shot by fans on YouTube. The effect is amazing. Congratulations, McGrady. It's a dream come true. No dream has come true. Madison replied immediately. This is not a dream come true. Then what great plan do you have? My great plan is to go back to the locker room before going on stage, and after the curtain call, grab you and kiss you. That would be perfect. In places where no third person can see. Madison's words are always so bold. Huddled in the corner of the business car, biting her lower lip to hold back her laughter, sharing her to life with Hanyi, and teasing him from time to time, is Madison Beal's greatest pleasure in the past month. Pre-game rituals. Post-game celebrations. I told you. I call this sexual exploitation. Hanyi wanted to joke like this, but he tilted his head and thought about it, and finally deleted this sentence. It looked too much like flirting. Don't play with your phone. Get some sleep. There's another show tonight. Why should I care if you don't come to see it? Next month, I'll come and cheer you up when you return to Anaheim. Wait until Anaheim. Then take me to Disneyland. Sure, but I can only buy ordinary tickets. I can't afford the kind without queuing. After swiping up to take back Madison Beal's series of question marks and the images that followed, Hanyi shook his head and smiled, and called up the memo again, studying the updates they left for the 29th time this week. The motto is still the same 5, unchanged. 1. I don't count how many sit-ups I've done. I only start counting when I feel pain, because only these are the most important. Muhammad Ali 2. There are no accidental encounters between souls. Sheila Burke. 3. Absorb the useful, discard the useless, and add your own. Bruce Lee 4. Dear reader, suppose you are an idiot. Suppose you are a member of Congress. I said it twice. Mark Twain 5. If opportunity doesn't knock, build one. Milton Berle. The progress of the first item has not moved at all, which is not surprising. After all, Hanyi has been talking about the fitness plan for 2 or 3 months, but it is still on paper. The fourth item, which was originally all black, has changed. After meeting Reuben Cahoon, the first 2 words turned red. It seems that, in order to meet the all-red standard, it is not enough to just meet a congressman, and 300,000 campaign sponsorships are too little. If I actively participate in the Music Modernization Act and let this bill be passed on Capitol Hill in the most favorable way for me, I wonder if I can meet the second prerequisite for obtaining $1.2 billion US. The third item was dyed about 10% before, and now a quarter of the words have been covered with bright red. It is not particularly clear what they want to do with this item listed, but Hanyi guessed that it should be related to the last one. In recent months, those wild plans have something to do with it. The bolder the plan, the greater the change that one's existence will bring to the world, and the faster one will complete this motto task. Yes, Hanyi has now recognized the essence of these 5 mottos. There is no doubt that these are the life tasks that they have issued to him. More accurately, they are the directions that they have pointed out for him, based on his own truest inner pursuits. Money is the sum of power, freedom, buffer, the root of evil, and blessing. This sentence by Carl Sandburg may be able to well summarize the essence that they want him to understand. The sum of power, freedom, buffer, and blessing. He understands all of these. But where does the root of all evil come from? Thinking of this, Han Yi couldn't help but keep his eyes fixed on the second motto. 2. There are no accidental encounters between souls. Sheila Burke. There are no unexpected encounters between souls. A month ago, the progress of this motto was a little over 50%, and now it has moved forward a little. At present, the red part has almost occupied 2/3 of the length. Although he is very reluctant to admit it, the smart and perceptive Han Yi is almost 100% sure which part of his life, or which people, this motto is closely related to. Are they fucking Polly? After secretly complaining in his heart, Han Yi sighed silently, pressed his finger on the screen, and swiped upwards. $33,296,000 $1040061440.00. The $33.296 million in the front is 10 times the cash. Given as a meeting gift for Zhu Yiru and Zhao Yaozhen in Las Vegas, it has been fully withdrawn, mainly used to purchase Central Park 157 number 79. The denominator is $33.296 million, plus the cash refund of $62.1 million for the New York apartment, and, yes, Han Music, Utah, Han Distribution, Han Live, all the companies invested by Han Yi and the businesses he founded, the total profit in the last quarter. In total, there are $8,66544 million. The main source of profit is, of course, Utah. Ebb in the last quarter with an ITDA profit margin of 26.23% and a profit of $47.806 million. Han Capital and Bohu Capital can share $19.60,046 million, based on a 41% stake. Considering Han Capital's equity ratio in the joint investment fund, if all dividends are distributed, the cash that will eventually belong to Han Yi should be $14.4424 million. Of course, no company will use 100% of a quarter's EBITDA profit to distribute dividends to shareholders, but this is how they calculated it in the memorandum. The reward for business investment will be returned at 100% of the quarterly EBITDA profit. In other words, Han Yi can withdraw as much money from his cash account as he nominally earns. At the end of each fiscal year, after the annual report is released and audited, they will increase or decrease the amount of cash Han Yi can withdraw, based on the final data. As for why Utah's profit was $14.4424 million, but in the end it was recorded in the memorandum, but only $8,66544 million could be withdrawn. The reason is also very simple, because Han Yi's other companies, record companies, music copyright distribution companies, and live performance companies are all in a loss-making state. The expenditures for the acquisition of Mad Decent, Tarpey and Electric Feel, according to actual conditions, these acquisitions were all funded by the SEP Third Fund managed by Carlyle Group authorized by Han Capital, and had nothing to do with the profits and losses of the branches themselves. For example, Han Music first sold its equity to SEP Third, obtained investment funds from SEP Third, and then used this investment funds to acquire Mad Decent. One in and one out, the red and green on the books are equal. But even if these large expenditures are put aside, the combined losses of several subsidiaries of Han Music Group in the first quarter after their establishment were as much as $5,776,960. Here is the rent for the first quarter of room 1000 of Xinghu Building, the quarterly salary, welfare expenditures and 401k of 67 employees of 4 companies, Han Music, Han Publishing, Han Live and Han Capital, the advance payments paid to artists, to be spread over the expenses of each quarter during the contract period, and other miscellaneous business expenses. In the first quarter, when the team members were not fully staffed, the loss was nearly $6 million. In the future, it will even need to expand the deficit to maintain the development momentum and ensure that it will not be left too far behind by the 3 giant ships of Universal, Sony and Warner. You know, $5,776,960 is just the book loss they calculated. Adding up the acquisitions of Mad Decent, Tarpey and Electric Feel, Han Yi took out more than $100 million in cash. If you want to start from scratch and operate and develop a large music group with a complete ecosystem in a saturated market like Hollywood, the financial resources required are obvious. Even Richard Branson and his Virgin Group can't afford this money. Fortunately, Kanye is younger and more terrifying than Richard Branson. In human history, there is only one person who spends more money the more he spends. Fortunately, I chose to start with Utah, using this already stable and profitable performing arts agency as the cornerstone of the entertainment empire I want to build. If there is no such investment target that can generate immediate income for me this quarter, I may have to be deducted millions of dollars by them in terms of business investment. It seems that the further we go, the more we have to pay attention to the diversification and balance of our assets. We must continue to acquire stable and profitable large institutions, and we must also insist on developing startups with unlimited prospects. We must grasp both hands and be strong in both hands. Well done, gentlemen, but we need to conduct a comprehensive inspection of not only the apartment itself, but all the built-in appliances, including, yes, that's right, including all the furniture they left behind. Oh, it's not that I want to ask them for compensation, but I hope that every factor that may cause potential harm to the residents can be eliminated. After recording his own feelings in pages, Corey McIntosh's instructions also reached Kanye's ears at the right time. This is how he is when he is concentrating on doing something, as if the world around him has been muted, and only when he finishes the work at hand will it return to normal volume. Kanye looked up to find the source of the sound, and found that Corey McIntosh, who was dressed in a neat suit, was standing by the window in high spirits, and the inspector in 111 home inspections work clothes repeatedly emphasized his extreme requirements for details tirelessly. Taking over the house in person is just a cover. What Kanye really wants to do is to find a place where he can be alone, stay quietly for 2 or 3 days, and sort out his thoughts. 2 girls he likes, staying by his side 24 hours a day, sounds like what every man dreams of, but only when he has actually experienced it will he know how exhausting this atmosphere is, especially when he is in the center of the storm. If he can't choose, he can't solve it. In his daily life, Kanye is a casual person. In addition, he has been upset and entangled in mundane affairs recently. If he comes to inspect the house by himself, he probably won't even notice that there is a crack in the load-bearing column, because he doesn't know which one is the load-bearing column. The best solution, of course, is to bring Corey McIntosh, the property manager of 864 Stradella Road, to New York, and let him, who once served Steven Schwartzman, be responsible for the entire process of receiving the house. After working on Stradella Road for 4 months, Kanye has become more and more appreciative of Corey's work ability, and the latter has become more and more in tune with his employer. Kanye doesn't need to say anything, and all the trivial details in life will be arranged by this British butler. Therefore, Kanye decided to increase Corey McIntosh's salary by 35% and let him manage 2 properties in Los Angeles and New York at the same time. Usually, he would stay with him in Bel-Air, and whenever he visited New York, he would bring Corey with him. Corey McIntosh himself liked this feeling. The more assets he managed, the more motivated he was. When he was not staying for a long time at 157, he would keep 3 or 4 basic employees to be responsible for the maintenance of the apartment. If he was going to stay for a period of time during the summer vacation or other holidays, he would pack up the team at 864 Stradella Road and come over. Even if it was calculated as a business trip every day, it would be more cost effective to pay them more than to hire a whole team again. Having money does not mean that you should spend it recklessly and spend the money you save on. Hey, wait, why do I have 10,000 messy questions in my mind every day? Didn't I come to New York to empty my mind and travel light? Rubbing his temples, which were already swollen, even though he hadn't done anything yet, Kanye closed all work-related apps and opened Instagram. His Instagram account, apart from a few personal friends like Zuyiro and Zao Yaozan, is almost entirely about musicians, signed by Han Music, or partners like Kevin Hart and Wayne Johnson. He looks at what his artists are doing, and uses the hustle and bustle they deliberately show to the world, to relax his body and mind. How to relax. Seeing that they are more tense than themselves in their social media personas, he naturally relaxes. The first post in the push stream is from @DUALIPA, Dua Lipa, 11 minutes ago. I slept for 2 hours last night. A simple text followed by a backflip and a black hole emoji. In the photo, Dua is wearing a blue cowboy hat and looking at the screen with a dull look on her face. Albanian girls are like this. They not only like to manage their own social media accounts, but also use Instagram as a circle of friends. Believe it or not, this is also the style of the WeChat account that Dua Lipa downloaded specifically to communicate with her boss more conveniently. As for why she only slept for 2 hours, it was simple. She played the Secret Garden Party Music Festival with Anne Mary and Milton Keynes on July 24th, and the two drank all night. The next day, she flew directly to Chicago to join the Han Music and Deuteronomy led by Ellie Goulding, Holch, G-Eazy and Major Lazer to participate in the main station performance of the 2016 Lollapalooza Music Festival. What can a group of musicians get together to do? They must drink all night again. It's good to be young and still survive on only 2 hours of sleep. Han Yi simply gave Dua Lipa a thumbs up and continued to scroll down. What an unforgettable night. The energy, the love, the voices singing to me. I felt it every moment. Thank you to everyone who came to the scene and made this night so magical. I'm always grateful for this journey with everyone. Until the next show, keep the melody fresh. #BREWEDWITHLOVE #ONTOURWITHBER #FUTURENOWTOUR Madison Beer's social media style is much more formal. Above the text is a photo of Madison Beer on stage from behind, bathed in the glow of the stage, with the crowd in front of her clearly visible. Their hands are raised high in the air, and the light from their cell phone flashes shines like stars. Hannah, look at our Maddie, she has become Hannah Montana. After thinking about it, Han Yi killed this comment in the cradle. He knew very well that, if he showed any sign of being free at this moment, the Long Island girls' FaceTime would surely follow. The chattering is indeed very lively, but it is not conducive to his plan to empty his mind. Leaving a red heart, Han Yi continued to scroll down. Continuing to scroll down. The third account is called Real Barbara Applevin. A super blurry, completely unretouched night scene photo. Barbara Pavin lay on the steel beam of the Budapest Bridge, while her friend, Korean model Park Soo-joo, stood astride her. Miss you when I was in Budapest at SOJMOOJ. It seems that the work is over, and she has returned to her hometown for vacation. Han Yi and Barbara have not seen each other since they parted in London. In the first 2 weeks of separation, the two were able to keep sharing their daily lives with each other on WhatsApp every day, but as time went on, contact became a rare event only every few days or even a week or two. They are all adults who have their own careers to be busy with, and they should have gotten used to the alienation caused by space and time. Moreover, on the last morning in the UK, the two had reached an agreement. Keep it casual. The best ending of a fleeting relationship is to become ordinary friends. Thinking of this, Han Yi clicked into the comment area and sent Barbara a message. Hannah, Budapest looks very interesting, friendly, polite, and sensible. There is no comment more like ordinary friends than this. After exiting the comment page and clicking the red heart, Han Yi shook his head and prepared to continue his Instagram journey. But the next second, a private message popped up on the top of the app. Real Barbara Applevin, are you in New York too? Right square bracket. Chapter 215, A Date That's Not a Date, Part 1. What? The Witch of Szeged, right? Han Yi sat up straight suddenly, opened his eyes as wide as he could, and stared at the private message from Barbara Pavin on the screen in disbelief. I didn't say I was in New York, but are you there? Yes, see, I told you I can read people's minds. What in the Hungarian witchcraft is this? A witty remark was sent, and the other side was silent for about 2 or 3 minutes. Han Yi was very confident it must be because Barbara laughed so hard after seeing this message that she couldn't hold the phone steadily. Why are you here? Why here? Han Yi looked up at the Central Park outside the French window. To do asset hardening. Turning real estate and bonds into cash is called increasing liquidity, and the other way around is definitely hardening of funds. What about you? In case you forgot, I live here. I mean, From the photos you posted, I thought you were still in Budapest. A person should never post photos taken that day on Instagram. Who said that? Someone with millions of followers on Instagram said that. You better believe her. Okay, I've added this note to my 30,000 followers in 30 days plan. The silence lasted a little shorter this time. After about a minute, the grey chat bubble appeared again. Any plans for dinner? Dinner. Does DoorDash McDonald's count? There are too many rooms in the apartment, and the inspection team of 111 home inspections will probably be busy until 8 or 9 in the evening. Besides, the position of chef at 157 number 79 is temporarily vacant. Han Yi has experienced Corey McIntosh's cooking skills. It can't be said that it is not bad. It can only be said that according to the average cooking level of the British, it is not bad. He can make a full English breakfast that makes Chinese people completely lose their appetite without burning down the kitchen. And if Han Yi cooks by himself, it is indeed not as convenient as ordering takeout. Isn't it even Shaka Shack? Of course not. 90 minutes later, a feast. How do you say it? 90 minutes later? Han Yi glanced at the time on the upper left of the screen. 4:17. 90 minutes later, it would be 5 o'clock and almost 6 o'clock. It was still early, very safe, and suitable for a gathering without any purpose. Okay, where shall we meet? Dog Pound Gym, 6 o'clock sharp. Where is that? There is only one Dog Pound in New York, just search it on the map. Okay. See you later, alligator. Barbara Pavin's witty remarks carried a strong feeling of a foreigner who came to live in the United States, madly absorbing the nutrients of popular culture, but has not yet fully grasped the essence. It was exactly the same as her accent, which was quite American most of the time, but revealed in some words. Exiting the Instagram interface, Han Yi typed the 2 words Dog Pound Gym in the map, enlarged the scale, and carefully looked at the area where the gym was located. Living in Williamsburg, but going to the border area of Tribeca and Soho for fitness. This girl doesn't mind the trouble. Corey, have you finished checking the master bedroom? Han Yi drank the iced tea on the tea table in front of him, stood up, and asked his property manager. It's finished, Mr. Han. Okay, then I'll go take a nap first. Please call me in 5 o'clock, in an hour. No problem. Are you going out? Yes. Han Yi nodded. I have a dinner appointment. Do you need me to contact the manager in LA in advance and ask them to prepare the car? The LA that Corey mentioned is not the city called Los Angeles, but Luxury Attaché, the property and concierge service provider of 157. The owner of each apartment will automatically obtain a private membership of Luxury Attaché. Although most of the residents in this skyscraper on Billionaire Street have their own commuter vehicles in New York, the concierge department still prepares 2 Mercedes-Benz S-Class in case of emergency. No need. Taking a concierge car to pick up Barbara is too much like a formal date. Han Yi thought about it, smiled and shook his head. I can just go downstairs and hail a yellow taxi. $16.8. Can I pay with a credit card? Of course, the board is in front of you. Just swipe it. The magnetic strip swiped across the right side of the payment panel, leaving a 15% tip, and Han Yi nodded to the Ghanaian driver whose facial features were almost invisible. In people's stereotype of New York, middle-aged men who drive taxis are basically from India, Pakistan, or Bangladesh, but in recent years, Ghanaian and Haitian drivers who are more hardworking and have lower living standards have occupied the streets and alleys of Manhattan. Thank you. Have a nice day. You too. The moment he got out of the car door, Han Yi really wanted to turn around and ask the driver to take him back. In New York at the end of July, the temperature was still hovering between 88 and 90 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 31 to 32 degrees Celsius. The summer in the Big Apple is completely different from the summer in the City of Angels. Surrounded by the desert, the latter is more dry and hot, and the temperature can be immediately reduced by standing in the shade. The heat of New York is accompanied by the stench and humidity of the Atlantic Ocean breeze. Water molecules with full heat evaporate in the streets of Lower Manhattan, which are so dirty that they are beyond description. Even the relatively wealthy and safe Tribeca is often shrouded in unpleasant odors. This city is really dirty, and the garbage doesn't smell like perfume. The New York police's comments on the smell of this century-old city are insightful. Believe it or not, in this city, a considerable number of streets have open air sewers, with only metal mesh grills as a cover. People can't fall in, but if you are not careful when taking out your wallet, it's a matter of minutes for coins or keys to fall in. Why do people only discover the filthiness of a city after moving to live there? Fortunately, my apartment is on the 79th floor. Pulling the collar of the Briony beige zip-up polo shirt on his body, Han Yi completely integrated into the rhythm of New Yorkers' lives. He ran a red light with a few locals, and walked quickly to the gate of number 1 Renwick Street amid the honking of dissatisfied vehicles. There were still 5 or 6 minutes before the agreed time, but Barbara was already standing in front of this 8-story red brick retro building, talking intimately with a girl who was a head taller than her. "Hey, sorry, I'm 5 minutes early." Holding a transparent kettle longer than her face, Barbara, who came following the voice, smiled brightly. "See, this is what I said," always joking. Taking a half step towards Han Yi, who was walking towards them, Barbara, Han Yi and the tall girl formed a conversation triangle with just the right distance. "This is my friend, Yi. Yi. This is my best friend, Carly Kloss." "Hello, Carly." Han Yi, who was only a little taller than Barbara, needed to move his eyes up a few inches to meet Carly Kloss's eyes. Han Yi could not name many supermodels, most of whom had walked the Victoria's Secret fashion show. Carly Kloss happened to be an angel as well. Victoria's Secret angel, Taylor Swift's inseparable good sister, earned $10 million last year, ranking 3rd in the supermodel world, more than twice as much as Barbara Palvin, and is also a programming enthusiast who is committed to helping female programmers. Ordinary models are ordinary models, such as Kylie Jenner, Kendall Jenner, Gigi Hadid, Carly Kloss and Cara Delevingne, who are called fashion leaders across Madison Avenue and Hollywood Hills. It is said that Carly Kloss is 6 feet 2 inches tall. Sure enough, the real person is too tall. "Hello, Yi." Carly shook hands with Han Yi, and her upper lip disappeared automatically when she smiled. "Congratulations, that song Cold Water is really beautiful. I have been playing it on repeat these 2 days. "Ah, thank you." Han Yi was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the other party actually had a certain degree of understanding of his career development. Catching the subtle changes in Han Yi's expression, Carly gathered the gym bag on her shoulder and smiled. "Barbara told me a lot." "Carly, no." Barbara lamented. "News, I read the news." Carly immediately changed her words, turning the hairpin turned so fast that she didn't have time to put on the tires, all of which were stiff and burnt smoke. "What are you going to do later?" Han Yi looked at Barbara. "I don't know, maybe just take a walk and have dinner." Barbara invited, "Do you want to come with me?" "Thanks for the invitation, but no, I have to go back to Narlita to change clothes. Joshua has a dinner party for Princeton today." Carly Kloss can't be the third wheel. She used the same excuses she found with Taylor Swift and Joe Alwyn in front of Barbara Palvin and Han Yi. Her boyfriend's important dinner party is always the best excuse to get out elegantly. Noticing that her personal assistant was driving her Mercedes-Benz G550 towards the three of them not far away, Carly once again showed a sweet and charming smile, but in the past few years, it was polished by her boyfriend's old money society and became reserved and introverted, and waved goodbye to Han Yi and Barbara. "Nice to meet you, Yi. See you some other day, Barbara. Remember to send me the brand of your protein powder. I'll send it to you when I get back. Goodbye, Carly." "Don't count on it." Watching the G550 go away with Han Yi, Barbara put the water bottle back into her backpack and tightened the shoulder straps. She has a super rich and super handsome boyfriend, 1.9 meters tall. "I know, Joshua Kushner." Han Yi nodded in response, and it took him a long time to taste the meaning of Barbara's words. "No, who counted on it? I'm just saying goodbye to her." Han Yi curled his lips helplessly. "I don't dare look for a woman who can hold me and sing a lullaby at night." "How can you say such a thing?" Barbara burst out laughing and walked southeast along Canal Street. "Just say whatever comes to mind." Following half a step behind Barbara, Han Yi chatted with Barbara casually. "Do you usually work out together?" "Occasionally. The owner of this gym is Carlos and my personal trainer, Kirk Myers." Generally speaking, we are both very busy, so our schedules may not coincide, but if we are both in New York and happen to be free, we will make an appointment to come to class together. No wonder you came all the way to Tribeca. Hanyi understood. How is his teaching? Not bad. Not the kind that can change your life, but very professional. Most of the Victoria's Secret angels living in New York, including Taylor, Adam, Who and Jared, go to him for training. Gerald? Jared Butler? Aha. Then this Kirk is really good. Recalling the physiques of Hugh Jackman and Jared Butler in his mind, Hanyi agreed with Barbara's evaluation. Not bad. Maybe next time I come to New York to live for a long time, I can let him be my personal trainer. I'm also planning to work out recently. You do need it. Wow. Well said, Barbie. I was kidding. You look okay. Barbara stopped, turned her head, squinted her eyes, and looked at Hanyi for a while, not knowing what she was thinking. After a few seconds, she smiled and continued to walk forward. You can make your shoulders wider. It will look more stylish. I got your suggestion. Hanyi saluted with a smile. Where are we going now? To eat. Have you chosen a place? Not yet. Then why are you in such a hurry? No matter where you go, you have to take the subway first. Barbara pointed to the dark green fence across the street, as if it was a matter of course. The subway station in New York has been in operation for 112 years, and the Canal Street station opposite them has a history of 99 years. There are no modern equipment and luxurious decorations, just a U-shaped metal fence guarding a staircase leading to the underground. That's all. I find it hard to believe that you are the kind of person who would take the subway in New York. Why can't you believe it? Looking at her reckless posture, it was clear that Barbara Pavin knew New York very well. She raised her hand to signal the car to give way, and the second her feet were completely on the sidewalk, the traffic light across the street turned green. The timing was just right, as if New York's transportation system was customized for Barbara. I travel between the United States and Europe all year round, so I don't have time to drive, and New York is not a good place to drive. You didn't pass the test, right? Hanyi hit the nail on the head. Barbara opened her mouth slightly and was stunned. This was too direct. Road test or written test? Written test? After struggling internally for a while, Barbara's tone became lower and lower, just like the steps under her feet. It's really because I'm too busy. Every time I look at the questions for a while, other things come to me, and I can't calm down to memorize the questions. I understand. Hanyi did not continue to joke, but comforted him softly. And you are right. New York is not a good place to drive, especially for beginners. The roads are closed and diverted at every turn, and you will hit pedestrians if you are not careful. Isn't it? Barbara raised her arms and cheered up again. And I actually like taking the subway. New York subway? Hanyi glanced at the wall that passed by, and the original color could no longer be seen. Any subway. Barbara remained calm and leaned towards Hanyi. Trying not to show any abnormality, she walked around a homeless man lying on the ground who was either dozing or unconscious. New York has a bit of flavor, but don't you think the subway itself is a very energizing place? Standing in the car, I'm surrounded by ordinary people who are concerned about their own lives. I don't have high heels that cost hundreds of dollars a pair on my feet, but I have dinner in my hands that I bought for my wife and 3 children tonight. I like this kind of messy daily life, which always makes me forget a lot of troubles. Standing in front of the subway ticket machine, Barbara looked at him mischievously and wrinkled her nose. Besides, what else can better prove that today's dinner is not a date than taking the subway with you dressed like this? Indeed. Hanyi glanced up and down at Barbara Pavin's outfit, black Nike training shoes, black tight yoga pants, and a t-shirt with a gym logo printed on it. There was nothing else. Her hair was casually tied into a single ponytail, and there was no trace of makeup on her face, except for a little eyeliner. It seemed that Barbara Pavin was quite determined to implement the spirit of the pure friendship dinner. That makes sense. Hanyi laughed dumbly, and the whole person felt a lot more relaxed in an instant. I've made progress with a girl. Observing Hanyi's expression, Barbara took a breath. Oh my god, I've made progress with several girls at the same time. Shut up. Shut up. Han Yi pressed his chest. His terrified expression was half real and half fake. What kind of monster are you? I told you, I can read minds. Putting in an Andrew Jackson and pulling out a small bright yellow piece of paper, Barbara Paven slapped it into Han Yi's palm, smiling with her eyes slightly curved. Subway card, I'll treat you. Let's find a place to eat first, and then talk about your things, or you don't have to talk. I don't care. Thank you. What do you think about dinner? It's my off day, so I'm feeling a bit naughty. Barbara rolled her eyes and suggested excitedly. How about this? We'll eat less at each place and go to 2 restaurants. You recommend one, and I recommend one. That sounds interesting. And you are not allowed to recommend your hometown food. Apart from Chinese and Hungarian food, choose another restaurant that is your favorite in New York. Challenge accepted. The third rule, don't look for a Michelin-starred restaurant. Barbara pointed to the huge gym logo on her chest. I can't get in today. Even if you want me to find one, I won't look for that kind of place. Han Yi shrugged. Tuesday should be Tuesday. There are so many delicious street shops in New York that are born for weekdays. Great. When I'm on vacation, I hate eating those 5, 7, or 9 course meals the most. Barbara cheered softly. Then it's settled. Street shops. Who chooses first? Well, I'll go first. Looking up at the 8 circles of N/R/Q/W/J/M/Z/6 composed of 3 colors hanging above her head, the old New Yorker Barbara went over the subway map in her mind, grabbed Han Yi's arm, and walked in the opposite direction. Let's take the yellow line and take you to eat the best Thai food in New York. Chapter 216. A date that's not a date. Part 2. I've never eaten Thai food like this before. Han Yi scooped a large spoonful of soy sauce and chili sauce from the saucer he had specially ordered and evenly mixed it with the pork belly casserole rice in front of him, along with the poached egg. He then added the egg yolk that had solidified into a solid state due to the heat of the casserole, the distinct grains of Thai fragrant rice, the thickly cut pork belly topped with sauce, the soft cooked green vegetables, and the chili sauce that added a bit of spiciness to it, all in a nearly perfect way, and put them into his mouth. It was still a little different from the local street food in Thailand, and even the cooking method was a bit like Cantonese clay pot rice, but this Thep Thai restaurant, located at the intersection of 2nd Avenue and East 75th Street in the Upper East Side, was really quite good. But it's really great. I like it. Asian fusion cuisine is everywhere in North America, but how it tastes depends entirely on the chef's knowledge of the flavors of different regions. In this regard, Thep's culinary team did a great job, combining the strengths of many different cuisines, while retaining the traditional flavor of Thai cuisine to the greatest extent. Just look at how many Southeast Asian faces there are in this cozy little shop with all kinds of green plants and chandeliers. In the United States, the best way to judge whether an exotic restaurant is authentic is to observe whether ethnic minorities from that country are willing to patronize it. This is the best Thai restaurant in Manhattan. Barbara was as happy as if she had cooked the dish after her choice of restaurant was recognized. Shaking her head and putting a spoonful of tom yum goong soup into her mouth, she moaned with satisfaction. I have eaten dozens of Thai restaurants before I came to this conclusion. Why do you like Thai food? Looking at her excited look, Han Yi's mouth curled up a smile. The happiness brought by food is contagious. Don't you not eat spicy food? It's that I can't eat too spicy, not that I don't eat spicy food at all. Just ask them to make it slightly spicy when you order it. Tender and smooth chicken thighs, paired with rich, slightly spicy, and slightly sweet massaman curry, and white rice. Barbara Paven's off day, for a Victoria's Secret angel, is really indulgent. Hungarian table manners are to not talk when food is in your mouth. New York table manners are to argue loudly and rudely about any topic while eating. Barbara Paven's table manners are somewhere in between. Eat the food quietly and swallow it before answering questions. Not only Thai food, I also like West Indian cuisine, because there are many stews, and the taste is very similar to Hungarian. Don't you think Chinese food is more similar? The Chinese goulash I made for you in London. I didn't think so at first, because what I ate before were all dim sum, buns and the like. Barbara Paven put down her cutlery, took a deep breath, and carefully recalled the taste of beef stew with potatoes. but ever since I ate the stew you made for me, I've always wanted to try a similar taste. What is the name of this cuisine? Sichuan cuisine. Sichuan cuisine. Barbara Payton nodded. Is there any in New York? There is any major city in the world. Han Yi shrugged and smiled. You didn't let me recommend hometown food. Otherwise I would have taken you there a long time ago. That's too predictable. Barbara spread her hands and shared her philosophy with Han Yi. Life should be casual. It's fun to be full of unknown surprises, especially when I'm with you. Me. Han Yi pointed to his chest. Why? Because your life is more exciting than the plot of Friends. Barbara raised her eyebrows while drinking water. At least in Friends there is no such thing as Rachel and Monica falling in love with Chandler at the same time. What did Janice say? Whether it's Janice or Cissy, I'll always sit in the spectator seat. Before quoting Friends, Barbara had thought of a strategy to deal with Han Yi's counterattack. Come on, Bing. I can't wait to hear about your love history. What happened in the past month? Han Yi, who subconsciously wanted to answer, pursed his lips and shook his head. No, a truly healthy friendship shouldn't always focus on one person. From my visit to London to New York, I've always been the only one talking about my own things, and I don't know anything about you. That makes sense. Barbara opened her arms and smiled lazily and casually. Come on, what do you want to know? Your love life. Han Yi threw the same question to the other party and answered. What is the current status? Just as you can see. Barbara put the back of her hand down, put it on her face, and wiggled her fingertips playfully, single and proud. I applaud you. Han Yi clapped his hands twice. But why? There are so many outstanding men in New York and London. I believe that if it's you, you will attract their attention, no matter where you go. Oh, am I so great? Raising her chin and wrinkling her nose, Barbara smiled proudly and smartly. Objective facts observed from a friend's perspective. Han Yi put his index finger on his left eye and flicked it outward. But the fact is, I haven't been in a relationship for 4 years. It's unbelievable. Yeah, sometimes I find it hard to believe it myself, but it just happened. Barbara thought for a moment and said, maybe it's because modeling is too busy, flying all over the world, and it's hard to establish a healthy and stable relationship with another person under such circumstances. Maybe it's because life is really irregular. I'm a big guy, and during fashion week, I need to work harder than other models to ensure that my weight is within an acceptable range. I don't have enough to eat every day, and I want to sleep wherever I go. After the fashion week season is over, all I think about is lying in my apartment and ordering all-you-can-eat pizza every day. It may also be because I haven't met anyone who can give me enough sense of security. New York and London, good places, metropolises, the world's most handsome actors and the strongest models. These two cities may account for half, but at this point, Barbara glanced at Han Yi subconsciously. They chose these two cities for a reason. They like the steel forest with many prey, and they like the feeling of staying outside until sunrise every night. What kind of sense of security do you mean? Han Yi asked with interest. Like the men in my hometown, like my dad and mom. Barbara Payton's answer came out without any hesitation. Two people stick together all day long and don't want anyone to enter their lives except each other. They can act funny together, or they can work hard to build a family together. I love them very much. It sounds like you had an extremely happy childhood. I can't ask for more. Barbara Payton spoke softly. A family of 4, me, my sister, and my parents. I have lived in Budapest since I was a child, and I still live there. Every time I go back to Hungary, I go directly back home. We don't have the kind of custom in the United States. It seems that adults have to separate from their parents. I totally agree. Han Yi nodded in agreement. It's not that being separated from the family means being mature. Family will always be family, your most sincere friends and most loyal guards in the world. Yeah, anyway, as long as I'm in Budapest, I'm a little girl who revolves around my sister and parents all day. Let's go to Xerps to Jivo or the book. If they don't go out, I will cook breakfast for them at cafe. They love my cooking and have been obsessed with my supermodel recipes in recent years. When talking about the funny things with her family, Barbara Pavin took off all her disguises and laughed regardless of the eyes of the people at the next table. Avocado toast, poached eggs like the one in your bowl, and soy milk latte. Can you imagine that a group of Hungarians who are used to drinking fakit started drinking soy milk latte with me? What is fakit? Hungarian black coffee, especially fragrant. Barbara continued to immerse herself in warm memories. After breakfast, we went shopping together in Budapest Central Square or Váci Street to see if there are any new restaurants that have opened there recently. You should be one of the most famous people in Hungary, right? Or the most famous one? Hani asked with a smile. If you go out shopping, will you meet fans who know you along the way? How do you define the most famous? The one with the most fans on social media? Then it might be, it's really me. Barbara covered her face with one hand. Although this was true, it sounded super arrogant, which made her a little embarrassed. I don't know where I saw a report saying that my number of social media followers is 10 times higher than the second ranked Hungarian. Who is the second ranked Hungarian? Gyurcsány Balla, with the last name first and the first name second. Barbara Pavin explained intimately, he is considered the most famous football player in our country. How does it feel to be the most famous in the country? No special feeling. No one will take it seriously. Barbara waved her hand. Although I will be recognized when I walk on the street, it's not too exaggerated. Most of the people who come to take pictures with me are girls. Others, even if they know who I am, will not bother me. We Hungarians have seen too many celebrities. Pulitzer, Houdini. Pulitzer and Houdini are both Hungarians? Hani was surprised. Yeah, you didn't expect it. When we are in a foreign country, we always have to spare no effort to promote these two things. Barbara's pride in her hometown was beyond words. Rubik Elno, who invented the Rubik's Cube, Drew Barrymore, and Calvin Klein are all Hungarians. Aha, nepotism. Hani teased. No wonder you got the Calvin Klein advertisement. It seems that someone has searched for me on Google a lot. Barbara narrowed her eyes and smiled playfully. I saw it on the street 2 days ago. Hani's expression froze. Which street? Barbara persisted. My last CK advertisement was 2 years ago. Diagon Alley. Hani didn't even blush. He calmly sipped a sip of ice water and changed the subject. Then when you eat out, do you receive free dishes from the store? Haha, I always receive it. Barbara grinned. Sometimes it's the store, sometimes it's other diners. Every time I go out to eat, I can always eat something unexpected. I tell you, Hungarians are so enthusiastic. That's because you're a Victoria's Secret angel. Try someone else. Let me think. Are there any other activities? Yes. My sister and I love going to spas, and Budapest has the best spas in Europe. So, our family's daily routine is that after lunch, we split up. My dad and mom find places to play by ourselves, and my sister and I go to Gelad Spa and Széchenyi Spa to enjoy ourselves. If you have the opportunity to visit Budapest, you must try these two shops. After the spa, our family will reunite and go to a place called Budapest Rooftop Cinema to watch a movie. They show different movies on the rooftop of the Mammoth shopping center every day. Yes. There is also a super delicious Thai restaurant opposite the shopping center. Anyway, as long as the movie shown is The Lord of the Rings or Harry Potter, and I happen to be in Budapest, the Pavin family will definitely spend the night there. Life in the city is pretty much like this. On weekends, we drive to Lake Balaton for vacation. I think it's 10 times more beautiful than Lake Como. It's a pity that not many people know about it. Well, if we don't go to Lake Balaton, we'll go to the countryside to accompany grandma and great grandma. They don't want to move to the city, so I bought a manor for my parents there so that they can spend more time with them. Well, manor. Hani exclaimed in a very cooperative manner. The owner of the manor, Barbara Pavin. Manors in Hungary are very cheap, especially in the countryside. Barbara smiled. The manor is in a small town called Segelbesel, with a total population of no more than 5,000. There is a small pond at the door, and the Gales River flows in front of it. The scenery is very beautiful and very suitable for holding ceremonies, so we have now built a restaurant and a venue there. I don't know how to say it in English. A comprehensive facility? You can hold weddings there, and you can also hold family gatherings. You must feel very proud. Barbara Payton's happy family life made Han Yi a little fascinated and immersed, as if it was his own personal experience. At the age of 23, I can help my family do so many things. Of course, for me, the most fulfilling thing is to let everyone move to the 6th district. Every day when I open the window, I can see the National Opera House and live the kind of beautiful life that I imagined with my sister in bed when I was a child. No wonder you don't want to buy a house in New York or London. Han Yi said, Budapest should be more suitable for living. Everyone has different preferences, but I just like Budapest. The people I love, and the people who love me are there. If I don't do modeling in the future, I will definitely go back. At least I will go back, to live half of the time every year. Barbara Payton replied, besides, it's so expensive to buy a house in New York. The apartment upstairs where we are sitting now, no matter how old it is, costs hundreds of millions of dollars. The apartment I bought in Budapest is brand new and only 800,000 euros. In front of Han Yi, Barbara Payton could report these figures without scruples, because she knew very well that for her friend, let alone hearing about 7-digit real estate transactions, even if it reached 8 or 9 figures, she might not be moved at all. This is also the reason why you have not wanted to fall in love for a long time, right? Sure enough, Han Yi did not care about the so-called house price at all. What he extracted from Barbara's words was another set of key information. Your ideal partner is someone who can go back to Budapest with you in the future. It's not entirely for this reason, or the standard is not completely accurate. Barbara thought carefully for a moment before responding. What I want is someone who can accompany me to experience the prosperity in New York and can go back to Budapest with me to taste the plainness. He will not lose his mind in the neon lights of Manhattan, nor will he be worn down by the comfortable life in the 6th district. Down to earth, but reach for the sky. Your requirements are so high. Han Yi tapped the table with his fingertips. No wonder no one has been admitted for 4 years. I'm an angel. Shouldn't angels have higher standards? Barbara laughed at herself without any scruples. Oh, yes, I'm also a member of the 2016 freshman class of Sports Illustrated. Another synonym used by modern American society to describe angels, isn't it? Barbara winked coquettishly. An angel who is not possessed is the most valuable, and a woman without love can best develop her career. What I'm doing, my career, the advertisements everywhere in the streets and alleys are destined to do one thing, that is, if I want to be with someone, as long as that person has a little bit of achievement, even if it is far less than me, I will be labeled instantly. What label? A charming and successful man and his supermodel girlfriend. Barbara Payton's index finger and thumb were parallel, passing through the air between her and Han Yi, as if she was really reading a gossip article from the New York Post. I don't want to reduce myself to that symbol yet. Yi, as you said, I'm the most famous person in Hungary now. What I do also represents my country. I hope that 23 years later, when another Barbara from Budapest introduces Hungary to another Yi from China, she can tell him that Hungary has the world's greatest magician Houdini, the greatest journalist Pulitzer, and the greatest fashion entrepreneur, Barbara Payton. Fashion entrepreneur. Han Yi repeated and smiled. It seems that I have a new investment opportunity. I don't want your investment. Barbara made a funny expression. When it succeeds, it will become Yi with 3 girlfriends and his supermodel partner. I don't have 3 girlfriends. Knowing that the other party was joking, Han Yi sighed helplessly. Things are complicated, and I can't explain them clearly for the time being. What you just heard is the story that Vogue magazine has not heard in 4 years. Barbara did not give in. I think that story should be enough to exchange your story. I'm curious, how did you survive among them? Do you want to hear it? After thinking for a while, Han Yi wiped his mouth and asked. Yes. Barbara nodded vigorously. This is the part I'm most looking forward to. Have you finished eating? There's still half left, but aren't we going to the restaurant you recommended? We have to save some room. Okay, then let's pay the bill and go. Putting the napkin on the table, Han Yi smiled at Barbara. Go to my home turf and I'll tell you my story again. I wish you all a happy Chinese Valentine's Day with Zaoru, Yuzhan, McGrady and Barbie. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217, A Date That's Not a Date, Part 2. How come this place is your recommended restaurant? Barbara looked down at the Italian sausage pizza in front of her, which was so big that only 2/3 of it could fit on the plate. Her eyebrows were raised and wrinkled. I mean, how come you are eating in a restaurant like this? This is pizza. Hanyi raised his right hand in the air, put his 5 fingers together, and imitated the Italian accent. New York pizza. Who doesn't like to eat New York pizza? No, I can understand the pizza part. Barbara Pavin also raised her hand, extended her index finger, and drew a circle. What I can't understand is this part. Which part? Hanyi's eyes followed Barbara's movements and looked around. I don't see anything unusual. First, we are outside this restaurant. There is only one table and no seats. The pizza restaurant that Hanyi chose, like most of the 1,900 pizza restaurants in New York, mainly sells takeout and has no dine-in area. The store has placed 3 high tables outside the door for customers who are too lazy to take their pizza home or who are too hungry to walk. Second, there is an aluminum canopy above us, and next to it is, I don't know if it is temporary or permanent, metal pillars. I can't tell whether it is to prevent the aroma of the pizza shop from wafting up or to prevent tiles from falling off this old building that is at least 100 years old. Temporary, Hanyi replied. The last time I came, there was no such canopy. Third, before she finished speaking, Barbara Pavin began to laugh. Her shoulders shrugged until she was shaking with laughter. There is a Chinese restaurant next to it. Looking in the direction of Barbara's finger, a restaurant with a red sign, a red poster, and a Chinese logo that is undoubtedly red came into view, less than 10 feet away from them. Chinese Ziyang. I want to know, under what circumstances would you come to this? Barbara took a half step back and looked at the sign with a green background, red font, and a horribly ugly design. 99-cent fresh pizza? The font size of 99 cents is medium, the font size of pizza is large, and the font size of the word fresh is super small, as if the store owner is afraid that customers will use this word to accuse them of false advertising. How hungry must you be to not want to walk a few more steps to China's Ziyang? It's not that Chinese people have to eat Chinese food, but that restaurant obviously looks much better. Well, the story is this. Hanyi added cheese and chili flakes to the pizza in front of Barbara while smiling and recounting his experience. In 2013, I traveled to New York with my roommate. It was my first time in New York, and I was very curious about everything. Before coming, I did a lot of research, including what to eat, what to play, what to see, what is the most authentic New Yorker experience, and what details only locals will pay attention to. Do you understand? No matter where I travel, I don't want to be a tourist, because the city that tourists see is empty. It may be glamorous, but it will never have a soul. What the locals see is all hell. Barbara joked. She has been in New York much longer than Hanyi, and she has experienced all the things that drive New Yorkers crazy. Obviously in a high-end apartment, there are bedbugs crawling on me in the middle of the night. Every summer, like now, the humid and hot air is steaming, and the garbage everywhere on the street is smelly. I got up early in the morning to catch the subway, and there were more ants than people queuing to get on the train. I got on the subway, and found that the air conditioner was broken. For the next half hour, I had to smell what the people around me had eaten yesterday in the crowded carriage. A car broke down on 14th Street, so the half-hour commute turned into an hour and a half. I finally got a yellow cab, but the driver refused to leave Manhattan. New York, which has a history of 392 years since the first pioneers arrived, is like a Commodore 64 that is so old that it is difficult to start, relying on a pile of shitty code to survive until now. Not to mention repairing it, it will freeze if you touch the shell. All the new residents can do is pinch their noses, cover their ears, close their eyes, and try their best to adapt. Yes, New York is hell in a sense. Otherwise why is the place we are in called Hell's Kitchen? Han-yi agreed with Barbara Pavin's statement. Although his favorite city is New York, Han-yi knows very well what it is like here. However, I think young people must go to New York to experience it. Feel what the truly primitive, barbaric, unrestrained, dark, desperate, yet vibrant modern society is like. New York is the Evangelion of modern society. With this idea in mind, I set foot on New York soil for the first time. I want to go everywhere and experience everything. My friend agreed with the first half of this sentence. We didn't even take the subway much. We walked around Manhattan. In addition to landmark attractions such as the Empire State Building, Wall Street and Central Park, we also went to every residential area. Battery Park, Chelsea, Tribeca, West 57th Street, which didn't seem to be called Billionaire Street at the time, and of course the Upper East Side. However, we have different hobbies and always have differences in what we want to experience. I like music. I wanted to see a musical, but he didn't even listen to music that much. So we decided not to force each other. On the third day in New York, we decided to do our own things after dinner. He took his SLR camera to Times Square to take pictures, and I went to see the Book of Mormon. We met in the evening. After all, the distance was not far. But unfortunately, because I made the decision to go to the musical at the last minute, I didn't buy the tickets in advance. That's bad. Barbara gave him a sympathetic look. Even now, it's hard to get tickets for the Book of Mormon if you don't buy them in advance. Yes, and I was very unlucky that day. They open tickets for the Eugene O'Neill Theater every day. But when I got there, the last person had left with the ticket for more than 2 hours. I registered on the waiting list at the ticket window. Guess what number 1 was on? What number? No, 159. It would be a miracle if I could still get a ticket. Whether it was a speech or a story, Han-yi, who spoke English, spoke plainly, but his narrative rhythm and expression and tone were quite in place, and his appeal was outstanding. Barbara Pavin was completely immersed in the trip he described. As Han-yi told her his number on the waiting list, the Hungarian girl couldn't help but sigh softly. Right, so I was in a very bad mood at the time. I kept blaming myself for not making plans earlier and waiting until I got to New York to buy tickets on the spot. Obviously, the Book of Mormon is the musical I want to see the most. Why did I let this precious opportunity slip away? Because of carelessness or pure laziness? I'm such a person. Once I get sad, I have no interest in doing anything. I don't want to go to Times Square to find my friends and stay there to watch him find the best shooting angle. So I wandered aimlessly along 8th Avenue from 49th Street to 42nd Street. I remember very clearly that there is an AMC movie theater on the left side of the intersection of 8th Avenue and 42nd Street. Standing at that intersection, I thought for a long time whether I should go in and watch the second part of the Hunger Games. I remember it was called Catching Fire. What a nostalgic name. Barbara covered her mouth and laughed. I didn't expect. It's been 3 years. Yeah, 3 years. Han-yi nodded. At that time, I thought Jennifer Lawrence would be the next Kristen Stewart. Wow, you're so mean. If you can understand what I mean, it means you're as mean as me. Han-yi winked at her. Anyways, I almost went into the theater. What I was thinking was, just watch a movie and kill some time, and then we'll go eat something serious after that friend finishes taking pictures. I really like AMC's chicken fillets, and it's totally fine to fill my stomach. I like them, too. Barbara raised her hand, especially when paired with barbecue sauce. AMC's barbecue sauce is not inferior to that of professional restaurants. Han-yi was very happy to be able to agree with Barbara on such a popular delicacy. After all, few people would understand his strange eating habits. For example, I would never eat chocolate, and I actually like the chicken strips provided in the cinema. But that day, I finally didn't choose to go to AMC. Because I think it's too sad to go all the way to another city on another coast to watch a movie alone. So, at that intersection, I chose the opposite direction of the AMC cinema, turn right. This store happened to be there. It happened to be there 200 meters after walking. Barbara corrected him. That's right, but you can't really let me eat Burger King or Dunkin' Donuts, right? There are only these things over there. Hanyi pointed behind Barbara, the direction he walked in the story. When I walked here, as you guessed, the first thing I saw was indeed a Chinese restaurant, but at that time it was full of diners, and there were people waiting outside. I didn't want to join in the fun. So, naturally, I noticed the 99-cent fresh pizza next to it. I thought at the time, when a New Yorker was sad and depressed, would he also push the door and walk into a pizza shop, order a sausage pizza, and swallow it whole, and then leave here and continue to fight tenaciously? This should also be a part of New York life that I want to experience, right? I have done this. Barbara Pavin agreed again, but only when I was drunk. Then I think I should be drunk that day, mentally. I broke into the store, ordered a glass bottle of Coke, a piece of Italian sausage pizza, sprinkled some cheese powder and chili flakes, and then, shit, the best pizza I have ever eaten in my life. At this point, Hanyi picked up his piece of pizza, put it in his mouth, took a big bite, and made a satisfying chewing sound. It doesn't need to be fancy. New York pizza is not fancy to begin with. Oil must flow all over your hands to be considered authentic. This pizza fully meets these requirements. It is sizzling with oil, simple and unpretentious, with just the right amount of sausage and a thick layer of cheese. It gives people the feeling that the guy who bakes the pizza doesn't care about your hygiene at all, let alone your beauty. Because of him, he can't get off work until 2 in the morning. I think you just accurately described the mental state of all New Yorkers. Barbara laughed so hard that she almost knocked over the table. I've already said this. Why don't you try it? HMM. Barbara put the pizza that Hanyi had seasoned into her mouth and gave the most pertinent evaluation. I guess that's why they say that everyone has their own favorite New York pizza place, because the taste of each one is really similar. As long as it's salty, oily, and cheesy enough, someone will like it. Every local delicacy that the locals are familiar with is like this. Fried chicken, hot dogs, and goulash over there, and noodles, or something else over there. As a pizza veteran, Hanyi folded the pizza and devoured it. A little fat was squeezed out and slowly slid into Hanyi's mouth along the crease. It can be seen how greasy and unhealthy this pizza is. What they provide us is the inertia of life and the comfort brought by inertia. The moment I took this pizza, I felt like I became a New Yorker. It sounds a bit silly, but that's how I felt at the time. I ate the most New York junk food in the most New York-like state, and I don't give a fuck. My mood improved immediately, because how could a real local be upset because he couldn't buy a ticket for the Book of Mormon? A real New Yorker knows every ins and outs of this city. For him, this city will never say no to him, and he knows the person who can solve any difficulties for him. Let me guess. Barbara, who was enjoying the story more and more, said vaguely, you rushed back to the theater and gave the man at the ticket office $50 to put your name on the first place on the waiting list. New York style. No. Hanyi laughed dryly. I bought a high-priced ticket on StubHub at twice the price. New York style. This is the most tragic ending of the story I have ever heard. Hey, I checked. New Yorkers also buy second-hand tickets this way. Okay, whatever you say is fine. Although she is the spokesperson for Coca-Cola, Barbara Pavin has not drunk it for a long time. She imitated Hanyi without moving her head in the bottle, took a big sip, and then burped uncontrollably and without any image. The last dinner smelled good. Hanyi teased while fanning his nose. Barbara was not shy, but stuck out her tongue at him mischievously. Tell me, I have lived here for so many years, why haven't I encountered these trivial and interesting stories? I have attended many parties and met many celebrities, but I have never eaten a piece of pizza that brought back memories and insights. Because I'm just here to travel, and you are here to conquer. Hanyi thought for a while and replied, I'm exploring New York, and New York is serving you. You. Hearing Hanyi's last words, Barbara's eyes burst into a different kind of brilliance. In the taxi to 99-cent fresh pizza just now, Barbara showed Hanyi a photo of Lake Balaton on her mobile phone. The color of the lake in the photo is exactly the same as her pupils. The kind of wonder, that depth and innocence appear at the same time. Your mouth, yee. I finally know how those 3 girls fell in love with you. We are back to this topic again. Hanyi sighed. I thought the story just now had made you forget it. You can't escape today. Barbara separated her index and middle fingers and pointed them at her eyes. Spill the beans, Chandler Bing. To make a long story short, I'll let them know that I have feelings for them, and they also know how they feel about me. Now we are like a particularly strange western cowboy showdown. The three of them touched their holsters and looked at each other, not knowing how many bullets they had, what those bullets were for, and whether they should shoot, who to shoot, and what would happen after shooting. That's about it. I'm done. Wait, slow down. Barbara was confused by Han Yi's extremely fast speech speed and a lot of specious metaphors. Slow down, tell me carefully, and start from the beginning. It's only past 7 now. We have enough time to go over every detail so that I can help you analyze it. But I didn't ask you to help me analyze it. Trust me, you need my analysis. You're a mass of unknown chaos. Barbara put her hand in front of Han Yi's eyes and shook it like an exorcist. Show your passion for pizza. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, listen. Han Yi took a deep breath into his lungs, preparing himself physically and mentally. All the changes started after I said goodbye to you and returned to the United States. In the next 15 minutes, Han Yi spoke carefully and Barbara listened carefully. When encountering vague or difficult to understand sentences, the latter would take the initiative to ask questions. The entanglement between men and women is experienced by the parties involved in 1,000 twists and turns, but if you really want to confide in outsiders, strip away those complex and changeable psychological activities. It will only take 2 or 3 sentences to express it verbally. In the time it took to get a pizza and a small bottle of Coke, Han Yi, who was very good at expression and summary, used the most concise sentences to let Barbara Paven understand the situation almost completely, except for the names and real identities of the 3 girls. So, if I heard correctly, Barbara said thoughtfully, wiping her fingers with a tissue, you confessed everything to the first 2 girls. A delicate balance has been formed between you. There is no substantial breakthrough, but it is indeed a big step forward. But the 3rd one, you still don't know anything, right? Can we not use words like the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd? Han Yi scratched his hair. It will make me sound like a scumbag. This word is too serious. Han Yi exhaled a heavy breath, held the edge of the high table tightly with both hands, and looked at Barbara Paven with great sincerity. What should I do? Well, it feels a bit tricky. Barbara stroked her chin, hesitant to speak. You want to hear a story. Now it's time to solve the problem. Let me think about it. Let's leave here first. Looking up at the increasingly dark sky, Barbara threw the dinner plate and glass bottle into the trash can not far away and walked towards the walking route of Han Yi in the story about pizza. The breeze can make my thoughts clearer. In summer in New York, the sun sets very late. Near 8 o'clock, behind Barbara and Han Yi, there is still the afterglow of the sunsets from Weehawken in the west. In downtown Manhattan, from Wall Street to Greenwich Village, you can still see some crooked old streets formed by natural settlements from time to time, but extending from Union Square to the north, it is all modern road networks planned by humans. Chelsea, Kips Bay, Murray Hill, and Hudson Square are cut into fragmented blocks one after another. One high-rise building after another stands on both sides of the street. Walking on West 42nd Street, the sky that Barbara and Han Yi can see is only a small strip that extends infinitely in the east and west directions. The setting sun hanging behind them dyes each other's backs with warm orange and red, and also stretches the figures of the 2 people. In front of them, there are many tourists who stop and pause. Everyone holds up their mobile phones and keeps pressing the shutter to record this spectacular Manhattan sunset. 14th, 23rd, 34th, 57th, and 42nd Street where they are, which is the best place to watch the sunset. Han Yi and Barbara walked towards the crowd in silence. Neither of them spoke, letting the noisy and flashy city sounds of Manhattan fill their ears. The sirens from far and near merged into the hawking of street vendors, and the melody leaking from the crack of the restaurant door became the background music for the loud arguments of pedestrians passing by. Manhattan is definitely not the best place in the world for quiet thinking, but it can surprisingly make people with heavy hearts feel as if they are in another world. First of all, I have to say that you did one thing very right. Walking to 7th Avenue and turning in front of the landmark building of 1 Times Square is a natural behavior deeply embedded in the subconscious of Hanyi and Barbara. When the route from west to east changed to south to north, and a warm sunset no longer baked their backs, Barbara spoke. You didn't use their feelings for you to do something selfish, nor did you try to hide your thoughts from anyone, so that things would develop in a direction that was beneficial to you personally. If what you told me was the truth, it's all true. Hanyi replied, except for my name and identity. Everything I said to you just now is 100% true. Then, this shows that you are an honest, sincere, respectful, considerate person who has a set of behavioral norms in your heart and always strictly implements them. Barbara Pavin gave him a warm and encouraging smile. The foundation of any relationship is honesty, which can be reserved, but never maliciously concealed. Those girls are very lucky. No matter whether they can get you or not, at least, they are absolutely safe in the process. Listen, I can't tell you what to do specifically, because it is closely related to your own true thoughts, and I'm sure that you may not have figured out what you want. I can only tell you what you shouldn't do, before you finally make a decision. This is also very useful for me. Hanyi put his hands in his trouser pockets, and pursed his lips. In your opinion, what are my taboos? First, don't make a commitment before you really and thoroughly make up your mind. While avoiding the crowds in front of the H&M Times Square store, Barbara raised her index finger. Girls, actually we are not afraid of so-called ambiguity, flirting, and intimate contact. We are human beings too, and we also need warm hugs and sweet kisses. It's the 21st century now, and there is no such thing as one taking advantage of another. While a man gains emotional value, he is also giving emotional value, and vice versa. We should all understand this. If they want to hug you, hug them. If they want to kiss you, kiss them. Do what you want to do from the bottom of your heart, and believe that they will get the same happiness as you. But, never say words beyond your true feelings, or make promises that deviate from your true thoughts, just because you don't want to hurt a girl, or want to be better to a girl. We are most afraid of this. What do you mean? Hanyi was a little confused. It's simple. If you just like us, don't say you love us. Barbara explained softly. We are creatures who are good at fantasy. Any language will be played vividly in our minds like a movie. If you say you like us, we will imagine going to the movies with you, falling asleep on your shoulder, and being woken up by your kiss. But if you say you love us, family, house, children, endless bills, and cuddling after a big fight, these things will fly into our minds. If you tell us that we are the most beautiful girls in the world, we will firmly believe that, at least in your eyes, we are indeed that. If you tell us that you will always be there for us, we will inevitably lean on you, hoping that when we wake up at 4 in the morning after a nightmare, you will pat us on the back and comfort us. Being single for such a long time, I have seen many couples around me break up and get back together, and I often think about this issue myself. The biggest difference between men and women is not the so-called hobbies, values or behavior patterns. We are not looking for a partner to be exactly the same as ourselves. If the other half is exactly the same as ourselves, every step can be guessed, and there is no surprise at all, then what's the point? In my opinion, the reason why there is that the root cause of so many heated arguments and desperate breakups is the difference in the way men and women perceive commitment. You think commitment is something that can make the other person happy, and it is a task that must be completed if a relationship wants to move to the next step. But we believe that commitment should only be made when your inner emotions are truly sufficient to that point. I think this is why many men are afraid of commitment, but keep making it. I love you, let's move in together, let's get married. Many men think, and society also thinks, that these commitments should be made step by step, and one by one. After 3 months together, if a man still doesn't say I love you, it means that the man is not sincere. If you are together for a year, and don't live together, it seems that the relationship is stuck at the first step. If you are together for 3 years and still haven't proposed, it proves that there is a crisis in the relationship. So, sometimes, I understand men. Under heavy pressure, you will be afraid to make a promise against your will, because you yourself are not ready yet. So, this is my first suggestion. Don't make blind promises to the girls you like. Don't let them wait in joy, only to be rewarded with icy disappointment. Once expectations are established, it is a cruel thing to destroy them. Promise me no promises. Han Yi muttered in a low voice. Yes, promise me, no promises. Not having heard this unreleased song does not mean that this line will not resonate with Barbara. I understand this. It's because I don't want to hurt anyone with empty promises that I tell them my true thoughts truthfully. That's why I said you did a very good job. There are very few people like you who would rather be blunt and explicit in their feelings than embellish them with sweet lies. The so-called inhumanity is actually the most selfless care and consideration. They didn't like the wrong person, really. I hope so. Han Yi smiled. I'm working hard for it too. Come on, you will succeed. The second point, I want to ask you, do you think the third girl really likes you? I don't think so. Han Yi thought carefully for a long time before he spoke slowly. I can't express anyone's true inner thoughts and tell you what is real and what is not. But this is my own opinion. I think, rather than saying that she likes me, it's because of my appearance that her life and career have undergone a surprising and huge change. She projected this positive emotional improvement onto me, mistakenly believing that it is because of me that her mood and state have improved. What's more, she is too young, and perhaps she can't tell the difference between a crush and a like. What do you think? I agree with you. Barbara nodded slightly in agreement. I think her feelings for you and your feelings for her are the same. It's not so-called love, but care, protection, cherishing, guidance, lending, mutual admiration and even worship. Sometimes it's like this between men and women. No matter what kind of emotion it is, it will always be mistaken for love in the end. Makes sense. Then what should I do when facing her? Don't bring her into the equation. This is the most critical. Your situation is complicated enough. Although you should be absolutely honest if you don't think she will have a future. If she is not willing to develop with you, then don't let her know what you are going through. Barbara thought for a moment and replied, keep a certain distance from her, but don't reject her bluntly. Girls of this age are not afraid of setbacks, but they are very rebellious. You mean, if I tell her no directly, it will make her more interested? Yes, just like when you were a child, your parents told you not to play video games anymore. Would you listen to them, or would you pretend to obey and play more vigorously in secret? Because you will feel that the things that your family and society don't allow you to do are the most exciting and satisfying things. Keep a distance, but still be kind, sincere and enthusiastic to her. Continue to play the role of mentor you should play, and at the same time, try to keep her busy as much as possible, and divert her attention to other things. When she gets full satisfaction from other aspects of her career and personal life, I think, she will naturally have a newer and deeper consideration of your feelings. In other words, give her time to grow up, and time will become her friend. I can do all this, no problem at all. Han Yi is confident about this. Cold after the hit song Water became a hit, there are 3 or 4 similar singles waiting for Madison Beer to record and release. It is already very difficult to meet each other now. If there are 2 more hits of the same level, then as long as they pay a little attention and stagger each other's schedules, it will be a rare thing to meet 2 or 3 times in the next year. Look, you said you couldn't give me a direct solution, but you have already solved 1/3 of it for me, right? Do you have any better suggestions, Barbie? You are now my most trusted emotional mentor. Yes. Unknowingly, they had walked to the intersection of West 51st Street and 7th Avenue. Barbara glanced at the couples in gorgeous clothes who had finished their meal at the Michelin 3-star French restaurant Le Bernardin and were filing out. Their expressions were obscure. The last piece of advice, don't mess around with girls like me. You. Han Yi opened his mouth, and his shocked look had completely lost its concealment. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying I'm a bad bitch. Barbara tiptoed back and smiled suddenly. I mean, we were physically attracted to each other, so we did those things in Ibiza and London. There was nothing wrong with those things. They were our own voluntary pleasures, and no one could blame us. And at that time, your relationship with them had not progressed to this point. We did not do anything immoral or hurt them. You can rest assured about this. Even in Friends, we were on a break, because you were not together with Rachel, and you hadn't even decided who Rachel was. But now it's different. Although you are still not together in reality, you have revealed your feelings to each other. The final result is just one decision away from you. I say again, you have put yourself in a very complicated situation. Don't make it more difficult. The night was even cooler. Barbara crossed her arms to keep herself warmer in just a short-sleeved fitness outfit. She looked at the red light across the street and listened to the regular no-entry bell beside her and spoke softly. You are not the kind of man who likes a casual relationship. I knew this from the first night in Ibiza. You are the kind of person who can turn the atmosphere into a warm and daily life for new lives, even if I make you a simple pancake breakfast. That's not me. Don't talk, listen to me first. Barbara interrupted Hanyi's self-defense with a somewhat stiff tone. This is not a bad thing. On the contrary, I think it is the most valuable quality in you, and it should be an important factor why the two girls like you so much. So, don't throw this side of yourself away. Don't let yourself become a casual person. Don't think you will be happy because of a casual relationship, no matter how you deceive yourself. You are not that kind of person. You chose an industry full of temptations. With your wealth, intelligence and a career that is destined to soar, I have no doubt that there will be more Barbaras who will target you in the future. Better looking, hotter, and more understanding Barbaras. By that time, they will not tell you these things in their hearts. Don't easily accept other people's kindness, because at this stage, those kindnesses all come with a price tag. Barbara put her hands behind her back, tiptoed gently, and said half jokingly and half seriously, be a unicorn and chase rainbows, not storms. I understand. Hanyi solemnly promised, I will do it. Okay, Barbara's class time ends here today. Thank you for the pizza. I have to go home first. I have an appointment with Tay. No, she has made an appointment with me and Carly and a few friends to go hiking in Lake Tranquility tomorrow morning. Let's drive. So far, Lake Tranquility is 283 miles away from Manhattan. If you drive, 4.5 hours is the shortest estimated time. Yes, so we have to stay there for 2 days. We are all on vacation, and we can fly directly from Lake Tranquility to all parts of the world. Taking her gym bag from Hanyi's shoulder and thanking him with a smile, Barbara Pavin said, we have to leave at 5:30. I'm going back to pack my luggage and then rest quickly. That. Hanyi stretched out his hand, his lips moving. He had wanted to invite Barbara to visit his 157 apartment, which was only 2 streets away from where the two of them were at the moment, but before he could say it, Hanyi swallowed the question back. Inviting Barbara to visit his apartment alone did not sound like something that should be done between pure friends. What? Barbara tilted her head and asked coquettishly. Nothing. I wanted to say, don't take the subway. I'll get you a taxi. It's not safe to take the subway now. Hanyi stretched out his hand and stopped a yellow taxi that was turning left. At this time of year, taxis in Manhattan are basically wandering around Midtown, where restaurants are concentrated, looking for wealthy passengers. If you don't tell me, I won't take the subway at this time. Barbara showed Hanyi her dazzlingly white teeth. Have fun in Jinghu. Hanyi opened the car door for Barbara and said goodbye to her softly. I will. Getting into the car and rolling down the window, Barbara looked up at Hanyi, her eyes sparkling like water. I'll see you when I see you. See you. Hanyi patted the roof of the car, imitating the movements of New Yorkers, and stood there watching the yellow taxi heading towards Central Park, going farther and farther in the last ray of sunlight, muttering to himself. A long chapter of 10,000 words. Monthly votes requested. Chapter 218 Wealth Appreciation Plan. I regret it so much. After this emotional outburst with 3 exclamation marks, there was a selfie of Barbara Pavin at Lake Tranquility. In the picture, she sat on a boulder beside a hiking trail in the Adirondack Mountains, pouting in grievance, showing Hanyi the mosquito bites everywhere on her calves, arms and even forehead. Oh my god, are you okay? Hanyi's scalp tingled, and he, who was particularly attracted to mosquitoes, could empathize with Barbara's current situation. I wanted to ask you yesterday, why did you go hiking at Lake Tranquility in the middle of summer? The more humid the place, the more mosquitoes there are. Because we are a group of basic bees who stay in big cities for 350 days a year and get excited when we hear about nature. How are the others? It's worse than me. I think Taylor is about to get anemic from being bitten. Then why are you still here? Gigi twisted her foot. Ha ha ha. She asked all of us to stay with her and wait for the medical staff to carry a stretcher to take her down the mountain. This woman is really capable. Han Yi rolled his eyes. As a Chinese and an Asian, the reason why he doesn't like Gigi Hadid is obvious. If he guessed correctly, Barbara obviously didn't like this supermodel who had Palestinian blood in her body and her every move was full of Beverly Hills' wife flavor. I know the laugh. Seeing the forward sent by Han Yi and the funny smiley face following behind, Barbara couldn't help laughing out loud. She quickly covered her mouth, glanced left and right, and after confirming that Taylor's girlfriends didn't notice her behavior, she sent 2 images to Han Yi. One was a silent sign with the index finger in front of the mouth, and the other was a playful smile with one side winking. I'll FaceTime you after returning to the hotel. Open a bottle of red wine, because it will be very filling. How about Mexican Coke? Anything that makes you happy is fine. Oh, great. They just decided to continue climbing to the top of the mountain because there will be fewer mosquitoes at the top. Clever. Wish me good luck. My thoughts and prayers are with you. Turning off WhatsApp and thinking about Barbara who is suffering. Han Yi's satisfaction with the current environment has increased a few points. July 28, 2016 was probably the hottest day in New York in the past 2 months. At 1:30 in the afternoon, it was 97 degrees Fahrenheit outside, which is more than 36 degrees Celsius. The humidity was only 27%, and the worst thing was that the breeze that blew gently from upstate New York to the Manhattan Peninsula had completely stopped at this moment. Sitting at the dining table, Han Yi could clearly see that the number of tourists in Central Park had dropped by more than half. There were only a few bikini girls with tanned skin lying on the lawn. I don't know if they can really endure the heat or have fainted long ago. The sufferings in the world are not the same, especially in New York. While ordinary working class people crowded the public swimming pool at Hamilton Fish Park in Lower Manhattan to cool off, the wealthy had already taken a boat back to the Hamptons to enjoy the coolness, or flew across the Atlantic Ocean to watch the Wimbledon Tennis Open in London, where the temperature was only 18 degrees Celsius. The few top-class people who were forced to stay on the Manhattan Peninsula would also hide in their own Parkview mansions built with tens of millions of dollars, and would never go out until the sun went down. Han Yi was one of the best. Last night, Corey asked the apartment concierge to help contact Best Buy and temporarily purchased an Xbox One. It was delivered to 157 number 79 on time at 9 o'clock this morning, along with a FIFA 16 game disc. He used his bank card to top up $599.99 points. Even though he hadn't opened Ultimate Team for a long time, Han Yi still easily caught up with the Linux configuration at the end of the version. Without leaving the house, not even the master bedroom, Han Yi sat cross-legged on the floor, using a gauze curtain to block out the 270-degree New York wonders, and had a great time for 3 or 4 hours. It was almost lunchtime, and Han Yi, who had been craving for another pizza since he parted with Barbara yesterday, ordered a carbohydrate feast for him and Corey, enough for 3 or 4 people to eat for a day. Italian sausage pizza, Hawaiian pizza, garlic breadsticks, cheese bread, and grilled chicken wings, all ordered by those who had a little appetite. Add a glass of frozen Mexican Coke with crushed ice, and in a constant temperature of 72 degrees Fahrenheit, there is nothing simpler and happier than this. Regaining a new life, in addition to making great achievements in career, you also need to stop for these trivial but happy moments. Even Queen Victoria, who ruled the British Empire and defined an era, had a strange hobby of catching mice, but it was really fulfilling when you think about it carefully. Han Yi is a quiet and solitary person. Since he opened his eyes at University Gateway on February 29, 2016, he has rarely had the opportunity to laze around alone. Even at his own home at 864 Stradella Road, he is surrounded by a housekeeper every day. Therefore, 157, number 79 above the clouds, has temporarily become a rare place for him to quietly refuel. Although he has received the reward, Han Yi can clearly feel that the positive feedback he has received from this apartment has become even stronger. After lunch, Han Yi participated in a briefing on Horch's new single Closer, to be released tomorrow, hosted by Jason Aaron and Anthony Lee of Renai Management. The part of history that Han Yi did not intervene in has developed in an orderly manner according to the established route. The music label that owns the master copyright of Closer is called Disruptor Records. It was jointly established by Adam Albert, the manager of the Chainsmokers, and Sony Music Group. The distribution channel is handled by Columbia Records in the United States, and the overseas regions are led by the branches of Sony Music Entertainment in various countries. The Chainsmokers' previous hit single, Don't Let Me Down, a collaboration with Pennsylvania female singer Bel-Air, performed extremely well. It entered the chart for the first time on February 27th and steadily progressed for 5 months. It reached the peak of the 3rd place on the main chart on July 16th. Although it dropped 2 places this week, it still occupies the golden seat in the top 5. Although it failed to win the singles chart, it will not be a problem to book a top 10 of the annual chart if it continues to develop at this momentum. The popularity of Don't Let Me Down has greatly boosted Sony Music and Columbia Records' confidence in Disruptor and the Chainsmokers themselves, and made the resource priority of Closer within the group rise sharply. More importantly, the singer invited to collaborate this time is also much more famous than Bel-Air. Although only one album has been released, Horch's Badlands can be said to be one of the best independent pop works in recent years, and also the one with the best performance. With a converted sales volume of 115,000 copies in the first week, the highest ranking on the Billboard 200 album chart is number 2, and Spotify has been played more than 600 million times so far. A series of dazzling honors have made her the most popular headliner at major music festivals in 2016. With the support of many favorable factors, Columbia Records has configured the top-level publicity and promotion matrix for Closer from the beginning. Online advertising, radio promotion, MV production, TV exposure, award selection, everything is arranged according to the publicity and promotion level that Columbia's most commercially appealing musicians can enjoy, such as Beyoncé, One Direction, and Adele, who was poached by Sony Music at the end of May for £90 million. The most immediate example is the VMA Awards ceremony to be held at Madison Square Garden on the 28th of next month, and Han Music is also invited to participate. The Chainsmokers, Halsey, and Closer were all on the MTV program list released a few days ago. A new single that has not yet been released was able to book a spot at the VMA in advance, which shows the status and influence of Sony Music and Columbia Records in the American music industry. As the co-founder of Halsey Incorporated, Han Yi and his Han Music Group can not only benefit from the huge exposure of Closer, but also observe Columbia Records' tactics and music promotion from an internal level. In terms of streaming platforms and playlist strategies, Han Yi, who has advanced information, may be better, but the rhythm of radio promotion, the team of MV production, the strategy of TV exposure and the relationship network of award selection, these pyramid-like rich experiences and resources that Columbia has gradually accumulated over the past 134 years are undoubtedly worth learning from and drawing nourishment from by Han Music's operation team. It has been ranked first for 11 consecutive weeks, surpassing Drake's One Dance, to become the single with the most chart hits in 2016. On May 19, 2017, Spotify's playback volume exceeded 1 billion times, becoming the second hit song to achieve this achievement after Lean On. One song simultaneously brought two artists, the Chainsmokers and Horch, to the peak of their careers. How did Sony and Columbia do this? In the previous life, I could only read about this feat in the news. This time, I have to experience it myself. VMA Awards ceremony, August 28th. Han Yi added a schedule with the highest priority to his reminders. Not only will he make a shining debut with his Han Music, but he will also meet those potential cooperation targets that he has never had the chance to see at Madison Square Garden. For example, Hayley Williams' Paramore. For example, Mr. Han. Corey McIntosh's gentle reminder came from the other end of the hallway, interrupting Han Yi's thoughts. The NetJets people are downstairs. Okay, let them come up. Throwing the phone aside, Han-yi rubbed his swollen eye sockets and said to Corey. The short personal time passed quickly. At 2 o'clock, the next group of meeting guests Han-yi had booked arrived as scheduled. They were from NetJets, a company founded in 1964 and headquartered in Omaha, Nebraska. It ranks first in the world in terms of service hours and charter flights. The total flight time last year reached 450,000 hours. The company never reveals their customer list, but even laymen who know nothing about the business world can easily guess that Berkshire Hathaway, also located in Omaha, and their chairman Warren Buffett have been using the company's services since they acquired NetJets in 1998. After the business investment rewards were issued last quarter, Han-yi quickly realized the importance of maintaining a high level of personal consumption. Whether it is Parkview Capital or Carlyle Group, there are many restrictions on the investment funds they deposited for him. It can only be used for career development, and there are regular assessments. If the invested company records a loss, the funds will be deducted from the cash account in proportion. In the process of enterprise development, it is normal to run at a deficit in the early stage in order to seize market share. Han Music wants to become the fourth largest music group in the world. In the foreseeable future, it will definitely need to spend a lot of money to catch up. Therefore, in order to prevent the cash in his hands from shrinking due to the losses of his subsidiaries, he has to keep increasing his wealth. Ordinary financial management methods are too inefficient. Han-yi can only focus on creating strong positive emotional feedback for himself to get extra rewards that are enough to hedge risks. Maybe they want to use such a mechanism to encourage him to continue consuming instead of lying down completely like this morning after getting a few good things he wants most. The real intention is unknown, but Han-yi does not dislike this kind of incentive. What's wrong with spending money to buy enjoyment? However, although it is not difficult to spend money to buy enjoyment, how to spend money correctly and buy enjoyment with a return ratio of at least more than double is a question that Han-yi needs to think seriously. For him at the moment, what is the most urgent thing he needs and can provide the greatest sense of gain, accomplishment, and satisfaction? Han-yi listed 3 self-realization value lists in his mind, on his phone, and on his computer. Each list has some subtle differences, but the items at the top are surprisingly consistent. That is, private jets. Since his rebirth, Han-yi has traveled back and forth 4 times between Los Angeles and New York. There are also flights from New York to Ibiza, Ibiza to London, London back to New York, and then to Atlanta, Atlanta to Miami, Miami back to Los Angeles. Thinking about it carefully, Han-yi has been floating in the sky for 32 hours in just over a month. There is a saying in the private jet industry that, if you fly 300 hours a year, then investing in a private jet, whether it is full or partial ownership, is more cost effective than opening a membership and buying hours. Considering this standard, Han-yi's purchase of a private jet is a very wise choice. What's more, owning a precision aircraft that belongs entirely to you in the clouds at 10,000 meters is the ultimate romance and peak satisfaction that can impress any normal human being. Even if you think with your toes, you know that the reward ratio will never be low. Han-yi currently has more than 74 million in disposable cash, which is not enough to buy a large passenger plane, but the Gulfstream G650 or Bombardier Global 7500, a long-range commercial jet with 14 to 16 seats, is within his affordable range. If he doesn't buy it now, when will he? If he uses a private plane worth 60 to 70 million US dollars to leverage a high proportion of returns, the other targets on Han-yi's value list will have the possibility of being in his pocket. With the funds in place, billionaires don't need to worry about what they want to buy. Han-yi knows nothing about the process of buying private planes, and he doesn't know any professionals in this industry. But he doesn't have to worry about it at all, because the property manager Corey McIntosh has accumulated connections in related fields when he worked for Steven Schwarzman. In fact, the Gulfstream G650 codenamed N113CS held by the founder of Blackstone Group through the through entity 113CS LLC is managed by NetJets. Since 2007, NetJets has carried out hundreds of flights for Blackstone. As one of Schwarzman's most trusted property managers, Corey McIntosh naturally maintains a good cooperative relationship with NetJets. In fact, whether it is the Rockefeller Apartments or the aquarium in Palm Beach, Ko-ri is the first person responsible for coordinating flight times for Stephen Schwarzman. Therefore, it is only necessary to find a phone number starting with 212 from the contacts. Within an hour, the staff of NetJet's New York branch will set off from 600 Lexington Avenue with a complete company introduction and a full set of private jet purchase plans, and appear on time in the reception area of 157. Number 79. Mark Weiser, Senior Vice President of New York Sales at NetJets. Very happy to meet you, Mr. Han. This is my colleague, Diana Arlock, Vice President of Owner Experience in New York. Mark Weiser, whose short dark blonde hair stood up as straight as his Seville Street tailored suit, and his colleague Diana Arlock, who wore a red business dress and had a smile as broad as her figure, did not often make door-to-door visits. Both of them have worked at NetJets for more than 10 years. At their position, the specific sales tasks would be handed over to their subordinates. At most, they would hold regular meetings in the morning and return to their Long Island villas at 2 or 3 in the afternoon to enjoy their leisure time. But today's important guest is indeed worth their personal visit. This Chinese client, who had never heard of before, contacted NetJets through his property manager Corey McIntosh. Although he has been away from the Upper East Side social circle for more than 5 years, Corey's name is still closely associated with the Blackstone Group. Being able to hire Stephen Schwarzman's former butler at Rockefeller, NetJet's basic assessment of Han Yi's purchasing power was not bad. In addition, there are only a few hundred people in Manhattan's top class, and there are even fewer buyers who can afford the penthouse on Billionaire Street. Every transaction is a market trend that NetJet's New York office needs to pay attention to, because every new rich person who moves in is a potential customer they must strive for. Han Yi bought 157. Number 79 for $35 million. Whether it is the transaction amount, the identity of the seller, or the background story of this transaction, it is attractive enough. Therefore, before Han Yi even got the key, the Wall Street Journal published this news in the business section of their website. 157 apartment purchased from an oil tycoon became the most expensive real estate transaction in July. Anthony Noto, July 25, 2016, a 6,240 square foot penthouse on the 79th floor of 157 was sold for $35 million, becoming the most expensive property in New York City in July this year. See the chart below for a full list of property sales this month. This latest Billionaire's Row deal made headlines this week in New York real estate circles. The buyer is an unnamed LLC believed to be controlled by Chinese-backed capital, according to the Wall Street Journal. The seller is Nigerian oil tycoon Kola Aluko, who is accused by the US government of bribing former Nigerian Minister of Petroleum Resources Dizzani Ellison Maduk, who oversees the country's state-owned oil company. According to a statement from the Department of Justice, Kola Aluko used the proceeds of illegally procured bids to launder money in the United States through the purchase of various assets, such as the apartment at 157 West 57th Street. Other assets include an $80 million yacht, 3 private jets, 58 cars, and luxury properties in Los Angeles and London. Kola Aluko said through a spokesperson that the cash from the sale of the apartment will be used for foreclosure and restitution. 157 was built by Extel Real Estate Development and is one of the most expensive luxury buildings in Manhattan. The building broke ground in 2009 and reportedly holds the record for the city's most expensive residential property at $100.5 million for a studio apartment. Chinese background, billionaire. This is a customer profile tailored for NetJets. Since becoming the first overseas company to obtain a private jet charter service license in the mainland in 2014, the development of China's ultra-high net worth population has been one of NetJet's most focused strong growth points. Before the marketing team of NetJet's New York office could find out the true information of the mysterious buyer of 157, number 79, he delivered it to the door himself through the Blackstone Group. How could such a pleasant surprise slip away so easily? It's nice to meet you too. Han Yi extended his hand and motioned Mark Weiser and Diana Arlock to sit on the sofa opposite him. Thank you for taking the time to come. It's my pleasure. Mark Weiser pushed the beautifully printed coated paper materials in front of Han Yi, raised his eyelids, and smiled eagerly. How was your trip to the United States? Was it smooth? I've been here for a while. Making groundless assumptions about the customer's situation without investigating. It seems that the senior vice president has been away from the frontline sales position for a long time. Han Yi glanced at Mark Weiser and said calmly, "That's great. I hope you like life here in New York. The weather has been really miserable recently." "Indeed," Han Yi answered briefly. The other party's greetings were meaningless, and he didn't particularly want to continue this empty warm-up conversation. "So, you still have to have your own plane, so that you can leave at any time, if the weather is not suitable." Even so, Han Yi still said the second half of the sentence, helping Mark Weiser, who had been away from the battlefield for a long time, to move the topic forward. After repeated high-intensity and high-standard business negotiations, Han Yi's communication skills have quietly improved a lot. Yes, for busy high-net-worth people like you, nothing can bring more spiritual satisfaction and inner abundance than the freedom of travel. Diana, who was sitting next to Mark, smiled and joined the topic. As the head of the user experience department, dealing with important customers is almost her only job. Even if there is no need for face-to-face visits, regular phone calls, or online communication every month is essential. Therefore, compared with Mark Weiser, Diana Ralick can better grasp the rhythm of the conversation and the psychology of the user, which is also the main reason why Mark Weiser thought about it, and finally asked her to go to West 57th Street together. "First of all, I want to say, good afternoon, Mr. Han. It is my honor to meet you in this iconic 157. Every time I visit here, I can feel a kind of sincere joy and connection, because it is so consistent with NetJets, the outstanding company I have served for more than 10 years. Just like the impeccable quality of 157, I'm sincerely proud of the unparalleled service and safety that our company provides to customers in the field of private aviation. I'm very happy to sit here and introduce you to the world of NetJets. Here, the most exquisite travel experience is not just a promise on paper, but also a practice that we work hard to create every day. I believe that joining NetJets' shared ownership program will not only provide you with world-class air travel, but also provide you with a full range of value protection for your assets." Shared ownership? Han Yi couldn't help but frowned when he caught the keywords in Diana's words. Yes, shared ownership is the cornerstone of NetJets' interaction with customers and the business model we are most proud of. Mark Weiser showed a confident smile as he opened the first page of the information for Han Yi. "Believe me, Mr. Han, after you listen to our introduction, you will fall in love with this way of travel and investment." Chapter 219, Private Jets and Fractional Ownership. Nothing is more important than convenient and worry-free travel and the time saved. For most people, time is a unit that can be anchored by a price, $15 an hour, or $18 an hour. Companies hire them, and they work, but no matter how diligent and hardworking they are, there can be no qualitative leap. But for billionaires like you, every second has infinite value, because every second, you have the opportunity to create endless value for yourself, your business, and this society. Therefore, every bit of your time should not be wasted. Diana Ralick spoke in a soft tone unique to women. "In this regard, I believe that your ideas are not much different from mine. The reason why you choose a private jet is not only because it is far more comfortable than conventional modes of travel, but more importantly, it provides you with a kind of freedom, the freedom to be the master of time. You don't need to hear the news of flight delays at JFK, nor do you need to board the plane in advance, sit in the first row, accept the strange and hostile eyes of economy class passengers, keep looking at your watch, and pray that the cabin will be full and the plane will take off quickly. With a private jet, you can arrive at the general terminal at any time, and at any pace you think is comfortable, take off immediately without waiting, and arrive at any place in the world on time. After several charter flights, you fell in love with the feeling of completely dominating the sky. Why don't I buy a plane myself? You will say to yourself, owning a private plane that belongs entirely to you must be more convenient and faster than chartering a plane. But is this really the case? 100%. Personally, owning a jet can really solve all travel related problems. Is it a question about the flight? Contrary to most people's ideas, the answer is no. For charter flights, although you don't need to worry about any details of the flight, the private airline will handle it all, but the one-way price is relatively expensive. For the distance between New York and Los Angeles, even if you take the cheapest charter flight, it will cost $60,000 to $70,000 for a round trip. If you fly more than 300 hours a year, according to this average price, the charter service alone will cost $1.75 million a year. The price of a medium-sized jet airliner is between $10 million and $30 million. Instead of giving cash to a private airline, it is better to add some money or take out a loan to turn it into an asset that you actually control. I believe everyone can do the math, but this is the subtlety of owning a private jet completely by yourself. The purchase cost you can see on the surface is just part of the down payment. When you actually own it, you will find that there are so many additional fees to pay. What are they? Hanyi asked. First, you need to ensure that the private aircraft you purchase meets the minimum flight requirements of the Federal Aviation Administration. Every year, the FAA requires aircraft owners to hire their certified pilots to conduct safety inspections. If you own a luxury large jet such as the Gulfstream G650, the annual inspection fee alone is as high as tens of thousands of dollars. In addition, the aircraft needs to undergo a safety inspection before each flight, and in most captains' contracts, the safety inspection item is charged extra, which means that in addition to their hundreds of thousands of dollars in salary, you need to pay them an extra tip for each flight. And, speaking of captains, if you own an aircraft completely by yourself, how can you guarantee that you can hire the best captain? And why would the best captain work for a private person? Think about it. For the same salary, they can obviously come to us, or to any airline with a stable customer base. As long as they don't have any problems, they can work until retirement. If they only fly private aircraft for a single wealthy person, they may lose their job at any time for various reasons. The employer's financial situation has problems, the employer's permanent residence has changed, or, the simplest reason, this captain. The starting salary for new recruits we recruit is $66,000. The annual salary of a senior captain is around $217,000. I assure you that, if you want to find a pilot with the same level as our senior captain in the market, you will have to pay more than 1.5 times this figure. Moreover, if there is only one captain, you have to consider an important issue. That is, if the captain goes on vacation or gets sick, and you need to travel, what should you do? Mark Weiser spread his hands and added, to be more extreme, if the captain is working for you, lost the ability to work for a period of time, for whatever reason. He is not permanently disabled, but he is unable to work for, let's just say a number, half a year. In this case, you can't just fire him and let him go, because there are usually strict restrictions on this in the employment contract, but you can't cancel all your travel plans and let the jet you bought for tens of millions sit in the warehouse to collect dust, just for an absent captain. What should I do at that time? Hire another captain? Support two people at the same time? That will be quite a headache. Hanyi nodded slightly and responded, yes, and this is just a small part of the trouble that one of the employees of a private jet can cause you. There is also the cabin service team. If you want to hire a full-time one, it will cost at least $200,000 more per year. The storage fee for renting a hangar at the airport is $10,000 per month. The annual maintenance and repair costs are between $500,000 and $1 million. There is also aircraft damage insurance, passenger accident compensation insurance, crew insurance. In this world, there are many high-end goods and services that billionaires can enjoy, but there are only two types that will consume you in turn while you consume them: yachts and private jets. Mark Weiser counted on his fingers with a serious expression. And it's not like you can buy a plane you're willing to spend tens of millions of dollars and then pay an extra few million for every year you use it. The OEMs, or original equipment manufacturers, are what we call Gulfstream, Bombardier, Cessna or Boeing, and their waiting lists are so long that even the most peaceful people will lose patience. Take the G650, for example. The orders for this business jet have been backlogged for 3 years, and many buyers on the waiting list sell the aircraft for a profit before even taking delivery. Yes, this market segment is that crazy. On the other hand, it's not easy to buy high quality used aircraft. Diana Ralick sighed, as if she was really fed up with the chaos in the private jet trading market. They are very scarce. Coupled with the current shortage of excellent pilots and spare parts, it is very difficult to buy an old passenger plane that is not in such good condition. Renovation is difficult. Let's take a step back and make an extremely bold assumption. That is, you have tried everything to overcome all the obstacles we mentioned above, and you can finally start using your private jet. Does this mean that you can go anywhere at any time? The answer is unfortunately no. First of all, maintenance time. Aircraft are usually grounded for at least 1 week every year due to regular maintenance. Mark Weiser took over the conversation, and the two of them sang in unison, cooperating more and more smoothly. In addition, most aircraft usually undergo a comprehensive inspection every few years, which may result in weeks or even 2 or 3 months of downtime. Moreover, every type of passenger aircraft has FBOs that they cannot reach. The terminology in the industry is fixed base operators, which is what ordinary people call airports. Even the G650 or the Global 7500, there are places that cannot be reached. For example, the airport in Aspen, a ski resort, cannot land because of the wingspan of the G650, which has forced many wealthy people living in Aspen to give up their plans to travel by Gulfstream. In other words, there is no aircraft in this world that is suitable for all situations. And if you choose to buy an aircraft with your own funds, then there will really be places in this world that you cannot reach physically. I don't think any billionaire who is ambitious will allow this to happen. So, your subtext is that, if I choose to do a shared ownership project with NetJets, you can solve this problem? Han Yi thought for a moment, and continued to ask, even if we share ownership, isn't it only for a certain aircraft? This is the advantage of NetJets. Seeing that their guiding introduction finally worked, Han Yi took the initiative to ask the questions they wanted him to ask, and Mark Weiser and Diana Ralick's expressions relaxed a little bit. This is the sales strategy that NetJets has always adhered to, and it is also the core marketing method of all successful brands in the world. Let customers actively discover their needs and actively seek solutions to their needs. Once this mentality is formed, the possibility of closing an order will naturally increase greatly. We have more than 900 jet airliners, the largest and most diverse private fleet in the world. Become our partner. You will not only be able to take the aircraft you purchased, but also unlimited smaller aircraft. Of course, upon request, you can also upgrade to a large aircraft with more seats or longer range by paying an additional fee. Free downgrade, paid upgrade. Han Yi frowned and summarized it quite concisely. Yes, for example, if you buy part ownership of a Bombardier Challenger 350, you can always switch to another jet of the same class, such as the Cessna Citation Longitude, or a smaller 6 to 8 seater aircraft, such as the Citation XLS, Citation Latitude, Embraer Praetor 500, Phenom 300, etc. For an upgrade fee, you can also upgrade the model of the trip to a Challenger 650 or even a Global 5500, 6000 and 7500. What does this mean? It means that you not only have partial ownership of an aircraft, but also have the right to use all the aircraft under NetJets. One investment unlocks 900 private aircraft. There is no better offer than this. At the same time, we have also solved all the problems mentioned above about private aircraft for you. You no longer need to worry about the recruitment and management of crew members, as well as sick leave and other issues. No matter when you set off, NetJets will match you with the most experienced captain and the most energetic cabin crew. At any time and any place, you have more than 7,500 global aviation experts working for your private aircraft in their respective areas of expertise. In the department I'm in charge of, Mr. Han, there are nearly 300 members of the owner service team who plan, coordinate and confirm every aspect of your flight. They are at your service 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, including weekends and holidays. Just 4 days in advance within 6 hours of making an appointment, you can start your journey. We provide free ground transportation and in-cabin meals. Even the wine served on board is personally selected by the senior sommelier of Blackberry Farm, the top winery in Tennessee. In addition, we have more than 60 service points in more than 30 countries around the world. Whether it is Barcelona, Nice, or St. Tropez, as long as you arrive at the local area and have any reception needs, we will handle it for you. Of course, we will definitely not charge any fees. Finally, although I know you definitely don't need it, I still have to introduce you to our financing services. Mark Weiss's words are quite tactful and cautious. He doesn't know how much cash is left in the bank account of the Chinese tycoon in front of him, and how much liquidity will be converted into assets that are difficult to cash in for a while. But judging from his more than 10 years of experience in the industry, being able to afford tens of millions of dollars in real estate is a level of wealth, and being willing to spend tens of millions of dollars to buy a private jet is another completely different realm. The vast majority of NetJet's shared ownership customers, no matter how nice they talk or how much they brag, will eventually have to finance through various mortgage credit methods, keep as much cash as possible in their hands, and use other people's money to purchase part ownership of private aircraft. NetJets has a subsidiary that specializes in direct financing for customers, NetJets Direct Financing, which is funded and operated by Berkshire Hathaway and aims to provide future owners with a simple but comprehensive option to purchase NetJet's shared ownership. In fact, to date, we are the first and only aviation operator in the private aviation industry to provide credit sales financing to customers. Relying on nearly 60 years of unparalleled experience and Berkshire Hathaway's rock-solid financial stability, we are able to greatly reduce the cash outlay required to acquire private aircraft for you. In a nutshell, credit financing for aircraft is. Thank you, Mark and Diana. Your introduction really opened my eyes. Hanyi pretended not to hear Mark Weiss's last words, out of courtesy, and to give himself more time to read the information in front of him, so as to make an accurate judgment on the fundamental nature of the NetJets project. Hanyi had just been patiently listening to Mark and Diana's sales pitch, which had obviously been repeatedly polished by the company's marketing team for many years before it was finally formed. Now, after sorting out all the information in his mind and roughly grasping the NetJets business model, Hanyi is ready to take back the initiative in the conversation and use sharp questions to find out the truth. If you don't mind, before we go further, I have some questions about the introduction materials you provided, and I hope you can answer them for me. Of course, Mr. Han. Diana Alec opened her arms slightly, with an open and friendly attitude. We came here today to clarify your doubts. That's great. Hanyi smiled, holding the coated paper brochure in his palm, and reading the content of the material. It says here that for fractional aircraft contracts, the purchase cost is a one-time investment based on the ownership share purchased and the model of the aircraft itself. Is that correct? Yes, each model of aircraft has a different price, and we also have differentiated pricing based on the size of the share you want to purchase. The more shares you purchase at one time, the lower the average price. Does the size of the share you purchase have anything to do with how long I can use the aircraft each year? Yes. Mark hesitated for a moment and replied slowly, the more shares you purchase, the longer you can use the aircraft each year. That sounds fair. Hanyi smiled at him. I also noticed that in addition to the one-time acquisition cost, the owner of the aircraft with sub-ownership also has to pay monthly management fees. The monthly management fee is fixed. We will confirm the amount with you when we sign the contract. It will not change because it includes the indirect operating costs of the aircraft, such as pilot salaries, training, aircraft insurance, your insurance, insurance for other passengers, and the cost of renting a hangar. In the second half of the sentence, Mark Weisser emphasized, however, it should be noted that you do not need to pay 100% of the cost. It is calculated based on the share, right? Hanyi shook his right hand back and forth. Buy half of the share and pay half of the fee. That's right. It saves money in this case. Hanyi's smile became even deeper. Always considering the owner is the first principle of our service. Diana Ralick responded softly. What's the following fee? Occupancy hour fee, OHF. This is the direct cost of your use of the aircraft, including part of the fuel consumption, maintenance fees, landing fees, cleaning fees and meals. I thought meals were free. The meals and drinks provided are free of charge. Diana replied calmly, but the labor and material costs for preparing meals do need to be paid by the owner. However, you should have noticed that you only need to pay part of the fuel cost. This is because, before the aircraft is handed over to you for use each time, we will not clear the previous fuel scale, but still calculate it according to the scale used last time. You only need to pay the fuel cost actually consumed for this trip. I see. I see that there is no clear price for fuel costs. Question mark? The specific amount of fuel consumed during a flight will vary slightly depending on a variety of factors, Mark Weiser explained, including weather, runway conditions and aircraft performance. So for every flight, we will use a floating fuel rate, depending on the type of aircraft you own, and NetJet's fuel procurement costs last month. Will the fluctuation be large? No, the average price of aviation fuel this year is $1.25 per gallon, which is 28 cents cheaper than last year. In fact, in recent years, the price of aviation fuel has been very friendly to aircraft owners. The average price from 2011 to 2014 was $2.92 per gallon. If you do the math, it's more than half cheaper. Then I have to hurry up and go to more places. Han Yi winked at Mark and teased, "Own your own plane sooner and enjoy a wonderful vacation life sooner." Mark clapped his hands and laughed a few times. "Oh, yes, there is one more thing. The aircraft transfer is free. Yes, our transfer fee is the lowest in the industry because it is completely zero. I just shared with you the size of our fleet. Because of its large size, we will not charge any transfer fees. As long as it is within our centralized service area, that is, the 48 states in the continental United States and some designated cities in Canada, NetJet's owners can enjoy completely free transfer services." Wow. Han Yi touched the back of his head and laughed in surprise. "I'm now beginning to doubt whether you can make any profit at all. For us, profit is never the most important thing." Seeing Han Yi taking the bait little by little, Mark Weiser's expression became more and more comfortable and happy. The true meaning of shared ownership is that NetJets and you own an aircraft together. It is more important than anything else to care for the baby together and let it provide you with the most perfect travel experience. Fabulous. Han Yi raised his eyebrows, breathed a sigh of relief, and exclaimed, "You know, Mark, Diana, what impressed me most is your attention to customer privacy. I agree with you, Mr. Han." The wrinkles at the corners of Diana's eyes were almost as big as her squinted eyes. "Before coming to NetJets, I worked at Ritz-Carlton for 12 years. I can tell you very confidently that our protection of customer privacy is several levels higher than that of Ritz-Carlton. In order to protect the anonymity of VIPs, the owner will never be associated with a specific tail number and has exclusive access to our private boarding lounge. All passenger data is strictly confidential by the top network security team." "How is it not associated with a specific tail number?" Han Yi asked. "Each aircraft is registered under NetJets, so naturally the owner cannot be traced. I can't find any fault in any aspect." Han Yi shrugged. "You are now. You should have been overwhelmed by orders from all over the world." "It's a bit exaggerated to say overwhelmed, Mr. Han." Mark straightened his tie and pressed on. "We will not disclose the private information of any customer, but there is a public data I can share with you. As of March this year, we have a total of 7,000 partial ownership owners and flight card holders who are enjoying NetJet's ultimate service." "Oh, 7,000. He took the bait. Han Yi took a sip of iced coke and completely restrained his smile. Under normal and vigilant circumstances, Mark Weiser and Diana Olick would never reveal such data, so Han Yi had to act convinced and act as if he was ready to sign a contract with NetJets in the next second, so that it would be possible to draw out this most critical customer and fleet size ratio. That is to say, on average, each aircraft is used by 8 customers. According to the average annual flight time you gave, one aircraft is 800 hours, which is 100 hours per person. If I buy a Global 7500 at a ratio of 1/8, 1/8 of $72 million is $9 million. With $9 million, I can only fly 100 hours a year, and the cost per hour for 10 years is $9,000 per hour. And this does not include the so-called direct and indirect operating costs. What is the price of a round-trip charter flight from New York to Los Angeles that you just mentioned? $60,000 to $70,000? Calculated based on a 12-hour round-trip flight, the cost is about $5,800 per hour, right? Even if I extend the period to 10 years, the cost of using your service is still 155% more expensive than chartering a plane directly. That's right, Mr. Han. Part of the biggest difference between ownership and direct charter is that you can actually own a share of an aircraft, rather than just paying for a flight. What's the use of owning a share for me? Han Yi shook his head and asked, the aircraft is registered under NetJets. I have no way to dispose of the entire aircraft asset. I just have a partial share. What can I do with it? Go to the bank, or ask you for mortgage credit, or sell the shares to other buyers? You can sell it to other buyers, there is no doubt about that. Mark Weiser's expression began to become solemn. He realized that Han Yi was not as he looked. He looks so young and energetic, easily deceived, and will make impulsive purchases. At the same time, we also provide share redemption services. Share redemption? Your investment has a minimum freezing period of 36 months. After 36 months, you can apply for redemption from NetJets, and we are willing to repurchase the shares in full at the price you paid at that time. In other words, I'm providing you with a 3-year loan for your aircraft, with 0 interest. Han Yi laughed dumbly, and I also need to share the cost of use during this period. It is equivalent to providing you with funds to buy the aircraft, and paying for maintenance costs. You have to think about it this way. Diana chimed in, the value of the aircraft itself will depreciate. As the aircraft ages, its market price will drop. Most private airline contracts stipulate that share redemption is determined by the current appraisal price, so no matter which other company you go to, you will most likely lose some money after the contract expires. But here at NetJets, precisely because we have strong financial strength, we are willing to buy back the aircraft in full according to the actual transaction price 3 years ago, which is actually very valuable. And our customers generally rarely buy the ownership of aircraft such as Global 7500. Mark Weiser thought for a while and added, if you choose a smaller aircraft and use our financing service, the initial investment is only $300,000 to $600,000. Just think about it, $300,000 you can have. But the so-called down payment is not what I care about, Mark. Han Yi stretched out his hand, interrupted Mark Weiser's words, and said slowly with an unusually serious expression, I know what the general user profile of these private aircraft customers is like. They may already have 7 or 8 figures in the bank, and ordinary first-class commercial flights can no longer satisfy their pursuit of the highest material life. So they turn to private jets. Chartering a plane is too cost-effective and the process is cumbersome. In addition, as you said, they do not actually own or nominally own an asset. Therefore, the partial ownership service you provide is just what they want. It doesn't cost much to announce to the outside world that you have bought a private jet. Even if it is only a part of the plane, it is completely real, isn't it? For a sum of money that is less than the down payment on a Manhattan apartment, you can own, for example, the right to use a Cessna and all the distinguished owner services of NetJets. Don't get me wrong, your service is indeed very meticulous and excellent, and your current 7,000 customers are definitely not fools. For their income level and travel needs, partial ownership is enough. This project is the cornerstone of your business model. It takes advantage of the fact that ultra-high net worth individuals need to show their strength to the outside world and need to show strength beyond their actual level so that they can make more advanced connections, more abundant resources, and continue to climb the ladder. Only then will you become the global hegemon in the private aviation industry. I must applaud NetJets, Berkshire Hathaway, and Mr. Warren Buffett for their strong business insight. But, you see, for me personally, it doesn't apply to your user profile. When I say I want to buy a private jet, I really want to own 100% of a precision aviation instrument. Holding costs, usage costs, maintenance costs, operating costs, whatever you want to call the additional expenses I need to pay after buying it, I don't care. All I care about is the fact that I own it completely. So, my request is very simple. If you want me as a customer, there is only one cooperation model. Help me acquire a private jet in full, and I will hand over all the management and operation processes to NetJets. I know that such a service is not in your information. Having said that, Han Yi turned the brochure over and put it on the table. But I believe that there are exceptions to everything. There are indeed exceptions to everything, Mr. Han. Mark Weiser and Diana Olick exchanged glances and licked their lips. The previous jubilation and the solemn expression of the past few minutes completely disappeared, replaced by a formulaic mechanical smile. However, the company has its own policies. Except for a few important customers, recognized by the parent company, we are currently only open to the outside world, partial ownership, leasing and flight cards. If you are willing, we can first cooperate on the partial ownership project. When the first term of the contract expires, we will apply to Omaha to see if we can purchase a private jet that belongs entirely to you through NetJets. It takes too long. Han Yi refused bluntly. I value timeliness. I need assets that can be acquired now, Mark. Mark Weiser touched his nose in embarrassment. I may not be able to give you an answer today. If possible, please allow Diana and I to go back to the office, have a meeting with the headquarters to coordinate, and then give you a specific answer, okay? Of course, no problem. Then, let's go back and make an appointment for a meeting and try to give you an updated report within a week or two. Mark Weiser and Diana Olick stood up one after another and said goodbye to Han Yi neatly. You can take as much time as you need. Thank you, Mr. Han. Thank you for your favor and support for NetJets, and thank you for inviting us to be your guests today. Don't be so polite, Mark. Diana, I look forward to your good news. Goodbye, have a good day. Goodbye. Seeing Mark and Diana's faces disappear at the other end of the elevator car, Han Yi turned around and looked at the property manager Corey McIntosh, who was standing on the side with a perfect smile. What do you think, Corey? You should have the same premonition as me, Mr. Han. Corey leaned forward and said slowly, they have made a decision just now. Oh, really? Han Yi straightened his cuffs leisurely. What decision? The company is the company, and business is business. Corey said this in an unclear way, and took out his mobile phone from the inner pocket of his suit. In, at most half a minute, I should be able to receive a text message from Mark. Half a minute, so confident? Well, Mr. Han, half a minute is just a rhetoric in a sentence. Well, it doesn't look like it takes half a minute. Corey snorted and looked at the screen where a new iMessage message popped up. 21 seconds. What did he say? He said. Corey unlocked the screen and faithfully repeated this very simple message. Jetlinks, Chris Curtin, 516-554-6431. Chapter 220 Gulfstream G650 NetJets is indeed operating in this way, Mr. Han. Or, in other words, Berkshire Hathaway and every subsidiary under their control are like this. It is better to earn 3% for 30 years than to earn 300% in 1 year. Sitting in this 3-story glass building closely connected to the hangar, Han Yi kept nodding his head, responding to Chris Curtin's seemingly objective and neutral evaluation of the competitor, while looking at the private waiting room they were in. The room was not big, with a few single fabric sofas placed on the two opposite walls, plus a dark solid wood bookcase filled with rarely flipped Economist and Business Weekly, two oil paintings whose authors and artistic conception could not be seen, and a floor-standing clothes hanger at the entrance that was ignored due to the hot weather and looked a bit abrupt. This so-called lounge was more like the cubicle of any printer paper sales manager in the office. As for Chris Curtin, who was secretly recommended by Mark Weiser, he wore a navy blue Zenna custom suit, a white shirt with 2 buttons undone without a tie, and had short brown hair that was parted in half. He could see all 8 teeth, but there was no wrinkle on his eyes. His skin was redder than a Maine lobster, even though he was exposed to the sun for less than 5 minutes from the time he was greeted at the door to the time he sat down in the lounge. Chris Curtin's aura was no different from those Wall Street financial brothers who flocked to PJ Clark's in Brookfield Square to enjoy happy hour at 5 p.m. on weekdays. Jetlinks' decision to appoint him as the Senior Vice President of Aircraft Management Service Sales in Boston, Washington, D.C. and New York was indeed a well-considered decision. Apart from anything else, with this temperament, Chris could immediately blend in at any financial exhibition, where hedge fund managers and private equity fund managers were everywhere, without any trace of deliberate performance. Yes, I know that for a company, the most important things are nothing more than three things: assets, customers, and status. According to NetJet's model, they can continuously expand the company's asset scale in the most cost-effective way. In the process of maintaining aircraft for NetJets, as the sunk costs increase, the stickiness of customers will become stronger and stronger. In this way, NetJets can also maintain a higher status than other private airlines. After all, in the shared ownership model, NetJets is a partner of billionaires, not a simple supplier. Han Yi wanted to use the word servant, but the careful Han Yi glanced at Corey McIntosh, who was pouring tea for him, and changed to another more neutral word. I appreciate this business thinking, but unfortunately, the service they provide does not meet my needs. I need to buy and own a private jet in full, and I need a team with enough experience to manage it on my behalf. It's that simple. Han Yi said the same thing once in a more euphemistic way at the beginning of this meeting. The reason why he emphasized it again was because he didn't want to repeat the process of selling and rejecting. He was already exhausted yesterday with Mark Weiser and Diana Arlock. If he wasn't interested in understanding the operating philosophy of the world's first private airline owned by Warren Buffett, he wouldn't let them waste so much time and energy. Everyone has a different understanding of private jets and customized journeys, Mr. Han. I think that opening your mind to embrace different needs should be the most important service experience that the private aviation industry should provide to customers, and it is also the biggest difference between us and NetJets. When talking about customer experience and customized services, Han Yi could clearly feel that Chris Curtin's body movements and smiles were much more enthusiastic and open than at the beginning, and even his tone was mixed with a hint of Midwestern accent that you wouldn't notice if you didn't listen carefully. Don't get me wrong, I'm not throwing mud at the alpha wolf. At JetLinks, we have always respected the excellent people who work for NetJets. In fact, we, like them, are from Omaha, Nebraska. The friendly hospitality of the Midwest is the core competitiveness of our two companies that has enabled them to go beyond the Great Plains and continue to gain the trust and support of customers over the past decades. Chris Curtin's smoke bomb was quite sophisticated, and he was able to confuse the audience with a light touch, transferring the profound heritage of NetJets to JetLinks. NetJets was founded in 1964 and has a 52-year uninterrupted record of high-end aviation services. This is absolutely true, but JetLinks, founded by Nebraska entrepreneur Danny Walker, was not officially put into operation until the end of 1999. NetJets is undoubtedly the largest private airline in the world. With 900 aircraft, this scale is beyond the reach of many commercial airlines. JetLinks, although the 7th largest private airline in North America, still has a long way to go to catch up with the supergiants like Berkshire Hathaway. Currently, we have more than 650 employees managing 100 aircraft. In Han Yi's opinion, Chris's wording is worth pondering. It seems that he is praising NetJets, but in fact, he first compares it with commercial airlines to form a preconceived concept in the minds of customers that NetJets operates in the mode of commercial aviation. Then he mentioned JetLinks' 7th place in the United States to give customers a reassurance so that they don't have to worry about giving up NetJets and choosing JetLinks as a consumption downgrade. Of course, the negative word behemoth is used to stereotype NetJets as a bully, and then the ratio of employees to aircraft of 6.5:1 is thrown out to strengthen the brand concept of JetLinks, which is both initially established and refined in operation. As expected of a luxury jet sales company responsible for more than half of the East Coast business, a simple contrast in a gentle tone is a fusion of psychological tactics accumulated from countless actual combat. The original intentions of the two companies are absolutely good. They both want to provide customers who yearn for cloud life with top-level enjoyment that matches their wealth and status. But, you know, if a company is too large, it will inevitably give rise to a big brother mentality. Chris Curtin swings his arms up and down, imitating the image of Big Brother in his mind in a weird voice. You don't understand this industry. How can you understand what your needs are? Listen to me, I know what's best for you. I know private jets best. Americans like to listen to stories, like to use stories to personify anything, and then use the personality they have created to explain the behaviors and phenomena they see. Russia, a villain with a thick accent. Mattel, a corporate suit man who objectifies women. Matthew McConaughey, a Texas playboy who always likes to be shirtless and overpronounce words. The advantages of personalized narrative are obvious. When a complex news event or social organization can be deconstructed layer by layer until only the two attributes of good or bad remain, consumers can make choices more easily. Buy good ones, not bad ones. In this completely capitalized society, large companies hope to see consumers evolve, or more accurately, degenerate into this crude delism. 99.99% of the annual advertising budget is used to cultivate personalized narrative methods. Under the unremitting propaganda offensive of mass media, pop music and popular movies, Americans have become stupider, more blind and more trusting of labels. They no longer want to hear the incisive political analysis of CBS's 60 Minutes, but only want to listen to the touching stories in America's Got Talent and let the judges help them take the golden button. Storytelling is not as important in any country as in the United States. Those who want to sell products and succeed in the United States must tell stories that conform to American values. Chris Curtin is such a person. The story he chooses to tell is also perfectly in line with the ideology of the wealthy people in big cities on the east coast of the United States, especially in New England, who appear to be liberals, but are actually neoconservatives. They like experienced professionals, but hate any attempt to use this as an excuse to control everything. Based on this criterion, the image of Big Brother portrayed by Chris Curtin is a combination of Hillary and Trump's disgusting aspects. The former accounts for a larger proportion. According to NetJets, owning a private jet alone is financially irresponsible. So, for your sake, they refuse to provide this service, even if you are a billionaire. Of course, you also know the real reason why they do this. At JetLinks, we do things completely differently. We know that each of our clients is the most outstanding group of people in this social elite class. They have enough intelligence and financial resources to make the choice that suits them best. Therefore, we will never close a door to your dreams in any form. We welcome customers to join the cause we love. We humbly grow with our customers on the journey. We also draw nourishment from our customers to improve our understanding of private flying. After all, think about it. For a private airline that provides customized services, what could be more important than each person's different personality? Like a passionate aviation missionary, Chris Curtin opened his arms, lowered his voice, and catered to Hanyi's demands with his magnetic voice. Therefore, I'm proud to introduce to you JetLinks' most distinctive project, the full range of private jet management. We provide a true one-stop service. Although the ratio of employees to aircraft is 6.5:1, there are a full 12 teams serving you at that time. The maintenance department, safety department, operations department, management department, flight coordination department, and fleet energy efficiency department across the United States are responsible for your entire process from inspection and maintenance to takeoff and landing. The local customer service team, administrative management team and pilots, captains and flight attendants at 20 flight bases work in shifts around the clock to meet your different needs. In addition, there is also a finance and financial department to assist you with all tax, accounting and financing issues related to private aircraft. At the same time, JetLinks' professional hour team will also help you properly manage each of the above staff. If you want to use a new team that will not be shared with others, no problem at all. We will be responsible for the recruitment, training, scheduling, salary and benefits of your flight team, without you and your busy team spending any energy on travel, truly achieving 360-degree management without dead ends. Whether you use Jet directly, WeatherLinks has an existing pilot lineup or wants to recruit an exclusive team for you, we will require and train them to the highest standards. Our pick, or pilot in command, needs to have the highest level of airline transport pilot license, with a total flight time of more than 3,000 hours, more than 500 hours of flying time in turbine-driven aircraft, and more than 200 hours of flying time as a pick. The co-pilot is relatively younger, but is also required to have a commercial pilot certificate and be allowed to fly a model level equivalent to your private aircraft. The total flight time is 1,500 hours, 50 hours in turbine-driven aircraft, and they even need to fly alone as a captain for 50 hours. Only the most professional team can provide you with the safest and most comfortable flight experience. And our flight experience is not just at 10,000 feet in the sky. JetLinks' service process begins even before you arrive at the terminal. Our owners enjoy the support of local teams in more than 20 JetLinks private terminals. Does this terminal count? Hanyi asked, looking at the logo of Meridian Flight Management Company hanging on the wall. Yes, this is one of them. Following Hanyi's gaze, Chris Curtin turned his head and glanced at the green logo behind him. His expression and tone of voice did not change at all. Among the East Coast customers he had dealt with, at least 80% would ask the same question. Currently, this is nominally a private terminal belonging to Meridian Aircraft Management Company, but JetLinks has a terminal lease agreement with Meridian. Last year, more than 90% of the customers and aircraft that took off and landed through this terminal belonged to JetLinks, and only a small number were Meridian's own customers. So, it's completely fine for you to regard it as JetLinks' own terminal. And, let me tell you a secret, we are now negotiating a merger with Meridian, and I believe that soon, this place will be able to hang, and only hang the JetLinks logo. Understood? Hanyi nodded. He was not very interested in whether the terminal itself belonged to JetLinks. After all, it is difficult for most private airlines to have their own terminals in every major city. Even the world's top commercial airlines, few can do this. But it is always good to ask some sharp questions that can dampen the other party's momentum. This will allow you to always give the other party a sense of pressure and urgency in the subsequent conversation, thereby maintaining the balance of power between the two negotiating parties. Please continue. Okay, Mr. Han, as you can see now, JetLinks' local service staff will maintain the enthusiasm and kindness from Omaha and take the time to understand each of our aircraft owners and the preferences and needs of your family members, close lovers or friends. Your flight concierge team will ensure that every personal preference of yours is met during the flight and assist you in fully enjoying our elevated lifestyle customer welfare plan. Hotels, travel experiences, transportation, health, leisure, fashion, family, any of your needs, we will do our best to meet them. It is no exaggeration to say that if you are in Dallas tonight and can't go home to accompany your children, we can even help you pick them up from school, send them to football training camp, take them to eat pizza and ice cream, and even cover them with quilts and sing lullabies. That may take a long time. Hanyi shrugged and smiled. There is no such plan for the time being. Then you must remember that we will always be here. Chris Curtin's response was very measured. Of course, not only the front-end service team, but also the back-end maintenance team. We will also provide you with their detailed information and ensure that every face you see will become your most loyal friend. Because we believe that when you walk into the hangar and see familiar faces waving to you, diligently providing you with time and mileage proven private aircraft maintenance services, your confidence in the security of your managed assets will naturally be raised to the highest level. Whether the repair is planned or unexpected, our professional team will coordinate the service. For JetLinks, nothing is more important than reliability, compliance, and efficiency. You can enjoy the best service standards in the industry here. I can guarantee you anything. But it's not just the word top that can describe us. Affordable is also an experience that people don't usually associate with private jets, but it does exist at JetLinks. I just introduced to you that we have the 7th largest private fleet in the United States. This scale effect allows us to provide you with the most practical discounts that can save you tens of thousands of dollars every year. The cost of pilot training can be saved up to 10%, and the cost of a single maintenance can be saved up to 20%. The fuel cost is only 75% of the industry average, and because of our unparalleled flight safety rate, you can even buy aviation insurance from designated partners at a 30% discount. You are indeed a great salesman, Chris. Hanyi nodded slightly, not sparing his praise for Chris Curtin. First, because Chris is indeed experienced, the lengthy introduction will not make people feel boring, but also give people a rare sense of intimacy. Of course, this is not the main reason why Han Yi chose to praise Chris Curtin. The real motivation is that Han Yi knows the weaknesses of salesmen very well, because he himself is also half a salesman. If he wants to take advantage of them and maximize the benefits, the first thing to do is to separate them from the company behind them as individuals. While recognizing their own value, question the price offered by the company they work for. Many salesmen will naturally develop a mentality in this situation. The customer recognizes me, but not my company, so I need to use my authority to facilitate this order, so as not to let the company hold me back. Anyway, making less money is the company's business, and my commission can't be reduced much. The customer likes me, so he does business with us. Being able to help the company sign this order is already a face for the boss. In short, Han Yi's approach is to make friends when it's time to make enemies. It works every time. I can already see you as the CEO announcing merger news at a press conference, whether it's Jetlinks or another company. It's not that I'm great, Mr. Han, it's that the service provided by Jetlinks is indeed outstanding. Chris Curtin's answer was very humble, without any emotional fluctuations. He loosened his tie, tilted his head back, and took a big sip of ice water to moisten his throat that was beginning to become dry and smoking. I have a general understanding of the service items. Han Yi pondered for a moment and said, so, what is the charging standard for this kind of management project? The key is to see the model you choose, but as long as it is not a big one like the A380, it is generally not too expensive. Chris Curtin did not answer Han Yi's question directly. He knew that it was not the time to discuss the annual management fee, because there was still a commission that should be earned. So, the current focus is to help you decide on a favorite aircraft first. Signaling the assistant to push the TV screen into the lounge, Chris Curtin took out a document from his briefcase and carefully reviewed it. If I'm not mistaken, our account manager should have held a detailed telephone conference with you yesterday afternoon to understand your most typical flight mission profile, the destinations you plan to visit frequently, the type of travel you envision, how many passengers you usually travel with, and how much luggage you usually bring, so as to help you recommend the most suitable model. Yes, the telephone conference was indeed held, but it was Corey McIntosh who attended the meeting, not Han Yi himself. He did not have the time to answer the long list of questions. Corey knew the specific needs and circumstances, and he would get it done. Then, our account manager recorded it like this. You only consider one model, the Gulfstream G650, right? Licking his lips, Chris Curtin tried his best to suppress his excitement. A young man in his 20s who asked for the G650 was either crazy or unreasonably rich. Judging from Google search records, the rich Chinese man in front of him obviously belonged to the latter category. It's mainly because the Global 7500 has to wait too long. Han Yi teased in a low voice. This model of bombardier can fly non-stop for 16 hours and a flight distance of up to 8,000 miles. It is no problem to fly the world's longest routes such as New York to Hong Kong or Los Angeles to Sydney. It is very suitable for Han Yi, who will frequently travel between North America and Europe in the future, and go back to his hometown from time to time. In addition, the Global 7500 is 20% larger than the Gulfstream G650. In terms of the imagination space of interior decoration and the number of people it can accommodate, it is a few points better than the G650. Unfortunately, although NetJets has opened a shared ownership plan for the Global 7500 and even the Global 8000, the first Global 7500 will not be officially put into service until December 20th, 2 years later. Han Yi, who is eager to cash in, obviously cannot wait that long. Even if you pay the full price, but cannot get the product, you can still get a reward, and the positive feedback is definitely not as strong as the spot goods that can be seen and touched. In mid-2016, the top model that billionaires can enjoy immediately is the Gulfstream G650, and then, you want the G650 Air more, right? The G650 Air is an upgraded version launched by Gulfstream on May 18, 2014. As for what aspects have been upgraded, You can tell from the name, the abbreviation of extended range, which means the extended range version. The unupgraded G650 cannot run ultra-long routes, but the upgraded G650 can fly the Teterboro to Hong Kong route. I'm from Asia, Chris, Han Yi responded. I definitely hope that the journey home will be more convenient and direct. I understand. Although the preparation time is short, we have still contacted every G650 on sale in the world and their agents for you. Please look at the TV screen, if you don't mind. Chris Curtin stretched out his arms and gently reminded Han Yi to turn his gaze to the TV screen, where the assistant had set up the projection program. I believe you should be aware that the G650 is a model that was only available at the end of 2014, which is less than a year and a half ago. Few people own them, and even fewer people want to sell them. So far, the number of G650s listed for sale worldwide has dropped from 18 to 13. However, the good news is that, although the number of available aircraft is decreasing, the average listing price of each aircraft is also decreasing. Last month, it dropped another point, which is 18% lower than the peak price of the G650. To be honest, Mr. Han, the current private aircraft trading market is at the bottom in terms of activity and price. It is a good time to enter the market. This so-called price is at a low point, so hurry up and enter the market to pick up bargains. As long as it comes from the salesperson's mouth, it must be a trick. In the trading market of business jets, there is a saying of young version. As long as a private aircraft is less than 10 years old, it can be called a young version. As of July 2016, Gulfstream aircraft less than 10 years old only accounted for 7% of all second-hand Gulfstream aircraft available for sale, and the latest G650 accounted for even less, hovering around 1-2%. From this aspect alone, the activity of the G650 model is indeed very low. Moreover, when a commodity reaches a level of tens of millions of dollars, its supply and demand relationship and price trend are out of the scope of normal commodities. It is not that the average price will definitely rise just because the total inventory in the market decreases. Whether it is 18 or 13 aircraft, there are only so many consumers who can afford it. Whether the price will increase or decrease, and how much the price adjustment will be, all depends on the performance of these buyers. The data provided by Chris Curtin is correct. The current market price of the G650 has fallen by 18% compared to its peak period, but UBS market analysts believe that the average price of the G650 still has room for adjustment of 5% to 10%. If Han Yi is a normal billionaire, he should be patient and wait for another year or two, or even half a year. When the Global 7000 and 7500 are launched one after another, the unique advantages of the G650 will no longer exist, and the price will naturally continue to drop. But money can't buy happiness, which is an accurate annotation of Han Yi. No matter how high the price reduction is, it can't compare to the reward they give. It seems that I chose the most perfect time. Thinking of this, Han Yi didn't bother with Chris Curtin about the current market situation. What he said was what it was. So, which of these 13 aircraft do you recommend the most? To answer this question, first of all, you have to look at your personal needs for private aircraft. Still not in a hurry. To answer the question directly, Chris Curtin kept the buyer's appetite full while providing him with valuable information bit by bit. Use value to exchange trust, use trust to exchange time, and use time to win profits. Through our communication, I cannot say that I completely understand you, but my many years of experience in private jet transactions have enabled me to at least have a roughly accurate inference about your inclinations. I don't think you would want to buy a group business jet or a charter jet that is already in use by a private airline, right? Because their wear and tear is much greater than that of personally owned aircraft. Chris Curtin signaled his assistant to press a few buttons on the remote control, and the basic information and pictures of a G650 instantly appeared on the screen. The tail number is MVITA, the production serial number is 6099, and it was delivered to Matrix Airlines on December 24, 2014. Well, an expensive Christmas gift. Chris Curtin made a joke and continued to introduce, this is a private airline headquartered in Los Angeles. For a long time, it only provided services, but in the past 2 years, it has entered the field of charter and shared ownership. However, they obviously underestimated the fierce competition in these market segments, and soon they could not afford the losses, and began to sell their aircraft. 6099 is the most expensive one among them. Their current selling price is not particularly high. It can even be said to be the lowest among the 13 aircraft, only $60 million, even more than the original factory selling price of a G650 is even lower. Why is it so low? Well, first of all, Matrix Airlines owes a lot of loans to Utah Bank. If it is not sold quickly, the aircraft will be mortgaged to the bank's board of directors. Second, although the aircraft is under the name of Matrix Airlines, this company has few customers of its own. They often rent this G650 to other companies. We have even used it for customers twice. So, although it has only been in service for a year and a half, the flight mileage of this G650 is very high. Well, although the condition of the aircraft is still good, but then don't consider it. Han Yi waved his hand. I would rather pay a little more than a defective product. He was eager to spend more. I thought so. Chris Curtin had a look of as if nothing had happened. This is a bit tricky, because most of the G650s listed are in the same situation, such as this N650 AB. It is a business charter jet of Hong Kong Star Group, delivered in November 2014, upgraded to the Air version 5 months ago, and is currently on sale. Hong Kong. Han Yi stroked his chin, thinking seriously whether HKSAR was his investment forbidden area. Yes, in fact, there is already a Chinese buyer who has taken a fancy to this aircraft and is going through the quotation process. It's called Dover Group. Forget it. Hearing that there was a group bidding from his hometown, Han Yi quickly refused. At least at this stage, he had to keep a low profile as much as possible and not be noticed by people who might know his true identity. I don't like this business charter jet. The decoration looks a bit rigid. After buying it, it needs to be renovated again, which takes too long. I want it to be put into use right now. Understood. Han Yi's reasons were very sufficient, and Chris Curtin did not have any doubts. He waved his hand to the right, signaling the assistant to continue to display the information. Then this plane is actually more suitable for you. The interior decoration is very luxurious and very comfortable. Production number 6006 means that this plane is the 6th G650 delivered in the world, and it was upgraded to the Air version last year. The most important thing is that, since the delivery of this plane, except for the transfer from Savannah to the Isle of Man, and then from the Isle of Man to Cyprus, its actual mileage is almost zero. Buy it home, and don't use it? Han Yi laughed dumbly. Is he rich to this extent? The buyer is indeed very rich. It can be said that he is one of the 10 richest people in a country, but no, buy it home as a collection is not the real reason why the mileage is close to zero. Chris Curtin organized the sentence in his mind, and then said euphemistically, its owner is the Russian oligarch, Gennady Timchenko. No wonder. Han Yi suddenly realized. Gennady Timchenko, founder of the Volga Group, energy and infrastructure tycoon, has a net worth of tens of billions of dollars, and is indeed one of the 10 richest people in Russia. The reason why he is so rich is naturally due to his close relationship with Putin. And in 2016, what kind of situation are the wealthy people who have close ties with Putin and the Russian government facing? Sanctions. Han Yi said thoughtfully. Has he been sanctioned? Yes. Chris Curtin nodded. After the Crimea incident in 2014, Timchenko was put on the sanctions list. All assets held in the United States have been frozen, and he cannot enter the United States. Moreover, all companies registered and operating in the United States, regardless of whether they are headquartered in the United States, cannot provide services to him. Therefore, Gulfstream cancelled their service contract with Timchenko and refused to provide him with spare parts. The captain could not even use navigation and built-in maps, which was equivalent to turning this G650 into a piece of scrap metal. What is the most black humor? In order to evade sanctions, Timchenko changed his registered place and registered company twice, all of which were found out, and then continued to maintain sanctions. Last year, Gulfstream told him that if he upgraded to the Air version and then changed to a third place to register, he might be able to escape the supervision of the US government. I didn't expect that the money would be spent and the sanctions would continue. Gulfstream. Han Yi smacked his lips, not knowing how to comment for a moment. It sounds despicable, but according to Gulfstream's internal staff, they had received some information from the government that this could be done. In the end, the sanctions were not lifted, and it seems that there was a loophole in a certain link. If this is the case, how can I guarantee that the sanctions will not continue after I buy this plane? Han Yi frowned and asked, also, an aircraft that is being sanctioned should not be registered in the United States. You can register in Europe first, and then the broker of this aircraft will help you with the follow-up matters. Broker? It's an agent. We call them brokers in the industry. Chris Curtin explained. For an 8-digit transaction, many wealthy people will not trust buyers who make random offers, and it is not convenient for them to show up, so most people will entrust the aircraft to a broker with extensive connections to operate the transaction. Specifically for this aircraft, the broker's name is Matthew Pezon, the founder of Monaco brokerage agency called Busan Aviation. Chris Curtin did not hide the information of the broker. First, the background of this aircraft is quite complicated, and smart people would not want to associate themselves with Russian oligarchs. Second, JetLinks does not do brokerage work itself, and the commissions it receives are all commissions for business introductions with other brokers. He has already found a relationship in Luxembourg. After the down payment is in place, he will first ask the Luxembourg airline to apply for the lifting of sanctions. If the lifting is unsuccessful, the down payment will be fully returned. How long does it take to apply for the lifting of sanctions? Most people will definitely ask how much the down payment is first, but Han Yi is undoubtedly most concerned about time. About 2 years. Chris Curtin asked knowingly. It should exceed your psychological expectation of waiting time, right? 2 years. I might as well wait for the Global 7500. Han Yi sighed and looked out the window at the now empty hangar. Isn't there a suitable choice among the 13 aircraft? Not many, but there is. 1. Chris Curtin's mouth curled up a smile. In fact, that plane is at Teterboro Airport. Tail number N650-CH. Production serial number 6074. The first one delivered in the world. It is an Air version of the G650 from the factory. It is not used frequently, mostly short distance flights on the East Coast. However, there may be a prerequisite that does not meet your requirements. What prerequisite? It is a corporate aircraft. If it is not used frequently, corporate aircraft can also be considered. Han Yi thought for a moment and asked, which company? Registered in White Plains, New York. JPMorgan Chase North America Headquarters. Chapter 221. What's in the bag? JPMorgan Chase. What does it usually use this plane for? 10 minutes later, Han Yi, Corey and Chris Curtin's JetLinks team appeared in the hangar where the N650-CH was parked. Teterboro Airport has only one main terminal for general aviation use, and the other 19 hangars are basically private terminals managed by the 5 major flight base operators: Jet Air, Meridian Airlines, Hallmark Air Services, Hallmark South and Atlantic Airlines. The world's first original G650 Air purchased by JPMorgan Chase is stored in hangar number 1, which covers an area of more than 30,000 square feet, and is leased by Atlantic Airlines. Following Chris Curtin into the hangar that remains open all year round, Han Yi looked up at the snow-white N650-CH in front of him, with only the blue streamlined spray painting in the middle of the fuselage, and couldn't help holding his breath. The world's first G650 Air. In 2016, the top private aircraft model on the earth, no one else. It represents respect, power, and unparalleled luxury. A flying palace in the sky. Senior executives of the group traveling, or for receiving guests? Both. Chris Curtin stepped on the first step of the gangway with one foot and exhaled. Members of the operations committee, the board of directors, and the executive council can apply for it, which means that there are about, hey, Ryan, how many people are there? 28 people. A slightly plump young face that looks no more than 35 years old appeared from the right side of the cabin door. even wearing a suit worth thousands of dollars. Ryan's honest temperament, like a southern country boy, still can't be suppressed. In fact, instead of standing in the G650, Han Yi felt that he should put on a wiffle beater and shout "Roll Tide Roll" in an unknown small town bar in Alabama. However, most of the board members have their own private jets. The chairman and vice chairman of the operating committee and the executive council will not use this big guy easily, unless there is an important cross-ocean business. Ryan trotted down the gangway, showing two big front teeth like Bugs Bunny, and smiled at Han Yi eagerly. Ryan Fitzpatrick, head of corporate jet financing at Morgan Chase Private Bank. Nice to meet you, Mr. Han. Hello, Ryan. Head of corporate jet financing, right? This job title, that he rarely heard of on weekdays, aroused Han Yi's interest. Yes, Morgan Chase Private Bank provides our customers with a lot of this. We call it specialty loans, art financing, private jet financing, super yacht financing, even life insurance premium financing, team acquisition financing, and stadium acquisition financing are all involved. Ryan Fitzpatrick, who introduced the department in detail, knew very well what kind of client was standing in front of him. 2 hours ago, he received a call from Chris Curtin, vice president of sales on the east coast of JetLinks, asking him to rush to Teterboro as soon as possible. Half an hour ago, Jesus Frizzy, the vice president of private client relations at Chase Bank, a sister company on the west coast, called him again and told his colleagues at Morgan Chase to capture the heart and wallet of this important guest. And 5 minutes ago, even Sanat Viswanathan, Morgan Chase's chief strategy and development officer, CEO of International Consumer Banking, and his boss's boss, sent him an iMessage asking him to do his best to provide the most thoughtful service. The fact that Sanik paid so much attention to him showed that the purchasing power of this Chinese tycoon should be far beyond the scope of the G650 behind him. At least, the major investment banks and asset management companies on Wall Street have deposited tens of digits in their personal names, and they have become famous in the small circle of the Upper East Side above the president level, which can make Morgan Chase's private banking department jealous to this extent. Opening Google and searching the first few news further confirmed Ryan's guess. A wealthy person who can afford Utah would probably buy a Gulfstream with the same momentum as ordering Maine lobster at Hunt and Fish Club on payday. What does it mean to charge according to the market price of the day? Do I care about this little money? Any buyer who wants to purchase assets from Morgan Chase must submit an application through our financing department and assist in the process. Therefore, this private jet nominally belongs to Morgan Chase headquarters, but the specific work is all handled by the private bank. Understood. Han Yi nodded and then asked the question that had been brewing in his mind on the way to hangar number 1, but why put it up for sale? I mean, it is the group's business jet after all, and it has not been in use for long. Because at Morgan Chase, every physical asset we purchase is sellable and convertible into cash. Ryan was prepared for this question. Morgan Chase's fleet currently has a total of there are 14 aircraft, including 4 G550, 2 G650, and 2 G650. The reason why we have added so many Gulfstream aircraft is not only for daily use, but also as a kind of value storage. Because, you know, they are the best private aircraft in the world, and they are always increasing in value. In addition to Gulfstream, we have also booked several globals in the next few years, 7,000, 7,500 and 8,000, all with the same business model. Once they are in hand, they will be listed. If someone buys them, it will create additional income for the company. If no one buys them, they will be carefully maintained in the hangar and used occasionally. While touting the value of Gulfstream aircraft, Ryan Fitzpatrick did not forget to highlight the advantages of Morgan Chase's fleet. There are many available models, the average use time of each aircraft is short, and because they also have to consider the later resale, the maintenance is also in place. This aircraft was only delivered to us in May 2014. After that, the headquarters spent several months doing internal renovations. Therefore, it was not until Christmas 2014 that it officially arrived in Teterboro. It was not used for long. I remember that it only flew across the ocean 3 or 4 times. I have to check the management log, but it is basically this mileage. At this point, Ryan turned sideways to make room for Han Yi to pass. Moreover, so far, there are only 6 groups of customers who have expressed interest in buying this aircraft, and you are the first to visit the hangar in Teterboro. Mr. Han, please go up the gangway and experience the elegant interior built by JPMorgan Chase. I will explain some specific parameters and details to you during the tour. After you. Surrounded by Chris Curtin and Corey McIntosh, Han Yi followed Ryan Fitzpatrick and boarded this top luxury aircraft that cost $64.5 million and took 3 years to wait. The interior of the Gulfstream G650 is large enough to accommodate up to 19 passengers. However, in order to ensure comfort, the most typical configuration generally includes 16 seats. The G650 customized by JPMorgan Chase has further reduced the number of seats to 11. There are 10 seats in the front cabin and 1 in the rear cabin, and there is a sofa in the front and rear cabins that can accommodate 3 people at the same time. Of the 11 seats, 7 can be laid flat as single beds, and the other 2 can be tilted 120 degrees. And don't forget that the 2 sofas can also lie completely flat. There are seat belts on each seat, and each sofa is equipped with 3 sets of seat belts. This design ensures the flexibility of its capacity to accommodate the number of people to the greatest extent. If it is a short distance flight that does not require an overpass stay, it is no problem to take 19 passengers. And if it is an ultra long route such as Los Angeles to Melbourne, even if there are 16 people in the same space, it will not feel crowded. The front and rear cabins are composed of 4 functional areas. The front 4 seats are work areas, equipped with desks with built-in charging ports. In addition, our aircraft has also been upgraded with the new generation of jet propulsion systems from the International Maritime Satellite Organization. CarNex in-flight Wi-Fi is the fastest and most global wireless network approved by the FAA that can be installed on the Gulfstream G650. It can enjoy a speed of 15 megabits per second on 100% of mainstream routes. With this network speed, even if you play online games on the plane, you will not feel any obvious lag. The second part is the entertainment area composed of sofas and TV tables. We don't have a TV here now, but if you take over this plane, you can put a 42-inch 4K TV here, as well as a PS4 or something else for your in-flight entertainment. Once again, the internet speed on this plane is 15 megabits per second. Whether it is Netflix, Hulu, HBO Go, it can be played smoothly. The third part is the dining area, 6 seats, 4 of which, as you can see, will have a permanently fixed dining table in front of them. Then, the 2 seats on the aisle side. Do you see the gap here? Once opened, it will be another table when pulled out, and then the folded part below will be combined with this side, and it will be combined into a long table that can hold a whole Thanksgiving turkey dinner. While explaining, Ryan Fitzpatrick demonstrated the combination function of the hidden dining table to Han Yi. Finally, come to the rear cabin. This is a rest area for your personal use. 1 seat, a long sofa, and this sofa is retractable and can be pulled out at any time to be used as an extra large double bed. Although the length of the G650 is less than half of that of the A380, you see. Passing the rest area, Ryan opened a closed wooden door at the rear of the cabin. Here, there's a bathroom just for you. The factory set G650 doesn't come with a full set stand-up shower, but for the N650-CH, we've upgraded this module. Not only does it have a bathroom, but it can also carry an hour's worth of shower water, which is enough time for all passengers on the plane to enjoy a complete clean experience. Not only that, the ordinary G650 only has 1 toilet, but our plane has 2. One is here, and the other is where we just entered the door. That one is smaller, with only a toilet and a small sink for use. But if you will be entertaining guests on this plane, a separate guest bathroom is essential. That way, no one will come in and out of the rest area bathroom late at night on the flight to roam and disturb your sleep. Just close the door connecting the front and rear cabins, and you can have an entire rest space on your own. Another huge advantage of the Gulfstream G650 that must be mentioned is that the noise in the cabin during the flight is only 47 decibels. What does that mean? The noise in the suburbs of New Jersey at night is about 40 decibels. That is to say, even at an altitude of 10,000 feet, you will not have difficulty falling asleep because of the roar of the engine and the sound of airflow outside. Ah, yes, you will not feel that you are at an altitude of 10,000 feet because the air pressure in the cabin is maintained at the level of 4,100 feet above sea level. The highest city in the world, Alto in Bolivia, is 13,600 feet above sea level, which is 3.3 times that of the G650. You live in Los Angeles, right? Yes. Han Yi nodded in response. As for Los Angeles, let me see. Ryan called up the data on his mobile phone. In Los Angeles, the highest altitude is about 5,000 feet. In other words, the air pressure you feel on this plane will be closer to normal than what you feel in Bel-Air or the Hollywood Hills. This is data that I have never heard of before. Very interesting. Han Yi was not very interested in the flying performance of the G650 itself. After all, his demand for a private jet, apart from satisfying his extravagant shopping desires, was only the basic commuting function from point A to point B. But the detailed data about cabin pressure and decibel levels from Ryan's mouth made him feel very novel. Can a high altitude trip from New York to Hong Kong really be as comfortable and natural as sleeping soundly in the bedroom of 864 Stradella Road? This is the first project that Han Yi can't wait to experience. This plane is an interesting thing from beginning to end, Mr. Han. Seeing Han Yi sitting naturally on the leather sofa in the entertainment area, Ryan smiled, walked to the opposite side of him, half leaning on the TV table, and continued his enthusiastic introduction. The most important thing is that no matter how comfortable it is, this aircraft has not yet realized its full interior design potential. As you know, business jets can't be made too fancy. But if you buy it, you can customize it according to your own wishes. For example, all the seats can be removed and arranged into 2 sets of L-shaped sofas, and the rest area can be directly connected to make a large Chinese-style dining table, or give the rear cabin more space to make a full-size master bedroom, and the front cabin can be turned into a small living room. After all, if you are the only one using it, why should you accommodate 16 people? 4 or 5 people are enough. There are also some wealthy people who will directly connect the cabin of the entire aircraft to make a futuristic sky apartment. The functionality may not be strong, but it is definitely eye-catching. I don't know if you have seen the interior design drawings made by Massery Design Studio for the Boeing 787-800. I swear to God, the most luxurious Upper East Side apartment is like that. On that plane, there is actually a porch. The porch is a bit exaggerated, but Han Yi pointed to the dining area on the right. It really doesn't need too many seats. Some of them can be removed to make the whole space more lifelike. There are only a few people in the core social circle who are qualified to board his G650. One hand may not be enough, but 2 hands are definitely more than enough. Even if half of the seats are cut off and there are spaces for 7 or 8 people, it is unlikely to be full. In the future, if the business is really busy to the point where more than 10 people need to travel at the same time, the worst that can be done is to buy another plane for the company. After changing the tailcoat, it is your own business to modify the interior design any way you want. Since the customer is already considering the issue of redecoration in the future, this business should be able to have some prospects. Thinking of this, Ryan, who was acting as a private jet broker, smiled even more naively. Okay, then. Han Yi turned his head and looked at Chris Curtin. What should we do next? Han Yi is very business ethical. Since he has promised to let JetLinks manage the newly acquired private jet, he will not bypass this company and make an offer secretly. The first reason is that Chris Curtin left a good impression on him and is eloquent. Maybe in the future he can recruit Han Capital, Han Music or other sectors to be his right-hand man. Secondly, JetLinks' brokerage commission is from Morgan Chase. Even if it changes to another management company, the point value is almost the same. The few tenths of a % saved is not a big deal to Han Yi. Moreover, they have come directly to the hangar. Isn't the meaning obvious? If you are interested in purchasing this aircraft, Mr. Han, we have to submit an intention application first. The JetLinks team will help you fill it out. Chris Curtin was refreshed, stood up, and answered Han Yi in a clear and orderly manner. Then, your legal advisor will need to get involved to review the transaction structure and evaluate tax issues. If JPMorgan Chase accepts your offer, you will need to deposit a deposit in a third-party escrow account. The specific amount of the deposit and the circumstances under which the deposit can be released will be determined by the two legal teams. Next, there are 3 things that your legal advisor needs to do. The first is to negotiate with the financing institution. Well, this one can be omitted for you. Then there is only the second task, which is to conduct due diligence on the title and check whether there are any liens. Finally, draft a purchase agreement to clarify which party needs to pay which fees and formally sign the contract. Next, before paying the full amount, Jetlinks will send a pilot stationed in Teterboro to conduct a comprehensive pre-delivery inspection. We will review the logs, check the return records, and conduct a test flight with a total duration of 4 hours. After the test flight, there are 2 more rounds of comprehensive inspections to be done. After passing the review, registration, code transfer and change, airworthiness certificate transfer, final document review, and confirming that the lien and release rights are foolproof, you will finally transfer the funds to JPMorgan Chase's account through the third-party escrow account. As for the follow-up matters, such as applying for a cancellation certificate, registering at the International Registry in Cape Town, and re-registering with the FAA to obtain a flight telegram, these are not issues we need to worry about in this transaction. Don't worry, Mr. Han, with Jetlinks, everything will proceed smoothly and orderly, including this link. Han Yi glanced at Chris Curtin, and then turned his attention back to Ryan Fitzpatrick. This is a life and death link. To get an extra $100 from the other party's pocket. Ready to fight. Hearing the teasing in Han Yi's words, Chris Curtin followed the script of his future employer. He opened his arms and said to his old friend from JPMorgan Chase, who had known each other for many years and had a drink in Battery Park every 1 or 2 weeks, "Come on, Ryan, let's do it here, or go out and fight." "Go out and fight, I can run faster." Ryan joked, shrugged, and said, "No, to be honest, the task the company gave me this time is not earn as much as possible, but let our most valued VVIP customers enjoy the best service at JPMorgan Chase, and maybe they will consider storing more assets with us next time." Ryan was right. This was indeed the task given to him by Sanik Viswanathan. The gross profit of about 5-10% from the sale of private jets is not much, but not little either. For JPMorgan Chase, which manages assets worth $3.7 trillion, it is almost negligible. If it weren't for the company's internal requirement to maintain a certain turnover rate for such physical assets that cannot generate stable income, JPMorgan Chase would not need to sell their aircraft at all, and the fleet size would definitely be more than 14. Therefore, under the premise of ensuring the minimum profit margin, Ryan Fitzpatrick was authorized to make appropriate concessions and do his best to win over this Chinese tycoon, whose personal financial strength is unfathomable from all indications, to join JPMorgan Chase's wealth management plan. N650 The actual purchase price is $62 million, and the total cost, after installing the upgrade package, is $64.5 million, plus the maintenance and repair costs for the past 2 years. Mr. Han, I think that, as long as you are willing to fill in the price of $72 million in the intention application, the world's first G650 will most likely be yours. I'm a person who hates trouble, Ryan. Bargaining is troublesome, calculating the deposit is troublesome, and calculating the future sale price based on the purchase price is even more troublesome. Han Yi quickly went through the available balance in the cash account in his mind. For me, the fewer numbers other than 0, the better. $70 million. If JPMorgan Chase finds this number acceptable, Chris can sign and send the letter of intent to your fax machine on my behalf today. I believe you should also like this kind of number that is easy to calculate, various proportions, right? Chapter 222 Successfully reach the summit. If you want to use 2 words to describe Madison Beer's to life, it should be chaos and regularity. To be precise, the former accounts for a much larger proportion, and it is most appropriate to describe it as chaos with a little regularity. Take the performances of the previous 2 days as an example. On July 29th, it was in Louisville, Kentucky, and on July 30th, it was in Auburn Hills, Michigan. The drive between the two places was 6 hours. After the performance, Billy and Madison took the same business car to go on the road first. Counting the half-hour stop at the rest area, it was 6 o'clock in the morning of the next day when they arrived at the slightly old Crown Plaza Hotel. Although she took 2 tablets of alprazolam, Madison herself had a light sleep, and some sections of I-75 in the Midwest were in disrepair. Therefore, even if she was extremely sleepy, Madison could only toss and turn in a half-awake and half-asleep state. Opening the door, throwing herself into the soft king bed, even the quilt only covered a corner, Madison fell asleep in an instant. Even those who are prone to insomnia will not lie in bed and count sheep when they have to go to bed at 6 a.m. However, unlike the ravers in Los Angeles, they can't play outside until dawn and fall asleep until sunset when they go home. Including the washing process, Madison can stay in the room for no more than 6 hours. She must get up at 12 o'clock, eat lunch on time, and then rush to the venue to rehearse and warm up her voice. In the following time, she must ensure that her vocal cords are always relaxed but awake, so that the evening performance can be performed with ease. The irregular work and rest caused by the change of schedule at any time has made Madison Beal, who is prone to illness, in a sub-healthy state for nearly half a month. It's not that serious to say that it's a cold, but there are always symptoms of coughing and migraine. In addition to madly feeding Advil and drinking water in moderation, Madison was unable to make any effective compensation for her body during the back-to-back schedules that kept her feet busy, which made her in a guilt and sense of crisis reach a new height. She doesn't like to exercise, but likes to eat pasta, pizza and cheeseburgers. After meals, she also eats pancakes and ice cream. She really doesn't gain weight. Even if she stays at home all day and eats a lot, her weight is still around 110 pounds. Her abdominal muscles and waistline are clearly visible, and she looks healthier than those who spend all day in the gym. But this talent, that most girls envy, is actually a side proof of Madison's weak digestive system, just like Zhao Yaozhen. If she continues to work at the current intensity, her body may collapse directly one day. Therefore, on the tour, as long as she has 1 or 2 days of free time, Madison will do everything she thinks is healthy. Go to bed at 10 o'clock, eat salad with avocado, and even go to the gym. Of course, Madison, who has always been undisciplined, does these things with water. For example, she will lie in bed on time when she goes to bed at 10 o'clock, but when she selectively reads the comments of fans on Instagram, at least 2 hours have passed. She can stick to eating salads and regular meals, but when staying in a hotel, it is too convenient to order room service. She often orders a plate of pancakes before going to bed. As for the gym, Madison can count the number of times she has worked out in the past 6 months on one hand. She has no personal trainer, no fixed gym, and even the membership card was given to her directly by the A&R team of Han Music. The gym arranged by the company is in the West Park Center in Century City, which is too far away, and if she goes to the shopping mall, isn't shopping the best way to exercise? Madison, who made excuses for herself in her heart, deliberately ignored the fact that Equinox has 23 branches in the Los Angeles area, one of which is just 100 meters below her apartment building. She never works out, so even when she goes to the hotel gym, she doesn't know what to do. Usually, Madison will only walk on the treadmill for 15 to 20 minutes, take a few selfies in her sportswear, and then clock out. It was the same today. On August 2nd, 2016, Future Now, the tour reached its 18th show. The team came to Rosemont, a small town in Cook County northwest of Chicago. They will perform for the Illinois audience at the Allstate Arena, home of the NHL powerhouse Chicago Wolves. The venue can hold 18,500 people, and 12,000 tickets were sold. The sales were so-so. Difficulty of the performance? Easy. Madison Beal, who is becoming more and more experienced, is not nervous at all when he is on such a stage with tens of thousands of people. What's even better is that the team has a full day of rest in Chicago before this stop, and Rosemont itself is next to O'Hare International Airport. In fact, the Alsted Arena and O'Hare International Airport are separated by only I-90. After getting off the plane, Madison arrived at the Chicago Marriott Suites Hotel O'Hare within 10 minutes and slept soundly for 10 hours. After waking up, she went to Peckwood's Pizza near Lincoln Park with Billy and Phineas to enjoy a deep dish pizza, a unique delicacy in Chicago. The 5-centimeter thick crust makes Chicago-style pizza look more like a pie or a pie. When she took a bite, the overflowing sauce and cheese made Madison feel reborn. With the help of alprazolam and warm milk, Madison Bell got 8 hours of high-quality sleep again. When she opened her eyes at 7:30 the next day, she felt like a newborn baby. After a rare 45-minute jog in the gym, Madison was still full of energy, even more energetic than before the exercise, and even the world in front of her seemed to be brighter. Humming Lana Del Rey's Young and Beautiful, Madison, who had finished washing up, stood in the elevator and smiled and greeted every hotel guest who met her eyes. She had already thought about what breakfast she should get when she arrived at the 6155 restaurant on the first floor. A croissant, a plate of smoked salmon omelette, some potato cubes sprinkled with sea salt, 2 muffins without any cream or fresh fruit, and a glass of iced orange juice to finish. And every time she put the food into her mouth, she had to fight with Hanyi on WhatsApp. Perfect. Madison Beal, who was happily thinking about it in her heart, holding the dinner plate in her left hand and holding her mobile phone in her right hand, had just sent a Neil deGrasse Tyson "what are you doing" emoticon to Hanyi, who was said to have boarded the plane back to Los Angeles when she was attracted by the shouting from behind. "Hi. Good morning. Good morning." Madison responded politely while trying to recall the message of the smiling black-haired girl in front of her, but with little success. It must be someone from the future now, the tour team. But I really can't remember who it is. Oh, sorry, I don't think I've ever formally introduced myself. Seeing Madison Beal's confusion, the black-haired girl whispered an apology. "Maya Saling, Live Nation's communications manager, responsible for the publicity work during this tour." "Oh, hi, I'm really sorry, I'm a little face blind," Madison said, stroking Maya's upper arm affectionately. Face blind? Of course not. She really can't remember the existence of Maya Saling. It's not that Madison is arrogant, but after 17 concerts, Maya has never said a word to her, and even every time she passed by her and Bella's dressing room, she was in a hurry. However, this can't be blamed on Maya, because her task is to try her best to increase the local exposure of Future Now, the tour in each city through radio interviews, newspaper columns or other forms of offline promotional activities. The nature of this job determines that Maya will not have any intersection with the warm-up guests. After all, no matter which city they go to, the media partners only want to see Demi Lovato and Nick Jonas, not two underage girls who have nothing to talk about. "Is there anything I can help you with, Maya?" "Yes, that's right. First of all, congratulations to you, Maddie. I just saw the good news." "Thank you, I'm very happy too," Madison replied with a smile, tossing her hair. Although she hadn't had time to open other applications except WhatsApp, Madison knew exactly what Maya was talking about when she congratulated her. In the past week, she had been fully prepared for this matter. So, when it really happened, she didn't feel that exciting. "This is the honor you deserve, 100% worthy of it." Well, let's get back to the topic, Maddie. We have a promotional cooperation with 103.5 KISS FM in Chicago. They hope to invite you for an exclusive interview. You don't need to go to the radio station. Their staff will come directly to the Alsted Arena with the equipment. Me. Madison pointed at herself and asked in surprise. "That's right, because you've never been on a show in the greater Chicago metropolitan area, so they are most interested in you and think a fresh voice will attract more listeners' attention." More than just being most interested, Maya Saling had originally booked an exclusive interview with Nick Jonas from 103.5 KISS FM, but early this morning, the station manager called and specifically requested that Madison Beal be replaced. "I'm sorry for the sudden change of guests, but you should be able to understand me, Maya." James Brown of KISS FM said it bluntly. "Diplo is not here, and we can't book Justin Bieber. We have to find a way to keep up with the trend. Help me once, Maya. This is also helping you." Believe me, the conversion rate will definitely be good, and we also have listeners in Indianapolis. The radio station submitted the interview application very late and gave it to me today. I tried to contact your manager, but it's only 5 in the morning in Los Angeles, so according to normal procedures, Mayor Salon should confirm the itinerary directly with Madison Beal's management company, but the matter was urgent and the KISS FM staff were already on standby in the office building, and they would immediately set off to the Allstate Arena as soon as they obtained the interview permission. In this case, Mayor could only break the routine and communicate directly with the artist. It would be great if you could accept the interview. After Los Angeles wakes up, I will communicate with my manager again. As an artist, Madison Beal is particularly obedient and abides by the rules. She will let her management team know everything and then negotiate an action plan. However, KISS FM is willing to do an exclusive interview with her. I believe that manager Zao in Los Angeles will definitely not refuse this kind of free exposure. Considering the time difference, it is also the most appropriate way to deal with it, agreeing to it first and then reporting to the team. But no problem, you can reply to KISS FM, Mayor, I will accept the interview. Great, Maddie, you saved my day. Mayor Salon breathed a sigh of relief and gave Madison Beal a solid hug. Have breakfast first, then have a good rest. I'll pick you up at noon. Okay, see you later. See you later. Watching Mayor Salon's back as she walked away, Madison, who finally sat down, shook his head and stared at the croissants on the plate in a daze. How did it suddenly become wanted? I was specially designated as a warm-up guest to be interviewed for the tour. What a wonderful feeling. McGrady, what's wrong? Madison Beal withdrew his gaze from the car window and looked at the tour manager Dylan Buckman sitting in the passenger seat. He had been on the road with Madison and Billy on the 4th day of his employment and had not returned to Los Angeles for a single day until now. At 12:40 p.m., Billy and Phineas were still having lunch at the hotel. Madison and Dylan took a business car to the Allstate Arena to prepare for the KISS FM interview that was scheduled to start at 1:30 p.m. Yusin said you didn't check your phone. She asked me to ask you if you have any important private schedules from September 3rd to September 4th. The 3rd and 4th. September. Madison frowned and thought seriously. It seems not. What's wrong? She didn't tell me the details. Well, let me call her first. The next second, after dialing Zao Yusin's phone number, Dylan Buckman was ready to report. Having dealt with Madison Beal's manager for such a long time, Dylan knew very well that Zao Yusin would never let the phone ring a second time during working hours. Maddie said both the 3rd and 4th are available. Specifically, okay, no problem. I understand. I'll let her know. Bye. What did she say? Madison asked curiously. Are there any new arrangements for those 2 days? Eugene asked me to give you her regards. She said she is currently in a meeting with Utah and can't talk to you in detail. Then, these 2 days, 2 music festivals want to add you to their lineup as a surprise guest. One is Bumbershoot in Seattle, and the other is X-Fest in Calgary. Wow, Bumbershoot? They want me? Bumbershoot, which has been held every year during Labor Day in the United States since 1971, is one of the largest comprehensive music festivals in North America. Last year, The Weeknd, Chance the Rapper, Ellie Goulding, Zedd and Hozier were in attendance and attracted a total of 125,000 people to watch the 3-day performance. As for X-Fest in Calgary, Canada, Madison is not very familiar with it, but she has seen their videos and promotional posters before, and I think it should be about the same level as Bumbershoot. That's not all, Maddie. Dylan shook his head. According to Eugene, she requires the organizer to put you in the position of headliner or sub-headliner, otherwise there's no deal. Which headline artists did Bumbershoot invite this year? Let me see. There are 3 with the largest fonts: Macklemore, Death Cab for Cutie and Kygo. They are the 3 finale guests for the 3 days. The secondary guests are G-Eazy, Holch, DJ Snake, Marshmello, Billy Idol, ZHU, and some other artists of similar level. So many acquaintances. Madison opened her eyes wide and took a breath. Can I be listed with them? Of course. Dylan grinned and gave a thumbs up to the artist, who he watched, soar to the sky. Most of them haven't achieved the achievements you have achieved this week. It's not my credit. Thomas and Justin have strong appeal, and the company's publicity is also very good. This statement was not deliberately modest. Madison Beal thought so sincerely. She only sang a bridge, which had little to do with the streaming performance and chart performance of Cold Water. She must look at the success of this single with a more rational, mature, and pragmatic attitude. No matter how impressive the performance of Cold Water is, it cannot prove that she has made any progress in art and business. At best, it can only be said that the company stuffed her into a blockbuster electronic music work that was destined to be a blockbuster. If anyone else sang her segment, the performance of Cold Water would not change at all. Madison Beer, who once fell from a high altitude to the bottom and was bruised all over, now has a very humble mentality. Madison. Hey, Madison. How are you today? You look cute today. Look here, look here. It is obvious that other people living in the pop world have not separated the name Madison Beer from the popularity of Cold Water like she did. The Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle slowly stopped at the entrance of the security passage on the left side of the north gate of the Allstate Arena. At this time, there were still 7 hours before the concert started. Even the most die-hard fans would not choose to gather outside the venue at this time. Although the temperature has dropped a little, it can still reach 86 degrees Fahrenheit at noon in Chicago in August. The unobstructed scorching sun can melt any Illinoisan. In addition, there are no other entertainment facilities near the venue. In addition to a Target supermarket, there are only a few chain restaurants such as IHOP and Chipotle. Who would want to run to such a place at this time and listen to the roar of the aircraft engines at O'Hare International Airport? Therefore, when designing the rehearsal entrance route, Live Nation and the venue did not use the backstage passage at all, but directly opened 2 security doors for staff to enter and exit. But to everyone's surprise, as soon as Madison stepped out of the car door, 4 or 5 burly white men with Canon cameras in one hand suddenly appeared in the originally empty parking lot. They got out of their cars, quickly surrounded Madison, and began to press the shutter frantically. They looked different, their heights were different, and even the shapes of their beards were different, but these strong men had a very common identity, a peaked cap with the logo of the organization they worked for, either upside down, or at an angle. Online, Splash News, The Hollywood Fix, Backgrid, TMZ. Paparazzi? There are paparazzi in Chicago? Not only Madison Beal and Dylan Buckman, who came from afar, but also the staff of the Allstate Arena waiting at the entrance, showed surprise. As the most terrifying nightmare of public figures, paparazzi only appear in the core areas of a few world-class metropolises, where the entertainment industry is prosperous and celebrities gather. The Delano Hotel in Miami, a historic celebrity playground, the fashionable Primrose Hill neighborhood in London, where the Olsen twins and other British movie stars often appear. Tina Fey and her NBC colleagues quietly waiting for a table outside the Spotted Pig in Manhattan, the lobby of the Sutton Hotel in Vancouver, commonly known as North Hollywood, where countless TV crews often stay, and Beverly Hills in Los Angeles, where there is a star every 5 steps and an Oscar winner every 10 steps. The windy city of Chicago, located on the shores of Lake Michigan and famous for its deep dish pizza, Al Capone and typewriter submachine guns, is definitely not on this list. The chaotic South City, known as Chilliwack, which is still alive in the gang wars of the 1920s, and the extreme climate that is freezing cold for 7 or 8 months a year, with wind as sharp as a knife, which can freeze hyaluronic acid to the point of deformation, make most celebrities stay away. Without stars, there will naturally be no soil for paparazzi to survive. Not to mention car tracking and window peeping. Even if Madison Beal swaggers at the world's busiest intersection of State Street and Madison Street, there won't be a single camera pointed at her. In this city where, except for Michael Jordan, people are not enthusiastic about idol worship, the simultaneous appearance of 5 paparazzi photographers is naturally surprising. Madison. Congratulations. Congratulations. That song is great. Thank you. With one hand in front of her forehead, Madison Beal shielded the sun and the camera at the same time, and gave a friendly smile to the paparazzi who were about to shout in front of her. She has never disliked these ordinary workers who are exposed to the sun for 5 or 6 hours in Los Angeles in order to complete their jobs. After all, they are not satisfying themselves, but the verism of thousands of fans. Therefore, whether she meets paparazzi in a clothing store on Rodeo Drive, a nail salon on Santa Monica Beach, or in front of CVS in West Hollywood, as long as they say hello, Madison will respond generously and chat with them. The paparazzi in Los Angeles have a blacklist of people who are not easy to contact, and a whitelist of people who are easiest to get along with. And Madison Beal is one of the whitest names on the whitelist. How is the tour going so far? It's going well. Thank you for your concern. Which city is the best? Every city is great, but I love Chicago the most, because I'm here now. When will you return to Los Angeles? I don't know. It will take a while, at least not this month. Madison, who was protected by Dylan Buckman and 2 security guards, and moved to the security passage with difficulty, asked and answered questions with the paparazzi. In this era of YouTube, paparazzi's way of making money is not as simple as selling photos to newspapers and magazines, sending videos to TMZ4 programs, or uploading them through personal accounts to get advertising revenue, are all digital extra income. Have you had a chance to meet Justin Bieber recently? No, I hope to meet him soon. Scooter Braun mentioned you in an interview yesterday and said you have a chance to be the next Ariana. What do you think about this? I admire his talent very much and thank him for his positive comments. When did you break up with Jack Jelinski? The questions gradually became outrageous. Fortunately, at the same time, Madison also successfully broke through the siege and walked into the security passage. She was going to ignore this question, but after thinking about it, Madison turned around, held the door frame, and smiled at the paparazzi who asked the question. I have never been with Jack. Any gossip you see is false news. Well, goodbye, have a good day. Goodbye, Madison. Take another picture. Look back again. The 4 venue staff worked together to slam the door of the security passage shut. What is that? The chaotic inquiries finally disappeared from her ears. Madison's right hand passed in front of her eyes and made a gesture of wiping sweat. Since when are there paparazzi in Chicago? I think they must have come here specifically for you, Maddie. Dylan Buckman replied. Otherwise why would they run to a place like Rosemont? Probably. No way. Madison glanced back and curled her lips. They should be here to take pictures of Demi or Nick, and they just happened to see me getting off the car. Who would come to take pictures of me on purpose? I didn't. Maddie, you're here. The number of times she was greeted today seems to be a little too many. She stopped and looked up, and stage manager Eric Lopez trotted towards her. Hi, Eric. Hi, McGrady. Listen, congratulations. I always knew you would reach the top one day. Cold Water is amazing. Absolutely brilliant. Okay, let's get down to business. I was going to call them to communicate, but since you're here, I'll just tell you directly. Whenever he is in a performance venue, Eric Lopez always speaks at the fastest speed, as if he is afraid that, if he says a word slowly, the other party will disappear from the face of the earth. Do you have any other songs that are ready and can be performed right away? Want to change the song? Madison frowned slightly. Is there a problem with the copyright of the song melodies? No, the 3 songs don't need to be changed. They are all perfect. Eric pressed down with both hands. I mean, can you add one more? No, 2, 3 songs? 6 songs in total? Madison was shocked. My set time is not that long. I'm going to make it that long for you. Eric patted Madison's shoulder, pulled up his pants, and laughed. Ticketmaster said they received dozens of calls, specifically to ask about your performance time and duration. Damn, since I can't remember, it seems to be in DC. Every show has 100 or 200 people buying tickets to see you. There are more and more fans holding signs with your photos, wearing clothes with your name, and sharing your videos on Instagram. So we want to swap your performance order with Billy and extend your performance to half an hour or 45 minutes. If you have enough songs, you can increase it to 45 minutes. Don't worry, Madison, we are negotiating with your agency about the fee, at least double it. It's not about the money. Madison hesitated. I'll switch with Billy. This is showbiz, Madison. Eric's tone rose a little anxiously. Whoever is popular will be the last. It's not your problem, nor is it Billy's problem. If she releases a song like yours, I can also give her extra time. Increase it to 45 minutes. You two can just At this point, Eric lowered his voice. It's okay to replace them. I don't care. It's still a job, no matter who I work for. Let's not talk about that. Do you have any other songs to sing, Maddie? Yes. Madison thought for a while. I Won't Let You Walk Away, Unbreakable, We Are Monster High, All for Love. There are 4 more singles that have been released that can be sung. And I've already sung the demo of one of them. And I'm going back to Los Angeles next month to record the final version. I wonder if I can. Is it also a collaboration? Eric asked. Yes, with Machine Gun Kelly. MGK. Where on earth did you come from, Maddie? Sweet mother of God. Eric opened his arms and wanted to give Madison a hug, but halfway through the action, he seemed to remember something and ran in the opposite direction. Send me the demo, Maddie, and don't worry about anything else. Dylan. Dylan, right? Come with me. I need you for the next meeting. You are an employee of Han Music. No? It's okay. Do you have contact information? Just give me contact information. Call Yara and our manager, and I'll tell her about the next plan. Manager, bring the manager in too. What does this mean? I'm starting now, and I'm going to perform for 45 minutes. Is it decided? Madison stood there blankly, glancing at the Live Nation performance team and the Alstead venue staff who were even more confused than her. Damn, I almost forgot. Maddie. Congratulations again. Eric turned his head, raised his right hand as high as possible, and put his thumb straight up. One more thing. Remember, in the next set, Cold Water must be the last. The Billboard champion single of the latest week must be the finale. Chapter 223 The Gaze of the Abyss. Won the championship? Won the championship. Han Yi raised the iPad in his hand higher and showed it to Corey McIntosh, who was preparing refreshments for him in the air. On August 2nd, 2016, Billboard magazine released the latest Hot 100 singles chart for the week. The first thing that caught my eye was the single cover of Cold Water with dark blue and ink black interweaving. The 4 data columns are marked as follows. This week, 1. Last week, 2. Highest ranking, 1. Time on the list, 2. This is the result of Han Music's efforts to catch up after the huge regret in the first week of release. A nearly perfect answer sheet. I don't know how we got rid of RCA. Jordan Bromley's hearty laughter echoed in the cabin through the Magnus to C2000 digital air telephone system built into the G650R of JP Morgan Chase. After submitting the application for intent, Ryan Fitzpatrick, who learned of Han Yi's return plan, directly invited him to use this N650 to CH to start the flight. JP Morgan Chase has the plane, JetLinks has idle pilots and crew, and Meridian Airlines also has the permission to operate the route between Teterboro and Van Nuys Airport on a regular basis. When the business is at this level, arranging a private plane to fly across the continent temporarily makes Han Yi feel as relaxed as taking an unmanned subway on Sunday afternoon. But in fact, if it were an ordinary billionaire, this trip would never be so easy. The reason why Han Yi can see the plane in the morning and fly in the afternoon is mainly because of his customer level within Chase Bank. This is the obligation of Chase Bank and also a favor from JP Morgan Chase. More importantly, even if it is purely from the perspective of completing the transaction, JP Morgan Chase should provide Han Yi with a direct test ride opportunity in this way. After all, this Chinese tycoon is capable and decisive, and his efficiency is super high. After seeing the actual machine, he immediately placed an order without wasting a minute. Since the buyers were so straightforward, JP Morgan Chase, a top seller worth trillions of dollars, naturally couldn't lose face. The flight from New York to Los Angeles took 6.5 hours, and the one-way market price was $68,500. After applying, Ryan Fitzpatrick directly put this fee into the contract and deducted it through the first deposit that Han Yi was about to pay. On the scale of $70 million, the $70,000 charter fee is really not worth mentioning. Going out to buy a $7,000 custom suit, it is normal for the tailor to give you the right $7 cufflinks. I don't know, but we did it. Han Yi supported himself on the dining table with one hand, leaning forward slightly, trying to make Jordan Bromley on the other end of the phone hear more clearly in this way. The reason why Cold Water topped the list in the second week was not because a CA record slacked off in the promotion of Cheap Thrills. Judging from the data ports of Luminate, Nielsen SoundScan and All Access, the commercial radio performance of Cheap Thrills was even better than last week. 140 cities. The number of listeners covered increased by 430,000 from last week, reaching a total of 50.33 million. Roughly estimated, at least 151 million radio listeners across the United States have heard the melody of Siren Scene Paul at some point in time. This phenomenal spread data makes Cheap Thrills undoubtedly once again the champion of the radio chart. In terms of streaming, listening and video playback, Cheap Thrills recorded a total of 13.8 million times in the United States this week, which is only 4% lower than last week. The fluctuation is not large. For a single that has been on the list for 26 weeks, it is not easy to maintain such a healthy growth curve at this stage. If there is anything unsatisfactory about Sire's slow burning champion this week, it should be its digital sales. This week on August 2nd, Cheap Thrills fell from the 2nd place to the 4th place on the digital songs chart and only received 74,000 paid downloads, a full 41% less than last week. Why is the sales drop so much? Because, in order to hit the top of the charts, RCA launched a price reduction promotion on iTunes, selling singles at 69 cents instead of $1.29 for a month. Starting this week, the discount ended, and sales plummeted as expected. As long as the record company doesn't care about profit margins, or has financial backers behind it, there are many ways to boost record sales. And selling at a discount is undoubtedly the most effective one. When you want to hit the charts, or get a platinum record certification, lowering the price will naturally speed up the task. Sometimes, artists even encounter passive price reductions, such as Lady Gaga's album Born This Way in 2011. At that time, Lady Gaga was in her heyday, and was in the limelight. In order to promote their cloud drive service and compete with iTunes, Amazon took the initiative to take a loss and sold digital albums at a wholesale price of $7.50 for 99 cents. Electronics retail giant Best Buy is even more terrible. It will give away free albums for consumers who buy designated mobile phones, even though they paid for the standard version at $11.99 and the deluxe version at $15.99. These promotions were the key factor that helped Lady Gaga achieve 1.108 million first week sales in 2011, when physical records were still on their last legs. The structural problems in the music industry exposed by this album prompted Billboard magazine to announce in November of that year that it would modify the calculation criteria for album sales. Albums sold for less than $3.49 within 1 month of release, and singles sold for less than 39 cents within 3 months of release, will no longer be considered for ranking on the charts. The normal digital sales price is $9.99 for albums, and $1.29 for singles. Just by comparing these figures, we can see that Billboard's restrictive measures basically only serve as a warning. After all, in a market with free pricing, an unofficial industry trade magazine trying to use charts to regulate the market is a bit too far-fetched. And no matter how much or how little the sales are, Billboard magazine will not get a penny. The reason for introducing new rules is just to consolidate the status and authority of the list and make it look fair on the surface. Therefore, a single like Cheap Thrills that has been released for more than half a year adopts the strategy of selling at half price to improve the ranking. No matter from which angle, it is fair competition in accordance with the law. If it weren't for the 69s biting so hard from behind, we might have won the championship last week. This is a joke about RCA Records that has quietly become popular in the Han music offers a few days ago. 69s, people who sell singles for 69 cents. This is how we show our strength, isn't it? The content of Jordan Bromley's conversation with Han Yi did not show that he was also one of Sony Music's main legal advisors. Jordan has long reached the master level of this business art of playing both sides. They will be convinced of their defeat if we overtake them in this situation. According to streaming data, Cheap Thrills is behind us about 5 million times, right? To be precise, 5.1 million times. Han Yi has read this data over and over again at least 10 times since he got it today, and he knows every detail by heart. In the second week of being on the list, the streaming data of Cold Water dropped by 4%, with 18.9 million plays in 7 days, 4.7 million more than One Dance, which ranks second in streaming data. In other words, although it is slightly inferior to the first week of release, Cold Water has a gap advantage in streaming platforms, especially interactive streaming platforms, which is difficult for competitors to overcome for a while. The playlist strategy that Han Music has been practicing since its establishment has contributed greatly to this. In terms of sales, the digital single sales of Cold Water dropped by 36% compared with last week, which is the most exaggerated decline among the data in several dimensions. It received 108,170 paid downloads that week. It seems that the situation is very serious, but the logic of music sales is the same as that of movie box office. In most cases, the first week of public sale will record the best results, and it will be much higher than the second best results. Consumers are inertial. The core purchasing power of die-hard fans will be released in a concentrated manner 1 or 2 weeks before the product is launched, and then the data will be accumulated slowly by the long tail effect. Digital downloads are a one-time transaction. The purchased singles belong to consumers forever. Under the condition of fixed inventory, both albums and singles will show an L-shaped line, plummeting in the second or third week of release, and then gradually declining. Therefore, it is fortunate for Cold Water to maintain the number of digital downloads at around 110,000 in the second week. More importantly, even if it has decreased by nearly 40%, Cold Water is still the number 1 in sales during the same period. In addition, in order to make up for the lack of video playback data caused by the fact that the official version of the MV has not been shot yet, Han Music released the lyrics version of the MV of Cold Water on July 29th. Although only the lyrics with animated effects flash, the free audio with full duration can attract a large number of light pop music consumers who are unwilling to open Spotify membership or casually browse YouTube. 6 days after the release, the video has been played 5.78 million times, which is not outstanding, but it effectively narrows the gap between Cold Water and Cheap Thrills in the field of visualization. There are 4 dimensions in the calculation formula of the list, and Han Music has done its best to the extent of its ability, and regardless of cost in 3 of them. The final winner fell on the radio data. The establishment of radio channels and cooperative relationships is the deepest moat of the American music industry, and it is also the biggest challenge currently faced by the new Han Music. Fortunately, the artist Linoop of Cold Water was chosen to the heart of the radio manager. No one can say no to Justin Bieber's new song, and no one can refuse Major Laser's new masterpiece After Lean On. Coupled with the impressive performance of debuting at number 2 on the Billboard singles chart, and the excellent quality of the song itself, the radio performance of this single this week has completely surpassed the maximum power that the Han Music platform can give it. In 140 cities, commercial radio played 15,052 times, reaching 47.6 million listeners, and the estimated number of listeners in the United States is 142.8 million, ranking second on the radio playlist. Although it still failed to surpass Cheap Thrills, the gap has narrowed to less than 10 million. With the overwhelming lead in streaming and digital sales, the Billboard calculation formula favors radio, and the overtaking of Cold Water is a foregone conclusion. But even so, we still can't let our guard down. Victoria calculated that the gap between Cold Water and Cheap Thrills is very small. If the latter has 3,000 more downloads, then this week's champion will still be Thiz. Kanye hugged the back of his head with both hands and stretched his waist. The algorithm of the Billboard chart is too biased towards radio, and there is no good way to balance it in the short term. In addition, streaming platforms are currently more dependent on official traffic, and user-generated content has not yet become popular. So, although it is a good thing that Cold Water won the championship, we are not on the same level as Universal, Sony and Warner. We just happened to meet Justin Bieber and released this single at the most appropriate time. One Dance stayed at the top of the list for 3 months, and everyone was tired. Cheap Thrills rushed up, but it was released too early, and a lot of potential energy was consumed before, which gave us the opportunity to steal the crown. Closer has just been released. According to its current performance, it is estimated that in 2 weeks at most, Cold Water will be the best. If we can really stay at the top of the charts for 3 consecutive weeks, it will be a milestone for Han Music at present. Jordan Bromley comforted, "What's more, doesn't a part of Closer belong to us? The part of Hawch." Although the artist appeal of Closer, which Columbia Records has high hopes for, is far less than that of Cold Water, it still successfully landed in the 9th place with the support of Sony Music's top publicity and distribution metrics, becoming the first single of the Chainsmokers and Hawch to land in the top 10 in their career's 103,000 digital downloads. Ranking second in the sales list, second only to Cold Water 13.9 million online plays, 7th in the streaming list. Because it was officially released on July 29th, the radio broadcast has not yet fully fermented. It is currently ranked 17th with 19 million listeners in 140 cities. With the opening performance of Closer, the Chainsmokers became the first group to have 3 Billboard Top 10 singles this year, tied with Rihanna, second only to Drake and Justin Bieber, who just topped the charts. As for Hawch, although the highest ranking of Badlands in history was the second place on the album chart, her best performance on the singles chart was The Feeling, which was invited by Bieber to guest sing, and ranked 31st. In other words, this is the first time Hawch has tasted the taste of Billboard Top 30 so far. In Jordan Bromley's opinion, Kanye should be happy for both reason and emotion. Because no matter what, Hawch has the special guest royalties for the single Closer, which fluctuates between 3–5% depending on the sales. Moreover, the better the chart performance, the more amazing her live performance fees, which have increased more than 10 times in the past year, will become. Maybe, but I don't think so. Jordan, you should understand 3% or 5%. It's not what I want. What I want is to become one of the 4 largest music groups in the world. Before Kanye opened his mouth, Jordan Bromley helped him finish the second half of the sentence. Since their first meeting at the Grove Shopping Center, Kanye's goal has been consistent, firm and clear. Not to mention Jordan Bromley, even the autumn interns who joined Han Music 2 weeks ago knew about the company's ambitious goal. Yes, to become one of the world's 4 major music groups means that I have to snatch at least 15–20% of the world's music market share from them. Even if it's divided equally, I have to privately take a piece of meat worth tens of billions of dollars from Universal, Sony and Warner. It's gonna be an uphill battle. It's always gonna be an uphill battle for us. Therefore, any move that will help us expand our share must be done with all our strength. Any cooperation that will allow them to continue to maintain their leading edge, regardless of whether it can benefit us, is the most open attitude we can show. Kanye paused, thinking carefully about how to accurately express his views on the cooperation between Hawch and Closer in front of the group's legal advisor. I love Hawch. I love all the artists of Han Music, and I hope that each of them can win his or her own champion single, and I have never wavered on this point. However, although Closer will be the career breakthrough that Hawch desperately needs, I also don't want to see this song bring more imagination, signing artists and cooperation opportunities to Sony. If there is a way to block it, I will definitely do it. Jordan, of course I understand what you mean, Yee. But I believe you should know how difficult it is to block the single that Sony is pushing hard. This is not something we can do at the moment. I think the best way is to try our best to draw nutrients for growth from every good thing that happens around us, even if those nutrients will make our enemies stronger. At this point, Jordan Bromley on the other end of the phone fell silent. After a long time, Kanye even thought that there was a problem with Magnasta's call system, and Han Music's chief legal counsel spoke again. More importantly, I think that at this stage, what we should consider most is how to survive the coming storm. We won the Billboard championship, we have invaded the areas they care about most, and even the most obtuse 3 executives should have noticed us by now. You are right, Yee. Cold Water is a miracle born out of countless wonderful accidents. Next, when Universal, Sony and Warner really regard us as a competitor worthy of suppression, will we still be so lucky? That's why I used the flight time today to have this one-on-one meeting with you. Kanye turned up the volume on his side to ensure that Jordan Bromley could clearly hear every word he said next. When the abyss is staring at you, what is the best way to deal with it? It is to introduce endless seawater and turn it into a quiet lake that belongs to you. We will fight them every fair battle in the field of music, but at the same time, we must fundamentally change the face of this battlefield and the rules of this game. When you chose me, did you already know what I was doing on Capitol Hill? Hanye's metaphor was not obscure. As smart as Jordan Bromley was, he could naturally understand his strategy instantly. Hanye heard Jordan's meaningful low laugh, and it seemed that from his voice, he could see him shaking his head helplessly in his office with an expression of both appreciation and fear. This is one of the reasons, a very critical reason. Hanye said bluntly, there are too many elite lawyers in this circle who can help people negotiate 9-figure contracts, but there are very few legislators who are committed to promoting industry changes. You know how much I respect what you're doing and the mark you want to leave on this industry. I told you that when I met Cahoon in Miami. I hope to join you in your endeavors and help you become something greater than profit, career, or even success itself. Now, I want to open this conversation for the music industry, for you, and for me. Tell me, what do I need to do to make the Music Modernization Act go from a dream to a reality? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224, The Man Behind Capitol Hill. This is a very grand question. The sound quality of satellite calls between heaven and earth is not particularly good, and there is always a steady white noise in the background. But even so, Hanye can hear Jordan Bromley's sigh on the other end of the phone. The Recording Academy, RIAA, NMPA, NSAI, ASCAP, BMI, Universal, Sony, Warner. Since the Sony Bono and the MCA Act in 1998, our industry has always wanted to launch a new solution to adapt to the digital age. But all the chairmen, vice chairmen, presidents, vice presidents, including dozens of lawyers like me, have worked hard for 2 or 3 years, and there is still no finalized draft that can be put on the conference table on Capitol Hill. Why? Hanye asked. He understood the final content and structure of the Music Modernization Act, but knew little about the lobbying process behind the scenes. This is how American politics is. They make every process that can be put on the table public, creating an illusion of transparency and openness. But the game that can really influence decision making in the current situation is hidden in every government lunch in Washington, and the so-called out-of-court settlement that does not disclose the specific content to the public in order to protect privacy, and is quietly completed. Stuck at which step? Stuck at every step, or stuck at the first step that hasn't started yet? Jordan Bromley's response was ambiguous. To answer this question accurately, we have to start from the beginning. Please don't save me the cost of satellite calls. Hanye joked. It's a free gift. Then I can finally rest assured. Let me sort out the timeline. Okay, here's the thing. First of all, the current music copyright law in the United States still has many rights that are not protected. The Sony Bono Act and the Digital Millennium Act are already outdated things from the last century. From then to now, the music industry has completely changed. iTunes, SiriusXM, Spotify, the way musicians make money has changed dramatically, and the rights they need to protect have naturally undergone earth-shaking changes. For example, you have learned these. You should remember what kind of intellectual property rights in the Copyright Act of 1976 cannot get performance royalties. Answer this question and I can get extra credit. Thinking of the experience of staying up late to memorize the key points of music copyright law 2 or 3 years ago. No, it should be nearly 10 years ago. Hanye chuckled softly. Sound recordings. In the 1976 Act, sound recordings do not meet the requirements for obtaining performance royalties. However, in 1995, Congress created something called digital performance rights for sound recordings. From that time on, copyright owners of sound recordings and recording artists can get performance royalties from works disseminated through the internet. Very detailed answer. I'm willing to give you an extra 10 points. Jordan Bromley applauded on the other end of the phone. The example I just gave is able to illustrate the essence of the music copyright issue in the new era. We can understand digital music downloads as online music purchases. Record companies have simply moved their products from physical stores to the iTunes Music Store. Consumers are still paying for singles or albums, and what they purchase is still the permanent right to use the recordings, whether in the form of CDs or MP3s. Then, online paid purchases should only involve mechanical licenses and mechanical royalties generated by copying copyrighted works in digital and physical formats. Performance royalties do not exist in the process of digital music purchases and downloads, because this behavior itself has nothing to do with performance. This explanation is acceptable to both record companies and copyright distribution companies, because the business model of iTunes is so simple and retro. Therefore, when Apple launched this software in 2001, it did not cause any institutional waves in the industry. But a year later, Sirius XM went online, and then merged into Sirius in 2008. XM, becoming the world's largest digital radio operator. In the same year, Clear Channel Communications also entered the digital radio field by acquiring iHeartRadio. Entering the 2010s, this form of online listening has flourished. As of last year, nearly 100 million Americans have used the services of the four major digital radio giants: Sirius XM, iHeartRadio, Odyssey or TuneIn. The best thing is that Billboard magazine will also include the coverage of digital radio in its calculation formula, which means that even in the internet age, traditional radio can, at least in the United States, maintain a strong influence on the music industry. But at the same time, the emergence of digital radio has also created an irreconcilable problem of interest distribution. Traditional FM radio has a small coverage area and can only provide information dissemination services to local residents in a limited geographical area, such as a city. But the signal of digital radio is transmitted through the internet instead of FM transmitters, which means that, as long as you log into the iHeartRadio mobile app, even a countryman in Iceland can listen to Kiss Los Angeles in real time. FM broadcasts of Billboard hotspots. Would copyright owners want radio stations to obtain such extensive broadcasting rights? In order to ensure the exposure of their copyright libraries on commercial radio stations, record companies have previously ceded a large part of their profits. You mean mechanical royalties, right? Kanye thought for a moment and asked, because radio is regarded as a means of publicity rather than a performance medium, they don't have to pay mechanical royalties. Yes, although record companies can still get performance royalties through since copyright distribution companies can get both mechanical licensing and performance royalties through music copyrights. Why can't they who own master copyrights? Income distribution is always a more serious and unbalanced problem than income growth. Jordan Bromley cleared his throat and explained the man-made disaster facing the Music Modernization Act in the most concise language possible. This is the first obstacle to the introduction of the bill. The record companies under the three major music groups, as well as companies such as HFA and MRI, that help copyright owners collect mechanical royalties, want to include this clause in the text of the Music Modernization Act. What clause? Kanye frowned. Let the radio station give up the so-called exemption of publicity channels and pay mechanical royalties to record companies? Aha. Do they think this clause can be passed? Kanye laughed dumbly. As long as people still regard Billboard as the criterion for the commercial value of musicians, as long as Billboard still uses radio data as a ranking standard, commercial radio stations and the media groups behind them do not need to increase their investment and maintain their status as major financial backers on Capitol Hill, and music groups will never be able to take another penny out of the pockets of radio stations. In 2016, the organization that invested the most in political lobbying was the US Chamber of Commerce, the largest lobbying organization in the United States, with a total expenditure of $103 million US. It is the spokesperson on Capitol Hill for 3 million American companies, 2,800 state and regional chambers of commerce, 100 overseas chambers of commerce and 830 business trade associations. They are basically right-leaning on the political spectrum, but often support some Republicans, or more accurately, Republican populists who are not interested in liberal policies. The second place is the National Association of Realtors, with lobbying expenditures of $64.86 million. They can be said to be one of the culprits behind the rampant issuance of subprime mortgages and the occurrence of the 2008 global financial crisis. Next, Blue Cross Blue Shield, the medical insurance partner of Han Music employees, ranked third with $25.206 million. The national hegemon of the medical insurance industry naturally favors the Democratic Party, which advocates big government. Fourth place is the American Hospital Association with $22.683 million. They do everything they can to win federal government medical subsidies and special grants. The Pharmaceutical Research and Manufacturers of America and the American Medical Association, which have the same demands, followed closely with donations of $19.73 million and $19.41 million respectively. The reason why medical costs in the United States remain high is all thanks to these well-dressed pharmaceutical representatives who sit in K Street offices and squeeze people out of their bones. In this place, where the parliament can directly change the national economy and people's livelihood at the legislative level, there are traces of these lobbyists behind every social phenomenon. Radio has not completely died out yet, and it is not just because the United States is a country on wheels. There are many other countries in the world that would be hard to survive without cars, such as Australia, but the radio power in that southern hemisphere country is far less powerful. The National Association of Broadcasters, founded in 1923, represents 8,300 commercial radio and television stations. This year, it ranks 8th, after Boeing with $16.4 million in lobbying expenditures. It is the key to ensuring the long-term influence of American radio. For nearly 100 years, this lobbying group has been steadily exporting political donations to Washington. It has never been the largest funder, but it has never fallen out of the top 10. It is no exaggeration to say that many of the congressmen sitting on Capitol Hill now have grandfathers or even great-grandfathers who have had close cooperation with NAB for decades. In contrast, the largest lobbying force in the record industry, the Recording Industry Association of America, spent only $4.39 million this year. Vivendi and Sony spent $1.81 million and $1.34 million respectively. Further down, Sound Exchange, ASCAP, and the National Association of Music Copyright Publishers spent less than 7 figures. If you want to arm wrestle with the radio stations, they just need to raise their fingers to guarantee that those pitiful music reforms will never reach the voting stage. I feel like this is just like the gun qualification review that the Democrats call for every day, and the illegal immigration control that the Republicans hope for every night. They all know that it can't be done and completed, but for the political correctness of their respective camps, they still have to emphasize it repeatedly. If only they really thought so. Jordan Bromley laughed. This time, the big three really want to make the radio stations bleed. With 72% of the global market share, the business has reached this point, and there is nothing left to occupy within the industry, so they can only seek new growth points. And as long as there are cars in the United States, radio stations will continue to exist. If radio stations are weaker on Capitol Hill, Universal, Sony and Warner may not target them. It is because the radio tree has grown too lush that some people want to shake some apples down. Greedy and smart people, usually the situation is crazy. The big three, HFA and MRI, are submitting a bill to Congress to amend the radio royalty payment standards through New York Congressman Jerry Nadler. Jerry, isn't Jerry your relationship? This familiar name evoked Hanyi's memory. Are you responsible for the advancement of this matter? It has to make money, Jordan Bromley said bluntly, and, although the hope is slim, if it passes, it will be good for the entire industry. But the music industry may also lose the support of radio and even television stations forever. Yes, this is a problem that all stacker holders cover their eyes and ears and are unwilling to think about. Pass this bill first and solve the loopholes later. More conflicts. Everyone can make more money. Jordan took a long breath before continuing. Don't think that these are all the headaches. The conflicts of interest involved in this bill can trigger a world war in the music industry. Jerry Nadler of New York is promoting radio payments, and Bob Goodlatte of Virginia wants to change the way streaming platforms pay for music licensing and royalties. How to change it? Establish a non-profit management organization to establish a complete database of mechanical license owners of musical works. It's NMPA's idea, right? Han Yi nodded thoughtfully. It's easy to get a mechanical license for a master tape. Generally speaking, the ownership of the master tape is in the hands of the record company, and you just have to negotiate the price with one person. On the music copyright side, there are many creators, often more than a dozen composers, each of whom owns a few percent, and everyone has veto power. It's very troublesome to get them together and package them up. The platform is too lazy to waste time and energy, so it directly submits a notice of intent to pay to the Copyright Office. In the process of the Copyright Office identifying the copyright holder, if the owner dies or has not yet registered with the Copyright Office, the money cannot be traced back, resulting in a copyright black box situation. Every year, 7 or 8 figures in royalties are saved by the platform in this way. Therefore, the copyright issuer wants to create a database so that the platform can't find an excuse not to pay. And, if I'm not mistaken, they also want to ask the platform to pay a lump sum deposit directly to this new organization. Whether it's used or not, the money should be paid first. Topics in the industry are more interesting to talk about with professionals. Jordan Bromley sighed. Yes, this is a crucial part of the Goodlet draft. Since you are going to create a new organization, why not bring in record companies as well? Han Yi folded his arms and pondered. Is it because we have already contacted record companies, but they are already getting enough benefits from streaming platforms and don't want to make changes in a short time? Yi, has anyone else told you about this? No. Han Yi answered sincerely. This is the first time I've heard of the Goodlet draft. Then I still hold the same opinion. You are a genius in the music industry. Jordan Bromley has never concealed his appreciation for Han Yi's industry insight. At present, the overall attitude of the record companies is rejection, but some labels, as far as I know, are also trying to persuade the group to endorse this draft. HFA and MRI have basically agreed to join. Help them solve a pain point. A big pain point. Jordan Bromley's affirmative answer was without any hesitation. Non-profit royalty organizations, such as BMI and ASCAP, manage millions of music copyrights. Because of their large scale, all their actions need to be regulated by the federal government. One of them is that they cannot say no to licensees who want to use music. This also means that the bargaining power of these large organizations is severely limited. Although they can still negotiate, if there is any dispute over the price, the licensee can directly apply to the court for mediation, and the federal court will determine the final licensing fee. Yi, do you know how they are currently conducting mediation? I can't remember it clearly. This kind of trivial copyright law knowledge is easy to be vague if you don't use it for a long time. It seems that there is a special circuit court to handle this matter. Almost the same, but not a special circuit court. Jordan replied, the government is stricter than this. They assign a special judge to each organization. I see. Han Yi suddenly realized, assigning a special judge will make the judge feel that his task is to restrict these non-profit organizations, to prevent them from forming a trust. Whether the work is done well depends on how many licensees are satisfied. Therefore, judges are often too friendly to licensees, resulting into lower price, and the interests of BMI, ASCAP and their agents will be damaged. Is that right? Yes. Jordan did not praise Han Yi this time, because the latter's super analytical ability has far exceeded the normal level, and even made him feel a little daunted. It's not that Jordan has any second thoughts, but humans, especially men, will always have some unconscious vigilance against rising stars with too dazzling abilities. No Wolf or Lion King wants to be replaced. The presidents and vice presidents of the 3 major music groups probably look at Han Yi, Han Music and Cold Water in the same way. Goodlet's plan is to change the way the court handles these licensing disputes. From appointing a special judge, to randomly selecting a judge, and the judge must take into account the licensing price and market environment of similar works, and uses when making a judgment. In this way, the collar around the neck is much looser. Although it has not been completely freed, the plan must be taken step by step. Han Yi took a sip of Arizona iced tea. The cool and refreshing liquid in his throat stimulated his thinking, and reminded him of an organization that Jordan Bromley had just missed. HFA and MRI are both joining. Why not Sound Exchange? There are also 3 major ones. What are they hesitating about? They also have 2 other completely different drafts to endorse. At this point, Jordan himself felt a little outrageous. One bill, so many different operation directions are being carried out at the same time. The big 3 have the strongest influence in California, so they found local Congressman Darrell Issa, who is working on something called the Classics Draft. This draft is actually very simple. According to copyright law, recordings before 1972 are not protected by federal law. There are only a variety of state laws with some contradictory provisions, which are very harmful to the copyright owners of the master tapes. Therefore, Universal, Sony and Warner want to solve this problem once and for all in the next few years, so that after the death of legends such as the Beatles and the Rolling Stones, copyright ownership and royalty claims will not become more troublesome. And Sound Exchange is fully supporting a draft called the Music Producer Income Distribution Act. Another congressman from New York, Joseph Crowler's team is writing the manuscript. The main content, in short, is to require Sound Exchange, a non-profit organization established by Congress to distribute recording royalties, to withhold a portion and distribute it to producers, mixers, and post-producers who have participated in music production. What benefits can this bring to Sound Exchange? Hanley was a little confused. They won't get any more money. They don't care about this. Jordan Bromley smiled and said, managers of non-profit organizations under the government are all ambitious to move up. Leading the passage of a bill can enhance their influence, gain a good reputation in the music industry, and gain full support from specific groups. Why not do it? Votes from disadvantaged groups are also votes, and they are the easiest votes to win. Okay, let me think about it. Hanley rubbed his temples and closed his eyes in thought. In other words, before this bill is finalized, there are already 4 groups of people doing 4 different things? Yes. Then, if someone can integrate the 4 forces, his reputation in the music industry should reach a peak, right? You heard it too, Yee. The plans of record companies, HFA and MRI will anger radio stations, NMPA's plan, streaming platforms, and even Google and Amazon will find ways to obstruct it. The plans of BMI and ASCAP may be interfered with by film companies, advertising companies and media groups. One kick. Vote against it, because it will raise the cost of using their music. Sound Exchange is okay, but the influence is too low and the reform is too small, so it can't be of substantial help to the goal you want to achieve. Record companies, music copyright distribution companies, industry associations, mechanical royalty organizations, performance royalty organizations, streaming platforms, radio stations, congressmen, and some external forces that can influence the music industry. If you want to promote a copyright bill with epoch-making significance, you must at least win the support of at least 2/3 of the above players. These people may fight each other when they look at each other. If you want them to endorse the same bill, you will definitely have to make great sacrifices and concessions. My suggestion is to join them first, observe the agenda from the inside, clarify the main interests, contradictions, and conflicts, and then decide who to win over and who to abandon, based on how well they fit with you. Good idea. Hanley approved of Jordan's cautious style of doing things. When dealing with people, especially like now, dealing with people on Capitol Hill and K Street, it is never too careful. So do you have any suggestions, Jordan? If I want to join this game, where should I start? I dare not say suggestions, Yee. I'm still learning about the law. Jordan's tone was quite humble. But if I were you, I would make the following plan. Chapter 225 Crazy August, Part 1. First of all, after returning to Los Angeles, we should meet with Darrell Issa. Starting from July 18th, the Republican National Convention and the Democratic National Convention will be held successively, and the election campaign will enter a white-hot stage. The 2 houses will not resume normal work until September 6th. Therefore, Darrell Issa will stay at his campaign headquarters in Vista, San Diego throughout August. Is it appropriate for me to show up? I will go with you and hold a private meeting in his own residence in the name of the company. If we want to support him at that time, we can go through the Carlyle Group's Super PAC. Don't write your name, don't disclose your specific situation, and the public can't see your existence. In this case, Darrell Issa will not refuse, because he is a Republican running for election in California. There are many Republican reservations in California, right? When you use the word reservation, it means that they are in a bad situation here. What specific difficulties does Issa himself have? I heard that he is one of the richest members of Congress. There should be no problem with campaign funds, right? It's not campaign funds, it's that he published a wrong political advertisement. This shows that our current president is still an amateur in terms of bipartisan cooperation. On August 4th, 2016, when the sun was hidden between thick cumulus clouds and the highest temperature was no more than 75 degrees Fahrenheit, which was the most comfortable afternoon for the human body, Femu Dervish drove Hani and Jordan Bromley to Vista District in San Diego County. This is the 49th Congressional District of California represented by Darrell Issa, and it is also where the Issa family usually works and lives. In addition to being a congressman, Darrell Issa also indirectly served as a partner in 17 limited partnerships and limited liability companies in the name of Green Asset Management. These companies own a large amount of commercial real estate in northern San Diego County, including 3 office buildings in Carlsbad with a total area of 26,354 square feet. Darrell Issa's congressional district office is located here. When the veil of the office is lifted, the seaside mansion of this Republican tycoon is right in front of you. I just sent a campaign email to supporters in my constituency. It included a picture of the president signing a bill without any flaws. What did I say? I was very happy that he signed the Sexual Assault Survivors' Rights Act. That's all. You know, I'm also a co-sponsor of this bill. At this point, Darrell Issa lowered his head and sneered. As a result, our president said through CNN that I'm not a person who is serious about solving problems. He said that my main contribution to the US Congress is to obstruct and waste taxpayers' money and conduct investigations that are groundless and fruitless. It doesn't sound like something a president should say. This kind of political dogfight with complete face-offs and slaps is very entertaining, and it is rare. In keeping up with the Kardashians, Jordan Bromley listened with relish, but on the surface he still had a frown on his face and an expression of concern for the country and the people. Yeah, I'm disappointed, but not surprised. It's the norm for the president to avoid the serious scandals that have occurred under his leadership in his political speeches and refuse to take responsibility for them. Americans die overseas every day, our veterans linger under bridges every day, and he turns a blind eye to it and expects every Republican congressman to support his every political opinion. Yes, someone has to raise objections. Jordan's response was somewhat ambiguous. Tell me about it. I work with the executive branch when I can to enact good legislation and condemn misconduct wherever I see it. I will continue to do so no matter how he reacts. Is this administration the most corrupt in history? Very likely. But is it shameless to agree to support a bill to give survivors of sexual assault more rights? Absolutely not. 535 members of the House of Representatives, and this guy's going after me alone. It's simply unreasonable. I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. Issa. Hani and Jordan Bromley exchanged glances quickly. Darrell Issa was obviously extremely embarrassed by the open hostility of the first African American president of the United States, to the point of being furious. The 49th Congressional District in northern San Diego has firmly supported Democratic candidates in every presidential election in the 1990s. Arkansas Bill won twice with a huge advantage of more than 8% and gave Al Gore an 11.1% lead in the controversial millennium election in 2000. But after 2002, the demographic structure of the constituency changed, and the political orientation quickly turned red. Starting with the overwhelming victory of Republican candidate Bill Simon in the gubernatorial election with 59.8% to 32.9%. In the past 14 years, Republicans have won every level of election, whether it is Congress, gubernatorial or presidential. This trend is very consistent with the evolution of the political landscape across the country. The Democratic Party, which holds the banner of progress, occupies big cities, while the Republican Party, which takes maintaining the social status quo as its basic demand, occupies rural areas. But in the past 2 years, as the awakening generation began to win votes, California, which was originally open-minded, can be described as blue to purple. A large number of political stars have stepped onto the national political stage through this springboard on the West Coast. Let's talk about Darrell Iss's 49th congressional district, where the presidential election has been declared over in advance. The former First Lady is too far ahead in the polls. Even if the statistical error radius is expanded to 10%, it is still the first female president of the United States who is said to win. In addition, at the level of the Senate election, the Democratic Party sent a candidate who is completely unbeatable in today's social environment. A woman, African American, Asian American, graduated from Harvard University, born in Oakland, California. If elected, she will be the second African American female senator in the history of the Senate, and the first South Asian female senator. She will be Sleepy Joe's partner 4 years later, and the woman who really has a chance to win the presidency. In such a dangerous situation, Darrell Issa stuffed the photo of the current president into voters' mailboxes. It is easy to imagine what he intended. Even if he disdained the Kenyans who forged birth certificates, even if he couldn't even find a blurry photo, Darrell Issa still chose to rub his cheeks to warm up and stick to the president's cold butt. Of course, the man sitting in the White House will not give him a free opportunity to borrow momentum. The 49th congressional district is a model district for the Democratic Party, and the story of going from red to blue is inspiring. In this collective re-election, the party hopes that from the president to the senator to the congressman, all lines will be blue. Doug Applegate, a retired Marine colonel and Iraq war veteran, is gearing up to kill Issa. So, although there is no personal grudge against Darrell Issa, after all, the Republicans have made Obama and Obamacare suffer in Congress for the past 8 years. If we talk about enemies, Issa may not even make the top 50, but the current president still chose to take time out and use CNN as a mouthpiece to criticize him from head to toe. Anyway, his term limit has expired, and the subsequent elections have nothing to do with him who has retired. He can criticize whoever he wants and guide the votes in any way he wants. The public political conflict looks like the trash talk in WWE, but the conflicts of interest are too complicated to be explained to outsiders. The attacks from the White House have put Darrell Issa's election in jeopardy. The independent political news media Cook Political Report predicts that Issa and Applegate have the same chance of winning. If he does not reverse the decline, the balance of victory will completely tip to the latter in November. In August 2016, although the New York tycoon had won the unanimous support of the entire Republican Party, even within the party, there were still many people who had reservations about the ability of this political novice, and Darrell Issa was one of them. He rarely publicly supported the presidential candidate of his own party, and he made a distinction intentionally or unintentionally, because he felt that the radical political views and words of New Yorkers could not help him win in his own constituency. The enemy parties were eyeing him covetously, and his own party was weak. In more than a dozen polls, Trump was lagging behind Clinton at a clear disadvantage. Some prediction models even calculated that Clinton's probability of winning was more than 90%. In this case, if Darrell Issa wanted to advance to Congress as a Republican in California, he had to find a way to step down and shake hands with the powerful figures of the Democratic Party. And Hanyi came to give him this step today. We always support moderate candidates, no matter what specific political demands they have. As long as they ensure the continued development of the local and national cultural market without shaking the foundation of society, we think they are qualified politicians. Jordan Bromley led the dialogue between Han Music and congressmen. This is the concept that Hanyi has always adhered to. With his status, even if he talks face to face, he should try to avoid making direct promises of interest exchange. It's not good for him, and it's not good for others. Public power needs supervision, and good laws need to be passed. I think there must be some misunderstanding in the middle. Jordan Bromley touched his nose and paused for a few seconds deliberately. There are still 3 months before the election. Congressman Issa, you should find a way to get in touch with the other side and clarify the misunderstanding. I have never been a person who would hold old grudges. Daryl Issa continued to play the role he should play. During this period, I have been trying to promote cross-party reconciliation, but you know, many people are particularly sensitive during the election. I see. Jordan Bromley raised his chin slightly, looking as if he had suddenly realized something. How about this, Mr. Reiser, if you don't mind, please let us be messengers of peace. Are you free on August 12th? August 12th, let me see. Daryl Issa bit his nails and glanced at the empty computer desktop. It seems that there is no other arrangement. Great. If it's convenient, you can go north to Los Angeles and go to New York with us. Go. To attend a fundraising dinner held by the National Park Foundation at the Carlisle Hotel. Jordan Bromley spread his hands and said, Mr. David Rubenstein is responsible for organizing this dinner, which aims to raise funds for the renovation of the Washington Monument. Rubenstein. Daryl Issa looked at Jordan Bromley deeply, chewing the weight of this name. The head of the Carlisle Group. Barack, Joe, and the Democratic female candidate's best friend. One of the most important donors to the Democratic Party. Finding him means finding the path to the core social circle of the Democratic Party. The total assets of the 17 companies under his name are almost 400 million. David Rubenstein has countless so-called rich people like flies around him every day, and he doesn't care about them at all. A rich man with a net worth of hundreds of millions of dollars is not the same as Han Yi, who has $1.599 billion in an asset management group. It is conceivable how much money a person who can entrust more than $1 billion has in his hands. If Daryl Issa wants to meet David Rubenstein and say more than 3 nutritious words, Han Yi is his best introducer. Joe will be there that day. Santa Claus is also there. Regardless of the grudges, the current president and Daryl Issa have already had a round of verbal battles. The former will never choose to meet Issa alone when the situation has not yet calmed down. Once this matter is exposed by the media, saying that the president has privately made peace with the opposition, not only will his own image be affected, but all the candidates he publicly supports will also be affected. The best solution is to find another respected veteran in the Democratic Party to make peace. Joe, who has been in the Senate representing Delaware since 1973 and has been on Capitol Hill for more than 43 years, has many allies on both sides of the aisle. After November, he will retire with the president. Being in a semi-retired state, he has more time and energy to help Issa resolve the conflict. Of course, he also has a stronger motivation to maintain his energy on Capitol Hill by showing favor to this California Republican congressman. Thinking of this, Daryl Issa's eyes gradually became eager when he looked at Han Yi. No matter what the origin of this Chinese who came from the north to the south is, he can indeed provide himself with an excellent opportunity to turn things around. Thank you very much for inviting me to such a meaningful charity dinner. I have no choice but to help our country's most symbolic historical landmark regain its glory. Anything for the country. Han Yi maintained a perfect smile and nodded to Daryl Issa. Anything for the congressman too. Is it really a good idea to take him to Rubenstein's dinner? I don't want to owe Carlisle Group a favor for being a co-signer of music copyright bill. You won't owe Carlisle Group a favor, Yi. All we have to do is give him a chance to shake hands with Rubenstein. That's all. As for how he makes a deal with Rubenstein, what interests he has to give to Carlisle Group and North San Diego, and which Democratic bigwigs will help him settle the dispute in the end, it has nothing to do with us. It's just to give them an opportunity to do business, right? Yes, just an opportunity. We should try to stay away from political activities that are not related to the Music Modernization Act. In this way, the most I owe Rubenstein is a +1 invitation to the Washington Monument fundraising dinner. Maybe he will thank me for helping him find another puppet on Capitol Hill. That's the spirit, Yi. Issa will be very grateful to you too. As long as our revisions are not too extreme, after he is elected in November, he should be able to help us add some conditions to his draft that make the acquisition of music copyrights more profitable. Great. So, what else should we do after arriving in New York on August 12th? I don't drink, so I can't spend the whole night sipping New York sour at the Carlisle Hotel. You won't be too lonely in New York. Jerry Nadler of the Democratic Party and Joseph Crowley of the Republican Party are both there. We will arrive in New York on the 12th. And we will start with the easiest person to deal with. Noon, West 57th Street, downstairs from your apartment, Russian tea room, a table for 4. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.